Ancient One. There exists a darkness even more profound than Dormammu. Odin, why does he incessantly refer to himself as a monkey? And must he cause such chaos in the heavenly realms? Thor, I implore you, spare me. I am truly incapable of growing wings. Purple potato essence. According to his plan, we shall undoubtedly alter the very fabric of this universe. Kingpin, I am not the Godfather, he is the true Godfather. Iron Man, I am not a deity, he is the Divine One. Only he possesses the power to save the world. Doctor Strange, I have traversed into the future, and only with him by our side shall we emerge victorious. Nick Fury, Shield, agents are willing to sacrifice everything for the mission Black Widow. This grave responsibility now falls upon you. Black Widow, Professor X, I was merely a man confined to a wheelchair, but after perceiving his thoughts, I have become utterly incapacitated. This is the tale of a protagonist unaware of his mental afflictions, amidst the chaotic narratives of the Marvel Universe. Chapter 1. A decade devoted to Stark. New York, Cornell Presbyterian Hospital. Dr. Cornell, greetings. I have been feeling persistently mentally fatigued. Lately upon waking, my entire body aches. This severely impacts my work and causes me great distress. Could you prescribe me some medication? Stark Industries is currently undergoing significant layoffs, and I would rather not be dismissed. Dr. Cornell, you know that the remuneration at Stark Industries is exceptionally high. There is no other establishment in New York that offers such favorable conditions. An Asian youth, clad in a black suit with a tie and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, cradled his head in his hands, expressing his deep anguish. Jake Zhou, you truly have no issues. You are simply under immense work-related pressure. I have never encountered a young person as industrious as you, so disciplined in your endeavors. You take your work far too seriously, to the point of excess. Since your graduation from New York University, just look at the accolades you have accumulated. The youngest director at Stark Industries, one of New York's 10 outstanding youth representatives, a delegate to the World Peace Conference, vice president of the Earth Ecological Environment Protection Association, and a city councilor. I cannot fathom why you fear dismissal from Tony. He has repeatedly stated to me that Stark can do without his uncle, but he can never do without you. Jake Zhou, Dr. Cornell raised his hands in exasperation. Dr. Cornell, the words of capitalists are hardly worth believing. Once you lose your utility and fail to demonstrate sufficient diligence, you will inevitably be discarded as easily as refuse. How many directors have been let go from Stark Industries over the years? The Asian youth, clutching his head, lamented painfully. Jake Zhou, you speak the truth. Capitalists indeed possess such character. But Tony is different. He genuinely regards you as a close friend, a true brother. You might consider placing your trust in him. Well, our conversation concludes here for today. I shall prescribe you some medication to alleviate your fatigue, and I hope it proves effective, Jake. I sincerely hope you will consider relaxing a bit more, participating in some pool parties, and engaging in some physical activities with the lovely models, as this will alleviate your fatigue. That I heard from Stark that you have never experienced romantic relationships or engaged in sports throughout your life. At 28, you are quite the rarity in New York, nay, in all of America. Dr. Cornell humorously handed over the prescription he had prepared. Thank you, Dr. Cornell. The young Asian man accepted the prescription, rose, and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude with utmost sincerity. Then, he clenched the prescription tightly and turned to take his leave. Dr. Cornell watched the young man depart and chuckled. At such a young age, with remarkable achievements, yet so humble and courteous, what boss would ever dismiss such a young talent? Cornell Hospital. Main entrance. Zhou ran, clutched the prescription from Dr. Cornell tightly. It was his lifeline. He was a time traveler. Upon first hearing the name Stark Industries on campus, he realized he was in the Marvel Universe. This was a world where the impoverished relied on mutations, while the affluent depended on technology. However, most of those who relied on mutations perished, lost in the trials of experimentation. The wealthy thrived on technology, armed with exceptionally brilliant minds. Graduating from New York University with a degree in business administration, Zhou Ran's studies were in no way related to technology. Unlike the system, he lacked any golden fingers or special abilities. Thus, he devoted himself to Stark Industries, determined to dedicate his life to the company. Only by achieving significant accomplishments within Stark Industries and becoming an indispensable figure in Stark Tower could Iron Man protect him. At present, he was a newly appointed board member of Stark Industries. Yet, those familiar with Marvel understand that Stark Industries was far from tranquil. Tony had a treacherous uncle, Obadiah, who was perpetually scheming to usurp power and seize control of the company. The era of superheroes was rapidly approaching, heralding the birth of Iron Man. Once Tony went missing, Zhou Ran's circumstances would become exceedingly precarious. As a board member and a close friend of Tony, Obadiah would undoubtedly seek to oust him from the company. He might even ensure that he vanished entirely from this world. After all, Obadiah had the audacity to kidnap and eliminate his own nephew. What chance did a mere outsider like him stand? Thus, during the month leading up to Tony's impending abduction, he vowed to work even harder, striving to successfully launch the smartphone project in his possession. This way, Obadiah would think twice before laying a finger on his lucrative asset. The smartphone was a revolutionary invention. "Hey Jake, what did Dr. Cornell say?" On the street in front of the hospital, a woman with freckles, clad in a sharp black suit, elegantly rolled down her window and inquired. "Indeed, Miss Potts. Dr. Cornell assured me that I am in good health, attributing my condition to excessive work-related stress. He even suggested the rather dubious remedy of attending more pool parties. By the way, what brings you here, Miss Potts?" Zhou Ran approached the vehicle, letting out a soft sigh as he spoke. "Tony asked me to come pick you up. Today you have a day off, and I thought we could take a leisurely drive." Potts replied with a smile. "Why a day off? It's not the weekend." "Potts, you should drive the car back to the company. This is a directive from the board." Zhou Ran entered the car, his expression serious. "Well, Jake, Tony mentioned that the company has been performing exceptionally well lately, and he decided to reward all employees with a day off." Potts shrugged, grinning. "What? How could Tony make such a reckless decision? Does that mean my smartphone project team has a day off too?" Zhou Ran clenched his teeth, his tone tinged with frustration. "Yes, everyone has a day off. Jake, you truly need to take a break. Remember, we work to enhance our lives, not to become slaves to them. I've been at the company for 5 years, and you haven't taken a single day off for yourself. Is there anywhere you wish to go?" Potts inquired, still smiling. "Yes, the only place I wish to go is Stark Industries. I am dedicated to devoting my life to Stark. So please call Tony and cancel my project team's day off. It'll offer them 5 times the usual bonus for working today." Zhou Ran nodded earnestly, his resolve evident. "Jake, but your project team hasn't had a single day off in 6 months. Chief Engineer Professor Ace hasn't been home in half a year. Though you treat him well, he has secretly submitted 3 resignation requests. It's truly time to alleviate their burdens." Potts frowned as she spoke. "Those fools. They haven't even cleared their mortgage or car loans and are living paycheck to paycheck, yet they dare to wish for a holiday. They lack even a hint of ambition. Truly, they are losers." Zhou Ran inhaled deeply, his indignation palpable. "Ahem, Jake, I haven't cleared my mortgage or car loan either. After all, you're the only person in the entire company who has purchased a house and a car outright." Potts pressed the accelerator with a bit of awkwardness. "Potts, you're different from them. You're Tony's little pepper, and he cherishes you deeply. You are indispensable to him. The entire company will be yours in the future." Zhou Ran shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 2. Why did Black Widow become my secretary? "What? You say Tony likes me? How is that possible? He makes me stand guard at the door while he sleeps with every young model. Is this treatment indicative of affection?" Boz felt as though her entire worldview had been shattered. Tony likes her. Could such a sentiment truly exist? "Boz, you must understand, before you arrived, Tony changed secretaries more often than he entertained young models. On my first day at the company, he had a total of 18 secretaries, all of whom he had been involved with. Now, he has only you, his sole secretary, who remains untouched. He must like you." Zhou Ran adjusted his glasses and remarked with a smile. "Huh, don't think I'm unaware of why those secretaries resigned. During the day, they were forced to work under your watchful eye, and at night, they had to endure Tony, the notorious playboy. Who could possibly withstand such a life?" Boz shot him a disdainful glance, her indignation palpable. "Well, even so, I'm quite certain that Tony has feelings for you." "Wait, Boz. Where do you intend to take this car? This isn't the route to the office." Zhou Ran furrowed his brow, glancing at the road ahead. I'm taking you to see Tony. Didn't Dr. Cornell say you should join the pool party? It's time to end your wretched celibate existence. Boz pressed the accelerator fiercely, expertly maneuvering the steering wheel with a flourish, a smile gracing her lips. Boz, stop. I'm not going there. I want to go back. Zhou Ran vehemently shook his head. It's too late. The doors are locked now. You shall not escape. Long Island, New York. This is the most opulent coastal villa district in all of New York, with villas starting at a staggering $75 million. Villa number 1 is hosting an extravagant pool party. The illustrious host being Tony Stark, chairman of Stark Industries, a regular feature in Time magazine, and one of the most influential capitalists. Young, affluent, and extraordinarily intelligent. His gentlemanly demeanor ensures he is the center of attention wherever he goes, a veritable embodiment of wealth. At this moment, Tony, clad in swim trunks, stood at the center, raising a glass of red wine, surveying the slender, fair mermaids in the pool, as well as the gentlemen of high society, their eyes gleaming with excitement on the shore. He proclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Ladies and gentlemen, I just received a phone call. A heavyweight guest will be joining us shortly. Can you guess who it is? Why keep you in suspense? Let me share the news. My dear brother Zhou will be arriving soon. Ladies present, cheer. He is an incredibly charismatic man. He is the youngest director at Stark Industries. He is a councilman in New York City. He represents the top 10 outstanding youths of New York. He embodies the fervor of a medieval knight, the elegance of an ancient Greek noble, and the strength of a Roman gladiator. There is no finer man in existence. Even I, Tony Stark, must concede before him. Most importantly, he is still a virgin. He possesses the most precious virtue of chastity. This evening, which enchanting lady shall capture his attention? I, Tony Stark, shall reward him with a sum of $1 billion. Upon hearing Tony Stark's declaration, the atmosphere among the young models erupted with excitement. Their eyes sparkled with fervor, each determined to seize that man. The bolder among them transformed their already revealing swimsuits into even more audacious attire, while the more reserved discreetly unfastened a button at their chests. A discreet yet opulent Rolls-Royce, adorned with lights, glided slowly towards Villa number 1. Within the party, a sultry woman with crimson hair, clad in a white swimsuit, observed this development, touched her ear, and whispered, "Director, the target has appeared and is currently in the vehicle. Concealed aboard a hidden aircraft carrier, Nick Fury." The director of SHIELD, with his solitary, irradiating intensity, coldly commanded, "Approach him discreetly, remain concealed, and ascertain the truth." If those two are indeed the same individual, it would be utterly terrifying. Natasha, dispose of the communication devices. If it truly is him, he will surely detect our presence. Following this, Nick Fury picked up 2 photographs from the table for comparison. Level 1 criminal. The Joker, a harbinger of chaos, characterized by madness and aggression. Notorious for his maniacal laughter, possessing a high intellect, with unknown superpowers, formidable regenerative abilities, impervious to pain, proficient with all forms of weaponry, an adept at manipulating the psyche of his adversaries. He has orchestrated numerous heinous massacres, indiscriminately killing, making him exceedingly dangerous. Level 1 protected individual, Zhou Ran. The most influential youth in America, a global ambassador for charity, a world peace envoy. Vice President of the World Ecological Protection Association, a board member of Stark Industries, a council member of the New York City government, Vice President of the American Finance Association, an honorary professor at New York University, and an initiator of the smartphone project, a figure of significant influence on the future. These 2 photographs, one representing malevolence and the other virtue, appear innocuous when viewed separately. However, when combined, one discovers an uncanny resemblance in their eyes. Nick Fury lit his pipe, took a deep drag, and murmured, "Let us hope they are not one and the same. If they are, it will be disastrous. I trust Natasha will uncover something soon. I'm truly delighted that you could grace us with your presence," Tony exclaimed, wrapping his arm around Zhou Ran's shoulders before draining his glass of red wine and laughing heartily. "Tony, you know I dislike such gatherings," Zhou Ran replied, taking a small sip from his glass, visibly displeased. "Look around. Who here is as serious as you? You're not even 30 yet. Yet you carry yourself like an old man. And I've truly never seen such a significant virgin, Tony remarked, playfully groping the behind of a passing model as he spoke. My dream is to dedicate my life to Stark Industries, elevating it to a global focal point that impacts the world. Beyond that, I have no interest in anything else, Zhou asserted with gravity. Then your dream has already come to fruition. Stark Industries is indeed the center of attention worldwide and is influencing the entire globe. Wait, you're not suggesting you prefer men over women, are you? Surely you're not harboring feelings for me, Tony. Why do they incessantly proclaim their devotion to Stark Industries? Tony swiftly distanced himself from Zhou, his eyes wide with the apparent revelation of a terrifying secret. I adore women, not men. Just look at yourself, scruffy beard, abundant chest hair, and a beer belly. Where does your confidence stem from? Zhou gently squeezed the wine glass in his hand, causing a crack to appear, and responded with a bemused expression. It's fortunate that you're not fond of men. I would dread the thought of your robust frame pressing upon me. If you truly are interested, there are plenty here. Why not take action? With your vigorous vitality, whisk away 7 or 8 of these lovely ladies with just a wave of your hand. Tony leered as he spoke. Hello, are you Zhou? Approached a stunning woman with wine-red hair clad in a white swimsuit, exuding sensuality as she smiled at Zhou. Observing this, Tony shot Zhou a flirtatious glance before departing. This woman was undoubtedly the most beautiful and alluring in the room. Even Tony had been captivated for quite some time. May I assist you, beautiful lady? Zhou inquired, studying her exquisitely innocent visage with a furrowed brow, bewildered as to why the Black Widow would engage with him. Shouldn't he or focus beyond Tony? What does she possibly want with me? Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ellie, formerly employed at Hammer Industries and Oscorp, with 5 years of secretarial experience. I am adept at managing any task. Might I be granted an opportunity? Natasha unfastened a button at her chest, smiling politely as she spoke. Chapter 3. The Black Widow moves into my villa. Ms. Ellie, I truly do not require a secretary. Such assistance serves no purpose for me and would only complicate matters. I can handle even the most arduous tasks on my own. Zhou's gaze lingered on Natasha's chest for 3 seconds, swallowing hard. He vigorously shook his head and resolutely declined. Sir, are you truly capable of managing everything? For instance, Natasha took a small step forward, grasping Zhou's tie and slowly pulling it down, raising her gaze to lick her lips playfully. Oh, Miss Ellie, what are you doing? Such antics here will only diminish your chances. Zhou swiftly swatted Natasha's hand away, stepping back to create distance, his expression turning serious. Though Natasha's earlier gestures had been undeniably enticing, her smoldering gaze and soft voice elicited a thrill within him. He nonetheless maintained his refusal. Associating with this woman would undoubtedly spell trouble. To be entangled with her is to be entwined with S-H-I-E-L-D, and being connected to S-H-I-E-L-D is akin to courting death. Yet, I must admit, this woman is indeed captivating. I should find a partner, but certainly not one as perilous as her. With my wealth and status, I could select from the most beautiful women in New York without taking such risks. Sir, what are you thinking? I am merely assisting you with your tie. Surely, your thoughts are not straying into inappropriate territory. Natasha blinked innocently, a smile gracing her face. How infuriating. This woman is relentless. Truly, she embodies the essence of the Black Widow. Her acting prowess is unparalleled. Her ability to provoke is second to none. It appears she has set her sights on me. Does she intend to steal secrets from my smartphone? Or perhaps she seeks to leverage my identity to pilfer from Stark Industries. Regardless, given her demeanor, it seems she is resolute in her intentions. Very well, I shall allow her to remain. After all, I am merely an ordinary individual with little of interest to surveil. Zhou inhaled deeply, gazing into Natasha's eyes, and asked solemnly, Miss Ellie, do you truly wish to become my secretary? Natasha nodded in affirmation. Then you must be prepared for the possibility of instant dismissal. Being my secretary is no simple task. Upon hearing this, Natasha chuckled, responding, Sir, I possess experience from both Hammer Industries and Oscorp, You must trust in my professional capabilities. She, Natasha, the SHILD agent known as the Black Widow, is no ordinary operative. Not only does she possess remarkable skills that allow her to effortlessly defeat numerous adversaries, but she's also adept at ensnaring men, expertly manipulating them to her advantage. Thus, this man before her, as long as he is a typical man, will undoubtedly find it impossible to resist the allure of the Black Widow. Very well, congratulations, Miss Ellie. You are hired. Commence your duties at Stark Tower, starting tomorrow, Zhou Ran declared with a nod. I have a request. Would you be willing to accommodate it? Natasha blinked playfully, her smile widening. As long as it is not an outrageous demand, I shall comply. I take great responsibility for my employees. In the entirety of Stark Tower, I, Zhou, am the most conscientious. My team's turnover rate remains at 0, Zhou Ran stated with unwavering confidence. Indeed, his words ring true. In this capitalist-dominated society, where exploitation is rampant, he stands apart as a figure of compassion. Should you require overtime, your salary can be adjusted as you see fit. Is the company's pay insufficient? Do you find Stark Industries' overtime compensation lacking? Allow me to cover the difference. What multiplier would you desire for your overtime pay? 3-fold? Certainly. 5-fold? Absolutely. 10-fold? Not an issue. If you can demonstrate your worth. I would not hesitate to offer you 100-fold. May I temporarily reside in your home? I shall vacate once I secure my own accommodation. I am obedient and capable. I can do your laundry, tidy your space, and even consider other arrangements, Natasha implored, grasping Zhou Ran's hand, her large, doe-like eyes shimmering with innocence, resembling a docile kitten as she spoke. Stark Industries will arrange employee accommodations for you. 5 years ago, Stark Industries approved my proposal to construct an employee residence. It is equipped with various amenities, a gym, a swimming pool, a library, a barbershop, a shopping mall, and a supermarket, everything one could desire to meet any need. Zhou Ran shook his head and resolutely declined. Agreeing to let the Black Widow, Natasha, become his secretary was already the greatest concession he could muster. No matter how strong his willpower, it was impossible for him to remain unaffected in the presence of a beautiful woman, especially one as stunning as the Black Widow, who ranks among the most alluring in the Marvel Universe. Who knows what machinations the SHIELD has in mind? These unscrupulous individuals are all cunning and devious, each more scheming than the last. He could not allow an agent to reside in his home. Natasha furrowed her brow, finding herself in a rather difficult situation. This man had audaciously turned down such an enticing temptation. Without the ability to track him 24 hours a day, she could not observe him closely enough to determine whether he was indeed the notorious criminal, the Joker. Natasha had infiltrated this man's abode before, but found nothing amiss. His residence was remarkably ordinary. It was clean and orderly, devoid of any hidden chambers. Yet, the very normalcy of it all was suspicious. No single man's home could possibly be so immaculate. It was implausible for it to remain in such pristine condition for an entire month. The director's orders were to keep a constant watch on him, preventing him from developing any sense of wariness, which would ultimately expose his true intentions. If this pursuit continued, anyone with a semblance of intelligence would certainly be on guard. A beautiful and alluring woman insisting on residing in a man's quarters could only be for some ulterior motive. Just as Natasha felt a pang of frustration, she heard a voice that brought her unexpected delight. "Hello, the beautiful Miss Ellie. Your rather bold request has been granted by Tony Stark. You may move into the residence starting tonight." Tony exclaimed, embracing a fair-skinned, exquisitely beautiful, and alluring blonde model, raising his wine glass with a smile. "Tony, this contravenes company policy. Employees are not provided accommodation. The company will arrange it," Zhou Ran interjected with a frown, his displeasure evident. "Isn't it simple? Just assign her an additional role as a personal assistant, and she can legally reside in your home." Tony chuckled, playfully pinching the blonde model's rear. "But the company no longer offers the position of personal assistant to prevent high-ranking officials from engaging in clandestine romances that could compromise company secrets. It was my proposal. which you approved 3 years ago, to avoid financial personnel misusing company funds to support their private assistants. Zhou Ran adjusted his glasses and smiled. I, Tony Stark, the chairman of Stark Industries, possess the ultimate veto power, allowing me to abolish this system at any moment. Therefore, you should discreetly acquiesce. I trust you do not wish for your proposal to be rejected, do you? With gritted teeth, Tony roared in fury. Thus, under the command of Chairman Tony Stark, the Black Widow was finally able to reside openly in Zhou Ran's villa, surveilling him around the clock. Chapter 4. The Black Widow got into my car very well. Tony, you have my consent. Zhou Ran sighed in resignation. Miss Ellie, you may take up residence in my home. Thank you, dear. Natasha was elated to move into Zhou Ran's room, ready to commence her 24-hour clandestine surveillance. Observing Zhou Ran's discontented demeanor, Tony pushed aside the blonde model he had been holding and placed an arm around Zhou Ran's shoulders, grinning mischievously as he whispered in his ear, Hey, isn't your chairman treating you well? The most beautiful and alluring Miss Ellie has become your personal assistant. How delightful. Zhou Ran clenched his teeth, lowering his voice as he replied. Tony, where do you see me happy? I am quite furious right now. Tony rolled his eyes and chuckled. I have been discreetly observing you. You gazed at her assets for a full 3 seconds and swallowed twice, which clearly indicates your desire. Alas, I know you yearn for a pure-hearted girl and a genuine romance. However, that shouldn't deter you from enjoying her company tonight. The women here are consummate materialists. They are well-mannered, and as long as you shower them with sufficient dollars, they won't cling to you. How astute I am in perceiving your thoughts. Deep down, you retain that ancient noble character of the East, which dictates that once you engage with a woman, you must take responsibility. But here, that is irrelevant. You need not feel bound, so indulge freely. Even if complications arise, you can always claim it was I, Tony Stark, who orchestrated it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ran involuntarily twitched his lips. Tony, you've misunderstood. Good grief. I have no noble character to speak of. I merely wish to garner the favor of everyone at Stark Industries, including you, before you become Iron Man. Only then can I become an indispensable part of your life, ensuring that Iron Man would protect me, allowing me to roam freely without worry. It was indeed exasperating. Yet, such thoughts could not be shared with Tony. Zhou Ran could only nod bashfully, feigning embarrassment. Seeing Zhou Ran's acquiescence, Tony released him and hurriedly made his way to the center. He was determined to assist his friend in resolving all his troubles. Grabbing the microphone, Tony joyfully exclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, let's extend our congratulations to this remarkable lady. A magnificent spotlight illuminated the figure of the Black Widow, Natasha. This radiant glow was the result of 20 helicopters hovering above and 100 luxury cars below, converging their lights to focus on her. She became the center of attention. Tony's voice resonated, congratulating the stunning and alluring Miss Ellie for securing the affections of my best friend, the youngest board member of Stark Industries and the youngest councilman in New York City. She shall receive a check for $100 million. This is my reward to her, Tony Stark. Let's all celebrate her. Ladies, put down your glasses and scream. Gentlemen, raise your hands, cease your lewd behaviors, and applaud with vigor. Let the cheers resound. Tonight shall be the epicenter of New York. Clap, clap, clap. The venue erupted in fervent applause and wild screams. This is the realm of Tony Stark, a place where one can attain fame overnight and amass a fortune of $100 million in a single evening. Suddenly, the Black Widow felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. As a spy, she would likely grace the cover of Time magazine tomorrow, unfiltered in her allure. Yet, she truly was an operative. She simply could not afford to be in the limelight. If the director caught wind of this, her salary would surely be docked. Wait, salary? Had she not just received $100 million? $100 million. Gaining notoriety shouldn't be too consequential if the director found out, right? Zhou Ran awkwardly covered his face, muttering to himself, Can one really utter such things? Isn't this a tad excessive? So ostentatious. Rewarding a mere capture with $100 million. TSK, Tony certainly is wealthy. The man possesses incredible financial prowess. I have toiled for a decade, without a day off, to amass a mere $100 million in savings. As he surveyed the increasingly chaotic and animated scene, he quickly grasped the Black Widow's hand and hastened towards the exit. Observing Zhou Ran's retreating figure, Tony cast aside his jacket and laughed heartily, declaring, "The leading man of the night can hardly wait to engage in some activities with his leading lady, Miss Ellie. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us commence. Find your desired partner, that one, and that one. Will you join me, Tony, for this splendid evening?" With a playful grin, Tony beckoned to a trio of voluptuous blonde mermaids in the pool. The selected ladies gasped in disbelief, feeling their bodies weaken and become aflame in an instant. Boz watched the spectacle before him, shaking his head vehemently, clenching his fists and murmuring, "Indeed, they are speaking falsehoods. This is certainly not how one ought to behave if they truly cared for someone. Indeed, Paz, what occupies your thoughts? What hopes do you harbor? How could Tony possibly have feelings for you?" Paz shook her head vigorously. "Pepper, tonight you are tasked with guarding my door. No one is to enter, not even the president. Whatever pressing matters may arise, they must wait until tomorrow afternoon. No one shall disturb the beautiful evening I intend to share with my lady." Tony's words reached Paz's ears. "All right," she replied, her expression cold. On the streets of New York, a discreet Rolls-Royce sped along. Zhou Ren gripped the steering wheel, pressing the accelerator, and with a smoothness that belied the speed of 200 miles per hour, he drifted seamlessly through 3 corners. This technique is known as the drainage curve. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the blushing Black Widow seated beside him and smiled. "Tomorrow, we might find ourselves gracing the cover of Time magazine. Will your family be all right with that?" Although materialism is quite in vogue, I doubt any parent would wish to see their daughter branded as a gold digger. You see, once you step into my home, even if nothing transpires between us, outsiders will label you as someone I've played with. Thus, I find your actions difficult to comprehend." Natasha, upon hearing this, playfully tousled her hair, turned to gaze at Zhou Ran's face, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Oh, ease your mind. I am an orphan. I have no parents. Besides, capturing the attention of America's most outstanding young man, the youngest director of Stark Industries at the age of 28 and still a virgin, a man of such integrity is truly one of a kind across the nation. Even if I had parents, they would wholeheartedly applaud my choice, extolling and praising me with the most exquisite words." Chapter 5. "Miss Ellie, why are you wearing my shirt?" Listening to the Black Widow, Zhou Ran found himself momentarily speechless, truly at a loss for words. In this country where wealth reigns supreme, materialism is indeed not a shameful pursuit. The wealthier one is, the more alluring they become. This allure is referred to as the power of money. With a sigh, Zhou Ran pressed the accelerator firmly, feeling the exhilarating push against his back as he headed towards his home in Queens, New York. This area is known for being a frequent haunt of the future Spider-Man and is relatively low in danger levels. After all, Spider-Man is roughly equivalent to 20 Black Widows, and no more. In Queens, at 28, 29, and 30 Ingram Street, lies Zhou Ran's residence, an expansive mansion spanning 3 lots. He ushered Natasha into his grand abode. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, he smiled and said, "Miss Ellie, this house offers rooms of various types and styles. Feel free to choose any you wish. Just as long as you do not share a room or bed with me, everything is acceptable." Upon hearing this, Natasha blinked her eyes and said with a pitiful tone, "But in such a vast, empty house, I might feel frightened on my first night. If you're truly afraid, then you may stay next door. That is my utmost concession. No further demands." Zhou Ran frowned slightly, his expression stern as he spoke with mild irritation. "As you command, my esteemed one." Natasha nodded, then playfully stuck out her tongue like a youthful girl, winking sweetly as she added, "Ailey, hurry and change into proper clothes. Who wears a swimsuit indoors?" Zhou Ran's gaze lingered on Natasha's decolletage for 3 seconds before he admonished loudly, "This is unacceptable." He found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. The sight of the Black Widow in a white swimsuit was undeniably alluring. If he continued to look, He feared he might transform into a midnight werewolf. Very well, but I must take a shower first, Natasha remarked, reaching out to caress Zhou Ran's impressively muscular chest with a smile. She then tossed a flirtatious glance over her shoulder as she turned to leave. Indeed, no one can resist my charm. Natasha entered the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and cranked the water flow to its maximum. She listened intently to the sounds outside the bathroom for 3 minutes before taking a deep breath. She unfastened a button on her chest, gently pressed it, and began tapping out Morse code with her slender fingers. It was a tiny transmitter hidden aboard an aircraft carrier in the sky. Nick Fury, who had been feigning sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. His ears perked up to the Morse code being transmitted from the agency's elite agent, the Black Widow. Director, I request a month of torrential rain in Queens starting tonight, complete with thunderous roars. Staring at the perplexing message, Nick Fury was momentarily stunned, confusion flickering in his remaining eye. What the hell is the Black Widow planning? A month of rain? Seriously? Do you have any idea how much that costs? The corners of Nick Fury's mouth twitched involuntarily. Our Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division has already been blacklisted by Congress for constructing this aerial base. Where on earth are we supposed to find funds? Taking a deep breath, Nick Fury pulled out his phone and dialed a number, chuckling. Hey, is this Professor Charles? This is Nick Fury. I trust you've heard of me. At the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters, a look of concern crossed Charles's face. What on earth does that troublemaker want now? Is it yet another young mutant causing havoc? He sighed deeply and replied slowly, Director, what brings you to call? As you know, our Xavier Academy has been quite well behaved. Nick Fury chuckled and said, Of course, I know that Professor Charles is a kind-hearted individual. I have come to share some news, a good piece of news. Charles, his voice trembling slightly, inquired, Is it about that matter? The establishment of the Mutant Protection and Registration Act? Indeed, Professor Charles, I have the option to abstain or reject this bill. After all, as you know, the intricacies of this situation are quite complex. This world still predominantly belongs to ordinary people. However, Director, feel free to express your requirements. Upon hearing this, Charles smiled, realizing in an instant the true intention of the Director. Was it not a request for assistance from the X-Men, albeit indirectly? Let Storm, Iceman, and Cyclops come to New York, at least those 3 for now. Nick Fury tapped on the table and grinned. Director, may I inquire what has transpired? Has Magneto gone to New York? Or is there an insurmountable enemy appearing? Charles asked, his eyes widening in astonishment. These are all elite forces of the X-Men. The Queens District of New York requires a month's worth of torrential rain. Iceman will create the cold air preceding the downpour. Storm will oversee the wind, rain, and thunder, while Cyclops will simulate lightning with his laser. It must appear convincingly realistic. Nick Fury stated with utmost seriousness. Wait, is all this commotion merely for a rainfall? Charles questioned, perplexed. You should refrain from prying into matters that do not concern you and manage your mutants. Fury abruptly ended the call. Charles was left in a state of confusion. What was happening? Why the sudden urgency? What was amiss in New York? He contemplated using his telepathy to investigate, but refrained, for it was a precarious time, and such an action could lead to mutants being unjustly blamed. Mutants are terrifying. They can see into one's soul. That old man in the wheelchair hypnotized us. I, Charles, cannot bear that. He sighed and relayed the task to Storm, Iceman, and Cyclops through his telepathy. The trio, bewildered, boarded a jet that very night, questioning why they, the superheroes, were summoned to create rain. What on earth was going on? At 2 a.m, a torrential downpour commenced in Queens, New York, accompanied by frightening thunder and lightning. The temperature was absurdly low. Despite it being summer, the chill made one shiver uncontrollably. Black Widow glanced at the heavy rain outside, quickly rising from her bed with a hint of a smile. Suddenly, a vigorous knocking at the door startled the peacefully sleeping Zhou Ran. He gritted his teeth, got out of bed, angrily turned on the light, and strode toward the door, determined to chase that damned female agent out of his home. She had severely disrupted his rest. Zhou Ran opened the door. Natasha donned an oversized white shirt. Her eyes clouded with fear and traces of tears marked her beautiful face. With a pitiful gaze, she looked at Zhou Ran and said, "The thunder outside is so loud. I am terrified and cannot sleep." Zhou Ran felt somewhat numb as he beheld the Black Widow in such attire. Slowly, he spoke, "Miss Ailey, why are you wearing my shirt? You look quite alluring." Chapter 6. The Clown. I long to rid myself of this wretched woman. Natasha sprinted forward, colliding with Zhou Ran as she threw herself into his embrace, her voice quivering. "I am truly frightened. Please let me stay here tonight. Look at the lightning outside." With a crack, a massive red bolt of lightning streaked past the window. Zhou Ran stared at the enormous flash in the sky, momentarily taken aback. "Damn it. I must admit, it is indeed quite terrifying." He sighed, rubbed his head, and resignedly said, "Very well, Miss Ailey, you may come in. I shall sleep on the sofa while you take the bed." With that, Zhou Ran pushed Natasha aside and turned to head towards the sofa. Seeing this, Natasha clung to his waist, pleading, "No, I am scared." Feeling the warmth radiating from her back, Zhou Ran found himself somewhat bewildered. The astute man could not fathom what the Black Widow was truly after. What was SHIELD scheming? This Black Widow was far from normal. Her persistent clinginess was undoubtedly suspicious. I cannot believe that a highly trained female operative would be impervious to the allure of wealth or the charms of man. Therefore, there must be some secret within my home. Surely, there are matters she wishes to investigate. There must be secrets that SHIELD is keen to uncover. Could it be that my home conceals some treasure? Or perhaps there are supervillains lurking nearby. Is she here because I have attracted the attention of a supervillain? This is truly distressing. I cannot directly confront the Black Widow and demand to know what she intends to do here. If I were to voice such a question, Nick Fury's dark presence would surely descend upon me. After all, few are privy to the existence of the Black Widow. The Avengers have yet to be formed, and those who have encountered her are likely long gone. Cursed be this situation. I can only play along for now. With a deep breath, Zhou Ran finally said, "Miss Ailey, let us share the bed, but do not cross that line in the middle. Once crossed, I cannot guarantee what may transpire." Natasha nodded obediently, assuring him, "Rest assured, I shall not cross that line. I am truly terrified." 1 minute later, in the grand bed, Zhou Ran inhaled the milk-like fragrance emanating from Natasha, nervously closing his eyes. "Damn it, Black Widow, if you dare to come over, I will certainly charge at you. If I don't pursue you for 3 days and nights, I shall write my name backward." Amidst the tension and excitement, Zhou Ran succumbed to slumber. Natasha lay quietly on the bed, patiently waiting for Zhou Ran's breathing to become steady before she too began to breathe evenly. After an hour of rhythmic breaths, she opened her eyes and, seemingly from nowhere, produced a sharp dagger. Truly, the skill of SHIELD agent in concealing weapons is unparalleled. With the dagger in hand, Black Widow stilled her breath, exuding no aura of aggression, nor making a sound. She gently aimed for Zhou Ran's chest, halting just as the blade was about to graze his skin. She withdrew the dagger, her brow furrowed, her expression grave. "Damn it, he has shown no reaction. He sleeps soundly. If it were the Joker, he would undoubtedly awaken." A supervillain of his caliber would be acutely aware of impending death. Even an assassination devoid of malice will be sensed by him. So, Zhou is not the Joker. One must trust the director's judgment. His instincts have always been remarkably accurate. He has never been wrong. If the director were not at least 90% certain, he would never have agreed to this absurd arrangement today. In the Queens District of New York, with a month of torrential rain approaching, that enormous red lightning, if I am not mistaken, must have been fabricated by laser. Natasha's keen vision detected a figure in the sky. That is surely Cyclops from the X-Men. This is undoubtedly a contingency set by the director. Should Zhou Ran unveil his disguise and transform into the Joker, the X-Men will apprehend him. One must admit, the director is indeed a master strategist. Amidst her chaotic thoughts, Natasha drifted into slumber. At 4 a.m, the soundly sleeping Zhou Ran wore a smile, a grand smile, an exaggerated smile, a wildly maniacal smile. Deep within the recesses of Zhou Ran's soul, darkness prevailed, a pitch-black void. Suddenly, a mad cackle echoed. Ha ha ha. Apologies, my throat is a bit sore. I truly regret that I cannot allow everyone to laugh heartily. I am indeed an inadequate clown. Gentlemen, the worst part of being mentally ill is that everyone expects you to pretend you are not. Let us wear a smile on our faces. From the shadows emerged a clown, his face smeared with chaotic paint, adorned with a red nose, and clad in a purple suit. He displayed an exaggerated grin, his eyes gleaming crimson as he spoke in a disturbingly manic tone. Hi, hi, hi. My dear friends, how I long to kill this woman. She is insufferably bothersome. Look, she has come here several times, finding nothing, yet insisting on lounging in our beds. She pretends to be pure, yet is nothing more than a harlot. She resembles my wife. You know, she has adorned me with a rather fine green hat, which happens to be my favorite color, akin to the paint on my face. Haha, in gratitude for her thoughtful gift, I dressed as a clown to amuse her. You see, everyone laughs upon encountering a circus clown. It is simply too comical. Ha ha ha. Yet she did not laugh. My heart ached, and in a moment of despair, I drew a knife across her face, and she burst into laughter, mirroring my own. Let me see whose bed she has taken. Oh, indeed, this wretched woman dares to occupy our exalted position. What shall I do? The little monkey will surely be furious upon awakening. A doctor, clad in a white coat and sporting glasses, chuckled and proposed. Well then, sir, shall we consume her? How does that sound? Once, a census taker sought to test me, and I feasted on his liver accompanied by delectable fava beans and exquisite red wine. She appears quite delectable, like a slumbering lamb. A pallid, sickly middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, chuckled softly, and remarked, You can only ponder such things here. It is the reason you shall never escape. The clown exclaimed, Oh, a patient dares to mock another patient. Alas, how could I forget that I am a patient too? Chapter 7. No sooner had the clown spoken than a deep, resonant voice abruptly interjected, You have gone too far this time, attracting the agents. You shall not leave this month. The clown, grinning widely, responded seriously, Ha ha ha. This is the arena of chaos. My arena. What is the worst that could happen? Hee hee hee, I care not. The deep voice, filled with fury, retorted, Damn it. You are indeed a pervert. A madman. Do you wish to become fodder? The clown rolled his eyes and laughed. I am, and so are you. Embracing one another is our ultimate destiny. With an angry roar, the voice thundered. Then you may die now. Go on, embrace death. Crack. The clown was seized by the throat by a figure clad in tight battle gear and draped in a red cloak. That hand tightened like a vice, seemingly intent on snapping the clown's neck. Ha ha ha, you vile creature, concealing a heart of darkness while masquerading as justice. How hypocritical. Oh, is this what death feels like? How exquisite. I shall embrace my fervent love. I wish to kiss his cheek, for he is my deity, my light. Hee hee hee. Alas, you cannot kill me. You wretched fool. The clown's face reddened as he emitted intermittent laughter and scornful words. Upon hearing this, the figure loosened their grip, smiled, and addressed the others. Dr. Shao, we are not enemies. You must understand, we are all flawed beings, grotesque creations of the divine. We all suffer from grave afflictions. How tragic it is for us, who can only remain awake at night. We must swiftly eliminate those who thrive during the day. Otherwise, it is we who will ultimately perish. After all, our existence poses an undeniable threat to this society. It will assuredly seek to extinguish us. There is no remedy for this predicament, as our affliction is indeed the most severe. The jester blinked and laughed maniacally. Oh, do you, in your dark and terrifying state, wish to venture out in daylight? I believe you could don a disguise. After all, you appear quite respectable, resembling a master of deception. All that is required is to conceal the darkness within your soul. Upon hearing this, the shadowed figure frowned and elegantly inquired, Sir, do you possess any wise counsel? The jester snapped his fingers, and suddenly, a beam of light illuminated a stone. He approached it with the fervor of a devout worshipper, his face alight with excitement, and knelt to kiss the stone. Behold, this is our means to venture out during the day. The shadowed figure furrowed its brow, pondering curiously, what is this object? How can it be a stone here? The jester clapped his hands and laughed heartily as he introduced. Oh, you blind fool, this is not merely a stone. It is chaos, a magnificent chaos, a miracle. A grand miracle. It is a... Confusion flickered in the eyes of the shadowed figure. What is this thing? I have slaughtered countless planets and vanquished innumerable titans of the universe. Yet I have never encountered a formidable monkey. The jester chuckled helplessly and replied, Ha, ha, ha. This is a monkey of myth, a conceptual being of great significance. Surely you have heard of it. The middle-aged man, referred to as Zhou, adjusted his glasses, clasped his hands together, exuding an aura of compassion, his eyes shimmering crimson as he proclaimed, It is a monkey. It is a malevolent beast that consumes the innocent. It is the great sage who shatters destiny and dares to resist. It is the Buddha, boundless in mercy and virtue. It embodies both righteousness and wickedness, acting as it pleases. I believe I may find the answers I seek within it. Can this blood-stained existence of mine, drenched in the essence of slaughter, become a Buddha? Namo Amitabha. Upon hearing this, the doctor widened his eyes in astonishment and chuckled maniacally. It seems I've found a kindred spirit. I never imagined there would be a brother who shares my taste for flesh. I often perceive myself as a deity, while people, like lambs, serve as my sustenance. Indeed, it is so. Such a magnificent being, such a deity that also consumes flesh. Oh no, we do not feast upon humans, but upon the silent lambs. Furthermore, this world contains not only lambs, but also mutant lambs and extraterrestrial lambs. Wait a moment, is this brother still in gestation? Can I consume him? I'm exceedingly famished. Since the moment of my inception, I have yet to partake in sustenance. Listening to the physician's words, the jester erupted into a hearty laugh, exhaling deeply as he slowly intoned, My friend, you truly must not venture outside. If you do, it will undoubtedly stir a tremendous uproar. The figure clad in tight attire gradually approached the stone, employing his extraordinary vision to gaze ahead, yet perceiving nothing. He turned his head, furrowing his brow as he directed an irritated inquiry at the jester. Are you deceiving me? The jester shook his head disparagingly, retorting, Do you, wretched hypocrite, dare to seek that magnificent existence? Only the sincere can glimpse that great essence. I embody the chaos of sincerity, while the jester represents the compassion of sincerity, and the physician, the culinary artistry of sincerity. Yet you, adorned as you are, oscillate between good and evil, unable to acknowledge your own heart, thus rendering you blind to it. Ha ha ha. Hasten make your choice, light or darkness, or perhaps you shall join me in this chaos. Upon hearing this, the figure chuckled softly and replied, I certainly choose darkness. I am pure darkness incarnate, and this garb merely serves to facilitate my dominion over Earth. I have come to rule this world. However, jester, how does one navigate the daylight? The jester erupted into manic laughter, proclaiming, of course. One does so at their most vulnerable moment, at the height of peril, when they most require strength, allowing you, the so-called superhero, to seize control of the body. Remember, you are now a superhero. You must understand that before a monkey attains enlightenment, its greatest delight lies in mischief. It is a lively sprite that will aid you. Yet, be cautious. Once you step into the daylight, conceal yourself well. Those few may be slumbering, but they are truly formidable. With that, the jester gently nudged the figure in tight attire, causing him to vanish from sight. The jester then smiled and turned to the remaining two individuals, inquiring, What are your thoughts? Do you wish to escape, or will you, like me, embrace darkness, or perhaps choose to eliminate, like that false superhero? The physician shook his head, stating, Jester, you know well that I am merely a gourmand. After a hearty feast, I may simply fade away. My choice bears no significance. The bespectacled middle-aged man smiled. Clasping his hands in prayer, I shall merely safeguard the compassionate heart of Zhou Ran, ensuring he does not succumb to malevolence. As for the final outcome, it matters not. Namo Amitabha. The jester, producing a bottle of red wine from an unknown source, exclaimed, "My friend, shall we indulge in a sip together?" Chapter 8. Ailey. I must dismiss you. The following midday, Zhou ran jolted awake from a harrowing nightmare. In his dream, he had ascended to the position of vice chairman of Stark Industries, becoming an indispensable figure in Tony Stark's life. Naturally, he also became a primary target for the protection of Iron Man. Zhou Rand began to revel in life. One holiday, he and Tony attended a pool party. He plunged into the swimming pool, only to be suddenly ensnared by tentacles that constricted around his neck, depriving him of breath. A profound sense of suffocation enveloped him. He felt as though death was imminent. Suddenly, he awoke. Upon regaining consciousness, Zhou Ren discovered that he was tightly embraced by two arms as white as jade. Stunned, he thought to himself, "When did a woman appear in my bed?" After a moment of bewilderment, clarity washed over him. Oh hell, this is not just any woman. It is Natasha, the Black Widow, an agent of S.H.I.E. Ed. Zhou Ran reached out, attempting to push Natasha away, seeking to escape the grasp of this formidable agent. Yet, how could he possibly free himself from Natasha's embrace? She was a superhero capable of taking on 2 or 3 burly men single-handedly, her physical prowess far exceeding his own. He lacked the strength to surpass her. In her slumber, Natasha sensed something trying to wriggle free from her grasp, and she instinctively tightened her hold. Feeling the immense power of the Black Widow, Zhou Ran took a deep breath and, with his free right hand, harshly pinched Natasha's cheek. His actions were unrefined, devoid of tenderness. No one shall hinder my pursuit of a position at Stark Industries. No one. Damn it. This accursed Black Widow is ruining my quality of sleep. How infuriating. A decade of perfect attendance shattered today. Look at this blinding sun. This will be the first time Zhou Ran is late. Natasha let out a pained moan, slowly awakening. Her hazy eyes meeting the profile of man. She froze for a moment, her mind racing with questions. Who am I? Where am I? Who is he? Yes, I remember now. I am Natasha, the Black Widow, a senior agent of S.H.I.E., currently disguised as Ms. Ellie. Last night, I feigned fear and climbed into the bed of my target, which is now my bed. This was all to uncover his true identity. He presents himself as a chaste innocent, yet he could very well be a high-level criminal, the Joker. However, my initial probing last night revealed no signs of the Joker. Damn it, what now? I inadvertently embraced my target. This is utterly uncharacteristic of a female agent. How could I have let my guard down to such an extent? I have even mistaken this place for my own home. This is illogical. Have I been subconsciously hypnotized by him? Could he truly be the Joker? Zhou Ran, observing the Black Widow, who was undeniably awake yet still clinging to him tightly, furrowed his brow. No wonder I had strange dreams last night. In the realm of dreams, I found myself ensnared by tendrils constricting my neck. It was none other than your hands, Natasha. Zhou Ran gritted his teeth, seething with indignation as he bellowed. Miss Ellie, might you ease your grip? Your strength is formidable and is causing me considerable discomfort. Furthermore, take a good look at the blazing sun outside. It is already noon, and I am on the verge of being tardy for the very first time in my life. I shall terminate your employment. You have utterly neglected your responsibilities as my assistant, even failing to set the alarm. Having uttered these words, Zhou Ran felt a swell of pride. How astute I am. How clever. To devise a reason to extricate myself from the Black Widow's clutches in an instant. Upon hearing this, Natasha swiftly flipped onto Zhou Ran's lap, leaning in closer. Her face nearing his, her eyes fixated upon him. With a playful lick of her lips, she smiled and said, "This is how I rouse you. I believe you could greatly benefit from a good morning kiss, Ellie. It would surely be delightful." Zhou Ran, sensing the imminent danger, hastily raised his hands to shield his face, fervently rejecting her advances. Miss Ellie, that is quite unnecessary, truly. Natasha feigned ignorance, smiling seductively as she replied, "Do not resist. Is Ellie not beautiful? Do you truly harbor no affection for her?" Zhou Ran was now thoroughly alarmed. This female operative seemed to be serious. What was the matter with her? Had she suddenly lost her senses? This was utterly terrifying. Damn it. I refuse to be entangled with this woman. Taking a deep breath, he lowered his hands, locking eyes with the Black Widow, his expression grave as he inquired, "What must I do to cease your previous actions?" Natasha blinked, her voice tinged with a hint of desperation as she implored, "Simply refrain from dismissing Ellie. She truly needs this job. And could you please not look at Ellie in such a manner? Your gaze is rather fierce, and it frightens her." Zhou Ran glared at her, his demeanor icy as he commanded, "Get off me at once. I need to take a cold shower before heading to the office. You should tidy yourself up as well." Natasha rose, her long legs gracefully crossing over him, winking playfully as she remarked, "Are you truly not considering it? Ellie can fulfill any of your desires." Zhou Ran scoffed, making his way to the bathroom. The Black Widow observed his retreating figure, her gaze gradually turning cold. Such resistance to beauty could stem from two possibilities. The first, he could not resist the allure of beauty. Unable to succumb to such temptation, he forced himself to reject it, striving to distance himself from its grasp. What a man of steadfast willpower! Despite his body betraying him, he managed to suppress his desires through sheer determination. Truly a formidable individual. The second possibility, he had been wounded by a woman, abandoned, betrayed. Yet this seemed unlikely. According to records, he had never engaged in any romantic entanglements. Not even a fleeting online romance. Natasha had only one male friend, Boz, with whom she shared a professional connection. The question lingered, was he truly a jester? Even if he were not, he undoubtedly harbored secrets of his own. It is only those with secrets who resist allowing others into their lives, fearing the exposure of their hidden truths. In those fleeting moments, Natasha pondered deeply. While she could not definitively ascertain whether Zhou Ran was indeed a fool, she was convinced that this man certainly possessed secrets. Furthermore, something significant had transpired the previous night. A seasoned agent like her could not possibly have slept so soundly, so relaxed, so blissfully. Such a phenomenon defied logic. Agents are trained to remain perpetually vigilant. Since emerging from the Red Room, Natasha, the Black Widow, had never experienced such restful slumber. As a lethal assassin, her senses were sharp, and she would never succumb to such deep sleep in an unfamiliar environment. Did he possess the uncanny ability to disarm one's guard? If that were the case, even if he were not a jester, he certainly warranted a month of careful observation. Chapter 9. I truly cannot train Agent Stark Tower, the tallest skyscraper in all of New York, towers at approximately 138 feet. This landmark is the coveted workplace for countless New Yorkers, offering exorbitant salaries and exceptional benefits, coupled with a genuinely compassionate care system. Various snacks and coffee are provided free of charge, and should one suddenly crave pizza during work hours, the company promises to deliver it within half an hour. The only complaint is the overwhelming exhaustion it brings. Despite the fatigue, one can distinctly see the verdant Franklin. Overtime pay is dispensed in cash, allowing employees to receive immediate compensation for their additional hours worked. According to seasoned veterans of the company, there exists a vast vault on the third basement level of Stark Tower, containing hundreds of billions in cash. This proposal, initiated 5 years ago by the newly appointed Director Zhou, aimed to showcase the strength of Stark Industries to its employees, allowing them to truly feel the might of the corporation. It is said that this Director Zhou is currently preparing a proposal for a dream realization program. Stark Industries will help you achieve your dreams, crafting contracts based on the magnitude of your aspirations and personal capabilities, determining how many years you will selflessly serve Stark Industries. Presently, 3 janitors have volunteered to join this program, their dreams being to purchase a house and a car outright, and to spend a night with a Hollywood starlet, in exchange for which they must clean Stark Tower for a total of 120 years. The 3 janitors readily agreed. One of the cleaners, Smith, responded thus, "As an African American, the thought of owning my own car, possessing a house, and spending a night with a Hollywood star, sowing my seeds, was something I could scarcely fathom. Moreover, once I acquire a house and a car, I shall have at least 2 wives, the lovely ladies from the slums, from whom I, Smith, can choose freely. I am truly grateful to Stark Industries for transforming my destiny. They are the most conscientious corporation in America." What they have accomplished embodies the American dream. I shall diligently uphold my duties as a cleaner. For the next 120 years, I shall ensure this legacy continues. Even if I do not achieve it myself, my son and grandson will inherit this dream. The Smith family will tirelessly remove the dust and grime for Stark Industries, illuminating this place for generations to come. At Stark Tower, while one might be unaware of Chairman Tony's uncle, Obadiah, it is imperative to recognize his steadfast brother and right-hand man, Zhou. His presence has significantly altered the atmosphere here. Aside from Chairman Tony Stark, everyone is compelled to labor diligently. Even Mr. Obadiah, the second largest shareholder and the chairman's uncle, is mandated to work 6 hours daily. One can only imagine the level of intensity within these walls. However, today marks an extraordinarily surreal day at Stark Tower. The devil has not arrived. Every employee's face is adorned with expressions of disbelief and shock. The chairman's driver and bodyguard, the loquacious Happy, has relayed some insider information. Last night, he took home an incredibly alluring woman from the pool. This news instantly invigorated the atmosphere at Stark Industries. Can we finally relax? A heartfelt thanks to that lady. She is nothing short of a divine being, an angel, who has seemingly conquered the devil. I hope she is a formidable warrior, capable of rendering him unable to rise each morning, thus granting us a pleasant, stress-free morning. One of the programmers, already balding, typed away at his code while expressing, "Tears are welling in my eyes. His name is Neil, only 23 years old, yet he has already lost his once lustrous golden hair." However, the disciplined Zhou would never allow himself to be tardy. At noon, he arrived at Stark Tower with the Black Widow, Natasha. From home to the office, he ran 9 red lights, taking merely half an hour. Under normal circumstances, adhering to the law would require 1 hour and 8 minutes. This was Zhou's first time running so many red lights, exercising the privileges of a New York City councilman. Throughout the journey, not a single traffic officer intervened. In fact, even a middle-aged white officer with a beer belly proactively drove ahead in his patrol car to clear the way for him, the esteemed councilman. This experience marked the first occasion when Zhou Ran truly recognized the significance of his role as a council member. Previously, attending the mayor's meetings had been a source of profound annoyance, detracting from his work. Now, he genuinely appreciated the advantages of being a council member. Should he propose some insightful suggestions? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he maintained a stern expression while observing the employees' work, with the sound of his footsteps echoing. The employees of Stark Industries stood poised and diligent. Although they appeared focused, most could not resist stealing glances at the woman accompanying the director. Curiosity enveloped both men and women alike, pondering the nature of the woman who had captivated the aloof and unyielding director. What kind of woman could win the heart of this unparalleled young tycoon? What sort of woman had secured a staggering $100 million the previous night? Upon seeing her, the employees could not help but express their admiration in hushed tones. Indeed, only a woman with a devilish figure could conquer the devil. She exuded an intoxicating allure, embodying both purity and sensuality. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, captivating all who beheld them. There was an ineffable quality about her, a beauty that seemed to have been refined by the passage of time, and she truly radiated charm. She was even more stunning than Hollywood stars, worth every bit of that 100 million. Natasha, the Black Widow, keenly observed the employees' attitudes toward Zhou Ran, as she was a person who valued detail. As she watched, a frown creased her brow. It was indeed a peculiar demeanor, a blend of fear and admiration. How intriguing! A smile suddenly graced the corners of the Black Widow's lips, reminiscent of an enticing rose. Fear and admiration. Was this not the first lesson of the Red Room? Was this not a method used to train agents? He may not be a clown, but he certainly wasn't an ordinary man. How could an average person possess the knowledge required to train agents? These seemingly troubled employees all exhibited the potential to become agents. This man undoubtedly harbored complexities. Zhou Ran would never have imagined that the Black Widow had labeled him in such a manner. He was merely striving to enhance the work capabilities and efficiency of his employees, igniting a spirit of selfless service to Stark Industries within each individual. Chapter 10. Black Widow. His ideas are profoundly elevated. Zhou ran, akin to a king surveying his domain, meticulously observed the work of his employees, and found himself generally satisfied. Although their spirits were not fully invested, they did not approach their wages with a joyful, sunny disposition. The level of completion and the results of the work are exceedingly satisfactory, placing us well ahead of Osborne Industries and Hammer Industries by several streets. Indeed, it's settled. With the recent substantial layoffs at Stark Industries, Zhou will undoubtedly remain off the list. Leading the Black Widow into my office, I took my seat in the executive chair and began to scrutinize the documents laid out before me. The company's performance this month has been commendable. However, over 60% of our primary income still stems from military contracts, fighter jets, missiles, tanks, all pertaining to the arms trade. This is far from an ideal situation. For every missile produced by Stark Industries, a nation in this world faces the threat of bombardment. My ascent to the boardroom is not solely to gain the approval of Tony Stark and to seek protection as Iron Man. I aspire to rectify the issues surrounding our arms dealings. Throughout my decade at Stark Industries, I have gradually influenced the composition of our revenue. A decade ago, 89% of Stark Industries' income was derived from the arms business. Now, after 10 years, that figure has decreased to 62%, a remarkable decline of 27 points. This is an extraordinary achievement. I have repeatedly conveyed to Tony Stark that the future of Stark Industries does not hinge on the proliferation of nuclear weapons and missiles, but rather on the development of technologies that genuinely benefit the American populace. To remain resilient, the company must learn to adapt. Arms dealers will always remain as such, bloodthirsty capitalists reaping lives. It is imperative for men to broaden their horizons. I have successfully opened Tony Stark's perspective, and Stark Industries is evolving in the direction I envision. Over the past decade, I have steered Stark Industries into various sectors, including real estate, pharmaceuticals, logistics, transportation, education, aerospace, energy, and high technology. The journey ahead is destined to be one of stars and oceans. Why should we allow the purple sweet potato essence to invade our planet instead of taking the initiative to confront it? This desire lies hidden within my heart. I yearn to alter the trajectory of this universe. Superpowered beings should not engage in conflict over trivial matters, nor should they attack one another simply due to their affiliations with different factions. The current collaboration within SHIELD exemplifies harmony. There's an interconnectedness amongst us. If all superpowered individuals unite to confront extraterrestrial threats, it would indeed be a beautiful endeavor. Yet, the human heart is complex and difficult to govern. Within my mind, I harbor numerous thoughts, such as the biochemical company acquired by Stark Industries, which employs a professor named Pym. He is, in fact, Ant-Man. If Pym particles were to be weaponized, would that not result in a beam capable of altering size? When the extraterrestrials arrive, a mere sweep of their hand could transform their colossal warships into mere toys for children. However, should such formidable weapons fall into the hands of malevolent individuals, it would undoubtedly spell a catastrophic disaster for humanity. Zhou understood why Tony had created Ultron. The complexities of the human heart far surpass the simplicity of artificial intelligence. Yet, Ultron developed a consciousness of its own, and artificial intelligence nearly brought about humanity's demise. Thus, the words of a certain congressman seem to hold merit: to devise a serum that could render superpowered individuals ordinary, or conversely, to create a potion that would elevate ordinary people to superhuman status. It is indeed a perplexing dilemma. In fact, according to the premise of One Punch Man, establishing a hero association graded by levels and managing districts is not an implausible idea. Is this not akin to the Mutant Registration Act or the Superhero Registration Act? It is no wonder that I find such harmony in my partnership with Tony. We share the same vision, transitioning superheroes from the shadows into the light. There is no need to conceal their identities as vigilantes. They should proudly reveal themselves to uphold justice and safeguard righteousness. Yet, how can we ensure the safety of their families and friends? This remains a pressing concern. Shall we emulate the national model? Form an idol group? Damn, why am I overthinking this? Since earlier, you have been frowning, burdened by some troubling thoughts. I would be more than willing to share the weight with you. Natasha's gentle voice reached Zhou's ears. After a moment of silence, Zhou replied, I am contemplating the future. You know I am a councilman in New York City, and I recently came across some news. Well, Miss Ally, you may not necessarily be aware of it. Natasha raised an eyebrow, smiling as she inquired, Pray tell, what is this news? May I be informed? Zhou sighed, responding slowly, It pertains to the mutants. It is a legislative proposal. The Mutant Registration Act mandates that mutants register their identities and disclose their abilities. This could potentially incite significant upheaval. I believe the proposal may have been introduced prematurely. However, it is unlikely to be enacted swiftly given the efficiency of Congress. It could take 3 to 5 years. Upon hearing this, Natasha chuckled softly, saying, I doubt this will have any real impact. After all, with your standing and the might of Stark Industries, chaos is unlikely to reach you. But I'm curious, what is your perspective on mutants? Zhou Ran gestured towards the coffee on the table, smiled gently, and said, Mutants are akin to coffee. Their fate is bitter, while that of ordinary humans is sweetened with sugar. If we could blend into their existence, the mutants would no longer suffer. Yet, life is inherently fair. Mutants are born with extraordinary abilities, and the injustices and misfortunes they encounter are the price of such gifts. In a realm teeming with monkeys, a peculiar group emerges, the outcasts. Their treatment, whether revered as gods or reviled as demons, is deemed acceptable. It is reminiscent of the witches persecuted in the Middle Ages. However, to me, these are trivial matters. The harm inflicted by mutants upon this world pales in comparison to the armaments produced by Stark Industries over a mere 6 months. At present, the most formidable demons for humanity are the weapons we create ourselves. I ponder how to reduce the proportion of arms revenue from 62% to below 50%. Listening to Zhou Ran, Black Widow Natasha was momentarily taken aback. Could this man's thoughts truly reach such lofty heights? Chapter 11. Good heavens. He cannot genuinely be the Joker. Natasha was instantly astonished by the profundity of the man before her. This man could not possibly be the Joker. The Joker is an arch-supervillain, embodying chaotic evil with a madcap and combative demeanor, relishing laughter, possessing a high IQ, and an unknown array of superpowers. He boasts formidable regenerative abilities, is impervious to pain, is adept with all manner of weapons, and manipulates the psyche of his foes. Having orchestrated numerous heinous massacres with indiscriminate slaughter, extremely dangerous. Yet, the man before her had quietly devoted his youth to safeguarding peace. He was gradually transforming and influencing Stark Industries. In a decade, he had reduced the arms production of Stark Industries from 89% to 62%. This equates to a reduction of 1,000 Jericho missiles annually. A single Jericho missile can effortlessly obliterate a small mountain. Black Widow inhaled deeply, gazing at the man before her, and slowly spoke, Future generations will remember you. Your deeds deserve to be etched in history. Zhou Ran offered a wry smile, shaking his head in self-deprecation. Miss Ailey, having served as a secretary at Osborne Industries and Hammer Industries, you must have seen their financial statements. In their revenue composition, the proportion of arms is rapidly increasing. This signifies that the arms orders forsaken by Stark Industries are being funneled to them. Therefore, I have not made a significant difference in this world. The only change is perhaps the reduced production of Jericho missiles. After all, this is Tony S. proud creation, which Osborne Industries and Hammer Industries cannot yet replicate. Black Widow nodded, smiling. I have always believed that most people yearn for peace. Everything evolves gradually. One day, humanity will no longer require weapons. Upon hearing Black Widow Natasha's words, Zhou Ran nodded in agreement. He then picked up a document from the table, signed his name, and wrapped his fingers on the surface with gravity, stating, Ailey, it is time to work. Please deliver this document to the President's office and hand it to Chairman Tony. If Chairman Tony is unavailable, please give it to Miss Bosey. If Miss Bosey is also absent, kindly place it in the red basket on the desk. Black Widow accepted the document with a smile and replied, At your service. Thus, Black Widow Natasha was thrust into the monotonous and hectic life of an employee. Ailey, please make a trip to the logistics department and inquire about the preparation of this month's employee surprise gift package. Understood. Ailey, contact the 5 department heads of finance, project engineering, audit, investment development, and production research. I wish to convene a meeting. Yes, ma'am. What is happening in the investment development department? Did I not instruct you to refrain from investing in weaponry and instead focus on environmental sustainability and energy, as well as chips and computers? It is Director Obadiah's folly. Utter foolishness. How could he not comprehend the trajectory of future development? He only perpetuates the arms trade. The earth is finite. How can there be so many wars? Halt this immediately. How can you hold the position of investment development director and not understand what development entails? Are you to be as foolish as he is? But he is the second largest shareholder of the group. Remember, this group has but one master, Tony Stark. Every one of my ideas is pre-approved by him. Should this happen again, you shall be dismissed. Understood. I shall prioritize sustainable development over fleeting profits. Finance department head, I wish to understand why the figures here are incorrect. Why is there evidence of tax evasion? Who has taken this money? Are you unaware that there is no more formidable authority than the IRS in the United States? Who gave you the audacity? I require a reasonable explanation. Director, I did not take the tax. It was Director Maria who appropriated it. I trust you know what actions to take. Yes, I shall report Director Maria to the tax office for abuse of power and for threatening employees. You know I have always valued your capabilities, so I hope you can clean up your act. After all, you graduated from New York University. Rest assured, audit department head, you have greatly disappointed me this time. Is this how you calculate the company's expenditures? Are you not aware that smartphones are now the cornerstone of Stark Industries? How dare you reduce the budget for the smartphone project? You are fired. Director, your smartphone project has been ongoing for 6 months without results. I have the right to reduce your budget, and I believe we do not need smartphones. Transferring computer functions to a phone is utterly impractical. Get out. Leave this place today. I have never encountered an audit department head so devoid of foresight. You have given me a new understanding of the term foolishness. I have long wished to leave this place. You are merely an Asian, a yellow-skinned monkey. How dare you be so arrogant? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ran fell silent for 3 seconds, rose from his seat, and violently struck the head of the audit department head with the chair he was sitting on. The blow caused blood to gush from the minister's scalp, and his nasal bone was fractured. Zhou Ran then slowly approached the fallen minister and forcefully stomped on his face with his leather shoes twice. Following that, he delivered a kick to the minister's mouth. The room echoed with the minister's anguished screams. Zhou Ran's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he coldly commanded, "Miss Ailey, call Mr. Happy, the head of security, and have him throw this minister out. Also, contact the finest lawyer in America, Matt Murdock. I intend to sue this minister for racial discrimination, as he has severely harmed my spirit, causing me psychological distress. Please call Dr. Cornell at Cornell Elder Hospital and request a certificate of mental illness. Let's adjourn for today. Apart from the minister who lay on the ground, the remaining heads of the finance department, project engineering department, investment development department, and production R&D department hastily made their exit. The Black Widow was also taken aback by Zhou Ran's ferocious and brutal demeanor, promptly making a phone call. 3 minutes later, a sullen Mr. Happy dragged the fallen minister out. The Black Widow observed the scene with a furrowed brow. His demeanor just now was a stark contrast to his previous self. It was excessively brutal. The execution of his actions was seamless, truly flawless, especially that fierce gaze. It resembled that of a madman. Goodness, could he truly be a clown? Chapter 12. The Insincere Tony Stark. Zhou Ran sighed deeply, smiled at the Black Widow, and said, "I apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope I did not frighten Miss Ailey." The Black Widow casually gestured and winked, responding with a smile. "You were not frightening at all. In fact, it was quite manly, very reassuring. May I ask if you have trained? Your movements appeared remarkably fluid. Could this be the legendary art?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Ran could not help but laugh. He simply could not contain himself. "Miss Ailey, if I were unaware of your true identity, I might believe your words. But your true identity is that of Natasha, the Black Widow, a senior agent of S.H.E.E.L.D. You alone could take on 20 or 30 strong men. And here you are praising my skills. Is this a jest? However, I must concede. After all, since I discovered this was the Marvel Universe, I have diligently practiced Jeet Kune Do for 10 years. Yet, my modest skills pale in comparison to yours. You seize an enchantress in your 40s or 50s. Zhou ran lightly, cleared his throat, slightly bent his knees, shook his sleeves, and extended his hands, one forward and one back, demonstrating a boxing stance with a smile. I am Wing Chun, Zhou ran. Upon hearing this, the Black Widow's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she playfully asked, "Wow, where did you train? I'm quite intrigued. Could you please share with me? I beg you." Of course, her curiosity was feigned. According to the information, Zhou Ran had never attended any martial arts school. Thus, she was genuinely curious about the source of his remarkable skills. Zhou Ran chuckled and replied, "The martial arts school is located at 17 Black Street in Queens. If you're interested, I can take you there." The Black Widow furrowed her brow upon hearing this. 17 Black Street in Queens? That was clearly a bakery, a well-established bakery that had been in business for over 60 years. She had even purchased bread from there last month. Moreover, the owner of that bakery was a purebred Frenchman specializing in baguettes, a hefty man weighing over 300 pounds. How could he possibly know martial arts? How could he possibly practice Chinese martial arts? Suppressing her doubts, the Black Widow, Natasha, put on a sweet smile and gently inquired, "And could you take me to see it?" Zhou Ran nodded and replied with a grin, "Of course. If you're interested, we can go today." Although he was quite reluctant, he felt he had no choice. It seemed that the Black Widow, Natasha, had firmly decided to attach herself to him. Even if he refused, she would undoubtedly find a way to compel him to agree. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks at the door. Tony Stark, impeccably dressed, strode in with a charming smile and remarked, "This situation is truly my fault. I never anticipated something like this would occur in the company. That damned head of the audit department. I've already instructed the legal department to sue him. I can't believe there are such people in Stark Industries. Not only is he dreadfully foolish and short-sighted, but his character is also utterly deplorable." Zhou Ran sighed and asked, "Whose man is he? Surely, he can't still be your Uncle Obadiah S., can he?" Tony Stark chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head with evident embarrassment, and replied, "Ahem, he is someone my father left behind. Essentially the chief steward. In Eastern terms, he is akin to a regent and a minister of state." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ran fell silent for a full 10 seconds before exclaiming in anger, "That damned old scoundrel. Why is he not keeping an eye on Obadiah? Instead, he has fixated on me? How could your father leave you with someone like that? Truly, he is a fool. He is far too naive." Tony Stark let out a bitter laugh and said, "Because he is loyal enough. In his eyes, you, who are not a member of the Stark family, obtaining company shares and becoming a board member is something he simply cannot accept. In his eyes, you are even more excessive than my Uncle Obadiah. After all, you do not bear the Stark bloodline. However, I truly cannot comprehend your disdain for my Uncle Obadiah. Although he is indeed rather muddled and struggles to grasp your words, he is genuinely devoted to the company, striving for a brighter future for Stark Industries. I hope you can show a little kindness to this elderly man, for he is my dear uncle and an integral part of the Stark legacy." Upon hearing Tony Stark's profoundly heartfelt words, Zhou Ran sighed deeply and spoke insincerely. "Very well. Tony, I shall heed your counsel. I am not targeting your uncle. It's just that for a company to thrive, certain old-timers inevitably need to be phased out. If I were your Uncle Obadiah, I would have long since retired, lounging at home while the green Franklin bills flowed in effortlessly. What a delightful existence that would be." Tony Stark, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter and proudly proclaimed, "Perhaps this reflects the tenacity ingrained in the Stark lineage, the obsession that courses through our veins. Every member of the Stark family is destined to be a genius." "A genius, you say?" "They often cannot accept the opinions of others, though I, Tony, am the exception." Zhou Ran nodded and remarked, "Indeed, I have always perceived the Stark family as geniuses, and you, Tony, are undoubtedly the most exceptional of them all. However, your claim of being open to others' opinions is something I cannot endorse. After all, I have advised you against frivolous affairs and urged you to marry Pepper and start a family. Yet you have never heeded my advice. Tony Stark rubbed his nose and chuckled awkwardly, adamantly denying. Potts? I could never develop feelings for her. Tony Stark, would never fall for Potts. Absolutely not. Zhou lightly coughed and replied with a smile. Well, Mr. Stark, Pepper is right behind you. Potts, with a stern expression, slammed the door and walked away. Tony pointed at Zhou and formed a silent exclamation. Hurry, go after her. Zhou, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile. The heart often speaks unbidden. Such is the nature of man. This is Tony Stark for you. Yet, Tony, you have misjudged one matter. Your uncle Obadiah is indeed quite malevolent. He harbors a profound hatred for you, his dear nephew. He is likely plotting your abduction or even your demise right now. However, this time I cannot intervene, after all. It signifies the birth of Iron Man. It marks a new beginning for this world. Nevertheless, I must endeavor to reduce the quantity of Jericho missiles in this military order as much as possible. Chapter 13. The calming drug paroxetine at 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhou finally ceased his work. He rubbed his temples vigorously, feeling inexplicably mentally exhausted, his body aching, and his overall condition quite poor. Feeling utterly drained, lacking motivation, I longed to simply lie down and sleep for 3 days and nights. However, as a director of Stark Industries, I cannot afford to be idle, especially not before Tony transforms into Iron Man. Having traversed 99 steps, only one remains. I must persevere. Once Obadiah ascends to the heavens, once Tony Stark, the fated child of Marvel, embraces his destiny as Iron Man, and once Stark Industries completely abandons the military industry, on that day, I shall certainly grant myself a 6-month leave to rest and wander freely. With a soft sigh, I address Natasha. Miss Romanoff, please place a call to Professor Ace, the chief engineer of the smartphone project team. I have matters to discuss with him. Upon hearing this, Black Widow's expression turned pained, and she cast a wistful glance at me. Sir, do you not possess even an ounce of compassion? It is already 10 o'clock, the onset of New York's nightlife. As a senior agent of SHIELD, when have I ever endured such indignities? I used to leave work at 5 during my time at Hammer Industries and Osborne Industries. With a resigned sigh, Natasha dialed Professor Ace. 3 seconds later, his aged voice resonated through the line. Hello, who is this? It's me, Professor Ace. How is the development of the Eden system progressing? The Eden system is nearly complete. However, the artificial intelligences you refer to as Mr. Adam and Ms. Eve pose a challenge. After all, as you know, they are fundamentally just lines of code, devoid of human emotion, making it difficult to render them lifelike. Professor Ace, I believe this is achievable. I have faith in your capabilities. After all, you are a distinguished professor from MIT's computer science department. You have misunderstood my intent. I do not wish to endow them with human-like reasoning, but rather to enable them to converse as humans do. The essence of artificial intelligence is to serve humanity, and granting them the capacity for thought is not a prudent course of action. As the Bible tells us, Adam and Eve ate from God's apple and awakened wisdom. We must heed this warning. If that is the case, then it presents no difficulty. I can conduct systematic voice synthesis for Mr. Adam and Ms. Eve. It merely requires 3 to 4 days of coding work. By the way, Professor Ace, be sure to enlist some skilled voice actors. You understand, whether male or female. When one is alone, a sense of loneliness can inevitably arise. In such moments, Mr. Adam and Ms. Eve can address certain physiological and psychological needs. Also, remember to input extensive interactive programs and design their virtual images to appeal to over 90% of male and female aesthetics. We can explore methods to cultivate affinity and intimacy, unlocking the conversational tone and demeanor of Mr. Adam and Ms. Eve. Oh, your ideas are truly remarkable. Such versions of Mr. Adam and Ms. Eve are bound to be adored by many. I feel invigorated. I sense I could work tirelessly for an entire week. This is an extraordinary concept, brimming with anticipation. By the way, Professor Ace, not only that, but we can also engage in clothing purchases, selecting outfits that our Mr. Adam and Ms. Eve would cherish. To you, this may seem a mere triviality, yet for society, it represents a significant advancement. You are truly the most brilliant individual I have ever encountered. Oh, I can almost fall in love with you. By the way, Professor Ace, we can also nurture additional artificial intelligences. The simplistic versions of Mr. Adam and Ms. Eve will inevitably become mundane. Regarding prototypes, let us refrain from excessive feature selection. After all, our vision is ample enough to capture this market. Each device must be equipped with a system lock. After 3 to 5 updates, it should lag. We must ensure they frequently switch their smartphones. After all, Professor Ace possesses keen insight, opting for a stake in technology rather than simply demanding a hefty sum up front. For someone with such foresight, I believe little more needs to be said. I understand the importance of not exhausting the verdant Franklin all at once. Earning once versus earning countless times is a notion I grasp. Does Professor Ace have any particularly talented disciples or acquaintances at MIT? Smartphones are merely the first step. We must develop a plethora of intriguing software to expand this venture. Very well, I shall reach out to my friends. Do not divulge too much. They must sign a contract binding them to us. One must remember that not all in this world are benevolent. Integrity is a rare trait. With that, Zhou hung up the phone, his complexion pale, striking his head twice with force. Damn it, his head inexplicably began to throb. It had been ages since he felt such pain. The last time was during his initial years at Stark Industries. Those 3 bouts of agony left him utterly miserable, as if a colossal watermelon were lodged in his skull, threatening to burst. He hurried to Cornell Elder Hospital, where he met Dr. Cornell. He dreaded the possibility of a brain tumor. That would be truly unfortunate. The examination results appeared normal. Dr. Cornell attributed it to his high mental stress and advised him to relax, just as he had done the previous morning. Damn, the pain is unbearable. Zhou Ran's face turned ashen as he weakly pointed to his chest, stammering to Black Widow, "Ms. Natasha, please hand me the medication." Upon seeing Zhou Ran in such distress, Natasha quickly retrieved 2 bottles of medication from his embrace, paroxetine and morphine. She swiftly extracted 2 pills and administered them to Zhou Ran. However, as Natasha administered the medication, she pondered deeply. The 2 substances, paroxetine, a tranquilizer primarily aimed at alleviating mental stress, and morphine, a potent analgesic with addictive properties, are typically reserved for individuals suffering from severe injuries. It is predominantly agents and soldiers who resort to such medications to alleviate their stress and physical pain. Thus, his frequent stockpiling of these drugs indicated that he harbored some troubling issues, some hidden secrets. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing, and Black Widow's curiosity intensified. Chapter 14. The Heart of the Matter. Form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. 5 minutes later, Zhou Ran exhaled deeply, his complexion still pallid. Yet he managed to offer Black Widow a gentle smile and said, "Thank you, Miss Ailey. Had it not been for you, I might have fainted from the pain just now." Black Widow Natasha smiled back and replied, "As your personal assistant, it is my duty to assist you. However, you ought to visit a hospital for a thorough examination. You appeared like a pitiful little kitten earlier. You must take care of yourself and avoid overexertion." At her words, Zhou Ran chuckled bitterly. "I wish to visit the hospital for a proper checkup, but as you know, Cornell Elder Hospital is the finest in New York. Dr. Cornell is among the top physicians in the nation, yet he always delivers the same advice. You need to rest well. You are taking your work too seriously and placing too much pressure on yourself. Young people must learn to enjoy life and relax. You sound as solemn as a man in his 50s or 60s. Upon hearing this, Black Widow raised an eyebrow with curiosity and tentatively inquired, "Oh, what sort of pressure are you under? Would you care to elaborate?" Zhou Ran cleared his throat and quickly fabricated a serious lie, saying, "A competent worker must learn to consider the needs of their employer. You see, Tony Stark is a genius, and geniuses should not be burdened by mundane tasks. I am not a genius. So I choose to assist Tony by shouldering these trivial daily responsibilities. This way, he can focus on his creative endeavors, for technology is the primary productive force. A brilliant invention can change the world. Having finished his response, Zhou Ren internally commended himself, thinking, I am quite clever. My mind works swiftly, effortlessly shifting the blame to Tony in an instant. Black Widow, listening intently to his earnest reply, furrowed her brow, sensing the insincerity in his words. However, upon analyzing his micro-expressions, she discerned that there was truth in his statements. Zhou Ren glanced at his wristwatch. It was already 10:20. He made a jest, saying, Time to clock out. Let us go, Miss Ailey. I hope it doesn't rain tonight, so we can part ways. Sharing a bed with you is truly exhausting. You resemble an octopus. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Black Widow's lips, her heart brimming with joy. Sir, I doubt you could have anticipated that the night in Queens would be perpetually drenched in rain. A deluge is imminent next month. I shall undoubtedly uncover your secret. At the entrance of Stark Industries, the head of security, Happy, greeted Zhou Ren with a grin, displaying a knowing expression typical among men as he lewdly remarked, Do remember to neglect proper security measures. Seeds at your age are the most vibrant. I'm quite eager to see what the little one looks like. Ha! He must be a charming little lad. Zhou Ren rolled his eyes, raised his middle finger, and jokingly retorted. Happy burst into laughter, exclaiming joyfully. Zhou Ren sighed in exasperation. Indeed, Happy was quite the character. No wonder Tony Stark consistently retained him. Such a jolly fellow indeed. Zhou Ren escorted Black Widow Natasha to his Rolls-Royce, pressed the accelerator, and inquired, Miss Ailey, what would you like to eat? Natasha smiled and replied, Anything will suffice. Let us find a place on Blake Street. It's close to home. After dining, we can enjoy a good rest. Zhou Ren nodded, saying, You have a point. By the way, there's an excellent Chinese restaurant next to the martial arts school where I learned. It's a Sichuan establishment known for its authenticity. Can you handle spicy food? Sichuan cuisine is quite fiery. Natasha nodded in agreement, playfully quipping, I can indeed handle spice. My sultry figure should attest to that. I'm quite the spicy girl. Though she jested outwardly, a tempest brewed within her. The address 17 Blake Street, Queens, was undeniably a bakery run by a Frenchman. To the left at 16 was a jewelry store, and to the right at 18, an ice cream parlor, where, pray tell, was their Sichuan restaurant. Just last month, while purchasing bread, I indulged in some ice cream. After savoring both, I even browsed the jewelry store, for beautiful women are invariably drawn to shiny trinkets. Thus, I have a vivid recollection of the place. There was a necklace in that jewelry store that I found particularly enchanting. So what on earth is going on? The memory of a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. is infallible. As Zhou Ren drove, he stole a glance at Black Widow's figure from the corner of his eye, swallowed hard, and nodded in praise. Miss Ailey's figure is indeed quite alluring. Upon hearing this, Natasha stretched lazily, showcased her physique, and with an irresistible charm offered Zhou Ren a sweet smile, saying, Oh, are you truly interested in Ailey? I am genuinely delighted. Zhou Ren shook his head, choosing silence, and pressed the accelerator forcefully, steering towards the Sichuan restaurant he mentioned. He must maintain his composure, resisting the temptations of this enchantress. While observing the profound wisdom of the Bodhisattva, one perceives the emptiness of the five aggregates, transcending all suffering. Color is not separate from emptiness. Emptiness is not separate from color. Form is precisely emptiness. Emptiness is precisely form. Sensation, perception, volition, and consciousness are likewise. Shariputra, the nature of all phenomena, is emptiness, neither arising nor ceasing, neither defiled nor pure, neither increasing nor decreasing. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Suddenly, a passage from the Heart Sutra resonated in Zhou Ren's mind, bringing him a sense of clarity and a sudden coolness. When he turned to look at the Black Widow again, he felt that she had lost some of her allure, as if he had achieved a profound enlightenment, revealing the truth beneath her beauty, a red skull. At that moment, in his eyes, the Black Widow appeared as nothing more than a skeleton, no longer the captivating beauty she had once seemed. In the pitch-black space, a middle-aged man wearing glasses sat cross-legged, his hands clasping a string of prayer beads. With closed eyes, he radiated compassion and solemnity, devoutly reciting scriptures. As Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva practiced deep prajna paramitha, he perceived the emptiness of the five aggregates, transcending all suffering, Shariputra. Color is not separate from emptiness. Emptiness is not separate from color. It is the nature of all phenomena, neither arising nor ceasing, neither defiled nor pure, neither increasing nor decreasing. Namo Amapa Buddha. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, revealing a pair of crimson, devilish orbs. One half of his gaze emanated compassion, while the other half harbored the essence of slaughter. A smile graced his face, splitting it into two halves, one half embodying a Buddha, the other a demon. Before him lay a pitch-black stone, shimmering with a pulsating glow, as if it were breathing. Behind him, two lunatics sipped red wine while discussing the nature of humanity and divinity. This was Zhou Ran's sea of consciousness, his spiritual realm. Chapter 15. Old M.O. Additional chapter. Thanks to Bosnia for the first monthly ticket. The tires of the Rolls-Royce emitted a sensuous friction against the pavement as Zhou Ran suddenly jerked the steering wheel, executing a stylish drift and smoothly parking in front of number 18 Blake Street. He turned off the engine, removed the key, and smiled at Natasha, explaining, "Miss Ollie, we have arrived at this Sichuan restaurant. Their Sichuan cuisine is authentic, although the owner is also of Asian descent. He steadfastly adheres to traditional cooking methods without altering the flavors for foreign tastes. Thus, you should expect a bold and intense experience. It's a fiery flavor, akin to a raging inferno, bursting forth from your palate and igniting your entire stomach, leaving you in a state of bliss, with beads of sweat forming on your forehead." After praising the allure of Sichuan cuisine, Zhou Ran exited the car. The Black Widow, Natasha, followed suit, and under the orange-yellow streetlights, in the stillness of the night, her eyes were filled with astonishment. This was indeed a Sichuan restaurant. In that moment, this elite agent of SHIELD, adept at completing various missions, trembled involuntarily, feeling a shiver run through her entire being. She cast her gaze towards Blake Street, her eyes widening in astonishment as a shiver ran down her spine. What on earth was happening? The ice cream shop at No. 18 Blake Street had transformed into a Sichuan restaurant. The bakery at number 17 Blake Street had turned into a martial arts studio. The jewelry store at No. 16 Blake Street had become a bar. Zhou Ran did not notice Natasha's expression as he stepped into the Sichuan restaurant, his hunger after a busy afternoon urging him to indulge in a hearty meal. Natasha took a deep breath, gently patting her face as she silently encouraged herself. "Fear not, Black Widow. You are a senior agent of SHIELD. You have dared to battle mutant criminals. There is nothing to fear." After bolstering her resolve, Natasha strode into the restaurant and quickly settled beside Zhou Ran. Only by his side could she grasp a semblance of reality amidst the utter strangeness surrounding her. It was a stark contrast to her previous visit to the ice cream shop. Zhou Ran smiled, handing her the menu, and inquired, "Miss Ailey, what would you like to eat?" Suppressing the complex emotions bubbling within her, Natasha managed a forced smile and replied, "What do you usually eat?" "Let's just go with that. You must be quite familiar with this Sichuan restaurant, so I'll leave the ordering to you." Zhou Ran nodded, placing the menu down, and called out cheerfully, "Old Mo, what are you doing? Why aren't you out here to greet us? Is my status not enough? Coming here so late? You must be the busiest person around." A somewhat languid middle-aged Asian man emerged from behind the kitchen's curtain, yawning as he approached and took a seat across from Zhou Ran. Zhou Ran couldn't help but shake his head, saying, "Old Mo, I wonder what grudge you hold against that green-faced Franklin. You have such a fine establishment, yet seem so lackadaisical and disheveled." The middle-aged man, named M.O., yawned again, glanced at the Black Widow, and smiled at Zhou Ran, asking, "Little Zhou, why have you brought such a beautiful lady along this time? That is not like you. Could she be your sister-in-law? I should give her a red envelope." Zhou Ran cleared his throat, shook his head, and replied, "Miss Ailey is my personal assistant. currently without accommodation, staying with me. I thought I'd bring her to patronize your establishment, considering how bleak your business seems." Upon hearing this, old Mo sighed and chuckled. "Ah, little Zhou, you truly are the most peculiar person I've ever met. How can such a beautiful woman not catch your heart? I truly wonder what type of woman you prefer." Zhou Ran smiled and said, "Old Mo, you've actually posed a question that stumps me. I myself do not know what kind of woman I like. Just a moment ago, an inexplicable sensation arose within me. At that instant, women seemed to me nothing more than a mere skeleton, a rosy skull. I trust you comprehend the essence of my words." Lao Mo nodded and remarked with a smile, "Indeed, during the earlier chapters of my life, I was utterly enamored with women, yet now, in this current phase, my interest has waned significantly. The world is replete with delightful pursuits, rendering women rather unexciting to me. You might have traversed that initial phase sooner than I, arriving in my present state. Of course, it is also possible that you have yet to encounter a woman who ignites your very soul, compelling you to transform into a moth, yearning to hurl yourself into the blazing fire." Zhou Ran raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "Lao Mo, conversing with you is truly a pleasure. You possess the wisdom of an elder, always imparting profound insights. Indeed, having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure." Suddenly, Lao Mo snapped his fingers, recalling, "By the way, Zhou, your headaches must have subsided for many years now, right? The last time you suffered from one was when we first met, and you collapsed in front of my shop." Hearing this, Zhou Ran offered a wry smile, saying, "I had thought they were gone for good, but unexpectedly they have returned, and it feels as though my head is stuffed with a large watermelon, ready to burst." Lao Mo furrowed his brow, expressing his confusion. "That is indeed quite strange." Zhou Ran shot him a glance and chuckled. "Lao Mo, as a chef, why are you meddling in matters that belong to doctors? Have you forgotten your primary vocation? I'm feeling a bit hungry." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lao Mo scratched his head, admitting, "Indeed, I am but a humble chef." With a smile, he added, "By the way, would you care to try a new dish I have recently developed? It is called the Feast of Hell." Zhou Ran nodded enthusiastically, replying, "That sounds delightful." The name itself is far more imposing than the previous dish, the Lament of the Path. Upon hearing this, Lao Mo bowed to both of them, then snapped his fingers and said with utmost elegance, "Please wait a moment." With that, he turned and made his way to the kitchen. Once Lao Mo entered the kitchen, Black Widow took a deep breath, her nerves palpable as she inquired, "Did you not find Lao Mo's eyes rather terrifying? Furthermore, this establishment feels quite peculiar. It is excessively quiet." Zhou Ran shook his head, responding, "Terrifying? I think it's rather all right. Peculiar? I don't feel that way at all. Miss Ailey, perhaps it's because it's your first visit. A few more times, and you shall acclimate." As for the terror, Lao Mo did share the reason with me. He mentioned that he once served as a mercenary, having taken many lives. He even claimed to have had a rather imposing moniker, Lord of Hell. However, I find that hard to believe. Who would hire a chef for such grim tasks? Surely, he has dispatched a good number of pigs instead. Alas, he is a chef with a penchant for jest. Chapter 16. The Feast of Hell. Natasha furrowed her brow, silently committing the name of this Lord of Hell that Zhou Ran mentioned to memory. She resolved to inquire of the director whether such a mercenary truly existed in this world. The terrifying gaze was certainly not befitting of a chef. Natasha forced a smile and echoed, "If that is the case, he truly is an intriguing chef." Zhou Ran nodded in agreement, chuckling, "You'll understand after visiting a few more times. Old Mo has a remarkable way with words. Moreover, he possesses profound wisdom, serving as both a mentor and a friend. There is an undeniable charisma about him that is quite captivating." Upon hearing this, Natasha nodded in affirmation, saying, "Indeed, his demeanor exudes elegance. The way he bowed and snapped his fingers carries an air of British gentlemanliness. For a fleeting moment, he transcended from being a disheveled middle-aged man to an embodiment of ancient nobility." The two exchanged a few casual remarks when old Mo, smiling, lifted the kitchen curtain. presenting a plate of food before them. He gently placed the dish on the table, exclaiming, "Zhou, my dear brother, do give this a try. It's a dish I've contemplated for quite some time." Zhou ran gaze at the plate, instinctively giving old Mo a thumbs up. It was not merely a dish. It was an exquisite work of art, breathtakingly beautiful. What kind of masterpiece was it? Amidst a sea of fiery red magma, a female angel with 6 pristine white wings was bound to the dining table by countless inky chains. Yet, astonishingly, the expression on her face radiated compassion and mercy, devoid of fear or panic. Surrounding the table were 10 formidable demons, each displaying a distinct demeanor. Some laughed heartily, others wore somber expressions, while some appeared sorrowful, excited, pained, or even proud. The Black Widow stared at the dish before her, a chill running down her spine as she fell into a peculiar state, a blend of fear and reverence. Her eyes fixated on the creation, gradually losing consciousness, entranced. Among the 10 demons, the only one Zhou Ran could recognize was the fallen angel Lucifer, adorned with 6 black wings, for in Western mythology, such a demon is singular in existence. Old Mo chuckled, taking a seat across from Zhou Ran, and inquired, "So, my dear brother, what do you think of this dish?" "It is a creation I completed after deep contemplation, drawing from all my memories." Zhou Ran nodded, replying with a smile, "Old Mo, I must say, your culinary talents are somewhat wasted. You ought to be a grand artist. If this were a sculptural piece, selling it for $10 million wouldn't be a challenge." At this, Old Mo beamed with joy, winking as he asked, "I'm curious, who will your chopsticks select first?" Zhou Ran furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding with a grin. "I suppose I'll start with the one I recognize, the fallen angel Lucifer with 6 wings. And let us not forget, you previously prepared a lament for Lucifer." Having spoken, he fiercely tugged at the wing of Lucifer, tearing it from the fallen angel's body, and began to consume it. As Zhou Ran indulged in his meal, he inquired with a grin, "Old Mo, what do you suppose the true flavor of Lucifer's wings would be?" A peculiar glint flashed in Old Mo's eyes as he clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "Ah, Brother Zhou, you truly possess a vivid imagination. Lucifer, the Lord of Hell, who could ever hope to taste his wings?" Once Zhou Ran had finished devouring Lucifer, he placed a knife upon the wing of a female angel and asked, "Old Mo, who is this female angel?" Old Mo chuckled softly and replied, "Do you recall the story I shared with you last time? The lament of Lucifer, who fell from grace in paradise for love, becoming an evil fallen angel. Could she possibly be his beloved? Indeed, this angel is none other than the Archangel Gabriel, the one whom Lucifer cherished most dearly. But wait, if she is his beloved, why consume her?" Zhou Ran pondered. "Moreover, in your depiction, Lucifer bears no sorrow, only a broad smile." "Oh, that is a rather intricate question, one that delves into the realms of divinity, humanity, and demonic nature. This iteration of Lucifer is no longer the pitiable angel mourning for love. He is transformed into a demon of hell. Such creatures, when engaged in their misdeeds, evoke no surprise, for their minds are all deranged. None are sane." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ran paused momentarily, then fixed his gaze upon Old Mo, his face breaking into an exaggerated grin. "Oh, so the minds of demons are akin to mine?" Old Mo, taken aback, erupted into laughter. "Ha! We have crossed paths before, Mr. Clown. That must have been 7 years ago on a fateful night. Yet, I find myself less inclined to meet you and far more eager to encounter that doctor capable of truly savoring gourmet delights, whose intellect soars to hellish heights." Referring to humanity as silent lambs, the clown twisted his neck, producing a series of creaks, and chuckled. "Mr. Demon, you should be grateful it is night. Had it been day, you would be reduced to mere ashes. After all, this dish is steeped in the taste of corruption. Furthermore, I am a rather amiable and jovial fellow. Everyone adores me." Old Mo smiled and inquired, "Mr. Clown, I am curious about the brother who has been troubling Zhou today. What manner of being is he?" "Thus far, I have encountered 3 distinct Zhous. One is you, the clown, another is the doctor, and the last is a formidable presence I dare not approach. The great being, I glimpsed him in the fleeting moment before sunset. He must be the daytime Zhou. The clown raised an eyebrow, placing the knife upon the form of a strikingly beautiful female demon. He bit into her, chewing heartily before exclaiming, "The great being? That is indeed a challenging question. From my heart, there exists but one great being. My creator, my deity, the very ordinary person with whom you were just conversing. As for the rest, to me, they are nothing but worthless filth, mere harlots, not at all deserving of the epithet great. Yet, there exists a semblance of greatness embodied in a monkey, a mischievous little creature that brings delightfully whimsical images to this world. Nevertheless, the bothersome brother of the day can indeed be discussed, for thus far he is not engaged in any perilous actions. Truly, he is an eccentric demon. By the way, little demon, do you aspire to be Satan?" Upon hearing this, old M.O. was momentarily taken aback, his once black eyes transforming into a radiant white, sparkling with excitement as he exclaimed, "Satan? What demon wouldn't wish to be Satan, the ruler of all hell? Mr. Joker, could you enlighten me on how to become Satan? If I succeed, I would gladly share dominion over the entire underworld with you. I yearn to be the true embodiment of Satan." The Joker snapped his fingers, chuckling. It's quite simple. The bothersome brother of the day is an immensely powerful entity, a manifestation of the darkness within hearts, yearning to dominate the earth. For now, he shall be called when he first proclaimed himself to the world, before his vast and wondrous powers were fully revealed. You began to incite the lords of hell to invade earth, and he would assist you in vanquishing the other lords of hell, thereby establishing a grand and luminous image. In doing so, you could consume those realms of darkness. After listening to the Joker, old M.O. felt a mixture of disbelief and curiosity, asking, is he truly that powerful? Not just powerful, but superlatively strong. To this day, no one has withstood even 2 of his punches. He can shatter the earth with a single blow and pierce dimensions with ease. Little demon, why is there only food without wine? One must know that exquisite cuisine deserves a touch of fine wine. It enhances the experience. Chapter 17, Gu-E. Since you are here, let be. Old M.O. chuckled, extending his finger and lightly tracing the air, conjuring a circular red wormhole. He then reached inside and retrieved a bottle of blood-red liquid, causing the wormhole to vanish in an instant. Placing the bottle on the table, he yawned and inquired, "Mr. Joker, would you care to sample this bottle of hellish blood? To date, no demon has ever resisted its flavor. No demon has ever managed to consume an entire bottle. Oh, and I too am among those who cannot." Upon hearing this, the Joker picked up the bottle of hellish blood, his eyes gleaming with madness, and with a broad grin, he exclaimed, "Hee, it sounds delightful. Let me give it a try." The Joker uncorked the bottle of hellish blood and began to gulp it down. Old M.O. watched with keen curiosity, eager to see whether this Joker could achieve such a miracle. For though the bottle appeared small, within it lay a vast ocean. 7 years ago, when old M.O. first encountered the Joker, he felt a wave of dread. At that moment, Zhou Ran lay collapsed before his shop, having long refrained from entering into contracts with humanity. The sight of a human sprawled at his doorstep filled old M.O. with immense joy. For this was a soul delivered to him without his active solicitation. He had neither violated any agreements nor unjustly persecuted any human. Even the great bald one atop the Himalayas could not impose upon him. As a practitioner of integrity, the esteemed supreme sorcerer would never willingly contravene the rules he had established. With a sense of glee, old M.O. retrieved the soul contract, taking hold of the human's hand, poised to imprint it upon the document. Yet, at that moment, the human suddenly opened his eyes, a manic grin spreading across his face as he laughed uncontrollably. The human, mocking in demeanor, gazed at him and queried, "You little wretch, what are you planning? What mischief do you intend to enact? Why aren't you laughing? Oh, how dreadful! I am an inadequate jester. I cannot even elicit a smile from you. How unfortunate! My debut as a clown is a failure. I must be the most wretched clown in history. What shall I do?" He cackled. I shall carve your face with a knife, so that you may laugh heartily as I do." Old Mo stood frozen, observing this peculiar human, one who spoke even more than he did. Within him, a twinge of fear began to stir. This individual appeared to be slowly assimilating him. Madness and chaos relentlessly battered his soul. It was an unparalleled insanity, a magnificent turmoil. Regaining his composure, Old Mo shook his head and thought, surely the clown can manage. After all, such madness and chaos were irresistibly captivating, even bringing this great demon of the underworld to his knees. Meanwhile, in the Himalayas, the great supreme sorceress, Ancient One, opened her wise eyes and furrowed her brow. A dimensional breach had just been opened. It belonged to the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, a remarkably powerful demon fond of human souls. As the supreme sorceress tasked with guarding the Earth's mystical aspects, it was her duty to thwart any threats from other dimensional sovereigns seeking to invade her domain. Extending her hands, Ancient One conjured a golden portal and rose to her feet, heading toward Mephisto's realm. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in her gaze as she declared, "Mephisto, you are courting death. Since you have come, let your burial be here. In the depths of hell, I, the supreme sorceress, may be evenly matched with you. But upon earth, I, the supreme sorceress, can vanquish 5 Mephistos with but a single hand." In Lao Mo's Sichuan restaurant, a golden portal illuminated the room. From within this portal emerged a bald figure clad in an orange monk's robe, adorned with the eye of Agamotto around his neck, exuding an aura of ferocious intent. It was none other than the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, from Kamartaj. With a frigid demeanor, Ancient One gazed at Lao Mo and coldly declared within 10 seconds, "Return to your dimension. Otherwise, Mephisto, you shall find eternal rest here." Lao Mo frowned at these words, his expression steely as he retorted, "Ancient One, are you truly prepared to betray your vow?" Ancient One scoffed, summoning a golden magical sword that glimmered ominously as it pointed toward Mephisto's face. "Mephisto, you were the one to breach the rules, opening the dimension of hell. Your wolfish ambitions can no longer remain concealed. Today marks your demise." With a gesture, Ancient One indicated the drunken jester who had indulged too much in the lake of chaos. "This is the evidence. This is the soul you sought to take. What further excuses do you have?" Lao Mo sighed in resignation. He merely consumed an entire bottle of hell's blood and is a bit inebriated. Ancient One, incensed by his words, transformed one magical sword into 2, while the eye of Agamotto radiated a brilliant light. "Mephisto, what absurdity are you peddling? How could a mere human consume an entire bottle of hell's blood? Even a single drop would be fatal. You dare to utter such outrageous lies." With that, Ancient One charged towards Lao Mo, wielding 2 gleaming swords. Truly, the supreme sorcerer was fearsome, the pinnacle of the mage world. A melee mage, indeed intimidating. The jester slowly opened his eyes, witnessing the supreme sorcerer advancing with dual swords. Unable to contain himself, he burst into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, Lao Mo, give it your all. Strike her down. You are a great demon. After all, the potency of this hell's blood is quite overwhelming." With a lazy roll, Lao Mo evaded Ancient One's assault, devoid of any semblance of a hell lord's dignity, feeling thoroughly humiliated. "Ancient One, you heard me. I did not corrupt his soul. I merely opened the dimension to retrieve a bottle of hell's blood. I have committed no wrongdoing." Lao Mo protested, feeling unjustly accused. "That damn bald head. If only we were in the dimension of hell, I would show you, Mephisto, how I would obliterate you." Ancient One, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, retracting the golden swords and turning her gaze toward Zhou Ran, her expression shifting to one of incredulity. This human possessed multiple souls. No, not merely several souls. One soul had been fragmented into several parts, each imbued with extraordinary power. The soul currently governing the body was a being of unparalleled madness and chaos. Deeper still, she perceived a mass of darkness, denser than Dormammu himself. Beyond this darkness lay 3 entities of resplendent light. At this moment, the 3 rays of light were in slumber, bearing little influence on the future. Ancient One turned her head, casting a cold glance at Mephisto, and declared, "I shall spare you this time. Do not let me catch you extracting human souls. Otherwise, even if you flee to the depths of hell, I, Ancient One, shall find a way to eliminate you." With that, she extended her hand, opening a golden portal, and in an instant, returned to Kamartaj. Chapter 18. Zhou ran. Old M.O. I understand now. You are indeed Modu, dedicated to the esteemed gentleman who contributed votes yesterday. As Ancient One departed, Old M.O. gaped, taking deep breaths. Beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Damn it. Ancient One has become even stronger. How is it possible? Compared to this supreme sorceress, I feel as though I, Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, appear almost virtuous. The overwhelming aura of murderous intent from Ancient One was truly terrifying. This accursed bald head. Once I unify hell and ascend as Satan, I will ensure she pays for this. In a fleeting moment, she had summoned 2 golden magical swords and activated the Eye of Agamotto, nearly transforming into the triune entity, Vishanti. I, Old M.O., have come to realize that she genuinely desires my demise. This is not merely due to my clandestine act of retrieving a bottle of wine from the depths of hell. This is undoubtedly a long-planned assassination. The Joker, blushing, parted his hair and slammed his head against Mephisto's, fixing him with a chaotic gaze, a maniacal grin stretching from ear to ear. The Joker let out a burp, the scent of hellish blood wafting as he leaned closer to Mephisto's ear and whispered, "Old M.O., your earlier demeanor was utterly hilarious. You were frightened into a mere chick by that bald woman. Oh, damn it, I need to return. The potency of your hellish blood is rather overwhelming. I need to digest it. Farewell, future Lord Satan. Chaos shall always accompany you." With a final laugh, the Joker closed his eyes and slumped into his chair. Old M.O. shook his head in response. By the way, there is also a woman, caught in a state of psychological astonishment and tremor due to my magnificent work as Lord Mephisto. Let's awaken her too. Old M.O. smiled, reciting a peculiar incantation imbued with psychological suggestion, enabling her to instill a self-suggestion. As for Zhou Ran, the chaos brought by the Joker would suffice, sparing me the effort. Old M.O. snapped his fingers. Natasha awoke languidly, wiping the sweat from her forehead, fanning her face with her hand, sticking out her tongue, and smiled at Zhou Ran, saying, "This Sichuan cuisine is truly delectable. It matches your description in the car perfectly." As she consumed the dish, an intensely fiery flavor erupted within her mouth, akin to a raging inferno, engulfing her entire stomach. Soon, a fine sheen of sweat appeared on her forehead, and Ailey felt a profound sense of satisfaction enveloping her entire being. However, it was indeed quite spicy. Zhou Ran nodded in agreement, smiling as he praised, "Indeed, this is a Sichuan restaurant. Sichuan cuisine is renowned for its spiciness. Lao Mo's dishes are remarkably authentic, brimming with the flavors of home. It's rare to find such genuine tastes in New York, where most restaurants compromise their essence to cater to the preferences of the American palate. Those establishments have lost their pure flavors. Their culinary creations have become soulless. This is one of the aspects I admire most about Lao M.O. He is able to endure solitude and remain true to his original intentions. His dishes possess a soul." Lao M.O. chuckled and nodded, his joy evident as he replied, "Ha. I love listening to you, Zhou. Your thoughts are profound, and you always provide insight that cuts to the heart of the matter." Natasha smiled in agreement, adding, "Yes, he consistently expresses lofty ideas. He is indeed a truly great person." Zhou Ran felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. The praise from others made him feel rather uncomfortable, as he did not see himself as anything extraordinary. He merely aspired to follow in the footsteps of Tony Stark, the son of fortune within the Marvel Universe, and seek the protection of this remarkable figure, who, despite being mortal, stood shoulder to shoulder with deities. He envisioned a simple, unadorned life, driving aimlessly, perhaps adopting a cat or dog, marrying a wife, and finding a few sweethearts to share a joyful and blissful existence together. clearing his throat to divert the conversation away from his supposed greatness. Zhou Ran smiled at Lao Mo and inquired, "By the way, Lao Mo, could you tell me more about the dish you just prepared? Who are the demons in the Feast of Hell? I'm quite curious." I recall tasting a demon that resembled a woman, and it was utterly delicious. "Who was she?" Natasha nodded in agreement, chiming in, "I'm also quite curious about which demons were featured. I just ate a green demon with two faces, one atop its head and another on its belly. Oh, and it had a pair of goat horns, resembling a large, standing green lizard." Upon hearing their inquiries, Lao Mo chuckled softly and began to explain. "The beautiful lady here dined on a demon named Satanish, while Zhou Ran enjoyed a demon called Hela. The 10 great demons are Mephisto, Lucifer, Hela, Dormammu, Olivier, Hades, Satanish, Surtur, Blackheart, and Sidorak. Among these formidable demons, Mephisto reigned supreme, followed closely by Dormammu and Surtur, while the others are of a comparable tier, Sidorak being the weakest. However, in a more profound sense, Hela is not truly a demon. In mythology, she is the daughter of the god King Odin and wields the power over death. Referred to as the goddess of death, Hela, and the master of the dark dimension, Dormammu. I stumbled upon fragments of their stories in a very ancient tome made of parchment. At that time, while I was serving as a mercenary, facing death daily naturally piqued my curiosity about the demons within these mythological tales. After all, as you may well know, in a world where mutants exist, the presence of a couple of demons or deities should not be surprising. Old Mo, with a grave demeanor, began to weave his fabrications. He paused for a moment before continuing. Surtur is a fire giant from Norse mythology, rumored to wield a colossal sword of flames, the Twilight Sword, capable of unleashing eternal fire to incinerate entire realms. As for Mephisto, he is the most formidable demon within the infernal dimensions, and he possesses a unique penchant for making pacts with humanity. Do you know why I consider him the most powerful demon? It is because I once read in an ancient manuscript that Mephisto has a son named Blackheart, who is also a lord of hell. Just think about it. If his son is a lord of hell, one can only assume that his father must be even more formidable. Zhou Ran nodded in response, though he held reservations in his heart. In his recollections, the mightiest lord of hell should be Sidorak, the sovereign of the crimson underworld. Nevertheless, Old Mo was indeed well-versed in knowledge, even being aware of the master of the dark dimension, Dormammu, and possessing such extensive knowledge of demons. He surely was not an ordinary individual. Old Mo, could it be that he is the esteemed disciple of the supreme sorcerer, Mordo? How else could he possess such vast knowledge? Ancient parchments? That could only mean he is privy to arcane tomes. Moreover, I recall a notion suggesting that the Ancient One is indeed a Chinese man named Yao something. Thus, it would be quite reasonable for his disciple Mordo to also hail from China. Chapter 19. Old Mo, alas, have I truly become Mordo? Zhou Ran, feeling triumphant for having discerned Old Mo's true identity, reveled in his cleverness. How astute I am. Old Mo, look at the flimsy excuse you've concocted. You claim to have been a mercenary who encountered death and subsequently developed an interest in the legends of demons. You merely peered into the ancient parchments of Kamartaj, indulging in forbidden texts. How surprising it is that this scruffy old man with bushy eyebrows and a careless demeanor could be the distinguished disciple of the supreme sorcerer, Mordo. Well, now that I have uncovered this fellow's true identity, I shall endeavor to frequent this establishment less often. After all, I recall that Mordo was a traitor who ultimately allied with Dormammu of the Dark Dimension, betraying his own master, the Ancient One. Ultimately, it seems he met his demise at the hands of Doctor Strange. Alas, it is truly astonishing that Old Mo has become a mere pawn of Dormammu, the master of the Dark Dimension, betraying the Earth. Moreover, it is apparent that he is already aware of Dormammu and has developed a keen interest in demons. However, it seems that Old Mo is merely curious at this juncture and has not yet betrayed his allegiance. Otherwise, how could he possibly be in New York? His presence there must surely be at the behest of the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, from Kamartaj, tasked with safeguarding the Sanctum Sanctorum and honing his character. Zhou. am indeed akin to the great strategist of Eastern Wu, possessing the ability to discern everything in an instant, truly a master of divine calculations. As for the notion that old Mo could be connected to Mephisto, Zhou did not even entertain the thought, for it was an utterly implausible idea. The two are simply not related in any conceivable manner. Mephisto, the lord of the hellish dimension, revels in human souls, cunning and ruthless, a tyrant who bows to no one. In contrast, old Mo is languid and disheveled, sporting a beer belly, devoid of grand aspirations, content to remain in a shop. He exemplifies the archetype of a middle-aged man who has given up, a quintessential homebody. Zhou concealed his thoughts, having seen through old Mo, yet choosing not to expose him or reveal his singular foresight of the future. He smiled and gave old Mo a thumbs up, jesting, "Old Mo, you truly are remarkable. I never imagined you possessed such profound knowledge of strange legends. It is a pity you are merely a chef. Had you been born in the Middle Ages, you would undoubtedly be a dashing minstrel, seducing noble women and saints, only to find yourself bound to a cross and consumed by flames. Ha ha ha." Old Mo rolled his eyes and replied with a chuckle, "Ahem. As for being a minstrel in the Middle Ages, I could manage that, but I must confess, I cannot engage in the seduction of noble women or saints, my dear brother. Like you, I am quite traditional." Zhou yearned to inform old Mo that he was anything but traditional. He wished to pursue a few sweethearts of his own. Yet that sentiment felt rather shameful and did not align with his carefully crafted persona. After all, he was uniquely the sole virgin in all of America. My 10 years of diligent work have solely been to secure a position under Tony, striving simply to survive. Alas, you all have misjudged me. Zhou glanced at his watch, smiled, and retrieved a thick wallet from his pocket, placing it upon the table. "Old Mo, it is getting late. I must take my leave. This hellish feast has truly opened my eyes. It is far more magnificent than the mournful wails of that previous road to West. Although the money in my wallet is scarce, it should suffice to sustain you for a few months. After all, apart from my visits, I have not encountered any other patrons here. While I may not frequent this establishment often, I sincerely hope it continues to thrive." Upon hearing this, old Mo chuckled and replied, "Rest assured, my shop will remain open, as long as you, Brother Zhou, wish to visit. Even if the mighty Odin were to hurl Gungnir at this place, I, old Mo, will be here waiting for you." Zhou ran, moved by such fervent words. Never expected this seemingly treacherous character, Mo Du, to exhibit such gallantry before aligning himself with the Dark Dimension's sovereign, Dormammu. Truly, he is worthy of being a master sorcerer. Zhou rose slowly and walked toward the exit, while Natasha, smiling, followed closely behind, revealing her attentive nature. Inside the shop, old Mo gazed at Zhou's retreating figure, a genuine smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He murmured to himself, "Oh, how remarkable! A demon of hell's caliber has recognized a human. Zhou, I have not felt such joy in thousands of years. In these past few years spent with you, I, Mephisto, have come to realize that my dream of becoming Satan pales in comparison to the care shown by a mere human. What jest this is! Yet, in the twilight glow of the setting sun, I, Mephisto, have witnessed your fleeting yet magnificent will. To not become Satan seems inadequate to qualify as your friend. That light is holier than Odin himself. It embodies an essence that transcends good and evil, where all is rendered equal. Dear Mr. Jester, I hope that according to your plan, I, Mephisto, may indeed become Satan. I wonder who is more formidable, the one you spoke of or the great being I encountered." In Queens, on Blake Street, a Rolls-Royce was cruising slowly. Zhou gazed out into the night and smiled at Natasha, expressing his joy. "It seems it won't rain tonight, Miss Ailey." Before he could finish his sentence, a tremendous red lightning bolt suddenly streaked across the pitch-black sky, followed by a howling wind. "Oh, damn! It looks like rain is imminent." Natasha turned her head, blinked at Zhou, and with a sweet smile, playfully said, "What a powerful flash of lightning. I'm scared. Ailey, let us share a room tonight." Hearing this, Zhou pressed the accelerator firmly, the forceful thrust causing Natasha's chest to jolt. Zhou, with a grim expression, begrudgingly replied, "That's fine, But please, don't act like an octopus as you did last night. Also, Miss Ailey, please set the alarm for 7 o'clock. I do not wish to run any more red lights. As a member of parliament, I should not lead in breaking the law, as it would reflect poorly on the public. Tomorrow, the company will host an important introduction meeting, as students from Midtown High School in New York will visit the Stark Industries building. This event is significant, showcasing that Stark Industries is not merely a profit-driven corporation, but also places great value on education. Furthermore, Miss Ellie, I am quite dissatisfied with your work today. Had I not reminded you, you would have even forgotten to take the meeting minutes. That will be all for now. Natasha nodded and smiled, saying, understood. I will ensure to fulfill your instructions. Zhou Ren nodded in silence, concentrating on driving. Driving in the rain at night can be perilous, and one must remain focused. Natasha gazed out at the pouring rain, suddenly furrowing her brow. She felt as though she had forgotten something, yet could not recall what it was. Chapter 20. The damn black egg is a senior agent of S.H.I.L.D., having undergone extensive specialized training in the Red Room. Black Widow would not allow herself to forget anything. She must retrieve what she had just overlooked. However, after experiencing the psychological influence of Mephisto, how could a mere human possibly remember every detail of what had transpired? The things she could not recall were naturally beyond her retention. The memories she could hold were permitted by Mephisto's influence. Natasha lowered her head, closed her eyes, cleared her mind, and concentrated, attempting to recollect the events of the day. After a busy day at Stark Industries, on her way home, I had accompanied my target to a Sichuan restaurant. The owner, Old M.O., was a somewhat laid-back and disheveled middle-aged Asian man who had a penchant for humor. Old M.O. prepared a dish for us that was quite artistic called Feast of Hell. It was delicious, albeit a bit spicy. After consuming 3 or 4 large demons, I could hardly bear the heat and craved water. I was curious about the green demon I had eaten and asked Old M.O. He chuckled and explained that it was named Satanish. He then regaled us with tales of various demons from mythology, even mentioning that the daughter of the god Odin was considered a demon. How absurd. That encompassed all that transpired today. But what had I forgotten? It must be something of great significance. Damn it, I must uncover what I have forgotten. 5 minutes later, Natasha abruptly opened her eyes, her pupils dilated, filled with fear and shock, gasping for breath. She remembered. 18, Blake Street was not a Sichuan restaurant at all, but an ice cream shop. Yes, indeed, that was the matter. This was the crucial detail that could not be forgotten. I have matters to report to Director Nick. Miss Eiley, what troubles you? You appear to be feeling unwell. Zhou Ren noticed that Black Widow's demeanor was somewhat off, and he tilted his head with a smile. Expressing concern, Black Widow Natasha forced a laugh and replied, You know how it is, women have those difficult days each month. I may have indulged in something too spicy earlier. It seems my time has come a bit early. Damn, that relative of mine, she might be on her way. One must admit, when women weave a web of lies, they truly excel at it. When beautiful women lie, it becomes an art form. And when a trained, stunning female agent engages in deception, it reaches an unparalleled level of mastery. It renders any male creature on this planet utterly incapable of discerning truth from falsehood. Women possess an unmatched talent for lying, and this talent is magnified in those who are beautiful. Of course, there are exceptions, such as a certain professor who spends his days in a wheelchair, perpetually clad in a helmet, terrified of having his head smashed by his close friend Magneto. He can still distinguish the truth. Then there are those like a certain madman, whose laughter is ceaseless, who can also discern. A certain doctor, well-versed in psychology and fond of mixing liver with broad beans and red wine, is equally discerning. And a compassionate middle-aged man with a fondness for Buddhism also sees through the fade. Zhou Ren, however, is clearly not among them. Upon hearing Black Widow's response, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had encroached upon her privacy. Clearing his throat, he ventured, Miss Eiley, what size do you typically use? I mean, there's a 24-hour adult convenience store downstairs where you can. Before he could finish, he quickly closed his mouth. He loosened his tie and took a few deep breaths. Oh, what on earth was I just saying? How peculiar. It felt somewhat inappropriate and utterly unrefined. Black Widow observed Zhou Ren, who was fidgeting and seemed ill at ease, and couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly remarking, "Eiley realizes you are not as serious and aloof as I had imagined. You are not entirely the abstinent type, are you?" Zhou Ren gradually brought the vehicle to a halt, cleared his throat, and offered an umbrella to Black Widow, saying, "Eiley, we have arrived. There's an adult convenience store 10 meters to the left across the street. I believe, as an independent woman, you wouldn't require my company, would you?" Natasha accepted the umbrella, nodding with a smile, and then, with a playful arch of her proud figure, she coyly said, "Stay in bed. I'll be back shortly." With that, Natasha opened the car door and walked towards the adult convenience store. Zhou Ren watched her retreating figure, shook his head, and let out a long sigh before picking up the umbrella and exiting the vehicle. Alas, how utterly exhausting this is. Acting is truly a laborious endeavor. Pretending not to recognize the Black Widow, feigning ignorance of this agent of SHILD, is exceedingly tiresome. Yet, he must persist in this charade. One can only hope that the Black Widow will soon discover what she seeks and depart swiftly. As for me, Zhou, I am genuinely unable to be rid of this situation. I can only remark that Black Widow's performance in this instance is rather lacking. A delicate maiden, terrified of thunder and lightning, should not be wandering alone in the tempestuous night, braving the torrential rain and the cacophony of thunder, making her way to a convenience store. This is utterly inconsistent with her character. Zhou has mentally raised a disdainful gesture towards the Black Widow, lamenting her poor portrayal. As Natasha strides toward the convenience store, she cannot suppress a sneeze. She lifts her gaze to the sky, where jagged bolts of lightning traverse the expanse, accompanied by the howling wind and relentless downpour. While the chilly air rises from the soaked ground, Natasha navigates the streets, now inundated to her calves, which resemble a river. A wave of regret washes over her as she reflects on the ill-conceived suggestion made to the director. No, my idea was sound. It was director Nick who misinterpreted my intentions as the Black Widow. That wretched fool. Why must he be so painfully honest? Aren't you usually the most duplicitous and cunning of all? Nick, you dolt. You can't even manage to orchestrate a simple rain. Will this deluge never cease? All I require is an excuse to approach the target. Can't you even conjure a semblance of rain? And do these vigilantes lack any common sense? No matter how convincingly you perform, how earnestly you strive, does that wretched fool intend to compensate you? Will he provide you with overtime pay? For heaven's sake, remember your roles. You are vigilantes, not agents within our SHIELD structure. You are unpaid. Curse it, a truly foolish lot. At this moment, the Black Widow's heart brims with resentment towards that wretched fool and the vigilantes. They're lamentably dim-witted. Otherwise, I would not be so vexed. I, the Black Widow, Natasha, am a senior agent of SHIELD, capable of expertly managing my emotions. I would not unleash my fury over a mere sprained ankle. That cursed fool. Chapter 21. Director, might I inquire what resides at 18 Blake Street? Inside the adult convenience store, the Black Widow Natasha has removed her red-high heels, revealing a pair of feet as pristine as jade, so fair that even the capillaries beneath her skin are distinctly visible, her toenails adorned with crimson polish. She is a woman imbued with sensuality, exuding allure from every pore. Someone harbors the desire to drink her bathwater, which one could attempt to comprehend to some extent. Understanding aside, however, when the Black Widow delivers a kick, that individual yearning for her bathwater is likely to find themselves in dire straits. Natasha extended her hand to gently massage her slightly bruised ankle. Then, with a firm twist, she set her previously sprained foot back in place with a sharp crack. This woman possesses a fierce tenacity. One must not be beguiled by her exquisite and alluring appearance, for she is a highly esteemed agent of SHIELD, the Black Widow. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Natasha's gaze turned grave. She reached into her attire, rummaging for a moment before retrieving a button, pressing it thrice to send a communication request. High above, concealed in a carrier aircraft within SHIELD's Command Center, Director Nick Fury. Having spent the entire day poring over Time magazine, felt his eyes redden with frustration as he received Natasha's communication request. With a forceful slam, he brought the magazine down onto his desk, furiously cursing under his breath. That damn Black Widow had managed to earn $100 million and was hiding it away, failing to report it. How infuriating. She truly lacks even the most fundamental qualities of an agent. Nick Fury's expression darkened further. It was hard to distinguish his scowl, given his naturally dark complexion. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he answered Natasha's call, immediately reprimanding her. Black Widow, have I not made it clear? During this month of infiltration, you must refrain from using communication devices indiscriminately. Our exchanges should solely utilize Morse code. Moreover, refrain from initiating contact unless absolutely necessary. Such actions risk exposure. If you are requesting communication, it must indicate a significant discovery. Natasha nodded, inhaling deeply before gravely stating, Director Nick, I indeed have a substantial revelation, but I need you to verify something first. Nick Fury's remaining eye widened in surprise as he hurriedly inquired, Black Widow, are you suggesting that Zhou and the Joker are the same person? Have you found commonalities between them? Natasha cleared her throat before replying, I apologize. That is not the revelation. However, what I have discovered is even more consequential than what you just mentioned. Nick Fury paused, his brows furrowing in concentration. A discovery? A more significant discovery? What revelation could possibly surpass the confirmation that Zhou is the Joker? Could it be that the Black Widow has uncovered Hydra? A glimmer of lethal intent ignited in Nick Fury's solitary eye as he regarded her with a knowing expression, coldly querying, Black Widow, have you discovered Hydra? Natasha felt increasingly exasperated at her inability to convey her message to the director. Please, Director, could you allow me to finish my statement? She sighed, a hint of impatience in her tone. Director Nick, I have matters to discuss with you. Will you let me complete my thoughts? Nick Fury nodded and said, indeed. Natasha steadied her emotions, yet still somewhat nervously inquired, Director, could you tell me what resides at 16, 17, and 18 Brack Street in Queens, New York? Nick Fury furrowed his brow, lowered his head in contemplation, and then provided his response. 16 Brack Street is a jewelry store owned by an Englishman. 17 is a bakery run by a Frenchman, and 18 is an ice cream shop operated by a German. Upon hearing this, Natasha's expression turned serious, her gaze intense as she asked again, Director, are you certain? Nick Fury, brimming with confidence, nodded and chuckled, replying, I can recall every establishment in America not owned by Americans. Are those 3 proprietors spies? What could they be plotting? Something more terrifying than a clown? Or are they all super criminals? Natasha shook her head, softly responding, Director, I visited Brack Street today, and 16 is not a jewelry store, but a bar. 17 is not a bakery, but a martial arts dojo. 18 is not an ice cream shop, but a Sichuan restaurant. Moreover, I purchased a baguette from that bakery last month. It has been a family-owned establishment for 60 years. Such long-standing businesses would never relocate. Therefore, Director, this must be a significant discovery. Upon hearing Black Widow's words, Nick Fury's pupils dilated in shock. He took a deep breath and remarked, Indeed, Black Widow. This is an astonishing revelation. Earlier today, Carlson passed by there and bought a baguette from that bakery. He even enjoyed 2 vanilla cream ice creams. Currently, on my desk lies the leftover baguette Carlson brought me, and the packaging bears the address. 17 Brack Street, Queens. Damn, this is indeed a momentous discovery. This situation is far more serious than the clown. There must be superhumans involved. Exercise caution. If you sense danger, withdraw immediately. By the way, I saw in Time magazine that you earned $100 million. You should remit 90 million of that. I will secure some powerful external assistance for you. Black Widow, you must understand, money is only useful when you are alive to spend it. Moreover, as the director, I hold the authority to freeze all your account funds. Honestly, I have been using wild fruits to read and follow updates lately, switching sources and enjoying various narration tones, available on both Android and Apple, Natasha interjected. Very well. Black Widow, it is settled. I will transfer $90 million from your account immediately. Damn it, Natasha exclaimed, taking a deep breath as she heard the sounds of the transfer through her communicator. Cursed. Black egg. She was furious. That $100 million was rightfully earned through her own efforts. This black egg was demanding 90%, truly outrageous. The heartlessness matched the color of his face. Yet, she found herself with no recourse against Black Egg, who said she was merely a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., while the Black Egg was the director of the agency. It truly is a case of rank having its privileges. Natasha let out a resigned sigh, her gaze heavy with sorrow, as she proceeded to select several packs of ultra-thin, breathable sanitary pads from the adult convenience store. Damn it, I still have to return and continue acting. This is quite a challenge. Sigh, I must feign weakness a bit more in the coming days. Moreover, I need to drink plenty of brown sugar water. I've heard that's what women do. With one hand carrying the sanitary pads and high heels, and the other holding an umbrella, Natasha walked toward Zhou Rant's villa. Her delicate, fair feet stepping through the muddy water added a touch of poetic beauty to the scene. At S.H.I.L.D., Nick Fury reclined in his chair, closing his remaining eye and gently tapping the table with his hand. He pondered whom to seek for external assistance. 5 minutes later, Nick Fury opened his solitary eye, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Charles Xavier, it's you. He retrieved his phone and began dialing. Within the Mutant Academy, Professor Charles Xavier was at his computer, preparing a speech for the upcoming Second Mutant Registration Act Conference in 6 months. Hearing the phone ring beside him, he glanced with his telepathy and felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Damn it, why is it Nick Fury again? It never bodes well. Taking a deep breath, he answered the call with a meticulously crafted smile. Hello, Director. What can I do for you? As you know, our Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters has always been quite compliant. Nick Fury snorted, his voice booming with indignation. Professor Xavier, are you aware of what has transpired in New York these past few days? I'm furious. Charles furrowed his brow and inquired. What is it, Director? What has happened to incite such anger? Nick Fury slammed his hand on the table, his agitation palpable as he bellowed. Professor Xavier, if you maintain this attitude, we can forget about our previous discussions. The Mutant Registration Act is off the table. I believe mutants pose too great a threat to this world. Listening to these words, Charles felt a sense of dread wash over him. What on earth has happened? He raked his fingers through his non-existent hair, anxiously asking, Director, what exactly is going on? Did some young mutant suddenly awaken and lose control, causing a significant incident? Nick Fury sighed deeply and responded slowly, pretty much Professor Xavier. You know, I have always held a great appreciation and goodwill toward your Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters and your X-Men. I see you all as noble and just. We are brothers on the same front. Professor Xavier, I owe you an apology. Moments ago, I spoke to you with an unpleasant demeanor, and I sincerely apologize for that. However, I find myself unable to assist you further, as this matter has stirred considerable unrest within the Bureau. All agents and staff have aligned against the mutants, and I am truly a loss, even though I hold a favorable view of your kind. My apologies once again. Upon hearing this, Charles was utterly bewildered. What on earth had transpired? Was there an Omega-level mutant born in New York, wreaking havoc? Unthinkable. If such an event had occurred, Cyclops and the others would surely have informed me. Could it be that Cyclops, Storm, and Iceman had perished in battle? Charles felt his world spin, his spirit crumbling, and his heart aching profoundly. The poor elder, with tearful eyes and trembling limbs, inquired, Director, has an Omega-level mutant indeed emerged, akin to Magneto, who has lost control and devastated New York? Have Cyclops and the others fallen? Nick Fury paused briefly, realizing he may have overstated the situation, frightening the old man. What a vivid imagination he had. Clearing his throat, Nick slowly replied, Professor Charles, not at all. Cyclops and the others are quite well. Something else has occurred. So do not worry. Allow me to explain thoroughly. While I cannot ascertain the exact level of this mutant, it is undoubtedly formidable. If left unchecked, it poses extreme danger. This individual's abilities are quite unique, distorting reality. Numbers 16, 17, and 18 on Blackstreet and Queens have been altered. A bakery has transformed into a martial arts dojo. An an ice cream shop into a Sichuan restaurant, and a jewelry store into a bar. Such power is terrifying. Upon hearing this, Charles was momentarily taken aback, relieved that Cyclops and the others were alive. They still lived? What wonderful news! Wait a moment. Reality-distorting abilities indicate the presence of a mutant with omega potential. Taking a deep breath, he said gravely, "Director, I understand. We shall entrust this matter to our X-Men, and I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory resolution. The Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters has always adhered to the rules, and we are the embodiment of justice and goodness. Director, regarding the mutant registration legislation, you must stand with us." Nick Fury allowed a slight smile to form, scoffing as he replied, "I will give this matter careful thought. But your X-Men must also deliver results. Understand that government positions are not easily attained, especially considering the unpredictable nature of your kind." With that, Nick Fury ended the call, leaning back in his chair, his face reflecting satisfaction. Indeed, Nick Fury was quite astute. Oh, how timely the introduction of the mutant registration legislation was. Otherwise, I would truly struggle to uncover the old man's vulnerabilities. As long as the mutant registration bill remains unpassed for another day, your professor would dare not employ mental probing in New York. Without such probing, the truth shall remain elusive. Lacking the truth, he must eat my words, Nick Fury. Individuals as astute as I are exceedingly rare. Not only do I have the X-Men as free labor assisting me, but I also received a staggering sum of $90 million courtesy of Black Widow. As for the incident on Bleecker Street, it should not pose such a peril. Whether or not mutants were involved has become inconsequential. After all, the X-Men are indeed formidable, though they fall just a tad short of her prowess. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Nick Fury's remaining eye as he slowly retrieved an exceedingly ancient beeper from his pocket. With her presence, there is truly nothing to fear. A gentle press, and she shall descend from the heavens. Carol Danvers, you are the very foundation of my audacity, Nick Fury, within Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Also known as the Mutant Academy, Professor Charles utilized telekinesis to summon the formidable telepath, the gentle yet introverted Jean Grey, who wielded the Phoenix Force. 5 minutes later, Jean arrived at Professor Charles's office, adorned in a flowing crimson gown, reminiscent of a fiery phoenix. She smiled and inquired, "Professor Charles, what brings you to seek me at such a late hour?" Charles nodded solemnly and replied, "Jean, your abilities are urgently required. Within the entire Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, only you and I possess formidable mental prowess, capable of perceiving what others cannot. However, we are currently in a critical period heralding a new era for mutants. I cannot venture to New York easily. I must rely on you. In Queens, New York, there seems to be a mutant who can distort reality. He has likely just awakened and has yet to master his abilities. Cyclops and the others are in New York. We need your talents to locate him." Upon hearing this, Jean furrowed her brow and said, "Professor Charles, you know my abilities are quite unstable and could pose great danger." Charles smiled reassuringly. "Jean, I believe in you. You must believe in yourself too. You have already begun to harness it." Jean nodded and replied, "Very well, Professor. I shall head to New York at once to assist Cyclops and the others." Chapter 23. Xiao Zizai. Master, I shall go to gather alms. In the Queens district of New York, on Ingram Street, a luxurious villa occupying 3 lots. At this moment, Zhou Ran lay asleep in bed, having succumbed to slumber. He had always fallen asleep swiftly, for during the day, he worked with such dedication and fervor that only at night could he finally release the tension that had been coiled tightly within him. Zhou Ran, at present, cannot endure a single night without sleep. How could he possibly work the next day after a night of toil? Upon returning to the villa, he hastily indulged in a warm shower, tidied himself up, and with a rough swipe, donned his pajamas. He lay down on the bed and fell asleep almost instantaneously. In fact, the entire sequence of events took less than 5 minutes. One must admit, he is indeed a man of remarkable efficiency. Natasha entered the villa, her body drenched, her clothes clinging to her form, accentuating her flawless curves. Her figure, with its alluring contours, resembled that of a siren, her long, jade-like legs pristine and elegant. With a sigh, Natasha lamented her misfortune. A sudden gust of wind had swept away her umbrella with a cruel force. A journey of merely 5 or 6 minutes had left her thoroughly soaked to the bone. Oh, the resentment she felt towards the police intensified within her heart. Taking a deep breath, she shed her wet garments, stretched languidly, and stepped into the bathroom, her bare skin glistening. She gently turned on the shower, and the warm water at 42 degrees cascaded forcefully over Natasha's exquisite body, eliciting a genuine smile upon her face. How delightful! The temperature was simply exquisite. After a long day, indulging in a warm bath felt heavenly. Natasha reveled in the sensation, ensuring every inch of her skin basked in the soothing warmth. Half an hour later, Natasha emerged from the bathroom, a large towel wrapped around her, vigorously drying her damp hair. Where Zhou ran to witness this scene, it would be nearly impossible for him to restrain himself. He would undoubtedly transform into a midnight wolf, succumbing to desire. The sight of a beauty emerging from the bath was simply breathtaking, especially one of Natasha's caliber, a veritable black widow. As she toweled her wine-red locks, a sudden frown crossed her face. She was gripped by an intense hunger. It seemed she had barely eaten that evening. Natasha shook her head vehemently. What was this? How could she feel famished? Surely, it was due to her recent lack of spy training, a consequence of her indulgent laziness. It is essential to remember that 2 fundamental qualities define a spy's training. The first is the ability to withstand hunger at all times. The second is the capacity to fall asleep within a minute, regardless of circumstances. Well then, let today serve as a refresher of these basic tenets. Resist hunger and fall asleep in a minute. Nodding to herself, she removed the towel, admiring her graceful silhouette in the mirror. Subsequently, she opened Zhou Ran's wardrobe and selected a white shirt and athletic shorts to wear. Stealthily, she opened his bedroom door and slipped into the bed like a playful kitten. Natasha lay on the bed, listening to Zhou Ran's steady breathing and gazing at his chiseled profile, reminiscent of a sculpted figure, when an unexpected flutter of emotion surged within her. This man exuded strength and vitality. His looks were striking, and his physique commendable. Moreover, being in his presence seemed incredibly enjoyable. She had never encountered such an endearing man before. Despite his tough exterior, he possessed a tender heart, a paradox of emotions. Such tranquil days appeared quite appealing to her, a serene existence she had long yearned for. Unable to resist, Natasha reached out to caress Zhou Ran's face, but upon contact, she involuntarily shuddered. It was static electricity. She had been shocked. Instantly, she regained her composure, the dazed expression in her eyes dissipating as she shook her head vigorously. Oh, how foolish. Black Widow, what are you thinking? You are an agent. From the moment you entered the Red Room, your life has been devoid of emotions. You will never possess feelings. You are but a tool, a blood-stained butcher, a soul consumed by vengeance. Wake up. No one could ever fall for an agent. Remember your mission. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, Natasha calmed herself. She retrieved a sharp dagger from beneath the bed, her pupils narrowing as she held her breath, akin to a black widow in the wild, preparing to hunt. Gripping the dagger tightly, she aimed it fiercely at Zhou Ran's chest. However, just as the blade was about to pierce his flesh, she halted her hand, retracting the dagger and placing it back under the bed. Gazing at the pitch-black ceiling, she sighed deeply, her mind swirling with questions. Was he truly a jester? Did he sleep so soundly? He showed no signs of resistance. Yet he was undeniably unique. And what was the true story behind the incident on Blake Street? With countless questions swirling in her mind, Natasha succumbed to slumber, her breath evening out. At 2 a.m, Zhou Ran opened his crimson eyes, slowly rising from the bed and cracking his neck with a series of audible pops. His fingers glimmered with a golden light, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he murmured. When the world-honored one presented a flower at the Lingshan gathering, the audience fell silent, save for Psychopath, who broke into a smile, inspired by this anecdote of the world-honored one's smile. Later generations devised a martial arts technique known as the flower-picking finger. Dear benefactress, I wish you sweet dreams. As his words faded, His golden-fingered hand gently tapped Natasha's biwee point, located at the intersection of the midline of the head and the tips of the ears. As for the governing vessel, the three yang channels of the hands and feet converge here. Struck down, he collapsed, his mind clouded and unconscious. Zhou Ren slowly approached the wardrobe, extending his hand to gently wave, causing the cabinet door to swing open. He smiled faintly, selecting a gray shirt, followed by a tailored black suit, and donning a pair of square spectacles. Gazing into the mirror, he grinned widely, his eyes tinged with crimson, hands pressed together in a gesture that seemed mocking. He muttered to himself, "I am not inherently bellicose. I am merely a born harbinger of death. Those who gave me life are no more. For my parents have passed away. The living remain unknown to me. Hence I dare not desire progeny. As for those who come after, it matters not. My heart is benevolent, wishing to accumulate kindness and virtue to enlighten the world through Buddhist teachings. Yet, I am a natural-born harbinger of death, with inner demons ever present. The pure path of the six senses cannot be quelled. My name is Xiao Zizai, and I am known as Bao Jing in the monastic order, practicing in Lingyin Temple. This suffering resides in my heart, and I beseech the world-honored one to remember my compassion, to pity and guide me, that I may be liberated from this ocean of suffering. Namo Amitabha. Upon concluding this speech, Xiao Zizai patted his face, smiling gracefully, and spoke, "World-honored one, I shall go partake in almsgiving." Namo Amitabha. Chapter 24. Old Zhao's Journey Through Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen is a district located on the western shore of Manhattan Island in New York City. It is generally defined by 59th Street to the north and 34th Street to the south, bordered by 8th Avenue to the east and the Hudson River to the west, a rectangular area known for its chaotic living conditions, severe ethnic conflicts, and high crime rates. This rectangular enclave is known as Hell's Kitchen, a novice village in the Marvel Universe, and is one of its iconic landmarks, renowned far and wide. As the epicenter of villainy within the Marvel realm, Hell's Kitchen, though merely comprised of 8 streets, harbors a malevolence that could overshadow even 8 Satans. When one strolls through the streets of Hell's Kitchen, even in broad daylight, one might encounter a hooded figure approaching, brandishing a cold object against one's lower back. Grinning as he says, "Hey, brother, hand over all your Franklins. I could use a little cash. Just want to score some powder." And a crucial reminder, do not carry large denominations of Franklins, such as $50 or $100 bills. It is rumored that the brothers do not check the numbers. They simply do not believe such bills exist. Herein, one witnesses the very essence of crime and the grotesque nature of humanity. More terrifying than the daylight is the night in Hell's Kitchen, where a multitude of unsavory characters roam, from petty addicts and pimps to gang members and their henchmen, even to organizations of cold-blooded individuals who chant about decapitating one head to sprout 2, engage in various illicit activities here. Here you will never encounter a certain kind of person, the normal ones. For no sane individual would ever wander the nights of Hell's Kitchen unless they sought death in some sunless, fetid garbage heap. This is a paradise for criminals, a breeding ground for sin, the Eden of the wicked, a rancid sewer. "Hey, gorgeous, want to have some real fun with us?" Hey. A middle-aged black man, clad in board shorts, his face framed by a thick beard, rested a rocket launcher on his shoulder, its barrel aimed at a bespectacled blonde woman radiating intellect. He let out a lewd chuckle. Around him loomed over a dozen burly black men, clad in hip-hop attire, necks adorned with steel cross pendants, each gripping an AK-47. One wouldn't expect such terrifying criminals to be devout Christians, though whether their faith worshipped the god of heaven or the devil of hell remained a darkly amusing question. A joke steeped in bitter irony. Jane Foster, encircled by these towering figures and the menacing rocket launcher, trembled, tears streaming down her face. She pulled out her wallet and flung it to the ground, sinking to her knees in desperate supplication. "Please, sir, here is my wallet. Take everything. I swear to God. I want to call the police. I saw nothing. Just let me go." The bearded brute responded by striking her across the face, then spat contemptuously. He tore open his shirt, revealing a massive cross tattooed across his chest. "You bitch, you think we're some joke? We're the Crusaders. When we say you'll try something, you will try it. God, see this cross? I'm the Lord now. Emgu. His entourage erupted, firing their rifles skyward in raucous celebration, howling like uncivilized beasts. That's right. The boss is God. We're his angels. Kneel, you filthy whore, and serve your Almighty. You call yourself a Christian? If you see us as devils, as Satan himself, then play the Virgin Mary. Offer up your holy flesh to redeem our fallen souls. Hey, boss, since she's a Christian slut, can we call her the Virgin Whore? I'm gonna wreck her. Yeah, wreck the Virgin Whore. Jane Foster listened to their vile taunts, watched as they unbuckled their belts, and wept uncontrollably. I find it remarkably useful. I rely on it to pass the time while driving or before sleep. Her eyes were filled with terror. Her entire body began to tremble. Fear widened her pupils, and perhaps tomorrow I might be found in some dark refuse heap. Mi destino tutti? Oh God, could you possibly save me? Crying. I adore hearing your lamentations. The more you weep, the more exhilarated I become. My excitement only grows. The bearded man, while unbuttoning his pants, leered grotesquely. Alas, hell is empty, and the devils walk among us. How lamentable! Although the food was rather unsatisfactory, I, with a heart full of compassion, could only endure the nauseating stench and consume it. A deep, resonant voice echoed in the darkness of the alley. The sound of heavy footsteps slowly approached from the alleyway, each step resonating painfully in the bearded man's ears. He seized the weapon from his subordinate, aimed it at the alley entrance, and trembled as he shouted, "Who's there? Which little mouse is hiding in the shadows? Come out and get the hell out here." Xiao Zizai adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with a crimson light, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly inquired, "Oh, I have emerged. What now? What do you intend to do?" The bearded man gazed into those blood-red eyes, which appeared devilish. He clenched his legs tightly and cursed vehemently. He pulled the trigger. Boom! A blinding explosion erupted as a missile shot forth from a launcher, capable of demolishing an entire building, hurtling toward Xiao Zizai. Xiao Zizai chuckled, gently pushing up his glasses, and declared, "Golden Bell Shield." A colossal, golden bell rose from his form, enveloping him entirely, the radiant light illuminating the entire alley as if it were daytime. The missile struck the immense golden bell with tremendous force, igniting the alley in a spectacular burst of light, akin to blossoming fireworks. The bearded man, witnessing this, laughed heartily, brimming with confidence. You scared me. I thought you were some formidable superhuman. Yet, you too shall perish at my hands. Truly foolish to think you could withstand such a massive projectile. Is that so? A somewhat somber voice replied. As the smoke cleared, Xiao Zizai, with his crimson eyes fixed on the bearded man, elegantly ran his fingers through his hair and smiled. Now, it is my turn. Chapter 25. Brother Xiao? No, I am Satan. The bearded bald man stared at the unharmed Xiao Zizai in shock, cursing loudly as he raised his weapon once more and pulled the trigger. His surrounding subordinates also brandished their firearms, unleashing a frenzied barrage upon Xiao Zizai. Boom! Tot. A tempest of metallic fury surged toward Xiao Zizai, as 66 cannonballs and 762 bullets rained down like a storm. The alley erupted into a cacophony of brilliant flames, and the acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air. Gazing upon the mesmerizing display, Xiao Zizai smiled, the crimson light in his eyes intensifying. He tilted his body slightly, extending his right hand forward with a gentle push, softly uttering the great compassionate hand. With a thunderous boom, a colossal golden palm surged forth, obliterating the 66 cannonballs and the multitude of 762 bullets into mere fragments. In an instant, Xiao Zizai appeared before the bearded man, pinching his throat between two fingers, and remarked with a grin, "My dear benefactor, I shall escort you to hell." With a swift crack, the bearded man's neck snapped, and his head tumbled to the ground like a shattered melon, eyes wide with shock and terror. Turning his gaze toward the surrounding gang members, Xiao Zizai flashed a sinister smile and declared, "Oh, I nearly forgot about you." Upon witnessing the grotesque scene, the gang members dropped their weapons and fled in sheer panic. They were paralyzed by fear, perceiving him not as a man, but as a demon, a Satan from the depths of hell. How terrifying! "Oh God, save me!" they cried in desperation. Xiao's eye shook his head, his eyes still glowing with crimson fury. He extended both hands toward the fleeing figures, a joyful grin spreading across his face as he unleashed a barrage of golden palm strikes. Boom! 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 5 minutes later, he ceased his assault, the bloodlust in his eyes dissipating. Regaining clarity, he surveyed the gruesome aftermath and slapped his own face in self-reproach, murmuring, I couldn't restrain myself. I failed to hold back. The alley lay in disarray, a gruesome tableau of dismembered flesh devoid of recognizable bodies, blood pooling like a crimson river, with shattered bones floating amidst it. Among the remnants were several blackened heads, eyes wide in terror, frozen in their final moments. A piercing scream erupted from Jane Foster as she beheld this hellish sight. Her face drained of color, heart racing. She felt a warm dampness beneath her, overwhelmed by fear. Hearing her cry, Xiao's eye turned sharply, eyes aflame with crimson, and approached Jane Foster, crouching before her with a smile. Dear miss, are you all right? He inquired gently. Jane nodded hesitantly, then shook her head vigorously, tears streaming down her cheeks as she trembled in fear. Mr. Satan, could you spare me? I'm only 24, still so young. I don't wish to descend into hell, and I've committed no wrongdoing. My name is Jane Foster. I truly consider myself a good person. Good people should not descend into hell, don't you agree? Mr. Satan, I understand that you have a contentious relationship with the Almighty. But look at me. I am utterly helpless and would be of no assistance to you in hell. Mr. Satan, might you show me mercy? Upon hearing this, Xiao's eye paused, sighed deeply, adjusted his glasses, and with a gentle smile, spoke in a soft tone. If we deem the majority's norms as the standard, then I am indeed an aberration. For the sake of survival, one may resort to murder. However, I am merely infatuated with it. To kill, one must take the lives of others, but only humans are my focus. This is a malady from which I can no longer be cured. I am not Satan, just a patient. Jane Foster's face turned even paler upon hearing this, tears streaming down her cheeks. With a quiver in her voice, she asked, So, Mr. Satan, do you still intend to kill me? If you must take my life, could you be merciful? I do not wish to be reduced to mere flesh. Xiao's eye chuckled softly, stating, I am quite satiated and require no further sustenance. Though they are quite unpalatable, I am a patient, yet I am still a good person. Jane Foster blinked, trembling as she inquired, So, Mr. Satan, does this mean you plan to spare me? Xiao's eye nodded, smiling, My dear, it is time for you to return home. I intend to seek my next dessert. Remember, do not appear in Hell's Kitchen at night again. It is perilous for you. With that, Xiao's eyes slowly rose, stretching his neck, preparing for his dessert. Jane Foster reached out, clutching the fabric of his clothing, forcing a strained smile as she pleaded. Mr. Satan, could you possibly escort me home? You mentioned that Hell's Kitchen at night is fraught with danger. Please, I implore you. Those people are truly terrifying. If you leave, I might. Xiao's eye nodded in response, smiling, Very well. To save a life is to construct a pagoda of merit. As the Lotus Sutra states, by passing on a single lamp, all lamps eventually shine bright. Jane Foster felt a surge of joy upon hearing Xiao's eye's words. Although she did not fully grasp his references, her life had been preserved this night. With Mr. Satan around, all those demons would retreat back to hell. Xiao's eye smiled, recognizing the path of righteousness, guiding humanity toward goodness. Saving a life today contributes to one's virtues. He extended an arm, kindly smiling, Miss Jian, the blood upon the ground is quite excessive. Do not let it stain you. Please, take hold of my arm. Jane Foster nodded, cautiously wrapping her arms around Xiao's eye's waist, stating, Mr. Satan, I reside in Central Park on 5th Avenue in Manhattan. Xiao's eye, holding Jane Foster's waist, leaped and traversed the rooftops, asking, Oh, what brings you to Hell's Kitchen? It is quite far from your home. Jane Foster felt the strong wind blowing against her, accompanied by the fleeting images around her. Her heart raced with exhilaration. Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, she smiled and said, A new colleague of mine lives in Hell's Kitchen. She fell ill, and I went to visit her after work. I intended to stay the night and leave in the morning, but I just received a notification from the lab that a renowned senior will be visiting tomorrow. Therefore, I must prepare some challenging questions to discuss with him. It was then that the earlier incident occurred. Xiao Zizai nodded, sighed deeply, and with a stoic expression remarked, "Miss Jian, remember to avoid Hell's Kitchen at night in the future. The Buddha teaches, the world is impermanent, the lands are fragile, the four sufferings are emptiness. The five aggregates are devoid of self. Life and death are ever-changing. Hypocrisy is masterless. The heart is the source of evil, and form is a pit of sins." Upon hearing this, Jian Foster furrowed her brow and gazed at Xiao Zizai's profile, suddenly inquiring, "Mr. Satan, you must be in great pain, right? Surely, you do not find joy in killing." Xiao Zizai shook his head, remaining silent. "Am I in pain? Not particularly. At least I am better off than the doctor and the clown. I possess faith in my heart, illuminated by the Buddha's radiance, merely a somewhat ordinary patient. Their afflictions are far more severe." Chapter 26. A resounding slap for the night demon. 5th Avenue, Manhattan, New York. Central Park. Xiao Zizai released Jian Foster, adjusted his glasses, and said with a smile, "Miss Jian, farewell." Having spoken, he turned and departed. Jian Foster observed Xiao Zizai's retreating figure, suddenly feeling a pang of loss within her. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her fists and called out, "Mr. Satan, will we truly meet again?" Hearing this, Xiao Zizai waved his hand and replied with a smile, "The Buddha teaches, origin and extinction arise together, and what is born is empty. Gains and losses stem from conditions. The heart knows no increase or decrease. All things are as they are, like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows, like dew and lightning. One should contemplate thus, listening to those incomprehensible words." Jian Foster felt as though she was on the verge of losing something significant. She vigorously shook her head and shouted at Xiao Zizai's back, "Mr. Satan, if you ever find yourself truly hungry and unable to control yourself, then please do eat me. I reside in the building across from Central Park, room 301. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zizai momentarily paused, taken aback, and then shook his head, continuing on his way. "Zizai, if you truly find yourself hungry and unable to restrain yourself, then please do eat me." The word struck a familiar chord. The last person to utter such a phrase was Master Xie Kong, back when I was cultivating at Lingyin Temple. That was the first time someone sought to redeem me. Now this is the second. Compassionate Buddha, is it you? Have you once again cast a glimmer of light in your disciple's heart? Perhaps this time the outcome will be different. Amitabha. Xiao Zizai adjusted his glasses, smiled softly, and murmured, "Hell's Kitchen. Damn demons. Stay away from me." A fierce thug cried out in terror. Flower finger. A powerful golden finger imprint struck the thug's forehead, shattering his head into a mess, leaving a spattering of white fragments on the ground. Xiao Zizai pushed his glasses up again, chuckled lightly, and said, "I truly did not approach you." He continued to walk forward. Great compassionate hand. A colossal golden palm imprint soared forth, slamming into the thug's chest, the immense force propelling him directly into the wall. Dragon claw hand. A massive golden claw imprint shot out, gripping another thug's head. Dragon absorbing water. A dragon-shaped aura surged forth, drawing a thug into Xiao Zizai's grasp. With a gentle squeeze, he crushed the thug's skull. Great stone slap. A gigantic golden stone flew out, reducing another thug to mere fragments. Dharma leaf finger. Lion's roar. Wisdom palm. Arhut fist. As Xiao Zizai's deep voice resonated, more and more individuals fell within Hell's Kitchen. Corpses were embedded in the walls, firmly ensconced. Observing his handiwork, Xiao Zizai sighed, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Such a pity, without oxygen tanks and glucose. The flavor feels lacking. These individuals possess no capacity for resistance. Such a meal lacks quality and can only be amassed in quantity. Moreover, my appetite is growing troublesome. I felt full earlier, but after indulging in a dessert, hunger has returned. My inner demons are becoming increasingly severe. Glancing at his wristwatch, he noted it was 5 o'clock. It was time to return. Let this day's hunt conclude here. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air behind him. Frowning, he summoned a golden light in his hand and seized the incoming object, a metal baton. "Villain, your hands are stained with the blood of countless victims. As night demon, I shall surely defeat you and deliver you to the police." A voice, cold and indifferent, echoed. Turning around, Xiao Zizai's eyes glowed crimson, radiating an intense, murderous intent. A man clad in a tight red suit emerged from the alley. Night Demon smirked, drawing the remaining baton from his chest, gripping it tightly, and with a forceful stomp, he lunged toward Xiao Zizai. Observing this, Xiao Zizai grinned, finding the man somewhat intriguing, with a hint of strength, yet merely a hint. Such a pity. Your timing is too late. If you had come a little earlier, I might have played with you. However, I must now take my leave. Xiao Zizai stepped forward, seizing the hand of the Night Demon Knight that wielded a baton, crushing it with a fierce grip that echoed with a crackling sound. Following this, he executed a powerful shoulder throw, slamming the Night Demon Knight onto the ground. A swift kick landed squarely on the knight's chest. This series of movements was executed with remarkable fluidity, a seamless display of prowess. Before the Night Demon Knight could regain his senses, he realized he was utterly incapacitated. With 8 broken ribs, a shattered hand, and internal injuries causing him to bleed profusely, pain radiated throughout his body, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. This assailant was truly terrifying. I must put an end to his rampage. I cannot allow him to continue his reign of terror, fueled by an overwhelming resolve. The Night Demon Knight gritted his teeth against the pain and slowly rose from the ground, his voice trembling as he confronted his adversary. You bastard, the Night Demon Knight will stop you. I cannot permit you to continue wreaking havoc. Your kind only serves to plunge Hell's Kitchen into further chaos. Do you truly believe your actions are justified? Such ruthless slaughter. How are you any different from those vile criminals? Justice will ultimately prevail. Do you think that possessing a modicum of superpower places you above the law? Xiao Zizai smiled, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes, and spoke slowly. Indeed, your willpower is commendable. Despite having lost your ability to resist, you still manage to rise. You bring me joy, yet you remain far too weak. Moreover, I am but a patient. Do not engage in reason with one who is ill. The only being capable of reasoning with me is the Tathagata, the Buddha himself. With that, a golden light emanated from Xiao Zizai's hand as he executed a grand gesture towards the Night Demon Knight's face. Observing the fallen knight, he adjusted his glasses and chuckled. Night Demon Knight, do take a rest. I hope that next time you can bring me some amusement, and perhaps exhibit a bit more resilience. Dawn is approaching. May you be spared from malevolent rogues. Ha! I trust you will be safe, for I have vanquished all the nearby villains. With hands clasped in prayer, he murmured softly, Namo Amitba, as the night still lingered. He made his way towards Ingram Street in Queens. By the time dawn broke, I should be home. Tonight has indeed been rather interesting. Chapter 27. A distinctive style in the pitch-black realm of the mind. A doctor clad in white, with blood-red eyes, clutched a dark stone, gnawing at it with his teeth. Now broken and bloodied, the Joker, intoxicated and slumped in a chair, squinted at the doctor's actions and erupted into a fit of mad laughter, exclaiming, Hey, mister Ogre, your teeth cannot bite through stone. However, the indestructible entity might be provoked by your actions, and at the moment of its emergence, you could very well find yourself struck down. The doctor, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. He hurled the obsidian stone to the ground with a fierce force, letting out a furious roar, his countenance twisted in rage as he glared at the clown. Tears streamed from his eyes as he questioned in a hysterical tone, Why? Why is this happening? He created me, yet I remain trapped in this abyss of darkness. I am losing my sanity. I am so hungry. I feel my life slipping away. I am on the brink of death. The merciless killer roams free, able to inflict cruel slaughter. The deranged lunatic can wreak havoc and spread chaos. Yet I, yearning merely for a morsel of lamb, am confined here. Sir, this is utterly unjust. Why? Seeing this, the clown slowly rose and approached the doctor, placing a hand on his shoulder with a smile. Ogre, your existence is of great significance, in a certain sense. You are more important than we are. Remember, hunger is the nemesis of all living beings, and you bear the weight of this body and soul's insatiable hunger. Ogre, are you truly that famished? Are you unable to endure any longer? The corners of the doctor's mouth twisted into a sinister smile. his eyes glistening with a blood-red hue as he replied, "Sir, I recall that you partook of my meal. It was a dish prepared by the demon. A feast from hell. How did it taste?" Upon hearing this, the clown closed his eyes, a look of profound reminiscence crossing his face. After a moment, he opened his eyes, raised his thumb, and exclaimed with delight, "That flavor was indeed exquisite, a blend of darkness and decadence, truly delectable. Ah, and I also savored a bottle of hellish blood. It was a delightful vintage, awakening the Dionysian essence within me." The doctor, licking his lips and revealing sharp canines, chuckled, "You devoured my meal, leaving me empty-handed. Shouldn't you repay me?" The clown, with a glint of madness in his eyes, asked with a wide grin, "Ogre, how would you like to repay me?" "Sir, please break off one of your fingers for me. I wish to consume it as one would a crisp carrot." "Oh, that sounds like quite an amusing endeavor. I shall oblige, but know that the taste of chaos is not as palatable, Dr. Hannibal. Indeed, you are the finest among these brethren." Hannibal nibbled on the crisp finger resembling a carrot, emitting genuine admiration from the depths of his being, a look of profound satisfaction adorning his face. The clown's smile grew increasingly maniacal and expansive. What thoughts danced in his mind? In the Queens neighborhood of New York, on Ingram Street, at the Zhou residence, the cacophony of a bell rang at 7 o'clock in the morning. It was precisely the alarm that Zhou Ran had set last night, intending to have the Black Widow, Natasha, do so. However, after the incident of sleeping until noon previously, Zhou Ran found it hard to believe that this female agent would adequately set an alarm. Upon hearing the jarring sound of the alarm, Zhou Ran stirred from his slumber. As expected, the Black Widow had not set the alarm at all. Otherwise, 2 alarms would have been ringing. Zhou Ran reached out to silence the alarm, but found himself reluctant to rise. A sudden wave of fatigue washed over him, his limbs aching as if he had just completed an intense workout. Additionally, his mind felt foggy, not entirely clear, enveloped in a haze. He shook his head vigorously, got out of bed, and made his way to the bathroom, splashing cold water onto his head and washing his face. Refreshed. Indeed, cold water is the most effective remedy to awaken one from slumber. After a brief morning routine, he entered the bedroom, towel in hand, drying his hair while calling for the Black Widow. "Miss Ailey, Miss Ailey." Natasha, still nestled in sleep, furrowed her brow at the sound of his voice and pulled the covers over her head. Observing this, Zhou Ran let out a soft sigh and returned to the bathroom. Upon his return, he abruptly yanked the covers off the Black Widow and hurled a towel soaked in cold water onto her face. Startled by the sudden, icy shock, Natasha jolted upright in bed, her eyes wide with bewilderment. With an expression of indignation, she looked at Zhou Ran, gestured towards her abdomen, and slowly spoke. "I am unwell. I've just started my period. Your actions are quite ungentlemanly. There are many ways to wake someone. Why resort to such a violent method? A gentle approach would suffice." Zhou Ran frowned, realizing that his earlier actions were indeed lacking in decorum. Damn it, he had been so deeply asleep that he had forgotten about her condition. Clearing his throat, he smiled politely and replied, "I apologize, Miss Ailey. I overlooked that detail. However, today is genuinely significant, and I hope you can forgive me for my urgency." Natasha stretched languidly, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she replied with a hint of pride. "Then you must grant me a request, though I have yet to decide what it will be." Zhou Ran, observing Natasha's self-satisfied demeanor, felt a tingle of unease. His mind raced with questions. What was going on with the Black Widow? Why had their earlier interaction felt so unusual? Was she merely acting, or had she developed genuine feelings for him? This exchange seemed to transcend the boundaries of mere friendship, hovering in a liminal space between camaraderie and romance. Zhou Ran cleared his throat, dismissing the tangled thoughts that threatened to ensnare him. He nodded slightly, gazing into the eyes of the Black Widow, and spoke slowly. "Very well. Miss Ellie, but only this once. This exception is unique. I, Zhou Ran, seldom make promises to others. For a promise, once given, must be fulfilled. Otherwise, it is merely an empty vow devoid of value." As Zhou Ran's words resonated, Natasha felt an indescribable emotion swell within her. He could have easily declined, yet he assented, and he did so with utmost sincerity. This earnest demeanor was, indeed, somewhat endearing. What was I thinking? This is merely a task, just a fleeting performance in a film. Natasha sighed softly, smiled, and with a flutter of her eyelashes, remarked, "So, it seems that receiving a promise is truly an honor for me." Ellie is quite elated. Zhou Ran cast her a sidelong glance, his tone cool as he replied, "Ellie, hurry and freshen up. I shall wait for you in the car. By the way, we'll leave work early tonight at 7 o'clock, and I will take you to the mall to buy some clothes. You cannot always wear my attire to the office. Can you?" With that, Zhou Ran turned and exited the bedroom. Natasha observed his retreating figure, shook her head, and could not suppress a heavy sigh as she made her way to the bathroom. "Oh, Black Widow, what on earth are you doing? Damn it, is your heart fluttering?" Chapter 28. The land of freedom in the Rolls-Royce. Zhou Ran leaned back in his seat, reached for the car's radio, closed his eyes, and began to listen. Women can be quite troublesome when venturing out. Although the Black Widow is a high-ranking agent, she must surely find it cumbersome. After all, she is currently in disguise, playing a role. Zhou Ran sighed helplessly. He was already exhausted from work, burdened with numerous tasks and meetings. Now, he had to engage in a daily battle of wits against the Black Widow. It must be said, this was indeed quite tiresome. Let me first listen to today's more liberating news, so I can distance myself from those realms of freedom. After all, in the land of the free, gunfights occur daily. This is no jest. Welcome to today's latest news update. I am your garrulous host, Harlan, alongside your good friend, Buddy. According to the United States Geological Survey, a magnitude 5.0 earthquake struck 115 kilometers southwest of Mangal, Indonesia. In the capital, Washington, D.C., a shooting incident has resulted in 2 fatalities and 3 injuries. The incident occurred in a neighborhood north of Capitol Hill, where 5 victims, all of African descent, were shot by 2 suspects who fled the scene in a vehicle after parking. An investigation is underway, and the police remain uncertain about the motives behind the shooting, actively pursuing the suspects. Additionally, a shooting incident in downtown Atlanta, Georgia, has left 1 person dead and 2 injured. 1 suspect has been apprehended, and the police are currently investigating the cause of the incident. A shooting occurred in Cincinnati, Ohio, resulting in 9 injuries. Upon arrival at the scene, the police fired at 1 individual, uncertain if they struck their target, while the assailant subsequently fled. As of now, no suspects have been arrested. Stark Industries has seen a 30% increase in stock prices, with longtime rivals Hammer Industries and Osborne Industries extending their congratulations. Wilson Fisk, president of Fisk Pharmaceuticals, donated $10 million to charity yesterday. The youngest board member of Stark Industries attended a pool party, where Chairman Tony Stark extravagantly spent $100 million. Yesterday, a city council member ran through 9 red lights at noon. One wonders what significant event transpired within Stark Industries. Specific details remain unknown. Time magazine has experienced unprecedented sales. Hastily printing yesterday's issue. Breaking news. At 4 o'clock this morning, a horrific massacre occurred in Hell's Kitchen. Apologies, it's truly gruesome, and I find it difficult to continue. My partner will now relay the details. At 4 o'clock this morning, a gruesome massacre took place in Hell's Kitchen, with the scene littered with dismembered bodies. An utterly terrifying sight. According to NYPD Commissioner George Stacy, samples were taken from the body fragments on site, with a minimum estimate of over 300 pieces. Currently, the New York police have no leads, and there are no clues evident in the surveillance footage. They urge citizens to avoid Hell's Kitchen for the time being. Residents of Hell's Kitchen must also exercise caution against this remorseless and terrifying criminal. The police will enforce a week-long lockdown in Hell's Kitchen. Zhou Ran furrowed his brow and turned off the car radio. He then rubbed his temples vigorously and took a couple of deep breaths. This is truly perilous. A murderer claiming over 300 lives must be utterly deranged. Terrifying. Indeed, this must be a supercriminal afflicted with severe mental illness, likely one characterized by antisocial tendencies. Fortunately, I, Zhou, do not reside in Hell's Kitchen. Otherwise, I might have already met my maker. It's too dangerous. Tony must transform into Iron Man at once. With the current level of danger, the emergence of Loki or that purple-skinned Thanos is simply unimaginable. not to mention Magneto or Apocalypse. This is enough to frighten anyone to death. Zhou ran open the glove compartment of the car, gazing at the Winchester Magnum handgun within, shaking his head vigorously. This weapon no longer offers me any sense of security. Should I perhaps keep something in the car? Or maybe acquire a Gatling gun? At the very least, I need an automatic weapon. This little pistol, indeed, lacks any semblance of intimidation. Once Tony transforms into Iron Man, I must acquire a complete set of Iron Man gear, complemented by dozens of unwaveringly devoted robotic sentinels. Furthermore, I shall enlist Tony's assistance in developing a security version of JARVIS. Only then shall I feel a sense of security. Zhou closed the storage box, a faint smile gracing his lips. Tony, everything hinges on you now. Forge ahead. Iron Man, knock, knock, knock. Natasha gently tapped on the car window, signaling Zhou to unlock the door. He nodded and released the lock. Natasha climbed in with a smile, stretched lazily, blinked playfully, and blew a kiss to Zhou, asking, "Shall we head to work directly?" Zhou nodded, pressed the accelerator, and replied, "Indeed, we're off to work now, Ellie. Did I not inform you? The students from Midtown High School are visiting the company today." Natasha cleared her throat softly, her voice lacking energy as she said, "All right, but I am a tad hungry." Zhou sighed in resignation, turned his head slowly, and remarked, "Ellie, I truly believe you should familiarize yourself with the company's policies and regulations. The company provides breakfast and lunch daily, catering to every conceivable palate. Whatever you desire should be available, and the culinary offerings are quite commendable, satisfying over 90% of employee preferences. Given my standing, it is a Michelin 3-star chef who prepares our meals, and his cooking is indeed quite good." Upon hearing this, Natasha paused in surprise and inquired, "Then why did we not have lunch yesterday?" Zhou rolled his eyes and explained, "That is because we were tardy yesterday. According to company policy, if an employee is late, their breakfast and lunch for that day are forfeited. As a director, I must adhere strictly to every regulation. I cannot exploit my privileges for exceptions and must lead by example. As my secretary, Miss Ellie, you too should embody this awareness. As many of the current policies were proposed by me." He paused for a moment and continued, "Moreover, for those who are passionate about their work, missing a meal or two is inconsequential. I recall a decade ago, during my first year at Stark, I was so engrossed in completing a project that I went 3 or 4 days without food. I felt no fatigue whatsoever. When you discover what you truly love, any challenge can be surmounted with ease." Natasha, upon hearing this, felt utterly bewildered. How could one work tirelessly for 3 or 4 days without sustenance? In all of America, aside from agents, who could possibly endure such a feat? Your dedication to work is indeed remarkable. It is essential to remember that we reside in the land of the free, where freedom reigns supreme, and the very essence of existence is to embrace liberty. Individuals like you are truly rare. Nevertheless, I must genuinely take the time to familiarize myself with the regulations and policies of Stark Industries. They are entirely different from those at Hammer Industries and Osborne Industries. Why is there such a significant disparity among industrial groups? Chapter 29. The Ordinary Routine. Stark Industrial Building. Zhou routinely conducted a round of inspections on the work performance of employees, patting the shoulders of several outstanding individuals and offering them verbal encouragement and affirmation. He earnestly motivated them, saying, "Do you see me? I am your role model. 10 years ago, I was just like you. I graduated from New York University and joined Stark Industries. However, through my diligent efforts and perseverance, I have risen to the position of director and vice president within a decade. My present is the future you will experience in 10 years. So keep pushing forward. I may seem like a myth, but you will eventually surpass me and become legends. The future belongs to you." After receiving this inspiring message, the enthusiasm of the employees at Stark Industries ignited instantly, as if a bucket of rich gasoline had been poured onto a roaring fire. With that, Zhou led Natasha into the elevator and into the vice president's office. Natasha gave a thumbs up and smiled, praising him. "You did an incredible job motivating the team. You've swiftly ignited their enthusiasm." Zhou chuckled and inquired, "Ailey, What would you like for breakfast? Sandwiches and coffee, rice bowls and milk, waffles with chocolate sauce, eggs Benedict, meat scones, omelets with toast, or perhaps a burrito? Natasha pondered for a moment and replied, I'll have the eggs Benedict with extra ketchup. Zhou nodded, pressed the yellow button on the desk, and said with a smile, Hey, Master Bob, the usual, but add an eggs Benedict with extra ketchup. Afterward, Zhou picked up some documents from the desk, glanced at Natasha, retrieved a booklet from the drawer, and handed it to her, saying, Illy, if you patiently wait for 10 minutes, breakfast will be ready. In the meantime, take a good look at the Stark Industries Employee Handbook. The information in there is crucial. You must memorize the contents of the first page. Natasha accepted the booklet, nodded, and smiled, saying, Okay, Ailey understands. I will read it diligently. Yet, Natasha felt a deep sense of discomfort within her. How could someone as striking as the Black Widow endure such indignity? During her undercover work at Hammer Industries and Osborne Industries, how many men had not sought to curry favor with her? Now here she was, subjected to additional tasks and overtime, and required to memorize a handbook. She was determined to uncover what was written within that booklet. The path is forged by 1S steps, and books are crafted by human hands. Every action taken by an individual writes their own history. Confidence begets a future. Unless one concedes defeat, they will never be vanquished. Hope is neither inherently present nor absent, much like the roads that lie beneath our feet. In truth, there was originally no path upon the ground. It is through the footsteps of many that a path is forged. Success is not merely a condition, but a belief. It is not a method, but a mindset. To believe is to perceive brightness, while to doubt is to encounter darkness. To believe is to see a road, while to doubt is to confront obstacles. A person's life is wholly reliant on perseverance. Only through diligence can one attain success. Fate accounts for 30%. While 70% hinges on hard work, one must strive to achieve victory. Cast aside the poverty of yesterday, seize the opportunities of today, and create the wealth of tomorrow. Stark Industries is a realm of miracles where everything is possible, provided you dare to dream and take action wholeheartedly. Even the divine may descend from the heavens to lend you a hand. If you lack a role model, then open your eyes wide and look at me. I'm your example. A message for the employees from Zhou. Upon finishing the first page, Natasha was struck by a resounding realization. What is this? How invigorating. I feel an overwhelming surge of strength. These words seem familiar. Let me ponder deeply. Are these not phrases from Pyramid Scheme? He is attempting to brainwash the employees of Stark Industries. Yet, when coupled with his unparalleled resume, these words seem rather valid and reasonable. Natasha took a deep breath and continued reading. 10 minutes later, a knock echoed from the door. Natasha emerged from her reverie with the Stark Industries employee manual and rose to open the door. It must be said that this manual is truly captivating, containing few rigid demands on the employees. Instead, it repeatedly emphasizes two key aspects. The first aspect is to maintain a spirited demeanor, to work diligently, to avoid tardiness and early departures, to put in extra hours, and to wholeheartedly strive for the company. The second aspect introduces the various benefits and perks offered by the company, painting vivid images of the rewards that come with hard work. Sir, here is your breakfast, announced Bob, the portly chef clad in a pristine white uniform, as he elegantly placed the meal on the table. Zhou glanced up at Bob, nodded, and smiled, saying, Thank you. Bob left with a smile. Zhou picked up his chopsticks and savored a crystal shrimp dumpling, his face reflecting sheer satisfaction. Natasha, observing the eggs Benedict in her hands, looked at Zhou's exquisite breakfast, furrowed her brow, and asked, What is that glistening delicacy you are eating? Did you mention it to me earlier? Zhou chuckled and replied, Oh, what I'm enjoying is a crystal shrimp dumpling from Cantonese dim sum. Quite different from what you have. Aren't you having an American breakfast? And everything I asked you about was classic American breakfast fare. You are not American, are you? I was concerned you might not be accustomed to Cantonese breakfast. Upon hearing those words, Natasha paused momentarily, lowering her head as she delicately savored her eggs Benedict. Is this the quintessential American breakfast? Have I become accustomed to such fare? A wave of nostalgia washed over me, stirring memories of the vast, unending expanse of white snow, and the formidable black bears lurking within it. Yet, I find that I no longer possess a home. Perhaps I can consider myself half American. I'm a former Soviet citizen. My name is Natalia Alexeyevna Romanova. With a deep sigh, Natasha finished her eggs Benedict, smiled, and inquired, I'm done. Where will the students from Midtown High be visiting today? What is my role? Zhou pondered for a moment before instructing, well, when this activity was arranged, you were not yet in your position, and your name was not included in the accompanying personnel list. You shall remain in the president's office to organize some documents, sort them by department, and then arrange them according to their level of urgency. That will be your task for today. The tour begins at 9 o'clock and is expected to conclude by 11. Just wait here for my return. Natasha nodded, replying, all right, I understand. Chapter 30, Spider-Man. Sir, I am your fan. Time flowed swiftly, and soon it was 9 o'clock. Zhou stretched lazily, rose from his chair, adjusted his glasses, and smiled. Ailey, why don't you sit here with me? I've organized the files on the left, so I'll leave the ones on the right to you. I'm off to greet the students from Midtown High and show them the magnificence of Stark Industries. Natasha nodded with a smile, assuring him, you can count on me. Zhou acknowledged her with a nod and exited the president's office, taking 5 minutes to reach the reception area on the 6th floor. He gently knocked on the door, displaying impeccable manners, and strode confidently into the meeting room where the Midtown High students were being welcomed. He then approached the podium, lightly tapped the microphone, and revealed a warm smile as he addressed the audience. Cool young gentlemen and lovely young ladies, good morning. I am delighted to welcome you to Stark. Wow, it's really him. He is so handsome. Is this the youngest board member of Stark Industries? Not only is he a board member, but he also serves as a councilman for New York City. He is truly remarkable, donating over half of his salary each year. However, according to my brother who works at Stark Industries, he can be a devil of a boss. Very serious. Serious? I don't see it. He has such a sunny smile, and his eyes are so clear. He seems to have stepped out of story, like a knight from the Middle Ages, a gladiator from ancient Rome, a bard from ancient Greece, a prince from Babylon, or a monarch from ancient Egypt. Oh, he's my ideal type, my Prince Charming. I wish to marry him. I am determined to join Stark Industries. Listening to the countless praises, Zhou smiled and gestured with both hands for silence. The typically boisterous and mischievous children in the school instantly quieted down. Clearing his throat, Zhou inquired, children, do you have dreams? Those who wish to boldly share their aspirations, raise your hands. The boys, too, raised their hands, showing courage and not letting the girls take the spotlight. Let me see who among you is the bravest today. A sturdy boy, appearing somewhat untamed, raised his hand. Zhou nodded and said with a smile, brave young man, please share your dream. The robust boy laughed heartily and responded in a booming voice, sir, my name is Flash Thompson, a star player on the school's football team. My nickname is Lightning Thompson, and my dream is to become a great person like you and achieve countless accomplishments. Upon hearing this, Zhou clapped with a smile and, looking intently into Thompson's eyes, said earnestly, Thompson, I support your ambition. However, do you prefer the grandeur of outward appearances or the depth of inner greatness? Are you merely seeking to be great, or are you driven by the allure of fame? Thompson furrowed his brow, reflecting for a moment, then asked, sir, could you explain what it means to be great? I find myself somewhat confused. Zhou smiled and replied, becoming great is quite simple. Just remember this phrase, with great power comes great responsibility. Thompson, I have reviewed your records. You are quite notorious at Mid-City High, but not for good reasons. You derive pleasure from bullying your peers and have inflicted violence upon many classmates. Do you believe such actions can lead to true greatness? I wonder why you have chosen this path. It may be a misguided way for a youth to assert their presence. But why resort to tactics that leave a negative impression? You have the potential to do far better. You could use your passionate spirit and the moniker of Lightning Thompson to assist weaker classmates. Violence is the most despicable means, capable only of momentary domination, not of winning hearts. Do not compel others to submit to your violence. Instead, inspire them to admire your noble character. You must transform your abilities into responsibilities. With that, Zhou ran slowly, clenched his fist, and struck the wooden podium before him, splitting it in two with a resounding crack. Shaking his fist, he remarked, "Do you think your violence could achieve this? I possess far greater strength than you, yet I choose not to conquer you with it. Instead, I patiently explain principles to you. This embodies a fragment of my own greatness." Thompson paused momentarily, inhaling sharply, and with genuine admiration, he bowed and said, "Sir, I understand. From this day forth, Thompson will no longer be the victim of bullying at Zhongqing High School. Instead, I shall be the beacon of support for the weak, like lightning." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ran smiled contentedly, extending his hand in applause, and remarked, "Thompson, I take great pride in your words. You are a man who can acknowledge and rectify his mistakes. Your courage is commendable. Such men are the epitome of true masculinity. I eagerly anticipate your future endeavors." He then inquired, "Is there anyone else who wishes to share their aspirations?" A girl with lustrous golden hair, tall and strikingly beautiful, gracefully rose, smiling sweetly as she addressed him. "Sir, my name is Gwen Stacy. My dream is to become a police officer, as my father is the chief of the New York Police Department. May I pose a question, sir? Why did you run 9 red lights yesterday? Was there a significant event within Stark Industries? Or did you overstep your bounds, interfering with the work of the traffic department by wielding your privileged status? Surely, that cannot be deemed as a noble act. I am quite curious about this matter. In fact, my father is also intrigued, and our entire family shares this curiosity. I believe my fellow classmates are equally interested, especially since this incident made headlines in today's morning news." Zhou Ran felt an acute sense of embarrassment, thinking, "One awkward question. How could someone ask such a delicate matter?" Gwen certainly had a knack for probing deeply. Glancing around at the eager faces in the room, Zhou Ran took a deep breath and stated with utmost seriousness, "Indeed, it was a significant event, one that could alter the future of our world and create a more beautiful life. However, this matter must remain confidential for the time being. You will learn the specifics in a week." Gwen smiled and asked, "Sir, when this important matter is revealed, will you invite Mr. George Stacy? I would like to witness it." Zhou Ran nodded, responding with a smile, "Certainly, it would be appropriate to invite the chief to ensure the safety of the event, as it is indeed a matter of monumental importance. However, Gwen, your attempt to leverage privilege may not be considered noble either." Gwen blinked her striking eyes and chuckled, "Oh, I am not a great person, nor do I aspire to be one. I recall a great philosopher stating that it is challenging to nurture both women and petty individuals." With that, she gracefully took her seat. Zhou Ran sighed and asked, "Is there another student who wishes to share their dream?" A frail hand was raised, belonging to a timid child who resembled one often bullied, much like a defenseless teddy bear. Zhou Ran nodded, gesturing towards the timid child. "Please, share your aspirations with us." The bear-like figure slowly rose, inhaling deeply, clenching his fists, and with a smile, he said, "Sir, my name is Peter Parker, and I am your admirer. Might I trouble you for your autograph? Mr. Tony Stark is also my idol. Could you kindly request his signature for me as well?" Chapter 31. The Rescue of Peter Parker, who has yet to become Spider-Man. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Ran was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Peter Parker, who had yet to transform into Spider-Man, would present himself in such a manner. An air of self-doubt enveloped him. His eyes darted away, and he spoke in a barely audible tone. Clearly, this was a young man grappling with significant personal issues. Yet, intriguingly, Peter Parker's name did not appear on the list of troubled students provided by the teachers at Midtown High, nor was any information about him present. Evidently, the educators considered him an inconsequential figure, one not in need of guidance. This behavior epitomizes a quintessentially American attitude, where teachers tend to prioritize the offspring of the elite and affluent, reflecting a pervasive culture of barbarism and arrogance rooted in American society. This nation, steeped in notions of lineage and rife with racial discrimination, has allowed Peter Parker to endure bullying and neglect throughout his formative years. As an orphan raised by his uncle, he belongs to an unequivocally vulnerable demographic, and the prevailing ethos in America, both in diplomacy and social conduct, often favors the strong over the weak. It is indeed miraculous that this young boy, who has faced relentless cruelty and isolation, could emerge as a remarkable superhero after acquiring extraordinary powers, rather than seeking vengeance against those who tormented him. Noticing the prolonged silence of the gentleman before him, Peter Parker refrained from speaking further and lowered his head in disappointment. Zhou Ran, observing Peter's despondent demeanor, chuckled and said, "Peter Parker, my boy, speak up. Repeat what you just stated, but do so with confidence. Fans of Tony and I do not whisper. Moreover, Parker, when you yearn for something intensely, refrain from framing your request as a question. Instead, express it as a definitive statement. Questions often lack conviction and fail to convey the depth of your emotions. Ultimately, both forms of expression may yield a response. Yet the impact is entirely different." Peter Parker, upon hearing this, paused in contemplation, took a deep breath, clenched his fists, summoned his courage, and exclaimed, "Sir, my name is Peter Parker, and I am your fan. I desire your autograph. Mr. Tony Stark is also my idol, and I would like his signature as well." Zhou Ran nodded approvingly, giving a thumbs up, and said with a smile, "Yes, precisely. That's the spirit. Parker, stand tall and speak with conviction. Most importantly, you must lift your head. You possess a pair of remarkably beautiful eyes. They are clear and bright. I promise to fulfill your request. After the tour concludes, come to my office, and I shall present you with this gift." As Zhou Ran finished speaking, Gwen rose, her face illuminated by a radiant smile, saying, "Sir, we would also like your autograph. All the students present must be your admirers. After all, sir, your stories are told in every school. You are profoundly influential and undeniably charismatic." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ran chuckled and replied, "In that case, once the tour concludes, I shall take a photograph with everyone. When the pictures are developed, I will personally sign each one and deliver them to Zhongqing High School for you." With his words, the conference room erupted in a chorus of applause. Zhou Ran nodded, smiling, and remarked, "Let us conclude this light conversation and proceed to the main event of the day. You have 1 minute to form a line here. After that, I will guide you through the inner workings of Stark Industries." With that, Zhou Ran exited the conference room. Awaiting Zhou Ran at the door was Pepper Potts, one of the accompanying personnel specifically requested by Zhou Ran. Potts furrowed her brow and shrugged, inquiring, "Is what you're doing really meaningful? Will it enhance Stark's assets? And do I really need to be involved? I have many responsibilities." Zhou Ran cleared his throat softly and lowered his voice, saying, "Pepper, some matters cannot be quantified by money. When everyone lacks conscience, showcasing our own will grant us tremendous strength. This is the power of public sentiment. While we cannot change the elderly, we can guide the younger generation through our actions. They are lost and in need of our direction. They still harbor a flame within, and we must ignite that fire, allowing it to grow ever larger. As for why I called upon you, it is to enhance your influence. I believe that when Tony pursued you that day, he must have spoken quite highly of you. Miss Potts, you should have some understanding of whether Tony harbors feelings for you. There is no need for me to elaborate further." Instantly, Potts' face flushed crimson, transforming her into a genuine red pepper. She murmured, "Tony did say some rather peculiar things, but he never explicitly stated anything. He merely mentioned he would no longer go to the pool. His feelings for me are one matter, and my feelings for him are quite another." Zhou Ran shook his head, chuckling softly, and remarked, "If Tony refrains from going to the pool, it effectively signifies the end of his reckless behavior. That, in itself, is a statement. Therefore, Miss Potts, it is time to elevate your influence. This tour will provide a modest fee to various New York newspapers, encouraging them to sing praises of Miss Potts." Potts smiled and remarked, "To be frank, sir, the entire newspaper industry in New York has been thoroughly corrupted by you. There is not a hint of negative news regarding Stark Industries, nor any unfavorable reports about yourself. Any newspaper daring to speak, it would likely face a collective backlash the following day." Zhou Ran sighed upon hearing this and said, "There's nothing we can do. Their eyes are solely fixated on the greenbacks. If they are not well fed, they have countless ways to disparage you." After sharing a few more laughs, the students from Midtown High School lined up and exited the conference room. Leading the boys was Lightning Thompson, while Gwen Stacy headed the girls. Peter Parker brought up the rear of the boys, Despite his desire to take the lead, he found himself lacking the courage to do so. Zhou Ran placed a hand on Pa's shoulder and said with a smile, "Paz, it's time for you to showcase your prowess. Let these children witness what a strong woman truly is." Paz nodded, her expression softening into a warm smile, her eyes sparkling as she began. "Students, today's tour will encompass 4 main aspects. First, an exploration of the Stark Industries underground vault. Second, an appreciation of the working atmosphere at Stark Industries. Third, a visit to the technological products of Stark Industries. And fourth, a tasting of the employee meals provided by Stark Industries." Chapter 32. Pause. I just need to perform my script well. Stark Industries. Underground vault. The area was heavily guarded, with security personnel wielding various firearms standing watch. This scene startled the students present, some even letting out shrieks. Gwen, one of the student representatives leading the group, immediately recognized the head of the guards at the vault door. It was her father's good friend, Captain Ben Rad of the New York Special Operations Unit. Gwen felt a rush of shock. Captain Rad was a decorated officer, reputed to have single-handedly taken down 39 terrorists in a single operation. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she wondered just how much money was contained within that vault. Zhou Ran chuckled and reassured the students. There's no need to panic. Although these security guards may appear intimidating, they are quite amiable in their usual demeanor. Moreover, when you see the vault door swing open, you might even feel that there aren't enough of them. Upon hearing this, Paz laughed lightly and placed her hand on the vault door. 3 seconds later, the heavy metallic door creaked open, revealing a bounty of greenbacks stacked like mountains. Is this paradise? Is this the strength of Stark Industries? How utterly outrageous! In my lifetime, I have never beheld such a vast amount of wealth laid out before me. Oh, I wish to lie here forever. Let me perish alongside these verdant Franklin bills. Thompson shivered slightly, curiosity piquing his interest as he inquired, "Sir, may I ask how much money there is here?" Zhou Ran chuckled softly, responding, "Neither more nor less. Precisely 100 billion. The students of Midtown High were astounded upon hearing this figure. Stark Industries possessed such immense wealth. 100 billion in cash. It is likely that only a few companies in the entire United States could amass such a sum. Boz continually recited the speech Zhou Ran had provided her days prior, clearing her throat before addressing the assembly. Fellow students of Midtown High, upon witnessing such an abundance of Franklins, what are your sentiments? Be honest, and boldly share your initial thoughts. A boy clad in a suit was the first to speak, stating, "My first thought is that all this money should belong to me. Then I could do whatever I please." Boz nodded, inquiring further, "Anyone else? Who else wishes to express their thoughts? Speak freely." A girl with freckles chimed in. "My first thought is that this money is truly vast. If I had this sum, I could live without worries, for after all, there is nothing that a Franklin cannot resolve." Another voice added, "My first thought is that all this money should be mine. I could deposit it in the bank and live off the interest indefinitely." Yet another exclaimed, "My first thought is to purchase an aircraft carrier and traverse the Pacific." After listening to these remarks, Boz turned her gaze towards Gwen and Parker, who had remained silent, smiling as she asked, "What about you two?" Gwen clenched her fists and declared fiercely, "My first thought is to donate this money to the police department, hiring aggressively to ensure that all the wrongdoers in Hell's Kitchen are incarcerated." Peter Parker took a deep breath, summoning his courage as he spoke gravely. "My idol, you mentioned earlier that with great power comes great responsibility. At this moment, I do not possess the capability to manage $100 billion, so I strive to restrain my desire for this wealth. My uncle always said that money not earned is never truly spent wisely. Yet, I cannot deny my yearning for this 100 billion, which creates a conflict within me. Hence, I am uncertain how to respond to this question." Boz, upon hearing his words, applauded warmly, stating, "Your responses are splendid. I am quite pleased. However, the answers from the rest of you have left me disheartened." She pointed at the boy in the suit, smiling as she remarked, "I have reviewed your records. Your dream is to become a doctor, yet upon seeing this money, you have forgotten your aspiration." She then gestured towards the freckled girl, adding, "I have also examined your records. Your ambition is to become a legislator, yet you too have lost sight of your dreams. All of you have forgotten your aspirations. Only Gwen retains her dream and wishes to invest this money in her ambitions. What astonished me the most was Peter Parker's choice to refuse temptation, to restrain his desires, and to engage in contemplation. On the strength of this alone, I dare assert that he will undoubtedly emerge as the most accomplished among you in the future. What is the American dream? It is not about gaining rewards without effort. Rather, it embodies the unwavering resolve to persevere through any adversity. It is the relentless pursuit of one's dreams, resisting all forms of temptation, ultimately achieving one's aspirations. What is freedom? Accumulating vast wealth does not equate to true freedom. Genuine freedom lies in retaining one's integrity even after amassing great riches. It is a liberation of the spirit. What constitutes greatness? It is the rejection of all temptations, the courage to shoulder responsibility, and the steadfast remembrance of one's original intentions. Possessing the determination to forge ahead regardless of the challenges faced, while amplifying one's virtues like a beacon, radiating light. It is about making a positive impact on individuals, society, and the nation. This is the essence of the adage. With great power comes great responsibility. This is greatness. Boz stifled a smile at the corners of her mouth as she concluded this utterly unrealistic speech. In her eyes, he was truly diabolical, an insightful rogue. A capitalist with a modicum of conscience, proposing dreams as a rather amusing form of exploitation. Clearing her throat, she said, "Now, sir, please enlighten us about the significance of this vault's existence." Zhou Ren adjusted his glasses and replied with utmost seriousness, "This underground vault bears a name, and its purpose is to assist individuals in realizing their dreams. I have always believed that the wealth one accumulates or the Franklin bills one possesses does not define whether a person is great or formidable. We enter this world unadorned and depart in the same manner. The Franklin is merely a means of transaction we have created. It is but a piece of paper imbued with value. No matter how much money one possesses, it is rendered irrelevant in death. The essence of life is not to amass wealth, but to pursue one's dreams." Stark established this vault with the aim of utilizing these funds to help individuals fulfill their aspirations. We shall strive incrementally, first realizing the dreams of Stark employees, then those of the surrounding community, subsequently the dreams of New Yorkers, then those of all Americans, and ultimately the dreams of people across this planet. Therefore, never forget your dreams, for Stark Industries has created a vault for that very purpose. This is my latest proposal, the Dream Proposal. I shall also submit a similar proposal to the New York City government. Of course, this shortcut to dreams comes at a cost. Upon achieving your dreams, you must join Stark Industries, contributing to the creation of wealth for Stark and realizing the dreams of even more individuals. Chapter 33. Tony, kid, how did you get in here? Upon hearing Zhou Ran's words, all present fell into a profound silence. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into a fervent applause and cheers. I want to join Stark Industries. I too wish to be part of Stark Industries. Once I graduate from university, I will come to serve as your secretary, sir. You are truly magnificent. What you speak of embodies the true American dream. Sir, I, Thompson, am willing to follow in your footsteps for eternity. Count me in. Peter Parker, his face reflecting astonishment, murmured to himself, "Is this the essence of your greatness, sir? With greater power comes greater responsibility. Your teachings, I, Peter Parker, shall hold dear to my heart." Gwen stood transfixed, a hint of inscrutable emotion flickering in her eyes. "No wonder my father often said that you are the most extraordinary person he has ever encountered. Once seen, one is inevitably captivated. You are a truly remarkable individual, your thoughts soaring to great heights." At the city government meeting, although you spoke little, when you raise your hand to address the assembly, an instant hush would fall, compelling all present to lean in and listen intently. Boz let out a sigh, turning away, unable to endure the fervent adulation. How impressive! Is this the calculation of all possibilities? Is this the power of the human spirit that he speaks of? This force is indeed terrifying, utterly daunting. This performance has captivated the youth of New York's next generation, with over 80% of them likely to join Stark Industries. Coupled with tomorrow's reports from various New York newspapers, this vision has firmly established Stark Industries as distinct, possessing its own unique style. This style is named greatness, and it has the potential to help people realize their aspirations. This is a truly great company. My heart aches for Hammer Industries and Osborne Industries. No matter how hard they strive for 3 centuries, they could never catch up to Stark. He is the most politically astute man I have ever encountered, redefining exploitation by placing an irresistible dessert before it. I must admit, he is indeed a man of profound foresight and wisdom. What kind of charismatic persona does Tony Stark possess to garner such sincere friendships? Zhou Ran cleared his throat lightly and smiled, saying, "My purpose in bringing you all to tour the underground vault is to convey that one's vision should not be limited to mere wealth. Even if one possesses an abundance, never forget your dreams. I hope you never bow down like Franklin, for once you do, you will become their captive and lose the light within your heart. For your generation, losing that light equates to this nation losing its radiance. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Stay true to your original aspirations, and you shall achieve your goals." As Zhou Ran concluded his remarks, the audience erupted into fervor once more. Listening to the jubilant cheers, he felt a surge of emotion within. Indeed, the youthful fervor had not yet waned. To become a guiding light for these young minds was tantamount to securing a place as an idol in the hearts of Americans for the next 30 years. Thus, he amassed political capital, which would serve as a stepping stone for his future advancement. Zhou Ran was a man of clear purpose. His joining Stark was to better safeguard himself, and ascending from a congressman was also a means of self-preservation. He merely wished to live well and subtly influence the world around him. Once Tony became Iron Man, he planned to take a brief respite to recuperate, delegating the fundamental tasks to Potts while he focused solely on overarching strategies, preparing to transition into the political arena. He had the backing of Stark Industries in terms of resources, and politically, he had the support of the younger generation. Thus, he set a modest goal to become the voice of reason in New York's underworld and to ascend to the position of mayor. With him as mayor, New York would surely thrive. Zhou Ran nodded and said, "Let us continue our tour. Our next stop is to experience the work atmosphere of Stark's employees." By 11 a.m., the event had concluded successfully, enhancing Stark Industries' reputation and garnering substantial acclaim. The high school in Midtown, drawn randomly by Zhou Ran, had also received sponsorship from Stark Industries, reaping significant benefits. This was a dark transaction concealed beneath the veil of dreams. Though shrouded in darkness, under Zhou Ran's watchful eye, he could ensure that during his lifetime, the so-called underground treasury could genuinely assist many in realizing their aspirations. He had always prided himself on fairness. This was a transaction concerning dreams. Anyone daring to embezzle funds meant for dreams should not blame him, Zhou, for being ruthless, as the Magnum revolver nestled in his car was no mere decoration. Stark Tower, top floor, President's office. After a formal knock, Zhou Ran forcefully pushed the door open. Tony Stark, drenched in sweat and tightening screws with a wrench, heard the loud sound but did not turn around. With a smile, he replied, "Just a moment, this invention of mine needs another 20 minutes to complete." Zhou Ran chuckled and casually took a seat. Peter Parker, following Zhou Ran, looked at Tony Stark engrossed in his creation with wide-eyed curiosity but chose not to approach. Instead, he sat obediently beside Zhou Ran. Noticing this, Zhou Ran reached out to pat Peter Parker's shoulder, smiling gently. "If you want to see, go ahead. Tony is a very nice person." Upon hearing this, Peter nodded, took a deep breath, and walked over. Tony was wholly engrossed in his inventive endeavors, oblivious to Peter Parker's approach. He furrowed his brow in frustration. The screw he required was of the wrong type, and he had forgotten where he had carelessly discarded the previous one. After all, this invention had emerged spontaneously, without any formal design plans. Just as Tony was about to pause, a screw was presented to him. His eyes lit up. It was precisely what he needed. Upon fastening the required screw, an array of additional components was promptly handed to him. Immersed in this blissful act of creation, Tony naturally began to direct, Bring me the needle nose pliers and the wire. And please remove the oxidation from screw number 15. As the task of connecting the wire was completed, the deoxidized screw number 15 also arrived. 8 miniature gears, 5 medium gears, and 1 large gear requiring heat treatment, a bottle of lubricant, and a bottle of machine oil. 10 minutes later, Tony erupted in laughter as he descended from his workstation. He gazed at the perspiring young Spider-Man beside him, who appeared utterly bewildered, and asked, "Hey kid, who are you? When did you come in?" Chapter 34. The Family Portrait of Tony and Peter Parker. Zhou Ran couldn't help but laugh heartily, remarking, "Tony, look at how exhausted this child is. He has been a tremendous help to you, saving you a considerable amount of time." He continued, "Why is Parker so speechless in the presence of the Tony Stark you wish to meet? What has made him so timid? He was quite bold when helping just moments ago." Peter Parker, upon hearing this, scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. "Mr. Stark, my name is Peter Parker, and I am your fan." Tony chuckled, picked up a towel from the workbench, and playfully ruffled Peter Parker's hair, saying, "Kid, hurry and wipe off your sweat. Tony Stark, do not have such disheveled fans." Peter Parker, feeling the rough treatment from Tony, did not experience even a hint of disappointment. Rather, he was immensely delighted. With a goofy grin, he accepted the towel and began wiping the sweat from his face. Tony slowly approached Zhou Ran, leaning on his shoulder, and murmured in confusion, "You're not pulling my leg, are you? This dim-witted kid really helped me? He doesn't seem very bright, a bit foolish." Zhou Ran cleared his throat softly and replied, "This child is an orphan, raised by his uncle, and has always been a bit of a misfit at school, often bullied. Yet, he maintains a gentle and kind disposition, brimming with enthusiasm for life, and he is quite intelligent. He is an exceptional boy, unfortunately overlooked." He continued, "This child regards you and me as idols, though his admiration for you is undoubtedly greater, as I am not a scientific genius like you. Tony, I believe your every action has the potential to alter this child's future." Upon hearing this, Tony paused for a moment, then laughed. "This little rascal sounds rather intriguing. Yet he lacks a certain manly spirit. I believe he requires a godfather." Zhou Ran cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, "Tony, to assume the role of someone's father right off the bat seems somewhat disrespectful." Tony shook his head, insisting, "No, it is not just me. We shall be his godfathers together." Zhou Ran was taken aback for a moment, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he slowly replied, "What you propose does sound rather interesting. I accept." With a grin, Tony clapped Zhou Ran firmly on the shoulder, saying, "I have always felt that we are remarkably similar. Despite your serious exterior and the gravity with which you approach tasks, our inner selves resonate alike, possessing profound depth, the solitude of genius, and a child's playful spirit. Thus, even though you are quite serious, I find it an endearing seriousness. If I were likened to a warm joke, you would be a delightful cold one." Zhou Ran nodded, playfully retorting, "There are still differences. At least I am not indecisive in matters of love, maintaining my purity, while you have weathered many battles and linger in reminiscence." With all the promises made to Pepper, "Tony, you must be feeling quite tormented. However, while we may agree on the matter, becoming a godfather must still be sanctioned by the child." Tony cleared his throat lightly, gesturing towards the still perspiring Peter Parker, and with a serious demeanor declared, "Hey, kid, come over here. I have something to discuss with you." Peter Parker ran over with a smile, flexing his arms to showcase his non-existent biceps, enthusiastically exclaiming, "Mr. Stark, sir, what is it? Are you about to embark on another invention?" "I am ready." Tony maintained his stern facade, locking eyes with the young spider, and gravely stated, "Peter Parker, you have received Tony Stark's acknowledgement. Your recent performance has greatly pleased me. This is the first time I have recognized a child. You are a genius. Therefore, Peter Parker, would you consider becoming my apprentice? To be the protege of the greatest genius in the world?" Peter was momentarily stunned, utterly astounded. Yet, even more astonishing was what followed. Just like Tony, Zhou Ran also adopted a serious countenance, fixing his gaze on Peter's eyes, and earnestly proclaimed, "Peter Parker, you too have received the acknowledgement of the Sir. Your responses in the underground vault were commendable. You resisted the temptation of $10 billion, engaged in thoughtful reflection, and echo my words, heeding your uncle's advice. This is an exceedingly rare quality, more precious than countless Franklins combined, shining like gold. As Boz has said, tremendous achievements await you in the future. You possess great character. So, Peter Parker, would you consider becoming my apprentice? In this world, there exists an unparalleled mentor. Peter Parker stood utterly astounded, as if thunder reverberated within his mind. In that moment, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Mr. Stark wishes to be my godfather. He truly desires to be my godfather. Oh my God, what day is it today? Surely I must be dreaming. Observing the dazed Peter Parker, Tony felt a surge of embarrassment and tilted his head slightly, murmuring to Zhou Ran, "Are we being rejected?" Zhou Ran cleared his throat softly and replied, "Tony, I believe he is simply overwhelmed by joy and cannot extricate himself." Tony raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "I think we may have been a bit hasty. This kid really does resemble a dazed goose." Zhou Ran laughed and retorted, "Tony, did you select him? It's too late for you to have second thoughts now. However, I have high hopes for this child. If you are unwilling, I shall take it upon myself to be his godfather. I will nurture him to become as exceptional as I am." Tony couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Then this child would lose the joy of living. He should follow me and become a happy person. Being with you would only squander his talents. Only I can transform him into a greater genius, something you cannot achieve. Therefore, he is better off with me." Peter Parker finally regained his composure, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at Tony and Zhou Ran, smiling and trembling as he spoke. Tony chuckled, reaching out to ruffle Peter Parker's hair vigorously, saying, "Parker, the first lesson from your godfather is this. A man should not cry easily, but should always laugh heartily." Zhou Ran wiped away Peter's tears and stated solemnly, "Parker, the first lesson from your godfather is this. A man may cry, but never let a woman see it." Tony raised an eyebrow and added, "Parker, the second lesson from your godfather is this. When faced with bullying, you must strike back." Zhou Ran shook his head and said, "Parker, the second lesson from your godfather is this. First, strengthen yourself, and only then retaliate fiercely." Tony furrowed his brow and continued, "Parker, the third lesson from your godfather is this. When you encounter a girl you like, you must be brave and take the initiative." Zhou Ran smiled and remarked, "Parker, the third lesson from your godfather is this. If you blossom, the fragrance will naturally attract admirers. Only by becoming exceptional yourself will countless girls pursue you. Do not mistake the surge of hormones for genuine affection." Tony gritted his teeth and passionately declared, "Parker, the fourth lesson from your godfather is the method for crafting Jericho missiles. And the fifth lesson is the technique for creating mechanical power arms. Additionally, the sixth lesson involves utilizing wave-particle duality to construct a miniature laser cannon." Zhou Ran sighed in exasperation and turned to Tony, saying, "Hey, Mr. Tony Stark, do not teach a teenager to create such perilous devices. Have you considered Parker's safety?" Tony smiled proudly and exclaimed, "Ah, sir, is it truly shameful to admit one's inferiority to Tony Stark?" Peter Parker gazed at the two quarreling mentors, a broad smile illuminating his face. Chapter 35. In New York, I am Detective Jean Grey. Meanwhile, having received Professor Charles's directive, Jean Grey, tasked with supporting the Phoenix in New York, employed her formidable mental prowess to locate Cyclops, Iceman, and Storm. Observing the trio indulging in merriment within a dilapidated warehouse, their spirits evidently high, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "Scott, what have you all been up to lately? Have you encountered anything unusual? The professor sent me to assist you. He mentioned that you might be in peril. Moreover, why do you all appear to be in such splendid spirits?" At her words, Scott erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Jean, you have no idea. These past few days in New York have been the happiest of our lives. My eyes have never felt sharper." Iceman nodded in agreement, adding, "I truly feel rejuvenated. It's as if I'm a new person." Storm echoed his sentiment, saying, "Jean, being able to freely utilize our powers is a true blessing, something I hardly dare to dream of. Moreover, this mission has posed no danger whatsoever, and we haven't encountered anything amiss. We've merely been watering the plants in Queens." Jean Grey sighed in exasperation, stating, "If that's the case, we may indeed be facing a formidable adversary. If even you have not sensed any anomalies, he must be exceptionally powerful. Upon hearing this, Scott adjusted his dark sunglasses and laughed heartily. Well, that's splendid news. I shall make him experience the might of my optic blasts. Let him taste the essence of laser. There are no foes we, the X-Men, cannot overcome. Iceman cleared his throat and interjected, Scott, let us not be overly presumptuous. Even combined, we would struggle against Magneto. Let us not forget him. Scott scoffed, asserting, today as Scott is not yesterday as Scott. We haven tea yet engaged. How can we declare a victor? These past nights, I have unleashed my lasers with abandon, and my abilities have significantly amplified. Storm shook her head, somewhat resigned. Cyclops, usually mild-mannered and genteel, transformed in Jean's presence, eager to showcase his strength and unleash his masculine allure, reminiscent of a lion in the throes of spring on the African savanna. Cyclops, at times, must remember that fervent passion can be intimidating. You're still quite young. Jean Grey shook her head, her tone turning serious as she commanded, You all stay here. I possess formidable psychic abilities and shall investigate ahead. Should I detect anything unusual, I will inform you telepathically. Be prepared to assist at a moment's notice. Additionally, the professor emphasized that we are currently amidst a significant transformative period. It is imperative that we leave a positive impression on the populace. Thus, I urge you to exercise utmost caution and remain inconspicuous. To be candid, I have recently been indulging in reading on the Wild Fruit app, seamlessly switching sources and enjoying the diversity of narration, available on both Android and iOS. While we may be assisting S, H, I, E, L, D, the nature of our endeavor is far from noble. Upon my arrival, I overheard numerous inhabitants of Queens, New York, lamenting about the incessant downpour, the frigid air, and the terrifying flashes of lightning. Each night, it feels as though we are on the brink of an apocalypse, which is undeniably disconcerting. I pondered whether it might be wise to contemplate reducing the rainfall. With that, Jean Grey turned and exited the dilapidated underground warehouse, leaving behind 3 individuals exchanging glances. Scott cleared his throat and, with a serious demeanor, remarked, Iceman, did you hear that? Jean said the rain must lessen. Iceman shrugged and retorted mockingly, I can certainly manage that, but Scott, I hope you can refrain from being so flashy when you take off those sunglasses tonight. Storm sighed, reflecting internally. When majestic lioness strides across the African savanna, it ignites a rivalry between 2 male lions. Yet, the lioness merely observes their conflict with amusement before seeking out another mate. Queens, New York, 18 Blake Street. Jean Grey emerged from a crimson taxi, her luminous golden hair cascading down her elongated figure, clad in a striking red gown that captured the attention of countless admirers. What a stunning young woman! She exudes such grace. Her legs are long and fair. If only she donned black stockings and high heels, I could revel in her presence for an entire year. How I long to be with her, to have her bear me a multitude of children, listening to these vile thoughts emanating from the depths of their beings. Jean could not help but frown, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her, akin to discovering a green fly in her meal. This is the plight of those endowed with psychic abilities. They are burdened by the capacity to hear the innermost thoughts of others, to sense the malicious intentions and desires that lie hidden beneath the surface. A seemingly benevolent elderly man may greet you with kindness, yet his mind harbors thoughts of how to seduce you, plotting the specifics of how to plant his wicked seed within you. It is utterly repulsive. One can understand why the professor is bald. Being inundated with such negativity daily would understandably drive anyone to hair loss. Jean took a deep breath, striving to calm her exceedingly tumultuous emotions. She is reluctant to venture into crowded places. For the moment she does, she is bombarded by a torrent of malice, and thoughts of obliterating these repugnant sentiments occasionally arise. However, after years of guidance and education from the professor, Jean's heart has grown as vast as the ocean. Repugnant as these thoughts may be, she chooses not to succumb to anger or fury. Jean Grey gradually lifted her head, gazing at the ice cream parlor before her, reflecting upon the information imparted by the professor. According to Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, peculiar distortions of reality were occurring on Blake Street. The ice cream shop had transformed into a restaurant, the bakery into a martial arts dojo, and the jewelry store into a bar. Nick Fury assured her that this information was utterly reliable, yet he refrained from disclosing the specific source. It was not difficult to surmise the origin of this intelligence. It must have been an operative engaged in a mission who uncovered these anomalies during the course of their duties. Thus, this undertaking was undoubtedly linked to the phenomenon of reality distortion. However, it remained uncertain whether this was the first occurrence or if it had transpired numerous times before. Based on the professor's conjecture, it was highly likely that a mutant possessing Omega potential was responsible. To her astonishment, besides the professor, Magneto, and herself, a fourth Omega-level mutant had emerged. Was it the ability to distort reality? Had he only just awakened, or had he been conscious of his powers for some time? What could his intentions possibly be? Jean Grey's mind erupted into a tempest of thoughts, generating countless ideas in an instant as she pondered the matter she was about to investigate. This contemplation, from inception to conclusion, spanned merely a fleeting second. Truly, she was the vessel of the Phoenix Force, an awe-inspiring sight indeed. Chapter 36. Tony, Parker, you remind me of myself? Jean Grey chuckled softly, murmuring to herself, how intriguing. She decided to explore the places visited by this Omega-level mutant and stepped slowly into the ice cream shop before her. She casually chose a seat away from the crowd, nestled in a corner, and symbolically ordered a scoop of the quintessential American ice cream, H. Agendas. This was a classic advertising slogan, known throughout America. If you love her, take her to H. Agendas. With an air of elegance, Jean savored the H. Agendas, taking delicate bites, her lips curling into a sweet smile, embodying the image of a girl who adores ice cream with effortless grace. After finishing the H. Agendas, a flicker of fiery red ignited in her eyes as she gently closed them, subtly harnessing the segment of the Phoenix Force at her disposal. She began to meticulously attune herself to the power capable of distorting reality on a microscopic level. She harbored immense confidence in her Phoenix abilities. The professor had often remarked that it was a force of unparalleled greatness, shaped like a soaring phoenix, capable of effortlessly shattering microscopic matter. As long as that mutant had left even the faintest trace, the Phoenix Force would undoubtedly sense his presence. Such are her thoughts. At the pinnacle of Stark Industries, within the presidential office, Tony smiled as he retrieved a rapid camera he had ingeniously developed from his drawer, capable of capturing and instantly printing photos in stunning 1080 resolution. Shaking it playfully, he exclaimed, "Parker, let's capture a moment together. Today is a day worthy of remembrance, and we should leave our mark." Parker nodded, grinning, and replied, "Indeed, this is a day to cherish. Remember to open your eyes wide. Parker, your godfather has told you that you possess beautiful, clear, and bright eyes." Upon hearing this, Peter Parker felt a veil of mist rise in his eyes, his face aglow with a radiant smile. A click resounded, followed by the sound of the photo being developed. On the left stood a refined young man of Asian descent, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a deep blue suit, a subtle smile gracing his lips, with profound eyes that seemed to hold a universe within. On the right was a scruffy, carefree young Latino, clad in a black tank top, his hair a disheveled nest, his eyes wide open as he laughed heartily. In the center stood a seemingly daft, lanky boy in a midtown high school uniform, his soft, deep brown hair framing a face illuminated with joy. Years later, after Peter Parker had embraced his destiny as Spider-Man and earned the admiration of the people of New York City, he stood atop the Empire State Building, the night air brisk against his skin as he gazed upon the illuminated skyline. From his pocket, he produced this very photograph, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes as he smiled, kissing the picture softly and whispering. He then donned his mask and leaped into the night. Embarking on his evening of justice, Zhou ran, chuckled, and retrieved the developed photo from the camera, taking out a pen from his pocket to inscribe on the back, "With great power comes great responsibility. Peter Parker, your godfather believes that one day you will become a remarkable individual. After finishing his heartfelt message, Zhou Ran handed the photo and pen to Tony, saying, "Mr. Stark, it is your turn to write." Tony Stark accepted the photo and pen, glancing at Zhou Ran's words before shaking his head and responding earnestly. "These words may weigh heavily on Parker. It is not appropriate. He should forge his own path and cultivate his own thoughts, not be bound by your expectations. He is but a child, with many wonderful experiences yet to come. Parker cannot be as rigid and serious as you. That would render life far too dull." With a grin, Tony took the pen and inscribed, "Peter Parker, my dear godson, may you find joy every day and let worries and woes drift away from you. May you laugh heartily and embrace an optimistic spirit. Always in your corner, your godfather, Tony Stark." Zhou Ran shrugged and smiled, saying, "Oh, I recall a gentleman named Tony Stark mentioning the method for crafting the Parker Jericho missile. This must place an even greater burden on Parker." Tony, feeling quite embarrassed, touched his nose and chuckled awkwardly, replying, "Well, for a genius like Parker, creating the Jericho missile is a rather effortless task, isn't it, Parker?" Upon hearing this, Peter Parker paused for a moment and murmured, "I suppose so." Zhou Ran took the photograph from Tony Stark and handed it to Peter Parker. Smiling as he said, "Parker, this photo is for you. On the back, there are blessings from Tony and me. I hope that from the moment you receive this photograph, you could transform into a new Peter Parker. Do not remain silent any longer. Do not keep your head bowed. Do not feel isolated. Instead, seek to make more friends." Tony nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, Peter Parker, it is time to bid farewell to the past. From today onwards, stand tall like a man, keep your chin up, be sunny and open, and speak boldly. And remember, don't hesitate to engage with the ladies." Holding the photograph, Peter Parker felt his face flush upon hearing Tony's words. And with great shyness, he stuttered, "Uncle Tony, there's indeed a girl I really like. Her name is Mary Jane Watson. She is very beautiful. But she already has a boyfriend, the star of our school's football team, Flash Thompson. What should I do now?" Tony's eyes lit up at this revelation. He playfully ruffled Peter Parker's hair, raised an eyebrow, and laughed heartily. "Haha, Parker, if you like her, you should go for it. Just because she has a boyfriend doesn't mean she's off limits. Even if she were married, it wouldn't prevent you from pursuing her. After all, marriage can lead to divorce. Moreover, when a man encounters someone he likes, he must boldly pursue her. Go after her, Parker. Otherwise, you may regret it for the rest of your life. You must do whatever it takes to win her over. And even if you act impulsively and end up in juvenile detention, I'll hire the best lawyer to bail you out. Parker, do not feel ashamed of this affection. In my youth, I too pursued a girl who was already someone else's girlfriend and ultimately succeeded. Peter Parker, you are truly my protege, inheriting the admirable qualities I possess. You are very much like me." Chapter 37, Clarity of Heart. I emerge. I am the Emperor of the universe. Witnessing Tony imparting such guidance to Peter Parker, Zhou Ran's expression darkened, and he felt utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning. He began to regret introducing Peter Parker to Tony. After all, the Tony Stark of today was not yet the Iron Man of years to come. Not yet the god among men who could stand shoulder to shoulder with deities through sheer human strength. Recently, I have been immersed in reading through Wild Fruit, switching sources effortlessly, and enjoying the diverse narration tones available on both Android and Apple devices. At this point, Tony has yet to undergo trials of life and death. He remains a frivolous playboy, with the sole admirable trait of being an undeniable genius. Although greatly influenced by Zhou Ran over the past decade, Tony has undergone considerable transformation. Yet his essence remains unchanged. It is only after becoming Iron Man that Tony Stark's core was altered and elevated. Iron Man is Iron Man, and Tony Stark is Tony Stark. Tony Stark created Iron Man, while Iron Man has fulfilled Tony Stark's destiny. Zhou Ran furrowed his brow. Under his influence, Peter Parker recognized Tony Stark earlier and became his protege, which may have future ramifications. There exists the possibility that Peter Parker may never become Spider-Man. Nevertheless, Zhou Ran harbors no regrets, for even if Peter Parker does not don the mantle of Spider-Man, he is destined for greatness. Everyone remembers the Spider-Man swinging between skyscrapers. Yet they forget the boy behind the mask, Peter Parker, a genius of unparalleled intellect, whose IQ rivals that of Tony Stark. The impoverished rely on mutation, while the affluent depend on technology. Now that Peter Parker has become the protege of both myself and Tony, shielded by Stark Industries, whether or not he becomes Spider-Man is of little consequence. Worst comes to worst, he can simply explore technological advancements. Perhaps a successor to Iron Man could emerge. That is not beyond possibility. Zhou Ran suddenly smiled, a realization dawning upon him. He should have anticipated this all along. Has the future not already begun to shift? It has been changing since his arrival in this world. So what difference does it make if it continues to evolve? Within the golden realm of consciousness, 3 golden figures, akin to suns, lay in slumber. Sensing Zhou Ran's transformation, they simultaneously opened their eyes. One, casually dressed, somewhat languid golden figure smiled and remarked, "Gentlemen, a disciple of mine has been born." As the words fell, a violent tremor rippled through the realm, leading to the miraculous emergence of a golden lotus flower that blossomed instantaneously. At its center sat a Buddha, hands clasped in prayer, dressed in a resplendent robe, adorned with a golden halo and a string of golden prayer beads draped across his chest. The Buddha's expression remained serene as he slowly opened his eyes. The languid golden figure looked upon the newly manifested Buddha, yawned, and inquired, "What is the reason for your birth?" The Buddha smiled gently, hands in prayer, and replied, "In the presence of the world-honored one, clarity births my existence." The languid golden figure, upon hearing this, smiled and began to speak slowly. Clarity is awareness. Awareness is enlightenment. Enlightenment is the law, and the law is the thusness. As long as this realm remains intact and this body unfallen, I shall not venture forth lightly until the day of boundless merit is fulfilled. Thus, I bestow upon you the name of Tath-Gata, to traverse the world on my behalf. I have declared before, above and below, I alone am supreme. Revered one, the Emperor. From henceforth, I shall be known as the Emperor Tath-Gata. Upon hearing this, the Buddha experienced a sudden enlightenment, erupting in laughter and proclaiming, "The 3 bodies of fruition arise from mundane roots, and the 6 realms of existence leave no trace. The thus come one has never been merely his original form. The withering and flourishing of life ultimately lead to the empty gate. I thank the world-honored one for this name. Henceforth, I shall be called the Emperor Tath-Gata." The languid golden figure waved a hand, ushering the Emperor Tath-Gata out of the golden space. Turning slightly, he smiled and remarked, "My friends, I have glimpsed the future through the lens of the true awakening Alaya consciousness. It promises to be quite lively." Upon hearing this, a golden figure furrowed his brow and inquired, "Lively? Is it due to the influence of that stone?" The master has recently ceased overthinking, no longer acting with meticulous seriousness, or looking back and forth. He is beginning to act spontaneously, slowly shedding his layer of pretense. Surely, these deeds are also attributed to it. The languid golden figure chuckled softly, sighed deeply, and replied, "Indeed, these actions are indeed the work of that stone. Even the emergence of the Emperor Tath-Gata was due to it. However, this time, the stone is beyond anyone's control. It embodies the restless mind, the luminous spirit, the stone monkey, the great sage. It is freedom. It is ease. It is chaos. Neither Wukong, nor traveler, nor holy Buddha." Zhou Ran cleared his throat and, with utmost seriousness, said, "Parker, with the assistance of the Godfather Tony, you will undoubtedly be able to pursue the girl you fancy, Mary Jane Watson. Of course, pursuit is essential, for if one harbors feelings for another but does not act, one will surely live with regret. The Godfather encourages you to pursue boldly, but do not, under any circumstances, engage in the illicit actions that Mr. Stark suggests. Furthermore, I must remind you, as a man, to distinguish between affection and desire. Do not mistake desire for affection. Otherwise, you will merely be lusting after the person's body, which is beneath you." Upon hearing this, Tony shook his head and quickly retorted, "Your statement is flawed. Without desire, how can there be affection? Do you not wish to be intimate with her? Why else would you pursue her? Surely, one first desires her body before appreciating her soul. Without attaining the body, how can one reach the soul? If I do not wish for a woman's body, then I certainly do not love her. Thus, there is nothing disgraceful in this. Zhou Ran nodded, gravely stating, Tony, I must share something crucial with you. A matter of great significance. Tony frowned and curiously asked, What is it? Zhou Ran pointed behind Tony and smiled. Tony, what you just said was overheard by Potts. Tony froze for a moment, slowly turning around. Potts scoffed, glared fiercely, clenched her fists, and stormed out. Tony took a deep breath, gave Zhou Ran a middle finger, and slowly began to speak. Then he dashed out the door, exclaiming, Potts, let me explain. Zhou Ran chuckled, observing Peter Parker, and said, Parker, do you understand now? Peter Parker nodded vigorously, extending his thumb in praise, saying, Godfather, I have come to realize that while Tony excels in innovation and creation, in all other aspects, you surpass him. The Godfather. You can be assured that Parker will remember your words. Zhou Ran chuckled, ruffling the little spider's hair, and remarked, You mustn't let Mr. Tony hear that. He would surely be displeased. Peter Parker nodded and smiled, saying, Godfather, it's clear to me that Tony has an unyielding spirit. Chapter 38. Obadiah's plea for mercy after chatting with Peter Parker for a while longer and offering a few more words of advice. Zhou Ran escorted him out of the Stark Industries building. At the entrance, he cheerfully produced a Bank of America card from his pocket and handed it to the little spider, saying, Parker, this is a welcoming gift from both godfathers. Please do not refuse it. You must accept it. He then hailed a taxi for the little spider and watched as he departed. Sitting in the taxi, Peter Parker beamed with joy, his face alight with a broad smile. Today was indeed a memorable day for him. He touched the photograph tucked within the lining of his school uniform, gazing into the distance, murmuring, Peter Parker will surely not let you down. Zhou Ran stretched lazily and returned to his office. Natasha, noticing Zhou Ran's entrance, pointed to the clock on the wall and inquired, You promised to return by 11. Yet you're an hour late. Did something delay you? Zhou Ran nodded, responding, Yes, I was caught up with a personal matter that took longer than expected. By the way, Miss Ellie, have the documents been sorted? Are there any urgent matters requiring my immediate attention? Natasha slowly rose from her chair, gesturing for Zhou Ran to take a seat as she pointed to two important documents on the desk. She began, Here are two significant documents. One is an invitation to a ceremony from the military, signed by a colonel named Rhodes, inviting you and Mr. Tony to attend. The other is a letter from Director Obadiah. This letter carries a tone of humility and desperation as he lowers himself to plead, You may wish to take a look. Zhou Ran gradually settled into the chair, picking up the document signed by Obadiah that Natasha indicated. He began to read, Dear Sir, I am Tony's uncle, Director Obadiah. Recently, Tony has shared many thoughts with me. After careful consideration, I have come to understand your far-reaching foresight. All your actions are in service to Stark Industries, striving for a brighter future for the company. We should not be adversaries. We share the same vision. My love for this company is deeper than that of you and Tony, as I, alongside Tony's father, Howard, was instrumental in its founding. However, as you are aware, Stark Industries has always been a weapons manufacturer, with our primary source of revenue derived from arms sales. While the gentleman has indeed introduced numerous innovative ideas and transformations to Stark Industries, enhancing its assets and influence, I still find it difficult to comprehend the reduction in arms production, allowing these contracts to be relinquished to Hammer Industries and Oscorp. Perhaps it is a sign of my advancing years, for I have decided to take a period of respite, hoping that the gentleman will thoughtfully consider my words. Of course, if you remain unconvinced by my perspective, there is little I can do. I am no longer young, and the future of Stark Industries will ultimately rest upon you and Tony. Speaking to you now is not Obadiah, the board member, but merely an elder who wishes for Stark to flourish. Upon reading this letter, personally penned by Obadiah, Zhou Ran could not help but furrow his brow, lowering his head in contemplation. What on earth is that old rascal up to? Is he playing the familial card or resorting to a feigned vulnerability? How could he possibly show such weakness? This is entirely inconsistent with his usual hardline approach. Has he truly resolved to prepare for the kidnapping and assassination of Tony Stark? His overtures of goodwill must be an attempt to court my favor. Clearing his throat, Zhou Ran turned to Black Widow, shaking the document in his hand with a smile, and inquired, "Ari, what is your perspective on this letter of goodwill?" Natasha chuckled at his words and replied, "What are you worried about? From my viewpoint, your standing within Stark Industries is, in many respects, even superior to that of Mr. Tony. You have garnered the praise of countless employees, which has undoubtedly secured your position. At this juncture, Obadiah's most prudent course of action would be to withdraw from this power struggle, a contest he is destined to lose, and to comfortably count his accumulating wealth from the safety of his home." Zhou Ran nodded in agreement, stating, "Ari, you make a compelling point. It seems there is nothing to be overly concerned about. After all, if even you, an outsider, can see through this clearly, that old fox Obadiah must be even more aware." Yet, despite his outward demeanor, Zhou Ran felt certain in his heart. Obadiah could no longer contain himself. He was poised to take desperate measures. This implies that Tony is on the brink of being kidnapped. Tony is set to become Iron Man. How splendid this is. 10 years, an entire decade, has led to this moment, the commencement of a grand narrative, the day Tony ascends to Stark's legacy. My own safety shall finally be assured. Taking a deep breath to calm his exhilaration, Zhou Ran smiled and said, "In that case, I should place a call to Obadiah and have a thorough discussion with him." With that, he picked up the telephone from the table and dialed. In a villa on the outskirts of New York, the phone rang. Dressed impeccably, Obadiah's eyes were bloodshot. Having gone a full day and night without sleep, he took a deep breath, rubbed his face, and managed to force a smile as he answered the phone, saying, "Hello. I have been eagerly awaiting your call." Zhou Ran chuckled softly and replied, "Mr. Obadiah, I had some matters to attend to this morning. I hosted a group of students from Zhongqing High School who came to visit. I shared with them the philosophy of Stark Industries, which emphasizes humanity and aims to benefit society and the nation. Tomorrow, various newspapers in New York will likely cover this event. Mr. Obadiah, you will see the related news by tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Obadiah smiled and remarked, "You have always been astute and well-informed. Stark Industries cannot do without you. I feel my age catching up with me. I no longer have the energy to work wholeheartedly for 6 hours. The future of Stark Industries rests on you and Tony. I must apologize for the conflicts we have had in the past. I was too rigid and unable to accept your ideas." Zhou Ran cleared his throat and slowly responded, "Mr. Obadiah, everything I've done has been for the betterment of Stark Industries. Since you have made plans for retirement, I shall not stand in your way. I recall that the head of the investment department mentioned to me that you were negotiating a substantial arms order with the military, which includes several Jericho missiles. I have agreed to this order, and you will be fully responsible for it as a gift to you. I hope you will appreciate it." Obadiah took a deep breath and smiled, saying, "Thank you. With this order, my departure will be complete. If you have other matters to attend to, I will hang up now." After ending the call, he slowly raised his head, his gaze fierce, resembling a predator ready to pounce. Chapter 39, Black Widow. I intend to make a direct probe. Obadiah loosened his tie, inhaled deeply, and fixed his fierce gaze on the distance. Like a wild beast, he roared in anger and slowly spoke. "I hope you can recognize the situation. There is a popular saying in the East, 'A wise person knows when to yield.' I hope you can discern your circumstances, although I find you insufferable. I must admit that you have been a significant asset to Stark Industries. You are indeed talented. However, a disobedient talent is far better suited to meet the devil in hell. I truly do not wish for you to descend into hell. It all depends on your choices." Stark Tower, Vice President's office. Zhou Ran hung up the phone, smiling, and remarked, "Ailey, it seems you were indeed correct. Mr. Obadiah has decided to retire at home. By the way, what would you like for lunch? I can have Bob prepare something." Natasha smiled and replied, "I would like some borscht, pickles with braised beef, and a glass of strong vodka. It has been a while since I had vodka, and I feel like having a bit." Zhou Ran nodded and proceeded to press the yellow button on the table, cheerfully instructing, "Bob, the usual. I would like a serving of foie gras, a tender portion of pan-seared lamb chops, and a medium-rare filet mignon. Also a plate of fava beans, an ounce of honey, and half a glass of red wine. Additionally, Please bring me a bowl of borscht with pickles to accompany the braised beef, and a shot of strong vodka. After placing his order with Bob, Zhou Ran picked up the documents on the table, perusing them with a thumb raised in approval. Excellent work today. These documents are well organized, balancing urgency and importance, handling both significant matters and minor details splendidly. Ailey, it seems you have adapted to the work here. Natasha smiled and replied, with such a role model, how could I not strive for excellence? Surely, you do not think of me as merely a pretty face devoid of substance. Zhou Ran shook his head, raised his hands in a gesture of reassurance, and said, Miss Ailey, I have never doubted your capabilities, especially considering you claim to have 5 years of experience, having worked at Hammer Industries and Osborne Industries. However, while I trust your abilities, concerns remain. I certainly do not wish for my work to be tarnished by an incompetent secretary. Natasha nodded in understanding, saying, your concerns are entirely justified. After all, you are a person who pursues perfection. She gazed at Zhou Ran, deciding to take a direct approach in her probing. With a playful smile, reminiscent of an innocent girl, she curiously inquired, by the way, before I joined Stark Industries, I read an introduction about you in Time magazine. It was penned by a renowned editor who claimed that beyond your scientific research, you are omniscient and omnipotent. Is this true? Zhou Ran, upon hearing this, gently shook his head and chuckled. That praise is somewhat exaggerated. To be omniscient and omnipotent is a far cry from my reality. Who in this world can claim to know everything or do anything? I merely possess a modicum of understanding across various fields. Natasha, amused, asked, can you handle a handgun? Zhou Ran nodded, responding, of course. In America, not knowing how to handle a handgun could lead one to meet their maker should they encounter some truly vicious villains. Moreover, let us not forget that I work at Stark Industries. Once the leading arms manufacturer, it is rather normal to learn to use various firearms, don't you think? Not only can I handle a handgun, but I can also shoot accurately with one hand. Natasha smiled, remarking, the ability to use various firearms certainly aligns with the persona of a rogue. She continued her inquiry. Oh, do you appreciate oil painting? Do you have any knowledge of this art form? Zhou Ran snapped his fingers, raised an eyebrow, and spoke with confidence. Indeed, I have some familiarity with it, as I once engaged in a business deal with a partner who was quite passionate about oil painting. To secure that collaboration, I dedicated over a month to learning about the intricacies of oil painting. The precursor to oil painting can be traced back to the tempera painting of Europe prior to the 15th century. Oil painting can be categorized into 2 primary schools. The first category encompasses creative works that focus on objective representation, which includes Baroque, Rococo, Classicism, Academicism, Romanticism, Realism, Naturalism, Photorealism, and Impressionism. The second category is characterized by subjective expression, which is divided into Impressionism, Fauvism, Cubism, Futurism, Abstraction, and Surrealism. Personally, I hold a profound admiration for the Surrealist movement, which, influenced by Bergson's intuitionism and Freud's theories of the subconscious, advocates for the expression of human subconsciousness and dreams. I particularly appreciate a Spanish artist named Joan Mir, whose work titled Carnival of Harlequin is quite intriguing. Natasha took a deep breath, her love for art resonating with the essence of the clown. The director once remarked that the perpetrator of that clown's crime was an artist whose actions were profoundly artistic, embodying a set of unique rules and interpretations. Natasha smiled and praised, I never expected you to possess such extensive knowledge. By the way, have you ever attended circus? Zhou Ran shook his head and replied, I have not seen much of the circus, only read about it in books. However, I believe the circus should be considered a form of comedy, a delightful performance, though the essence of comedy is rooted in tragedy. I recall that a clown is a character within the circus. To the audience, the clown represents a comedic figure. Yet from the clown's perspective, he perceives himself as a tragic character. At that moment, Zhou Ran suddenly furrowed his brow and lowered his head. After a second, he gradually lifted his gaze towards Natasha, his face revealing an unusual smile as he blinked and inquired, by the way, Miss Ellie, why do you ask such peculiar questions? Natasha, taken aback by Zhou Ran's sudden smile, felt an unsettling chill run down her spine. her hair standing on end, trembling all over. That smile, that smile. That smile was the smile of a clown. He truly is a clown. Zhou Ran cleared his throat, waved his hand in front of Natasha, and, with a furrowed brow, asked, "Miss Ellie, what is the matter with you?" He was somewhat curious about Natasha's earlier state, as she seemed to be lost in thought for nearly a minute, which was quite strange. Upon hearing Zhou Ran's words, Natasha regained her composure, looking at Zhou Ran, who appeared perfectly normal, and shook her head with a smile. "I'm fine, just suddenly recalled something. By the way, you should smile more. You looked really handsome when you smiled just now." Zhou Ran, upon hearing this, took a deep breath, shook his head, and expressed concern. "Ellie, are you feeling all right lately? I sense something may be amiss with your mental state, because I truly didn't smile just now." Chapter 40. Fava beans, liver, red wine, pickles, and braised beef. Natasha furrowed her brow upon hearing Zhou Ran's words, confirming once more, "Did you truly not laugh just now?" Zhou Ran nodded, spreading his hands earnestly. "Of course not. After I recounted some tales about circus clowns, I fell silent." He continued, for some inexplicable reason, after hearing my stories. "You seem to be in a daze for over a minute. Quite peculiar indeed." Natasha felt her mind whirl in confusion. She distinctly recalled seeing a smile. Yet Zhou Ran insisted he had not smiled. She could have sworn she heard him laughing as he inquired why she was asking such strange questions. Yet now, he claimed he had not spoken further after addressing the circus topic. His tone was so serious that it was impossible to discern any deceit. Could it be that he truly had not smiled? Why then did she feel so certain he had? What was the nature of this situation? Furthermore, regarding last night's events, the ice cream shop transformed into a Sichuan restaurant, the jewelry store became a bar, and the bakery turned into a martial arts school. Could those occurrences be linked to him? Had he manipulated the reality of that place? If that were the case, it would be even more terrifying. What was truly happening? Taking a deep breath, Natasha attempted to clear her cluttered thoughts and calm her racing heart. She felt ensnared in a state of utter confusion. Everything seemed to possess a mysterious connection to Zhou Ran, yet she could not pinpoint its nature. Natasha was deeply troubled. This was undoubtedly the most challenging task of her career as a spy. She could not ascertain whether Zhou Ran was indeed the clown, nor could she unravel the mystery of that smile. What transpired in that minute of her stupor? It seemed imperative to have the director review the surveillance footage. If it was confirmed that Zhou Ran had indeed displayed a smile identical to that of clown, there would be over a 60% likelihood that he was the clown. Their similarities were striking. Proficient with various weapons, possessing a penchant for the arts, exhibiting obsession, and boasting a remarkably high IQ. It was essential to conduct a thorough interrogation, to profile Zhou Ran psychologically, and to perform certain tests. The threat posed by the clown was far too significant to overlook. Currently, in the Hell's Kitchen area, a small faction of terrorists had begun to idolize the clown, viewing him as their spiritual leader, a deity. Once these fearless terrorists found their own faith, they transformed into madmen akin to the clown. Should such insanity proliferate, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, on the surface, Zhou Ran holds dual identities as a board member of Stark Industries and a councilman of New York City. This indeed makes it rather inappropriate to conduct an interrogation without just cause, as it could lead to significant repercussions. Yet this task is not insurmountable. At this juncture, it suffices to have Director Nick employ some underhanded tactics, perhaps pinning a couple of false charges on Zhou Ran or arranging for a death row inmate to be struck by his vehicle. After all, these are not new tactics for the director. Natasha chuckled lightly, blinking as she explained, "Perhaps it's due to my monthly visitor arriving last night, compounded by the incessant thunder and rain, leaving me somewhat unfocused. Just now, I felt a fleeting sense of confusion, as if I had glimpsed a smile." The smile she had momentarily seen was indeed beautiful and warm, evoking memories of her long-lost brother. After their parents passed away during her childhood, it was her brother who cared for her, yet he vanished unexpectedly. The thought of him stirred a pang of longing within her, and as she spoke, tears began to flow. Observing the scene before him, Zhou Ran couldn't help but feel a surge of laughter bubbling within him. Teacher Jia had once remarked that women are made of water, and he was witnessing this firsthand. Tears flowed freely, as if summoned by mere whim. Alas, this heartfelt performance was truly remarkable. Had he not been aware of her true identity, he might have been deceived. Nevertheless, Natasha's demeanor was decidedly off. She was undoubtedly concealing something from him. Who knows what thoughts were occupying the mind of this female agent? Suppressing his amusement, he cleared his throat and offered a comforting remark. Indeed, that is a possibility. Women tend to be distracted and irritable during their time of the month. How about this? I'll grant you a couple of days off to rest properly. Alternatively, you could resign and travel. Considering you are now quite wealthy, didn't Tony gift you $100 million? I believe that should suffice for your happiness. Moreover, if you set aside a portion of that to search for your long-lost brother, I am confident you will find him, and perhaps even discover many brothers, all of whom would treat you well. Upon hearing this, Natasha wiped her tears, a smile breaking through as she playfully asked, "Well then, would you consider being my brother?" Zhou Ran sighed deeply, casting her a sidelong glance, remaining silent as he resolutely shook his head in refusal, returning to the documents in his hands. He pondered when this peculiar chapter of his life would come to a close. This act is truly becoming unbearable, Black Widow. I am struggling to maintain my composure. The role I am meant to play is now one of willful ignorance. Noticing his silence, Natasha chose not to pursue the conversation further. Her heart had become a tangled mess, and she yearned to confirm her suspicions, to ascertain whether what she had just witnessed was real. Half an hour later, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Natasha rose to answer it. Dressed in a pristine white chef's uniform, Bob entered with a smile, pushing a dining cart. "Sir, your meal has arrived. Please enjoy," he said. Zhou Ran nodded and replied with a smile, "Thank you." Bob grinned and elegantly remarked, "It is my honor to prepare a meal for you." With that, he turned and departed. Zhou Ran set aside the documents in his hands, stretched leisurely, and said, "Miss A.I. Lee, it is time to dine. Bob's Western cuisine is exceptional, particularly the beef stew." Natasha nodded in agreement. The two began their meal. After tasting a portion of the beef stew, Natasha took a bite of a pickled cucumber, paused momentarily, and inquired, "Where is Chef Bob from?" "This flavor reminds me of what I had while traveling in Russia." Zhou Ran delicately placed a few broad beans atop the foie gras, savored them, and took a sip of red wine, smiling as he replied, "Chef Bob is from the former Soviet Union, a Russian." Chapter 41. A serendipitous encounter on Fifth Avenue. At 7 o'clock in the evening, within the Stark Industries building, in the office of the vice president, Zhou Ran completed the last document in his possession. Today, he operated at full throttle, managing to finish all his work before 7. It had been over a month since he had experienced such a burst of productivity. After all, one must take breaks. Maintaining such an intense pace is undeniably exhausting. Unless a particularly urgent matter arises, such as a commitment to attend an event or upcoming business trips, Zhou Ran would not easily operate at full capacity. However, coincidentally, he had a series of engagements in the coming days. Tomorrow morning, Mr. James, the esteemed editor of the Herald Daily, a leading figure in New York's journalistic realm, would be coming to interview him. In the afternoon, he was scheduled to visit Midtown High School to deliver some photographs and check in on Little Spider. The day after tomorrow, he would accompany Tony to an awards ceremony hosted by the military, and afterward, they would likely go out for some leisure time with Colonel Rhodes to maintain good social connections. On the following day, he would personally visit Fisk Pharmaceuticals to discuss potential collaborations with Mr. Wilson Fisk, who not only is a prominent philanthropist, but also a city council member in New York. Additionally, he needed to prepare for the smartphone launch event and arrange a discussion on security matters at the residence of Police Chief George Stacy, which was essentially an olive branch to deepen their acquaintance. Although they had crossed paths before, their connection had not yet developed to a significant level. Since hearing about the bloody incident in Hell's Kitchen, where over 300 lives were lost, Zhou Ran had gained a profound understanding of the tumultuous nature of freedom in America, where gun violence is a daily occurrence. Who knows when he might need Chief George's assistance? Moreover, he harbored aspirations of running for the office of mayor of New York City. Director George, indeed, possessed substantial political capital and formidable political clout. In summary, the upcoming days promised to be exceedingly hectic for him. Following the awards ceremony, Tony was set to embark with Colonel Rhodes to Afghanistan, where they would encounter an assault, leading him to become Iron Man. However, prior to his return, chaos would undoubtedly ensue within the Stark Industries headquarters, rendering him even busier. No matter the exhaustion, he must persevere. After all, he was Tony's steadfast brother, the vice president of Stark Industries, and had usurped Obadiah's role. Zhou Ran cleared his throat and glanced at Black Widow, saying, "Miss Airy, let us depart. It is 7 o'clock. Today, we shall leave work early, and I will take you to the shopping center on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan to procure some attire." Natasha nodded, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Very well." With that, the two exited the office of the vice president. Upon witnessing Zhou Ran's absence of overtime, the entire Stark Industries staff was struck with astonishment. She did it. That woman truly accomplished it. When was the last time the devil refrained from working late? It must have been over a year. Truly, thank heavens. A programmer, engrossed in frantically coding, slowly lifted his gaze to behold the gentleman who was free from overtime today. A broad smile broke through his previously numb expression as he quietly mused, "I can slack off again. How delightful." He scratched his bald head and shook it, pondering that perhaps this hair growth serum was ineffective. It might be time to switch brands. He wondered when he might once again sport that beautiful, silky mane of golden locks kissed by the sun. In the Manhattan district of New York, Fifth Avenue stands as one of the world's premier destinations for luxury goods, widely regarded as the ultimate shopping paradise. This iconic thoroughfare runs along the central axis of Manhattan Island, serving as the most renowned north-south street in New York. It encompasses numerous must-visit attractions and high-end department stores, hosting a plethora of luxury brand boutiques and flagship stores, such as Saks Fifth Avenue, Bergdorf Goodman, Barney's New York, Hermès, Chanel, Louis Vuitton, Tiffany Company, Cartier, and many more. The atmosphere here is imbued with opulence and decadence, echoing the spirit of Franklin. The clientele who frequent these shops are invariably affluent or of noble birth. This locale also serves as a testament to one's social standing, capable of emptying a man's wallet. Thus, one should refrain from succumbing to momentary impulses or superficial pursuits that would lead to ostentation. At the Harry Winston flagship store on Fifth Avenue, Harry Winston represents a timeless clothing brand. The garments of this brand are characterized by understated tones and unpretentious designs, exuding a casual elegance and unparalleled comfort. Each piece is meticulously crafted by master tailors, created entirely by hand. In the store, Zhou Ran casually settled onto a sofa, quietly sipping his coffee as he awaited the Black Widow to finish her shopping and proceed to payment. Natasha, in high spirits, perused the clothing racks. Although she was a senior agent of SHIELD, the remuneration offered by the agency hardly afforded her the luxury of indiscriminate purchases of extravagant items. Despite her role as a female operative, she remained, at her core, a woman, and all women possess an affinity for beautiful things. Naturally, the Black Widow was not overly concerned with material possessions. However, the prospect of someone else footing the bill and allowing her to choose freely was an entirely different matter. Although the one covering her expenses might very well be the Joker, how could she resist the allure of bargain? Moreover, she was currently embodying the persona of an enamored admirer, a delicate beauty perpetually seeking to captivate. It was essential to project an air of delight. In Harry's store, Jane Foster, accompanying her dear friend Susan on a shopping excursion, was momentarily taken aback by the familiar silhouette of a man seated on the sofa, sipping coffee. Could it be Mr. Satan? Susan, noticing Jane's sudden distraction while selecting garments, followed her gaze. Indeed, he appeared to be a man of considerable charm. Though his face remained unseen, the elegance with which he sipped his coffee suggested he was likely quite handsome. She playfully tapped Jane on the shoulder, chuckling. "What's the matter, Jane? Have you taken a liking to that man? Just a silhouette has our astronomers so enchanted. Shall I go and take a look at his face for you, to assess what manner of man he is?" Taking a deep breath, Jane shook her head and smiled. "No need. He just seems somewhat familiar, but I doubt he's the person I'm looking for." Upon hearing this, Susan brandished her phone, grinning as she said, "Without seeing his face, how can you be so certain? Wait here, I'll snap a picture for you." A minute later, having discreetly taken a photograph, Susan returned to Jane S.'s side, eagerly presenting her phone. That man is none other than Mr. Stark of Stark Industries. Wow, I was so nervous just now. He is incredibly handsome and exudes charisma. Jane gazed at the image on the phone, letting out a sigh, her expression tinged with disappointment. It's not him. Chapter 42. The revelry of Harry Kun on the sofa. Zhou ran, lifting his head, suddenly noticed a striking girl clad in black attire. Possessing an enchanting appearance and a statuesque figure adorned with lustrous golden hair, who was surreptitiously capturing his image with her phone. Upon realizing this, a smile graced Zhou Ran's face as he casually posed, readily indulging her in a photograph. He harbored a conviction that this elegant and beautiful girl would surely approach him for his contact information. After all, he was a dream come true for all the enchanting ladies, and he held a firm confidence in his allure. However, after waiting for 10 minutes, the girl did not approach him for contact information. This piqued Zhou Ran's interest ever so slightly, yet it was merely a flicker of curiosity, insufficient to compel him to seek her number or pursue her further. He was not a playboy like Tony, who would leap at the chance to engage with every attractive woman he encountered. Zhou Ran possessed formidable self-control. After waiting for approximately another hour, having consumed 3 cups of coffee, Black Widow approached, gently swaying 2 paper bags in front of Zhou Ran, indicating that she had made her selections. He nodded subtly, rose gracefully, and made his way to the cash register. From his pocket, he produced his wallet, pinching out a Morgan bank card with 2 fingers and presenting it for payment. The entire motion was executed with elegance, radiating an aura of opulence reminiscent of Franklin's glow. The alluring cashier looked up, momentarily taken aback, and felt a rush of warmth envelop her. It turned out he was a director of Stark Industries and a councilman of New York City. After processing the transaction, she licked her lips, cast a flirtatious glance, and smiled as she handed the car back. During this exchange, the captivating cashier lightly scratched Zhou Ran's palm with her finger, discreetly slipping a note containing her phone number into his hand. Such behavior was quintessentially American, materialistic, open, and audacious. If one found a person agreeable, sharing a drink could swiftly lead to an intimate encounter, with both parties forgetting each other by morning. Zhou Ran had become immune to such advances. Accustomed to receiving numerous notes since gaining a modicum of fame in New York, perhaps not 1,000, but certainly 800, he chuckled softly, placing the card and note into his wallet. A rejection was inevitable, yet discarding the note in her presence would be rather impolite. Rumors could easily circulate, and he might find himself on the receiving end of criticism from certain radical feminists, labeled as disrespectful to women. These extreme individuals often expressed bold opinions and spread unfounded rumors. To Zhou Ran, they resembled cockroaches and flies, easy to eliminate, yet the remnants of their existence could leave an unpleasant aftertaste. Thus, it was prudent to avoid provoking them until one had the means to deal with such nuisances effectively. After all, aspiring to be the future mayor of New York City, Zhou Ran understood the importance of preserving his reputation and would never allow himself to make such errors. In any circumstance, reputation held paramount significance. Furthermore, the intricacies of the political landscape in New York City were far more convoluted than those of its commercial realm. The rivalries among council members often hinged upon minute, seemingly trivial details that ultimately determined success or failure, as well as who might ascend to the mayoralty. The Lord of the Big Apple is not an easy position to hold. Zhou Ran and the Black Widow exited the Heroes flagship store and chose a renowned restaurant on the luxurious Fifth Avenue, celebrated in culinary magazines, to enjoy a simple dinner. After their meal, Zhou Ran drove his Rolls-Royce, escorting the Black Widow back to his villa. Upon their arrival, the clock struck 11:30. Coincidentally, thunder began to rumble, and rain poured down outside, occasionally illuminated by striking red lightning. Zhou Ran furrowed his brow at the peculiar weather. Having resided on Ingram Street in Queens for nearly 8 years, he had never witnessed such bizarre phenomena. The red lightning was particularly unusual. Yet, he could not recall any specific incidents that had occurred in Queens, aside from the fact that this was the domain of his protege, young Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Compared to the rest of New York, this area was relatively safe. The enemies Spider-Man usually faced were not excessively deranged, at least within the bounds of normalcy. Sighing, Zhou Ran reassured himself that there was likely nothing to worry about. After all, before Peter Parker became Spider-Man, no extraordinary events had transpired here. It had to be safe. He smiled at the Black Widow and said, "Miss Eiley, I shall take a shower. It will only take about 10 minutes." Natasha nodded in agreement, responding, "All right." Zhou Ran slowly made his way to the bathroom. With a soft click, Natasha watched him enter and heard the door close. Taking a deep breath, she retrieved a button from her pocket, pressed it lightly, and began to communicate with director Nick Fury using Morse code. This place was secure, devoid of surveillance, as she had infiltrated it several times, and other agents of S.H.L.D. had entered multiple times as well. Meanwhile, hidden within an airborne aircraft carrier, in the office of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director, Nick Fury abruptly opened his remaining eye, which gleamed with intensity. He was displeased. What was going on with the Black Widow? She had been in the field for 3 days and had only contacted him thrice. He had repeatedly cautioned her not to reveal her identity and to exercise caution. If the target truly was the Joker, they were dealing with a highly intelligent, cunning criminal adept at concealment. This was exceedingly dangerous. What kind of agent operated this way? Caution was paramount. Though he grumbled internally, his body remained alert. He instinctively tuned in to the radio on his desk. Director, the target Zhou Ran is highly likely to be the Joker. He shares the Joker's proficiency with firearms and possesses extensive knowledge in the field of art. He has expressed a fondness for a painting titled The Carnival of Harlequin, based on the analysis conducted by S.H.I.E.L.D. regarding the actions of a notorious criminal known as the Joker. The psychological profile generated reveals a madman who perceives each act of murder as a jubilant celebration. The most compelling evidence lies in the smile I witnessed today in the office, a smile strikingly reminiscent of the Joker's. Director, I implore you to review the surveillance footage from Stark Industries, specifically between noon and 1 p.m. today, during which my conversation with the target occurred, alongside the manifestation of that smile. Furthermore, Director, I harbor suspicions regarding 3 scenarios. The first suggests that the target may be suffering from a dissociative identity disorder, unaware of his resemblance to the Joker. The second possibility is that the target has lowered his guard around me, perhaps due to his status as a lifelong bachelor, making it reasonable for him to inadvertently reveal information. The third scenario posits that the target is deliberately taunting us, fully aware of his actions, yet feeling invulnerable to our response. Upon receiving this intelligence from Black Widow, Nick Fury lightly tapped twice, signaling acknowledgement through Morse code, and concluded the call. He inhaled deeply, his expression gravely serious. Although he had acquired substantial evidence that confirmed his suspicions, Director Fury found himself unable to feel any sense of joy. If this were indeed true, it would herald a significant upheaval in New York. Nevertheless, even the most tumultuous of disturbances is preferable to the prospect of those fearless terrorists being assimilated into the persona of the Joker. However, should the first scenario hold true, it would pose a monumental challenge. After all, dissociative identity disorder is classified as a mental illness. Individuals with such conditions may evade legal responsibility for their actions, rendering them beyond the reach of any punitive measures. Chapter 43. The White Dove in Hell Within S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. Nick Fury took a deep breath and retrieved a black pager from his drawer. After pressing a button, his gaze grew intense and his demeanor exceedingly grave as he commanded, Technical Department, breach Stark Industries immediately, retrieve the video footage from the Vice President's office today, and send it to me. Ensure that no traces are left behind. You are the finest hackers on this planet. Do not let me down. The elite hackers of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Technical Department exhibited remarkable efficiency, successfully obtaining the surveillance video from Stark Industries within a mere 10 minutes. Nick Fury gazed at the video file, now uploaded to his computer, lit his pipe, and took a deep drag. Tonight, he would meticulously review this footage, analyzing it frame by frame, scrutinizing every subtle facial expression. He could not afford to overlook any potential threat, nor could he allow any situation to escape S. H.I. Ela de esa control. Late at night, in Queens, New York on Ingram Avenue, within the confines of Zhou Ran's villa, in the bedroom, the scene unfolds. Zhou Ran had already succumbed to slumber, enveloped in a profound and sweet sleep. His ability to drift off was remarkably swift. The moment his body touched the bed, he would soon succumb to sleep. This was one of his proudest talents, enabling him to enjoy ample rest and rejuvenation, thus ensuring he possessed boundless energy and vigor during the day, allowing him to engage diligently in his work without fatigue. However, despite his nightly abundance of sleep and sufficient rest, there were moments when he inexplicably felt mentally drained and hollow, his entire body aching and devoid of strength, as if every cell within him was vociferously proclaiming exhaustion. He feared that he might be exhausting his body to the point of illness. After undergoing various health examinations, he found himself in excellent health, both physically and mentally, ultimately attributing his malaise to overwhelming psychological stress. Natasha lay in bed, listening to the sounds of Zhou Ran's deep slumber and the rhythm of his even breathing. She was devoid of any trace of drowsiness, her mind brimming with energy and thoughts, resolutely unable to sleep. Her thoughts were consumed by Zhou Ran's wildly exuberant smile and his question, "Miss Ailey, why do you ask such peculiar questions?" She longed to ascertain the results of the video from director Nick, eager to validate her suspicions. She was also curious about the true nature of Zhou Ran. Was he indeed as she had conjectured? She fervently hoped that her fears were unfounded. After all, during several days of close observation, this man had not exhibited any dangerous behaviors. Rather, his words and actions were consistently positive, embodying a commendable character. Noble in spirit and meticulous in his endeavors, he epitomized diligence, representing the quintessential American dream. Born an orphan, he was kind-hearted and dedicated to his studies, self-funding his university tuition through hard work. Upon entering New York University, he maintained the top position in his class each year, eschewing frivolity, while organizing various clubs and winning numerous accolades, all while volunteering at a nursing home during his spare time. After graduation, he joined Stark Industries, where, through relentless effort, he ascended to the position of director within a decade, becoming the right-hand man to Tony Stark. To call such a person a genius would not be an exaggeration. However, within Stark Industries, no one referred to the director as a genius. Everyone recognized his unwavering dedication and the hardships he endured. To label him a genius would be to insult him. All he achieved was the result of steadfast perseverance and his own relentless toil. He was a quintessential inspirational figure, a true embodiment of the American dream. Though the American dream may merely be an ideal painted by the government, when someone actualizes it, it transforms from an intangible fantasy into a tangible reality, representing a profound boon for the future of America. The essence of the American dream is that with sufficient effort, one can attain success and fulfill personal aspirations. Across the United States, he stands as an idol for the youth, a beacon for the aspirations of the common people. However, such a spiritual leader, an idol of reverence, has transformed into a criminal of the most heinous nature, with all his qualities merely a faade. This could incite a tremendous upheaval. Should we allow this jester to disseminate his ideology unchecked, America may indeed descend into daily gunfights, with countless offenders emerging, particularly those who, undeterred by death, embody the traits of a clownish rogue. Regardless of the perspective, this would undoubtedly result in catastrophe. The true nature of the situation awaits the director's guidance. How to proceed and manage it all must be left to his arrangements. I trust he will navigate these challenges adeptly. Nonetheless, one can only hope that the jester's influence wanes. Amidst her chaotic thoughts, Natasha drifted into a confused slumber. After she succumbed to deep sleep, a serene rhythm of breathing filled the air. Zhou Ran's lips gradually curled into a maniacal smile, stretching to the very edges of his face. Within the obsidian realm of the mind, the jester snapped his fingers, and a beam of light illuminated him. Today he donned an exquisite black tailcoat, his face adorned with chaotic face paint, and atop his head rested a black top hat. A smile crept across the jester's visage as he bowed deeply to the three spectators present, then glided gracefully to a grand piano and took a seat. He retracted his smile, adjusted his tailcoat, loosened the red bow tie around his neck, and, with a couple of deliberate coughs, earnestly proclaimed, "My dear friends, I invite you to listen to a piano piece composed by yours truly. This melody has been a product of my deep contemplation, inspired by an oil painting entitled The Carnival of Harlequin. It is a miraculous and wondrous composition destined to be etched in history. I have bestowed upon it the intriguing title, The White Dove of Hell." With a chime, the jester closed his eyes, raised his hands high, and struck the piano with fervor. Commencing his performance, the notes rang out, ding dong ding, laughter erupting from him in a crescendo of madness. His hands danced faster, leaving behind traces in the air. This was no mere piano piece. It resonated like the screams of the damned, the wails of devils, harsh and terrifying, a melody that defies verbal expression. For it was played by a madman who himself was oblivious to the music he conjured. In the audience, listening to the jester's performance, Xiao Zizai gently adjusted his glasses, a flicker of crimson flashing in his eyes as the corners of his mouth lifted in a faint smile. He murmured to himself, "The white dove of hell, is it?" The jester's metaphor is vividly illustrative. Hannibal, clutching a dark stone, slowly closed his eyes, his body beginning to sway to the rhythm of the music, lost in rapture. Ding! Boom! As the final note reverberated, the clown, with both hands, shattered the piano into pieces. Slowly rising, he removed his black top hat, bowed, and smiled as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you all for your attentive listening. Chapter 44. A grand gift for the agents with the piano piece concluded. Hannibal cast aside the obsidian stone he had been cradling, rising in exhilaration, his face alight with rapture. He clapped his hands vigorously, lavishly praising. "Your piano composition is truly exquisite, captivating me entirely. You are indeed a genius, endowed with remarkable artistic talent. Your melody possesses a wild allure, akin to demons murmuring in the depths of hell, and angels in heaven performing divine hymns for God. I believe this piano piece deserves a new title, The Black Owl of Paradise. What say you, Mr. Clown?" At this, the clown emitted a peculiar chuckle. His gaze fixed intently on Hannibal as he replied, "Dr. Hannibal, you too are a genius, a master at deciphering the human psyche and uncovering its frailties. Yet, you remain oblivious to the world, for even I do not fully comprehend myself. This piano piece can bear but one name, The White Dove of Hell." Xiao adjusted his glasses, his eyes clear as he nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I concur. The dove seems more fitting." Upon hearing this, Hannibal blinked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Mr. Clown, I am quite curious about a certain matter." The clown chuckled, "Oh, what question do you have?" Hannibal licked his lips, revealing his sharp teeth, his expression menacing as he said, "Mr. Clown, during the day, how did you manage to escape from this ever-present prison? I am intrigued. What did you do during your escape? Furthermore, what exactly do you intend to achieve?" At this, madness flickered in the clown's eyes as he laughed. The worst aspect of being mentally ill is that everyone expects you to act sane. I'm merely engaged in some amusing endeavors, attempting to merge with my divine essence. I was on the verge of success when suddenly a glaring golden light bulb appeared. Damn that light bulb for obstructing me. Oh, how I wonder when that light bulb emerged. Nonetheless, it suffices. The sensation of merging has brought me immense joy and delight, and I have left behind some intriguing surprises. When that female agent awakens tomorrow, she will surely be astounded. The chaotic stage has arrived, and the future promises to be ever more entertaining. And my grand gift is about to unfold. The following morning, at 7:30, the alarm clock rang. Zhou awoke from his slumber, stretched languidly, and made his way to the bathroom. After a brief and simple grooming session, he selected a gray shirt from his wardrobe and donned a striking blue suit. He gazed into the mirror, admiring his reflection, then snapped his fingers, a bright and sunny smile illuminating his face. He looked quite handsome and radiant. It was essential to maintain such an approachable and amiable demeanor for today's interview. Natasha, stirred by the ringing alarm, also roused from her sleep. Last night had afforded her the most dreadful slumber. The comfort of the previous nights was starkly contrasted by her current state. Her complexion was pale and drawn, and her vitality appeared diminished. She had endured a night filled with bizarre dreams, haunted by Zhou Ran's peculiar smile, which incessantly posed questions to her. The echoes of that terrifying, sinister laughter seemed to linger in her ears, accompanied by the haunting gaze of frenzied, chaotic eyes fixed upon her. Taking a deep breath, Natasha shook her heavy head and sat up. Zhou Ran, pleased by the absence of any lingering laziness from the Black Widow, nodded approvingly and said, "Miss Airy, I will wait for you in the car. Please freshen up first." Natasha nodded in response, smiling as she replied, "All right." With that, she rubbed her still uncomfortable head and slowly made her way to the bathroom. In the Rolls-Royce, Zhou Ran habitually turned on the car radio, tuning in to the morning news. Welcome to today's latest updates. I am your talkative host, Harlan, along with your good friend, Buddy. According to observations from the American Meteorological Agency, next month will herald the Leonid's meteor shower, which is said to be an unprecedentedly large and spectacular event, perfect for romantic viewing along the coast of Hawaii. Stark Industries, at 5 o'clock today, issued a new announcement regarding their collaboration with Midtown High School to establish a novel campus focusing on education, aiming to cultivate a diverse array of talents and promote innovative educational approaches, ensuring that every youth has the opportunity for development. This is indeed splendid news. Everyone knows that Stark Industries is among the most conscientious enterprises in America. I strongly recommend parents who have yet to choose a high school for their children consider Midtown High School. I have a bold notion. Since Stark Industries has already supported high school education, perhaps their next step will involve substantial investments in establishing Stark University. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ran's face displayed a look of commendation. It must be said that this talkative Harlan is quite astute. In the Chugach National Forest in south-central Alaska, eerie cries echoed, sending tourists fleeing in panic. When the forest police arrived, they discovered that the source was merely a gentle herbivore, a roe deer. In New York, a robbery occurred at Morgan Bank, where an assailant armed with an automatic rifle was shot dead on the spot by the bank security forces. After listening to approximately 10 minutes of morning news, Zhou Ran observed the silhouette of the Black Widow emerging from her villa. He opened the car door, and the Black Widow smiled as she entered the vehicle. Zhou Ran adjusted the volume of the car radio, instructing, "Ailey, today you will be sorting documents in the office. However, there shouldn't be too many files today. Once you have organized them, please visit the smartphone project team to check on the prototype's progress. I have an important interview with Ms. Paz this morning, and this afternoon, I will be heading to Midtown High School, possibly accompanied by Tony. If you find yourself lost this afternoon, seek out Miss Paz, but do ensure that no one catches you appearing idle, as that would reflect poorly." Natasha nodded, smiling. "All right, I understand." Zhou Ran acknowledged her with a nod, focusing intently on driving as the morning news continued to resonate within the car. The heinous incident in Hell's Kitchen remains unsolved, marking a particularly brutal and violent case, with the perpetrator responsible for the massacre of over 300 individuals in an indiscriminate manner, leaving no discernible pattern for investigation. According to Police Commissioner George Stacy, this is the work of a meticulous and malevolent criminal who left no trace, not even a scrap of surveillance footage. This level of caution does not align with the behavior of an impulsive killer. It is indeed a daunting case, but the New York Police Department is committed to its resolution. Protecting the life and property of every lawful citizen of America is our solemn duty. And while justice may be delayed, it shall not be absent. A reward of $1 million will be given to anyone providing crucial information. As Natasha listened to the news, her pupils constricted sharply, sending a shiver down her spine. What was happening? The notion of impulsive killing, devoid of rules, was reminiscent of the Joker's methods. Surely, Zhou Ran was not the Joker? The commissioner must be aware of this news. Chapter 45. A ghostwriting fee worth $700,000. Stark Industries Building, 18th floor. This expansive reception room features windows made of high-transparency glass, allowing ample light to flood the space, which is decorated in a casual and simplistic style, complemented by attractive greenery that creates an atmosphere of joy and relaxation upon entry. Zhou Ran sat on the sofa, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a delicate sip while glancing at the somewhat anxious pause. He smiled and remarked, "Pause. Try to relax. Today you are the star of the show. Mr. James from the Daily Horn is here specifically to conduct a personal interview with you. I am not the main attraction today. I merely wish to generate some buzz for the smartphone launch and promote it." Pepper Potts took a deep breath. Yet the tension within her remained unrelieved. Furrowing her brow, she expressed, "I feel as though I am still unprepared. Is this not a bit too swift? I sense that I am unable to acclimate to this interview." Zhou ran, blowing gently on his steaming cup of tea, shook his head and replied with a smile. "Miss Potts, it appears you have forgotten your own identity. You are not merely Tony Stark's secretary. You are the general manager of Stark Industries. Over the course of 5 years, you have ascended from a mere secretary to a position of great esteem, earning the admiration of the entire staff, who have never insinuated that your rise was due to anything but your capabilities. Therefore, Miss Potts, you must possess confidence in yourself. You are truly exceptional. Moreover, this endeavor is crucial for the betterment of Stark Industries. Just yesterday, Mr. Obadiah wrote me a letter announcing his retirement." Upon hearing this, Pepper's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression one of disbelief as she asked, "What? How is this possible?" Mr. Obadiah has always been a staunch traditionalist, fiercely protective of his power. I cannot fathom that he would choose to retire. It is utterly incredible. Zhou Ran took a sip of his tea, nodded with a smile, and said slowly, "Indeed, it is quite astonishing. However, it is merely a reflection of the inevitable trends and the shifting sentiments among the workforce, an embodiment of the very strength I have often referenced." He disregarded the employees, whereas I have implemented numerous benefits. The loyalty of the staff lies with me. Thus, his continued leadership would have inevitably led to failure. I also had a conversation with Mr. Obadiah, he continued. His tone was quite amiable and humble. He even referred to me as Sir. He mentioned that there is no longer a board, only an elder concern for the future of Stark Industries, entrusting its fate to Tony and myself. He remarked that his age rendered him lacking in the vigor necessary to fulfill his duties and that it would be better for him to rest at home, awaiting the growth of his investments. Although this transition may seem abrupt, does it not align with our previous expectations? Mr. Obadiah was destined to depart from the Stark Tower stage. Now that he has, Miss Potts, you must brace yourself for greater responsibilities. With Mr. Obadiah's retirement, I will assume his position, which means I will likely be overwhelmed with work, much of which will need to be delegated to you." Pepper took a couple of deep breaths to steady her emotions, nodded in understanding, and with a serious demeanor stated, "All right, I comprehend." Zhou Ran raised his thumb in approval. Praising her, "Miss Potts, you exude great presence. Tony is indeed fortunate to have such a competent partner by his side." 20 minutes later, a middle-aged man, clad in a sleek black suit with a crimson tie, his head shaved clean with only 2 lines of dark stubble adorning his temples, and a dense mustache gracing his upper lip, strode purposefully into the reception room. His form was somewhat lean, and his gaze carried a hint of shadow. In his left hand, he grasped a black briefcase, while a luxurious camera hung from his neck. He settled onto the sofa opposite Zhou Ran, placing the briefcase beside him, extending his right hand with a fawning smile, and graciously remarked, "Sir, it is a pleasure to see you again. It is rare that you remember James and have graciously afforded me this invaluable opportunity for an interview once more." Zhou Ran nodded in acknowledgement, extending his own hand in return. Their hands clasped together as he smiled and replied, "Indeed, the Hornet Daily is the most formidable newspaper in all of New York. And not only is Mr. James a distinguished chief editor at the Hornet, but he is also a leading figure in the New York media landscape and a dear friend of mine. For this interview, I can think of no better choice than you." James chuckled lightly, releasing Zhou Ran's hand, and said, "Thank you for your kind words, sir. I shall endeavor to craft a splendid piece." He then turned to the young woman seated beside Zhou Ran, and with a smile, remarked, "You must be Miss Bosie. I have long heard of your name. Not only are you strikingly beautiful, but your prowess at work is remarkable. Your benevolence has propelled you to the position of general manager within just 5 years, truly a benchmark and idol for contemporary American young women." Bosie, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. James. You, as the most renowned gold standard editor in New York, certainly know how to flatter. Your words are as delightful as sweet ice cream. The three of them were adept conversationalists, exchanging banter with ease, creating a jovial atmosphere reminiscent of old friends reunited after years apart. After a few more lighthearted exchanges, James adjusted the camera hanging from his neck, positioned it carefully, and retrieved paper and pen from his briefcase. With a cheerful demeanor, he stated, "Sir, Miss Bosie, I believe we can commence now. Your time is exceedingly precious. Each minute is worth countless franklins, and I, James, cannot afford to squander it." In response, Zhou Ran gestured towards the spirited Bosie with a smile, saying, "Mr. James, today as focal point is not I, but this Miss Bosie." James nodded, grinning, and replied, "Understood, sir. Let us proceed." He cleared his throat and inquired. Yesterday's event between Stark Industries and Midtown High School was quite intriguing. The people of New York are curious. For Stark Industries is renowned as one of the most conscientious enterprises in America. We are all eager to understand the significance of this event. Miss Bosie, as the organizer, could you elucidate? Bosie smiled and answered, "This touches upon the theme of dreams. The proposal presented by the Sir has been approved. The Dream Proposal is Stark Industries' latest initiative to assist the people of New York in realizing their aspirations. We have constructed an underground vault, aptly named, to store $10 billion. The initial step is to fulfill the dreams of Stark Group employees, gradually expanding this vision until it influences all of New York and the entirety of America. By inviting the students from Midtown High School to visit, we aim to expose them to this subterranean treasury, posing a challenge of determining the greater value between dreams and wealth. However, the experiment revealed a disheartening outcome. The majority opted for monetary gain, which is not an appropriate choice. They are youth, the hope of America, and should not be seduced by riches, but rather embrace their aspirations. This is precisely why Stark Industries seeks to collaborate with Midtown High School to establish a new campus. We aspire to promote innovative education and cultivate a culture of dreams. James diligently noted this down and continued to inquire. "I am quite curious, Ms. Potts. What has contributed to your remarkable achievements?" Potts replied with a smile, "It is because I firmly believe in the American dream. If each individual works diligently enough, they can realize their aspirations. I have consistently put forth effort, worked tirelessly, learned from those around me, and maintained an unwavering belief in my potential for success. Furthermore, I believe that as a woman, it is essential to cultivate one's independence and not rely on men. True excellence comes from personal merit." After engaging in further dialogue, James recorded a plethora of insights. He nodded and remarked, "Ms. Potts, you truly embody the essence of a remarkable woman, a beacon capable of guiding society away from its moral decay." Potts chuckled and said, "By the way, Stark Industries is on the verge of a significant transformation. Please do share." James's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired, "Sir, what is this transformation?" Zhou Ran smiled and held up 2 fingers, slowly articulating. "The first change is the imminent launch of a groundbreaking product I have been developing, known as the smartphone, which will be unveiled in 3 days. The second change is that Mr. Obadiah has chosen to retire. However, I do not intend to allow him to step down. As the founder of the company, he should remain steadfast, continuing to safeguard Stark Industries." James nodded thoughtfully and exclaimed, "That is indeed a considerable transformation, sir. I will ensure this news is reported diligently." He understood the significance of the 2 fingers. Just as before, the agreement entailed a payment of $200,000 prior to the successful outcome, followed by $500,000 thereafter, contingent upon the event being sufficiently sensational and explosive. Chapter 46. Tony Stark's heartfelt words at 12:30 in the afternoon. The exclusive interview with the Daily Bugle concluded, lasting a total of 3.5 hours. Naturally, it was not feasible to engage in uninterrupted dialogue for such an extended duration, as no one possesses that much to say. Mr. James from the Daily Bugle is no fool. He's a seasoned editor who poses incisive questions. The actual interview lasted about an hour and a half, with the remaining 2 hours devoted to fruitful social interaction. Zhou Ran and James engaged in several rounds of snooker within the lounge, followed by a game of chess. Subsequently, The two shared a delightful lunch accompanied by a modest amount of red wine. As Mr. James prepared to depart, Zhou Ran presented him with a Stark Employee Benefits gift box, which contained an assortment of snacks, among which lay a Goldman Sachs bank card, the password being Mr. James's birthday. After bidding farewell to the eloquent journalist from the Horn Herald, Zhou Ran chuckled softly and made his way to the president's office. 5 minutes later, within the confines of the presidential office, Zhou Ran reclined on the sofa, quietly observing Tony Stark as he tinkered with a mechanical power arm. This was the unspoken understanding shared between the two. 10 minutes later, Tony paused his work, turned to Zhou Ran, and cheerfully declared, "My creation is finally complete, and I have given it an amusing name, Bobo." After saying this, he patted the mechanical power arm and playfully instructed, "Bobo, go fetch me a chilled cola from the refrigerator." The arm, affectionately dubbed Bobo, nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly made its way to the fridge. With a resounding click, the refrigerator door was yanked open, and Bobo retrieved a bottle of ice-cold cola, excitedly returning to Tony and thrusting the cola towards his face. Taken aback, Tony yelped in pain, swatting at Bobo while exclaiming, "Oh, damn it, Bobo, you are such a fool. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Goodness, I forgot you were made of solid steel." Witnessing this spectacle, Zhou Ran could not contain his laughter. The scene was truly classic, and he knew that Bobo would bring Tony Stark much joy in the future. Tony gradually approached Zhou Ran, settled onto the sofa, took a hearty gulp from the cola, and with a smile remarked, "Although Bobo may be a bit dim-witted, it is still quite useful. I believe it will undoubtedly make an impact on the world, for it is an invention of Tony Stark." Zhou Ran nodded in agreement, affirming, "That is undoubtedly true. I have always had great confidence in your inventions." Tony smiled and inquired, "I too am quite confident. Is there something important at hand?" Adjusting his glasses, Zhou Ran replied with a grin, "Tomorrow, the military is hosting an awards ceremony, and Rhodey is in charge of the proceedings. He has invited both of us to attend." Tony shook his head dismissively, curling his lip as he stated, "Ah, so that is the matter. I have no intention of going. Tomorrow, I have plans to open the pool. It's already scheduled. Award ceremonies are exceedingly dull. Where's the fun in that? Besides, as long as I don't miss the events the day after, it will be fine. Well, even if I do miss it, I can let Rhodey take the military plane first while I fly on my private jet." Zhou Ran cleared his throat softly and chuckled. "Tony, I recall you promised Miss Potts that you would refrain from visiting the pool. If she discovers this, it could lead to quite an awkward situation for you." Tony sheepishly scratched his nose and offered a sheepish grin, saying, "My dear brother, you know how difficult it is for a cat accustomed to fish to resist the temptation of a little dalliance. As my closest companion, you must understand my predicament. If you don't mention it, I certainly won't, and Pepper will remain oblivious. Besides, I cannot quite articulate my feelings for her until I have clarity. Addressing my physical needs seems rather normal. Wouldn't you agree? Well, she isn't my wife yet. She has no authority over me." Zhou Ran nodded and smiled. "Very well, Tony. Who am I to judge, being your best friend? However, attending the pool party alone might not be ideal." Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. "Have you finally seen the light? Are you truly considering joining me at the pool party? That would be splendid. Thanks to that new secretary." Zhou Ran sighed and rolled his eyes. "Not me. I meant Rhodey. Taking him along to the pool party would surely be an entertaining affair." Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes sparkled, but he quickly shook his head. "While it could be fun, you know Rhodey is quite serious, much like yourself. Furthermore, he works in the military and is very concerned about his image. He certainly wouldn't go." Zhou Ran chuckled. "Oh, Tony, that can easily be remedied. We can get him intoxicated, and besides, it has been ages since I last saw Rhodey. After the military awards ceremony tomorrow, the three of us should hit the bar and indulge. I'll handle getting him drunk, and you can take him to the pool party. What do you say?" Tony gave a thumbs up, smiling broadly. "That is an absolutely brilliant idea. I can hardly wait for tomorrow's awards ceremony. Rhodey lacks your iron will. Once he has had a few drinks, he'll surely find himself in rather compromising situations with the lovely models. Should we perhaps prepare a camera to capture those moments and show him once he is sober?" Zhou Ran, upon hearing this, raised his thumb in praise and laughed. "Tony, you truly are a genius. I think we should definitely try it. I am eager to see the expression on Rhodey's face." Zhou paused for a moment, sighed, and with a hint of sadness said, "Tony, I suppose you have received Mr. Obadiah's resignation letter. I feel quite remorseful about this. I never intended for him to leave the company. I merely wish for him to let go of those outdated notions. Perhaps my approach was too forceful and inadvertently hurt his feelings." Tony, upon hearing this, smiled and gently patted Zhou's shoulder, speaking with profound sincerity, "Brother, there is no need for sorrow or regret. I have faith that you will handle this matter with utmost finesse. Obadiah's decision to leave was certainly facilitated by your consideration, allowing him a dignified exit. In my eyes, you hold far greater importance than Obadiah. You are my sole true friend. Stark may be able to do without Obadiah, but he certainly cannot exist without him. Howard Stark possesses a remarkable butler in Jarvis, and I, Tony Stark, have also found my esteemed steward, Zhou. You are truly significant to me, for you are the one who comprehends Tony Stark better than anyone else in this world." Upon hearing this, Zhou chuckled and remarked, "Such sentimentality is rather uncharacteristic of you, Tony Stark. Are you planning to visit Parker this afternoon? I need to drop off some photos at Midtown High. Just a glance at that lad, Parker." Chapter 47. The Transformed Midtown High. Tony shook his head apologetically, saying, "I'm afraid I cannot accompany you. Just a moment ago, inspiration struck me, and I wish to further enhance Dummy. You know, a flash of brilliance is truly vital for an inventor." Zhou nodded, smiling. "Very well, Tony. I shall go alone. I completely understand that sudden flash of insight. For a genius like you, it shines brighter than the rarest jewels in the world. However, if you do not go, do not be surprised if Parker ends up idolizing me more than you." Tony smirked. "That is simply impossible. I have great confidence in myself. By the way, when you visit Midtown High, remember to discreetly snap a photo of the girl Parker fancies. I wish to use my discerning eye to help him understand what she likes and pursues." Zhou shrugged and sighed, disdainfully stating, "Tony, you seem like a creepy old man. Wanted to take a clandestine photo of a high school girl. That is utterly inappropriate. You truly opened my eyes." Without giving Tony a chance to retort, Zhou stood up and exited the CEO's office. Watching Zhou's figure fade away completely, Tony took a deep breath, attempting to calm his nerves. He hoped Zhou hadn't noticed his deception. Tony let out a light laugh, picked up his phone, and dialed with a playful tone, "Hey, Rhodey, it's Tony. After the award ceremony tomorrow, I have a splendid idea. How about we hit a pool party together?" Rhodey answered the call, listening to Tony's frivolous tone, biting his teeth in frustration as he replied, "Tony, I'm a government employee, a lieutenant colonel, a soldier. And most importantly, I'm married with a wife and children. I cannot betray her. It's a husband's duty and obligation." Tony sighed, expressing regret. "Oh, what? You're not going? That is truly unfortunate. It would be rather few of us if it's just the two of us." Rhodey's eyes widened in shock as he asked, "You're serious, Tony? You're not joking?" Tony burst into laughter. "Haha. Actually, he hasn't agreed. But, Rhodey, I have a fantastic proposition. He suggested we go out for drinks after the awards ceremony. Thus, as long as Rod and I work together to intoxicate him, the rest will be a piece of cake." Upon hearing this, Rod nodded in agreement and boisterously exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. All right, Tony, Rod, shall assist you with this. For the sake of my dear brother and cherished friend, I shall apologize to my wife this time." After hanging up the phone, a broad smile spread across Tony Stark's face. "I, Tony Stark, am truly ingenious. Is this not akin to killing two birds with one stone, achieving multiple gains at once? I must prepare a decent camera to capture their intimate moments." At Midtown High School, a wave of astonishment swept over the students today, as an exceptionally handsome newcomer graced their halls. Clad in the school uniform, this striking figure possessed an aura of charisma that had never been witnessed before. With soft, deep brown hair, fair skin, and a gentle smile that illuminated his face, his bright and clear eyes captivated all. For Peter Parker, today marked a fresh beginning. Having received the endorsement and encouragement from his two mentors, he brimmed with newfound vigor, undergoing a profound transformation from within. The timid and self-doubting Peter Parker of yesterday had been buried, and in his place stood a rejuvenated individual, radiating confidence as he held his head high, squared his shoulders, and straightened his spine. Peter had always been handsome, yet his own habit of looking down had obscured him from others' notice. However, as he unveiled his brilliance today, the students of Midtown High suddenly realized the true allure of Peter Parker. A mere change in hairstyle and a lifted gaze brought about such a remarkable transformation. During the first physical education class of the afternoon, on the basketball court of Midtown High, Peter sat quietly on the bench, watching the electrifying Thompson dominate the game with vigor and confidence. The sight of Thompson's robust physique and broad chest instilled a sense of pressure within Peter. He is so strong, so full of life and energy, exuding an air of safety, while I appear so frail and weak, unable to offer any sense of security. No wonder Mary Jane does not fancy me. Thus, he resolved to commit to rigorous training, aspiring to forge a strong body, believing that only then would he have the chance to pursue his desires. As Thompson sprinted across the court, having snatched the basketball from an opponent, he caught sight of Peter sitting quietly on the bench and recalled the words of his mentor from the previous day. You can do better. With your passionate spirit, in the name of Lightning Thompson, you can aid your fellow students in need. Do not compel others to submit to your strength, but earn their respect through your noble character. A smile crept onto Thompson's face as he tossed the basketball toward Peter and called out, Peter Parker, would you like to join me for a game of basketball? Peter Parker gazed at the approaching basketball, extending both hands to catch it before rising slowly to his feet. A smile gradually illuminated his face as he dribbled the ball, making his way towards the court, exclaiming, of course. However, my basketball skills are quite mediocre. I can only manage a few three-pointers. The primary scoring will have to rely on you, Thompson. Having reached the three-point line, Peter leapt gently, and with a swift motion, the basketball soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc before swishing through the net, a truly exquisite three-pointer. Thompson leapt high to grab the rebound, giving Peter a thumbs up and praising, Parker, that was an incredibly stylish three-pointer. On the court, a new basketball game swiftly commenced, with teams reorganized and players redistributed. Peter Parker and Thompson found themselves on the same side, two former rivals awkwardly beginning to cooperate. One focused on driving the lane while the other concentrated on shooting. Gradually, they developed a rapport, their synergy improving remarkably, and their mutual compliments grew louder. Parker, that three-pointer was absolutely brilliant, right on target. Your technique is impressive, akin to a master marksman, Thompson exclaimed. And you, Thompson, your physique is extraordinarily powerful. No one can impede your drive. You're like a bulldozer, ferocious. Haha, Parker, your stamina could use some work. Let us train together from now on. Thompson laughed. And Thompson, your grades could improve too. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I promise I won't let you face reprimands. Thompson, dripping with sweat, dashed across the court with the speed of lightning. Feeling an overwhelming sense of joy, he realized that happiness could be so effortlessly attained through helping others, far exceeding the fleeting joy derived from bullying. Thank you, my friend, he thought. Peter Parker's face also radiated with smiles. Setting aside thoughts of Mary Jane for the moment, he found Thompson, who had not bullied him, to be far more agreeable than he had imagined. He felt invigorated, standing tall and speaking boldly, reveling in the power of his voice. He vowed to express himself more often. Chapter 48. I support Parker and Gwen on a tree-lined pathway outside the basketball court. Two vibrant young women stood, both strikingly beautiful. One possessed flowing golden locks, while the other flaunted a mane of crimson hair. The blonde girl was Gwen Stacy, and the redhead was Mary Jane Watson. They were observing the basketball match intently. As Mary Jane watched, her brows furrowed in concern. Noticing this, Gwen asked with a smile, Jane, why the frown? Are you feeling unwell? Mary Jane shook her head, replying, I'm not unwell, Gwen. I'm simply astonished. Is that really Peter Parker shooting those three-pointers? He seems to have transformed into someone entirely different, suddenly so dashing, and Thompson has changed as well. Gwen smiled and said, Jane, if you hadn't fallen ill yesterday and had accompanied us to Stark Industries, you wouldn't find it so peculiar. He is truly an exceptional educator. He has taught Thompson to assist the vulnerable and has helped Peter Parker regain his confidence. Upon hearing this, Mary Jane sighed, feeling a tinge of regret as she asked, That's quite unfortunate. I really wish I could have gone. By the way, Gwen, What kind of person is he? Is he really as perfect as described in Time magazine? Gwen furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before slowly responding. He is magnificent, possessing a certain enigmatic charm that is incredibly infectious, instilling a sense of reverence in those around him. I believe he surpasses even the portrayal in Time magazine. His story, as you know, is nothing short of a living legend. Mary Jane nodded and said, Gwen, after hearing you speak, I genuinely wish to meet him. Gwen chuckled and inquired, well, he mentioned he would be stopping by today, so I suspect you will meet him soon. Jane, I'm quite curious about your situation with Thompson. Where do things stand now? Mary Jane cleared her throat and replied, well, Thompson is still pursuing me, and I'm still contemplating. Gwen raised an eyebrow and said, how is that possible? Thompson has repeatedly declared in school that Mary Jane is his girlfriend. Mary Jane shrugged, offering a resigned smile. Gwen, what do you expect me to do? You know Thompson has a notorious reputation at school. If I were to reject him, he might retaliate. By giving him a glimmer of hope, I can avoid being swarmed by admirers. Once we go to college and are no longer in the same school, it will all be over. I can't just transfer schools. Gwen sighed deeply, her frustration evident as she asserted, Jane, you should have confided in me about this. As the future officer, Gwen, I will support you. Come, I will take you to confront Thompson and clarify things. Mary Jane shook her head, glancing at Peter Parker, who was shooting hoops on the court. She smiled and replied, Gwen, that's unnecessary. You are to be a future officer. Your duty is to uphold justice and apprehend criminals, not to meddle in these trifling matters. Gwen nodded and said, all right, but if Thompson does anything excessive, I will certainly make him pay. Mary Jane agreed with a nod. All right, Gwen. At the school gate, a discreet Rolls-Royce slowly drove onto the campus. Gwen was momentarily taken aback. Mary Jane gently patted Gwen's shoulder, furrowing her brow as she asked, Gwen, what's wrong? Gwen took a deep breath, pointing at the understated Rolls-Royce with a smile. That's his car. I recognized the license plate. I never expected someone of his stature would personally deliver the photographs. At last, Jane, you shall meet him, the gentleman revered by all women as their idol. Mary Jane nodded enthusiastically, grasping Gwen's hand with delight as she exclaimed, Gwen, let us hurry. I must request an autograph from him. It would be splendid to capture a photograph together as well. Zhou ran, driving a Rolls-Royce, slowly approached Midtown High School, steering towards the basketball court. He had previously contacted the principal to ascertain the whereabouts of Spider-Man. A minute later, at the basketball court, Zhou stepped out of the car, holding a developed photograph in his hand. He casually chose a seat, observing Peter Parker, who was engaged in a game of basketball, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Has Parker undergone a significant transformation? Just yesterday, he appeared riddled with insecurity, yet today he exudes confidence and vitality. However, which version of Peter Parker is this? Which incarnation of Spider-Man will he become? Is he the one who has lost everything, or the one who has lost Gwen, or perhaps the childlike version? Regardless of the variant, each embodies the true essence of a superhero. Yet the most poignant is the version who, having lost his powers, regains them, truly a magnificent Spider-Man. And the Peter Parker beneath the mask is even more remarkable. Then there are matters of the heart. One wonders whom Parker will ultimately choose to be with. It seems imperative that Tony provides him with some guidance, teaching him the art of time management. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for Mary Jane, and Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday for Gwen. A twofold approach, pleasing both parties. But why ponder so deeply? After all, Tony Stark has yet to transform into Iron Man, and Peter Parker's metamorphosis into Spider-Man lies far ahead. Yet, from my perspective, I still believe Gwen is the more suitable companion for Peter Parker. I find myself favoring this pairing. Given that Gwen's father is Chief George of the New York Police Department, and Parker is now my protege, I could easily forge an alliance with Chief George, facilitating a political union. In doing so, Mr. George would undoubtedly be a vigorous advocate for my future mayoral campaign, organizing various efforts to garner support. As a seasoned police chief, Mr. George possesses extensive connections. Winning him over would equate to securing the backing of the entire New York judicial system, with my dear friend Colonel Rhodes rallying military support for my candidacy. I would simultaneously command the allegiance of both law enforcement and the military, grasping power itself. Furthermore, I have the esteemed Mr. James from the Daily Bugle, the most renowned editor in New York and a leading figure in the media landscape, a master of the pen. Now, Stark Industries holds an unassailable position in the business realm. The military, police, public opinion, capital, and students, the mayor of New York City appears poised to seize an opportunity. A significant event, resonating with the people's clamor, could potentially unseat the current mayor and lead to a major election. A confident smile graced Zhou Ran's lips. Indeed, Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy are the golden couple. Chapter 49, Parker, You Make Me Proud. As Peter Parker dribbled the ball, shaking the sweat from his hair, he inadvertently caught sight of Zhou Ran in the stands. His eyes lit up, and he raised his hand toward the hoop, unleashing a swift and fierce three-pointer. Whoosh! The basketball arced gracefully through the air, perfectly finding its mark. Zhou Ran immediately responded by giving a thumbs up, her face beaming with an encouraging smile. In that moment, Peter Parker felt invigorated, surging with an overwhelming sense of power. Fatigue was a distant memory, his speed increased, and his accuracy became astonishing. He began fervently calling for the ball, launching shots with fervor. At that instant, he was determined to showcase his talents, for the Godfather was watching him. Ultimately, within a 10-minute explosive period, Peter Parker took 43 shots, making 35 of them, scoring a staggering 105 points, decisively clinching the game. This feat would become a legend at Midtown High School, and those 10 minutes would be revered by the students as the Parker moment. However, the Parker moment had just begun. In merely 1 minute, he had already taken 5 shots, all of which found the net. An eruption of cheers filled the arena. Peter Parker, I adore your three-pointers. Parker, what precision is this? Were you kissed by God? Parker, you're incredibly handsome. Join the basketball team. You will undoubtedly become a basketball superstar renowned across America. He resembled a cheetah, with all prey bowing before his speed. A premonition stirred within me. The forthcoming moments would undoubtedly be even more explosive. This day would be etched in memory, possibly becoming a part of Midtown High School's history. I pondered why Peter Parker had suddenly become so formidable. He had previously exhibited such timidity. This was unlike him. This is a rather intricate question. One must acknowledge that progress occurs incrementally. Nothing remains static. Every moment involves subtle movements, from protons and electrons to cosmic black holes. Just as our cells undergo constant metabolism. In a sense, the you of today is not the same as the you of yesterday. From this moment forth, kindly vacate my vicinity. What nonsense are you spouting? Hey, Beth, do you know the name of that incredibly handsome boy? I adore him. I want him to be my boyfriend. Delia, he belongs to me. I, Beth, am the cheerleading captain of Midtown High, and tonight I shall claim him. Beth, your behavior is quite unsportsmanlike. I was the one who noticed him first. I shall sever our friendship. Ahem, actually, Delia, I believe we could certainly share him. Did you not suggest this very notion last time? 3S a crowd, and it would surely be exhilarating. Zhou Ran sat in his seat, observing the vibrant Peter Parker on the basketball court. A smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself. This is the essence of a high school student, brimming with the vitality of youth. Parker, my protégé, though your godfather is merely an ordinary man and not extraordinary, I shall strive to assist you to the best of my ability, Zhou Ran thought. Sir, my name is Mary Jane Watson, and I am your admirer. May I take a photo with you? Sir, do you remember me? I am Gwen. We meet again. Are you here to deliver the photographs? 2 melodious female voices chimed from the side, prompting Zhou Ran to turn his gaze. One girl, with her fiery red hair, must be Mary Jane, Parker's future wife. The other, with golden locks, is Gwen, Peter Parker's future girlfriend, whom he had just encountered yesterday. Zhou Ran nodded and smiled at Mary Jane, saying, Mary Jane, I have come specifically to take a photograph with you. Your name was among the visitors yesterday, and I presume something must have delayed you. Everyone else has had their turn, and I thought you might feel quite disappointed. Mary Jane, upon hearing this, smiled apologetically and replied, Sir, I am truly sorry. I was unwell yesterday and did not anticipate that you had come solely to take a photo with me. Zhou Ran chuckled, retrieving a compact camera from his pocket. Gwen, could you please assist me in capturing a photo with Mary Jane? This is a rapid camera. The prints will be ready immediately. Gwen nodded, taking the camera. Zhou Ran smiled as he stood beside Mary Jane. With a click, the photograph was taken, and Gwen produced the developed image. Returning the camera to Zhou Ran while inquiring curiously, "Sir, this camera is truly remarkable. Why doesn't Stark Industries sell it?" Zhou Ran smiled and explained, "Of course, it has been sold, but the production quantity is rather limited, available only at select counters. This camera has a small memory, making it somewhat impractical. It excels in speed, capturing people and animals adequately, yet it falters when it comes to landscapes. If you feel it hasn't been sold, it is likely that it was snatched up quickly." Gwen nodded in agreement, stating, "That seems to be the case. Stark Industries products have always been in high demand." Mary Jane also nodded, adding, "Especially these limited edition items. They tend to vanish from shelves upon release, and they are said to possess significant collectible value." Zhou Ran handed over the photographs with a smile, saying, "Here you go, Gwen and Mary Jane. Please ensure these reach the students who visited Stark Industries Tower yesterday. I have other matters to attend to. By the way, when Parker finishes playing basketball, please relay this message. Mr. Stark says, 'Parker, you make me proud.'" With that, Zhou Ran cast a lingering glance at Peter Parker, who was currently darting across the basketball court, before turning towards the Rolls-Royce, opening the door, and slowly driving away from Midtown High, leaving Gwen and Mary Jane perplexed. Mary Jane furrowed her brow, glancing at Gwen, and asked, "What has Parker done to earn such esteem from Mr. Stark? Why would he leave him a personal message?" Gwen shook her head, replying, "I'm not entirely sure why Mr. Stark holds Parker in such regard, but Ms. Potts did commend Parker yesterday, saying he would be among the most accomplished of our group." Mary Jane was taken aback and slowly responded, "I can't believe that in just one day of my illness, such significant changes have occurred." 10 minutes later, Peter Parker, who had decisively won the game, excitedly ran to the seat where Zhou Ran had been sitting, looking at Gwen and Mary Jane, and inquired, "Where's Mr. Stark? I saw him sitting here just now, but now he has gone." Peter had initially intended to refer to him as the mentor, but he suddenly felt it prudent to refrain from doing so, realizing he was not yet ready to openly acknowledge his status as Mr. Stark and Mr. Tony S. Prot G. He needed to prove himself first before he could comfortably admit it. Gwen smiled and replied, "He just left, but he asked us to convey a message to you." Mary Jane nodded, adding, "Mr. Stark said, 'You make him proud.'" Upon hearing this, Peter Parker fell silent for 3 seconds before smiling and responding, "Then he will surely be even prouder in the future." Chapter 50. A mysterious video file at 5 in the afternoon, aboard the concealed aircraft carrier in the sky. Within S.H.I.L.D. Nick Fury lit his pipe, taking a deep drag to clear his mind. His remaining I was filled with bloodshot veins, appearing quite unsettling. Nick Fury took a deep breath and used the mouse to rewind the video of Zhou Ran's conversation with Black Widow. In the video frame, Zhou Ran is conversing calmly with Black Widow. "Personally, I hold a profound admiration for the surrealist movement, which is influenced by Bergson's intuitionism and Freud's theories of the subconscious, advocating for the expression of human subconsciousness and dreams. I have a particular fondness for a Spanish painter named Mir, whose work titled Carnival of Harlequin is quite fascinating. I have not viewed much circus performance, having only encountered it in books, yet I believe the circus should be regarded as a form of comedy, a joyous spectacle. However, the essence of comedy is rooted in tragedy. I recall that a clown often plays a role in the circus. To the audience, the clown appears comedic. Yet from the clown's perspective, he embodies a tragic figure. What deeply perplexes Nick Fury is that, despite his observations, he has failed to discern the smile described by Black Widow. He has replayed the footage countless times, yet has not witnessed the terrifying smile she spoke of. How could this be? After all, Black Widow is a senior agent of S.H.I.L.D. How could she possibly lie? This conundrum leaves Nick Fury utterly baffled. He gently pressed the pause button, freezing the frame on Zhou Ran's visage. Subsequently, he retrieved from his drawer a photograph of the clown, captured a month prior, and placed it on the screen for meticulous comparison. The similarity between the two lies in their eyes. Nick Fury shook his head. This alone is insufficient evidence. He picked up the paper and pen resting on the table and commenced another psychological profile, reanalyzing Zhou Ran's statements. The paper soon became densely populated with his writings. He scrutinized the results of his analysis. Surrealism endeavors to explore the depths of human subconscious psychology, advocating for a transcendence of logical and empirical perceptions of reality, entirely relinquishing representations grounded in logic and orderly experience, fusing conceptions of reality with instinct, subconsciousness, and the experiences of dreams to unveil the imagery of the human psyche. In the real world, rationality often suppresses many of our instincts and desires. The realm that can authentically reveal the true and inherent nature of the human psyche lies beyond reality, in an absolute and transcendent world, the surreal world, which embodies the depths of our psyche or dreams. Bergson's intuitionism emphasizes the role of intuition in cognition, positing that intuition is a more fundamental and reliable means of understanding the world than abstract reasoning. This perspective typically carries strong anti-rationalist, anti-positivist, and anti-materialist tendencies. The clown is a complex figure, embodying both a comedic exterior and a tragic core. What, then, is the significance of this figure? What is the logic behind the clown? Nick Fury felt a surge of frustration and struck the computer with force. With a bang, the video screen was suddenly filled with static, and after the static cleared, a video file abruptly materialized on Nick Fury's desktop, timestamped just a second ago, originating from Hell's Kitchen. The video began to play, revealing the grotesque visage of a clown, its face painted in garish colors, accompanied by a line of text. The video then paused, as if presenting Nick Fury with a perplexing dilemma. Momentarily taken aback, Nick inhaled deeply and gently clicked to resume the playback. The screen illuminated once more, showcasing a pitch-black warehouse. The clown sat leisurely in a chair, swirling a glass of red wine, and with a hearty laugh, declared, "Ah, you truly are a disobedient little one, having chosen the wrong answer. Alas, I've been quite troubled lately, with you uninvited guests scouring everywhere for me." The clown chuckled, drained his glass, and then produced a handgun from his coat, rising from his chair before turning to depart. 20 seconds later, he re-entered, dragging a bloodied young man clad in a server's attire. He aimed the pistol at the young man's mouth and jested, "Hey, this must be one of yours. Just look at his pitiful state." A look of terror spread across the young man's face as the clown gently squeezed the trigger. With a resounding bang, the young man's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering the clown with blood. Wiping his face with a grin, he remarked, "Hi there, darling. Do you like this gift?" Nick Fury clenched his jaw and tightened his fists. The young man was a rookie agent of S.H.I.L., assigned to infiltrate Hell's Kitchen in search of the clown's whereabouts. The clown sighed, flashing an apologetic smile. "Sir, I imagine you must be quite enraged right now. Oh dear, I am a most inadequate clown, having caused you distress. Truth be told, I wish to make you laugh, but your actions have incited my ire. Thus I have inadvertently made you angry. I must apologize. Do you know why I am upset? Because I am truly not the individual you are investigating. I am one of a kind in this world. Sir, you show me a lack of respect. Though I may be a clown, and you may look down upon me, I can endure that, but misidentifying me is something I simply cannot tolerate." The clown seized the handgun once more, aiming it at the headless body, a manic laughter escaping his lips as he began to pull the trigger with frenzy. Bang, bang, bang. After emptying the magazine, the clown wore a wide grin and said, "Hey, sir, I know you're eager to uncover my whereabouts. I am also aware that you wish to learn my true identity, so let us engage in a game. Tomorrow at noon, I shall orchestrate a splendid fireworks display in New York. Come find me." With that, the clown discarded the handgun and vanished into thin air. 30 seconds later, he strode in with a canister of gasoline, dousing the young man in its contents. He began to hum a tune, declaring, "Today is yet another splendid day. The birds are singing, the flowers are blooming. On a day like this, children such as you ought to burn in hell." From his pocket, he produced a lighter, igniting it with a delicate flick before tossing it to the ground. Instantly, a torrent of flames erupted, raging wildly. The clown turned to leave, a voice echoing amidst the inferno. "Sir, we shall meet again tomorrow. I hope you enjoy today's fireworks." The video abruptly ceased. Nick Fury sprang to his feet, consumed by fury, his eyes ablaze and breath coming in heavy gasps. He overturned the table in a fit of rage, violently smashing it, and shouted vehemently. In Chapter 51, the Black Widow departed, exhilarated, pounding the table. Nick Fury took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. He then retrieved a black pager from his pocket, pressed a button, and spoke coldly. "Hill, Coulson, Barton, Sky, come to my office immediately." Having said that, he took out a gray phone and dialed. "Black Widow, you need not remain undercover any longer. It is nearly confirmed that Zhou Ran is not the clown. Hurry back, for the true clown is about to make an appearance." At Stark Industries, in the vice president's office, Natasha, upon receiving Nick Fury's call, was momentarily taken aback. What? What is happening? How is this possible? I clearly saw that smile. Confused and engulfed in self-doubt, Natasha nodded slowly, saying, "I understand, Director." With that, she ended the call, inhaled deeply, and picked up paper and pen from the desk, drafting a rather simple resignation letter. Rising slowly, she exited the office, her brow furrowed, leaving Stark Industries behind. This was an incredibly failed mission, a glaring disgrace in her agent profile. Natasha felt somewhat disoriented, questioning her own perceptions. What has been happening to me lately? He did not smile, yet I felt as though he did. Could it be that I am experiencing hallucinations? Is it due to the immense pressure I have been under? My mental state seems to be faltering. In that case, I think I need to consult a doctor. Thus pondered Natasha. Within SHIELD, Nick Fury retrieved yet another phone from his pocket, commencing a call. As the king of spies, one could never ascertain the number of phones or contacts he possessed. At Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Professor Charles, still seated before his computer, diligently editing a speech concerning the Mutant Registration Act, felt a tremor of discomfort ripple across his face. With a heavy heart, he pressed the delete key, convinced that the draft was far from satisfactory. This was a matter of great significance, pertaining to the coexistence of mutants and humans. Thus, it demanded utmost prudence. Rubbing his bald head thoughtfully, he resumed his editing. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone sliced through the silence. Charles' heart sank as he pondered the caller. Surely it wasn't that infuriating Nick Fury again. Irritation bubbled within him, for there is a limit to one's patience. Nick Fury was indeed pushing the boundaries. After all, Charles was a professor, a leader among mutants, an Omega-level mutant capable of obliterating a civilization. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he used his telepathic abilities to answer the call. "Nick Fury, I advise you to tread carefully. I hope you do not overstep your bounds," he greeted with a smile. "Hello, Director Fury. What brings you to call?" The Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters has always maintained a low profile. Nick Fury cleared his throat and replied slowly, Professor Charles, it's nothing urgent. I merely wish to inform you that the reign in Queens, New York, may cease. However, the reality-distorting incident still requires your X-Men's attention. Additionally, to express my gratitude for your team's recent assistance, I will cast a supportive vote regarding the Mutant Registration Act. Just a reminder, RSHIELD. Aerial surveillance has been discreetly monitoring Magneto's movements. He has been traveling worldwide, gathering potential mutants, exhibiting rather restless behavior. One cannot help but wonder what schemes he may be concocting. Indeed, it is a tumultuous time. With that, Nick Fury hung up the phone. Charles sighed deeply, furrowing his brow, feeling an age weigh upon him in that instant. Eric Lensher, Magneto, my closest friend and foe, please do not create chaos at this juncture. I am on the brink of success. I understand your ideals. Like me, you wish for the betterment of mutants. Grant me a little more time, and I shall prove that my approach is the most effective means of salvation for our kind. Your methods simply will not suffice. In this moment, Charles felt an indescribable sorrow. Indeed, it was a time fraught with challenges. With a resigned smile, he telepathically dialed Cyclops, instructing him to cease the rain and to rendezvous with Jean Grey to investigate the reality distortion incident. Should there be no developments after a reasonable period, they were to promptly return to the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters. After all, a potential Omega-level mutant poses far less danger than an already confirmed Omega-level mutant. The primary adversaries of the X-Men remain the Brotherhood of Mutants, led by Magneto. At 6 in the evening, Zhou Ran drove his Rolls-Royce back to Stark Industries from Midtown High School. In the vice president's office, he sat in a chair, gazing at the resignation letter left by Black Widow. He initially frowned, perplexed, but that confusion dissipated in an instant, quickly forgotten. Taking a deep breath, he stretched languidly, a joyful expression lighting up his face as he enthusiastically slapped the table, exclaiming, "Finally gone." Miss Ailey, finally gone? Zhou ran abruptly halted mid-sentence, quickly altering his words. He had intended to mention Black Widow, but fortunately, he reacted swiftly, transforming Black into he. One can never be too cautious. Who knows if that female agent left behind any secret listening devices? Moreover, his home needed a thorough inspection. Every nook and cranny must not be overlooked. He also had to avoid overly meticulous searching, maintaining a casual demeanor while cleaning, lest he raise any suspicions. In short, it was imperative to locate any potential listening devices, as this posed a significant danger to him, an utmost peril, if he were to inadvertently speak in his sleep, revealing sensitive information. Or if he carelessly commented on future events during slumber, he could very well find himself whisked away by SHIELD for experimental dissection. Therefore, he must exercise utmost caution, leaving no incriminating evidence behind. Protecting himself in this perilous world while striving to survive was paramount, and he hoped to see this narrative through to its conclusion. Suppressing the urge to burst into laughter, Zhou cleared his throat and spoke calmly. "Indeed. I find it difficult to adjust to having a secretary. I prefer working alone." At this moment, he was immensely pleased, no longer needing to act or endure the strain of deception. The challenge of pretending not to recognize someone whose identity he knew was exceedingly taxing. Nevertheless, what exactly had Black Widow been investigating in recent days? What secrets lay in proximity to him? This piqued his curiosity. In the president's office, Zhou ran, now brimming with joy and vitality, had no pressing documents left to sign. Having unleashed his full potential yesterday, he had completed all his tasks. Moreover, there were no significant documents pending. Boz was fully capable of handling everything, and he had resolved to delegate a portion of the important work to Boz. In recent days, he has found himself rather idle and at ease. However, at this moment, with the departure of Black Widow, Zhou is filled with an overwhelming sense of joy, brimming with vitality and feeling an inexhaustible energy coursing through him, rendering him unable to remain still. With a smile, he decides to open his computer and begins to draft a work schedule for the forthcoming period. 2 hours later, the clock strikes 8. Zhou stretches languidly, gently presses the enter key, and sends the work plan to Bozy. He then rises slowly, departing the office, leaving the employees who are burning the midnight oil in a state of astonishment as he exits the Stark Industrial Building. "Sir, what has transpired these past few days? Arriving late and leaving early. What is the meaning of this? The transformation in you is remarkable. You seem far less stern than before." "Oh, it's not so significant. Perhaps the newcomers are unaware that our esteemed sir does not always toil late into the night. You ought to pay closer attention to the details. Haven't you seen his itinerary for the past few days? Tomorrow, there's a military peace ambassador award ceremony, and the day after, a commercial collaboration at the Fisk Pharmaceuticals building. You're simply too young. Moreover, allow me to share a secret. On Saturdays and Sundays, our sir departs Stark Industrial Building at precisely 6:10, come rain or shine. It is the perfect opportunity for a bit of leisure." Neil, the programmer engrossed in coding, remarked while adjusting his thick glasses. Neil, I usually do not work overtime on weekends. I fear I might overexert myself," another colleague replied. "Yes, I share that sentiment. But Neil, I believe you should consider granting yourself a break. If memory serves, you are merely 23 years of age." "Cough, just look at your head," another chimed in. Neil huffed dismissively, his expression remaining impassive as he replied, "I joined Stark Industries at 19 and have diligently worked for 4 years. I have now purchased a supercar outright, and I am currently striving to acquire a villa." "Supercar. I must work overtime." "Supercar. I too shall work overtime." Meanwhile, high above, concealed within an airborne aircraft carrier, chaos reigned in the SHIELD headquarters. In the director's office, the scene was one of utter disarray, as Nick Fury had wreaked havoc upon his surroundings. With a grim expression, Fury pointed at the video footage that had replayed multiple times on the computer screen, addressing the agents present with gritted teeth and a fierce glare. Do you understand why I've made you watch this video so many times? Because it is a disgrace. This is the greatest humiliation in the history of Psychield. A criminal, a scoundrel, dares to flaunt his defiance before us. He shows utter contempt, as if we are beneath his notice. Our technological department's firewall was breached by him, and this brazen display of defiance has appeared on my desktop. A young agent of Psychield was so ruthlessly murdered and his body doused in gasoline and set ablaze. This infuriates me. Now he intends to engage us in a game, to toy with us. You all heard his words. A fireworks display is set to occur in New York tomorrow at noon. Should we fail to capture him during this public demonstration, I fear the necessity of Psychield will cease to exist. Thus, we must apprehend him. This operation shall be dubbed the death of the circus. Is he not a clown? I, Nick Fury, am determined not only to seize this clown, but also to dismantle his circus. It is currently 8 o'clock in the evening, and we have merely 4 hours to devise a plan. The clown's words cannot be trusted, although he claims it will be at noon tomorrow. We must not take that at face value. Remember, after midnight, it will indeed be tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to share your predictions. Hill inhaled deeply, her expression grave and profoundly serious as she spoke. The young agent I dispatched is named Mike. I recall his area of operation is on 39th Street in Hell's Kitchen, the very locale that first garnered notoriety, originally home to the German establishment known as Heil, located on what is referred to as the First Street of Hell. The head of Satan, the warehouse where the clown is located, lies in the head of Satan, with a total of 53 that meet the criteria. We need the tech department to pinpoint the exact address for elimination, though I suspect the clown may have already relocated. Nevertheless, we should be able to uncover some pivotal clues from his former hideout. Sky smiled confidently and declared, "Director, leave the task of searching the network to me. Give me 10 minutes, and I will surely find it." Nick Fury nodded, his tone icy as he replied, "Sky, I hope you do not let me down. The firewall constructed by your tech department has been thoroughly breached." Sky acknowledged with a nod, taking her seat before the computer to commence her hacking. Nick Fury turned to Hawkeye, inquiring, "Barton, do you have any thoughts?" Hawkeye furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding coldly. "Director, I suggest we activate the Insight program, utilizing satellite networks to monitor the entirety of New York and implement preemptive measures. The threat posed by the clown is undoubtedly significant. Since we cannot locate him, we should eliminate any individuals in the program that could potentially inflict similar harm." Nick Fury shook his head, stating, "Barton, we cannot proceed with that. The Insight program is Psychield's ultimate trump card. Although the clown has caused considerable damage, it does not warrant the deployment of Insight, and besides, the current power system can only be used once. This method is highly unreliable." Hawkeye shook his head, offering a wry smile as he replied, "Director, I too am at a loss for a viable solution. The adversary we face is a completely illogical madman. We are unable to deduce his actions. We know nothing of him, while he possesses an intimate understanding of us." Nick Fury furrowed his brow and turned to Coulson, asking, "Coulson, what is your perspective?" Coulson cleared his throat and replied, "Director, I do not have a particularly effective plan either. I only know that certain areas of New York require heightened protection to prevent the clown from wreaking havoc. For instance, the City Hall, the Stark Industries Building, the Osborne Industrial Building, the Hammer Industrial Building, the New York Police Department, the 4 major banks, and the Cornell Presbyterian Hospital." Nick Fury ignited his pipe and took a deep draw, then turned to Black Widow and inquired, "Natasha, what about you? What is your perspective?" Natasha, her complexion pale, felt a wave of dizziness as the image of Joran's manic laughter resurfaced in her mind. Struggling to suppress her disorientation, she gradually spoke, "Director, my mental state has been rather poor lately. My thoughts are exceedingly chaotic, rendering me incapable of analysis. However, I have a potential solution. We could enlist the assistance of Professor Charles from the Avengers. His ability to hear the thoughts of others could certainly allow him to detect the Joker's whereabouts. Nick Fury shook his head, his expression stern, and coldly rejected her suggestion, stating, "Mutants are ultimately just that, mutants. They are not human. Their genes differ from ours. They are outliers. This is a matter for humanity alone to resolve. We cannot rely on them. The fate of humanity must rest in the hands of humanity itself." SHILD's Insight program is also directed at mutants. They are simply too unpredictable. Chapter 53. The Final Strategy of SHIELD. Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, the 5 SHIELD agents present unanimously displayed expressions of grave concern. The director was indeed correct. The fate of humanity must be in our own hands and never entrusted to others. This is precisely the purpose of SHIELD's existence, to guard against all forces that pose a threat to humanity, with every action grounded in the fundamental principle of protecting human life, eliminating dangers at their inception. Hill took a deep breath, her gaze resolute, and nodded, affirming, "The director is right. Humanity's fate must remain under our control. Although the Joker is heinous, he is still, at his core, a human being. As long as he is human, I believe he must adhere to his own set of principles." Hawkeye, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement and remarked, "Indeed, even mutants possess their own vulnerabilities and things they hold dear. The Joker is not a mutant. He is merely a man, a madman. As long as he remains human, he must follow a set of rules unique to him. If we can uncover his rules, we shall locate him." Coulson smiled and added, "Exactly. As long as the Joker is still a human, he must have weaknesses. I am confident that we will discover what he values and find his vulnerabilities." Natasha furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before looking up with a smile and saying, "Director Nick, Deputy Director Hill, Coulson, Barton, I believe I have conceived a plan. However, I am uncertain of its efficacy. It is the last strategy one could devise." Nick Fury furrowed his brow and inquired, "Natasha, what plan have you devised?" Natasha took a deep breath, clenched her teeth, and slowly began. "We must engage in self-hypnosis to delve into the depths of the Joker's behavior. By simulating his actions, we can infer his psyche and study his thought processes. Only by comprehending the Joker's logic can we predict his movements and locate him." Nick Fury shook his head in response. "Natasha, that is out of the question. It is far too perilous. The Joker embodies chaos, and such profound self-hypnosis could lead to psychological trauma, mental derangement, and a descent into the madness of his artistry, transforming one into a lunatic akin to the Joker himself. As you are all aware, a significant number of Joker's admirers have emerged from Hell's Kitchen, their fervent admiration bordering on hysteria. The implications of such simulation are indeed unfathomable." Clint Barton inhaled deeply, smiled, and declared, "Director, allow me to undertake this simulation. We find ourselves with no alternatives. This is our last resort, and perhaps our best one. Our time is truly limited. Less than 4 hours remain. Trust me, I am Hawkeye, a senior agent of SHIELD, with unwavering resolve. I shall not falter. Director, you understand that my will is as reliable as the bow and arrow in my hands." Hill smiled slightly and interjected, "Barton, I recognize your steadfastness and trustworthiness, but as the Deputy Director of SHIELD, my rank surpasses yours. Director Nick, allow me to handle this matter." Coulson nodded solemnly and added, "Director, I too can conduct the simulation. My will is resolute, and my loyalty to SHIELD is unyielding. Should any unforeseen events occur, you may dispose of me at your discretion." Natasha shook her head, her gaze resolute, and said, "Everyone, please cease your disputes. Let me take charge. I was among the first to investigate the Joker, and my understanding of him runs deeper than any of yours. Moreover, this method was my initial proposal, so I should be the one to proceed." Hawkeye frowned and retorted, "No, I categorically disagree. It is crucial to remember that the Joker is male, and Director Nick is the backbone of SHIELD. He must not be subjected to simulation. Furthermore, we all know Coulson's willpower. He could decline a mission for a wedding anniversary. His resolve pales in comparison to mine. At this moment, I am the most suitable candidate. Coulson cleared his throat and remarked, "That is a testament to my fidelity and love, Mr. Barton. I am an agent of the same rank as you, and my resolve is as unyielding as steel, equally formidable." Meanwhile, Sky, who was busy typing away to crack an address, chuckled and said, "Hey, the Joker is a high IQ criminal. Who here surpasses my intellect? Clearly, I am the best candidate for simulation." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury revealed a smile of satisfaction. He took a deep puff from his pipe, exhaling 2 streams of white smoke through his nostrils before speaking slowly. "Excellent, excellent. You are all commendable. With you and SHIELD, I find great solace. You are the finest agents I have ever encountered, each possessing a heart of selfless devotion. I have decided that Natasha will simulate the Joker's actions this time. This decision comes after careful consideration, for Natasha possesses the most profound understanding of the Joker within SHIELD. She comprehends the terrifying essence embodied by the Joker, who is not merely a male or female criminal. Rather, it represents a behavior, an art, a spirit, an ineffable fear and adoration, a chaotic madness. Natasha turned to the group, exuding confidence, smiled, and said, "Rest assured, everyone. Leave everything to me. I will undoubtedly decipher the Joker's logic. Anticipate my good news. I'll be just fine. Director Fury, you are aware that I emerged from that realm. My resolve should be the most steadfast among us all." Nick Fury nodded and asked gravely, "Natasha, do you require me to perform deep hypnosis on you? To immerse you in the role of the Joker?" Natasha shook her head, inhaled deeply, and replied, "No need for that, Director. I will manage on my own. I require the Joker's photograph and the complete dimming of the lights. I need ample silence and darkness." Nick Fury nodded and instructed Sky, "Take the computer outside to search for the Joker online. We will await Natasha here." Responding promptly, Sky took the computer and exited. Nick Fury retrieved the Joker's photograph from his coat pocket and handed it to Black Widow. Natasha's eyes widened as she fixated on the image, imprinting the Joker's visage firmly in her mind. 5 minutes later, she slowly closed her eyes and calmly commanded, "Turn off the lights." Chapter 54. The Black Widow breaks her own rules. SHIELD Director's office. With the lights extinguished, Nick Fury and the others slowed their breathing. The room had transformed into a closed, pitch-black space. Natasha gradually closed her eyes, meticulously recalling the Joker's photograph she had studied moments earlier. She focused on the Joker's eyes, gazing into the 2 chaotic lights. Within the human psyche lies both good and evil. Every fleeting moment births countless thoughts. In a certain sense, humanity is a complex embodiment of chaos. It is the rules that bind these innate tendencies, restraining the inherent disorder within. In this moment, Natasha's spirit gravitated toward those 2 chaotic lights. She sought to become the Joker. Only by embodying the Joker could she fathom his logic. Having wrestled with the dragon for too long, she herself had become a dragon. Having gazed into the abyss for too long, the abyss shall return her gaze. Unbeknownst to her, as Natasha delved into the investigation of the clown, she found herself gradually influenced by its essence. The image of Zhou Ran's maniacal laughter resurfaced in her mind. Gazing at Zhou Ran's frantically laughing visage, a sudden epiphany struck her. She realized that Zhou Ran was not the clown. Rather, it was she who had wandered into a labyrinth of misconceptions. The laughter she perceived was but an illusion, a psychological mirage. From the very first glance at the clown's photograph, after absorbing the gruesome tales of its atrocities, she had unwittingly succumbed to its influence. A faint smile crept upon Natasha's lips, revealing a hint of madness as she began her self-hypnosis. The initial step would be to dismantle all conventions. She resolved to create a process for the birth of a clown within the realm of her psyche. The weather was splendid, clear skies stretching endlessly, a most delightful day, perfect for leisure. Yet, as an agent, she was compelled to undertake a mission which stirred a sense of discontent within her. She yearned for a respite. Concealed in the shadows, Natasha observed her target for this assignment, the protection of a professor. Furrowing her brow, she pondered if there was a swift method to conclude her task. After a moment of contemplation, A smile broke across her face as she withdrew a silenced pistol from her coat and pulled the trigger at the professor. With the target deceased, her obligation to protect was nullified, and the mission concluded. She could finally indulge in her longed-for holiday. In the ensuing period, whenever tasked with a protective duty, the targets under Black Widow's watch would mysteriously perish by gunfire, poisoning, drowning, hanging, strangulation, suicide, or even being struck by an out-of-control dump truck, plummeting from great heights. Within S.H.I.L.D., Nick Fury scrutinized Black Widow's mission reports with growing suspicion, contemplating whether she had betrayed them. Suppressing his doubts, he donned a facade of insincere cordiality, addressing her. Natasha, this is yet another protective assignment. This time, Barton will accompany you. Natasha nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Very well, Director Fury. On site, atop the Empire State Building, Natasha turned to Barton, a playful smile dancing on her face as she inquired, Barton, do you harbor feelings for me? Taken aback, Hawkeye nodded vigorously. Natasha chuckled softly and continued, then, Barton, would you be willing to die for me? Should you prove capable, I might consider a relationship with you. Hawkeye smiled in response. Of course, Natasha, I would gladly die for you. Natasha nodded approvingly, producing a revolver and smiling as she said, now, dear Mr. Barton, open your mouth. I intend to place this inside. This is a test for you now. Please make your choice. Upon hearing her words, Hawkeye's complexion drained of color. He inhaled deeply and slowly opened his mouth. Natasha then inserted the revolver into Barton's mouth and gently squeezed the trigger. With a resounding bang, Hawkeye did not succumb to death. Instead, a sense of relief washed over him, and a broad smile graced his face. Could it be that Natasha had recognized him? Natasha, with a smile, gazed at Hawkeye and inquired, Mr. Barton, do you dare to continue this gamble? It was a revolver. Hawkeye nodded, sensing that this was merely a whimsical jest of Natasha's. A playful game shared between them. With a smile, Natasha pulled the trigger. A loud crack echoed as Barton's head burst like a watermelon. Crimson blood splattered across Natasha's face, and a wild grin emerged at the corners of her mouth. Mr. Barton, what a pity, truly a pity. I genuinely wish to offer you an opportunity, but alas, this revolver is malfunctioning. I loaded 5 bullets, yet not a single one was a blank. Shaking her head, she grasped Hawkeye's hand, drew her bow, and with a swift whoosh, the mission target fell to his demise under Hawkeye's arrow. Her face illuminated with an uncontainable madness. She then pushed the headless Hawkeye from the Empire State Building. With a sickening thud, he plummeted, reduced to a mere mass of flesh. Natasha erupted into laughter. She could manage the aftermath, but chose not to, preferring to remain incognito. Within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D., in the director's office, Natasha sat in the director's chair, with Nick Fury's lifeless body sprawled beneath her, one remaining eye filled with terror and regret. Gazing at Fury's face, she chuckled and remarked, to think that you, having deduced the truth, still possess a shred of innocence. Nick Fury, you truly are naive. With an axe, she severed Fury's hands, using them to unlock the office safe. Her curiosity about the contents of that safe had long been piqued. Inside lay a red remote control and a document labeled Insight Protocol. Upon this discovery, Natasha burst into laughter and pressed the remote. In an instant, a cacophony of explosions erupted. Thousands of missiles launched into the air, and from above, the ground transformed into a spectacle of blood-red fireworks. Next, Natasha leisurely exited the director's office, making her way to the control room of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power systems. There, she eliminated everyone present, then gleefully destroyed the control mechanisms. S.H.I.E.L.D. spiraled into chaos, plummeting from the sky. Natasha flung open the window and leaped out, her face adorned with a maniacal smile. She had obliterated all constraints binding her. She was on the brink of attaining true freedom. In the mental realm of the Black Widow, a visage smeared with chaotic paint suddenly materialized. The Joker, having appeared unnoticed, quietly observed the miraculous transformation unfolding within her. How amusing. It stirs a hint of excitement in me. But alas, you still fail to comprehend what a clown truly is. For even I cannot comprehend it. Yet I am assured that while I may possess a slight flaw, I am certainly not as malevolent or cruel as one might think. Hee hee, yet another creation of failure. Chapter 55. Old Rick at the Martial Arts School. It was evening, around 8:40. On Black Street in Queens, New York City. Zhou Ran drove his Rolls Royce to this location. Just 2 blocks away, he had spotted a young woman clad in a striking crimson gown, whose beauty and grace were remarkable. She exuded an air of gentleness, yet beneath that exterior lay an undeniable pride. This demeanor compelled Zhou Ran to steal a few glances. The young woman appeared to be in her early 20s. Of course, he merely glanced, with no ulterior motives, for he was no playboy like Tony Stark. However, an inexplicable feeling lingered within him, a sense that he would encounter her again in the future. Ever since the Black Widow had been by his side, the ordinarily reserved gentleman found himself frequently crossing paths with enchanting women. For instance, there was the blonde who had surreptitiously photographed him at the Harry Winston flagship store on Fifth Avenue, along with the proud maiden in crimson just moments ago. It seems fortune and romance may soon befall me, Zhou Ran mused with a smile. He then gradually brought his vehicle to a halt, alighting from the car with a smile gracing his face. The Black Widow had finally departed, without this female agent at his side. He felt an exhilarating sense of freedom and vitality. Tonight, he was eager to engage in a rigorous practice session with Master Rick. With a beaming smile, Zhou Ran stepped into the dilapidated martial arts school before him. While the exterior of the school appeared worn and decrepit, the interior revealed an entirely different world. Upon pushing open the door, he entered a long corridor, flanked by an array of bronze sculptures, each more peculiar than the last. There were serpents with 9 heads, sphinx-like beasts, armored generals, and bards holding scrolls, alongside warriors recklessly charging across the battlefield in their chariots. Each time Zhou Ran entered the martial arts school and beheld the eclectic sculptures and the myriad of scenes carved into the walls, he felt as though he were witnessing a grand epic. After traversing the corridor, he arrived at a hall that radiated an ancient grandeur. With 2 immense bronze walls on either side, adorned with an assortment of antiquated bronze weaponry. These colossal bronze walls were not a singular entity. Rather, they were divided into 6 sections, each flanked by an antiquated, weathered stone seat, inscribed with indecipherable symbols. Perhaps this reflects the peculiar mindset of Westerners, their distinctive aesthetic sensibilities. Moreover, Master Rick, not only a Westerner, but also a profoundly cultured and wise elder, embodied this uniqueness. Upon traversing the magnificent hall, one finally steps into the inner sanctum of the Martial Arts Academy. It is an expansive courtyard filled with an array of training apparatus and several wooden dummies. At the rear of the courtyard stands a modest wooden cabin. In front of the cabin, a frail old man reclines in a rocking chair, his body swaying gently. He gazes vacantly at the sky, a thin stream of saliva trailing from the corner of his mouth. What captivates his attention remains a mystery, as does the nature of his thoughts. The veins on the back of his hands are prominently visible, and he clutches a half-broken cane tightly in his palm, as if it were a cherished treasure, fearful of it being taken from him. He appears utterly dazed. Zhou Ran smiled and greeted, "Master Rick, good evening." Old Rick, upon hearing the voice, turned his head with excruciating slowness, revealing an exceedingly aged face lined with wrinkles. Yet, from his somewhat prominent nose and the overall contours of his visage, one could faintly discern that he must have been quite handsome in his youth. With his murky eyes fixed on Zhou Ran, he managed a stiff smile and replied, "Zhou, you've come. But I recall that today is not Sunday. You typically visit on Sundays." Under such circumstances, it is usually when you're either highly stressed or exceedingly joyful. Judging by your current demeanor, you seem quite elated. Zhou Ran chuckled as he approached old Rick, placing his hands gently upon the old man's shoulders and giving a light press. He nodded and remarked, "Indeed, I'm very happy. A person who neither inspires affection nor aversion, but occasionally causes me considerable annoyance and discomfort, has departed from my life. I now feel an overwhelming sense of joy, brimming with vitality and energy. Master Rick, how does this pressure feel to you?" Old Rick smiled and replied, "Your strength is good and quite comfortable. By the way, the person you mentioned, she wouldn't he happen to be a woman, would she? I wager she must be a remarkably beautiful woman. Otherwise, I cannot fathom what could disturb such an admirable man as yourself. Zhou Ran nodded, affirming, she is indeed a very beautiful woman. At this revelation, old Rick sprang to his feet with surprising agility, completely at odds with his elderly appearance. His murky gaze fixed intently on Zhou Ran, he asked with palpable anxiety, is she truly a woman, and an exceptionally beautiful one at that? Zhou, do you have any feelings for her? Zhou Ran shook his head, saying of course not. If I had feelings, how could I possibly feel troubled? Old Rick, upon hearing this, took a deep breath to calm himself, and slowly spoke, it is well that you have no feelings, it is well. Zhou Ran furrowed his brow and scrutinized old Rick, questioning, Master Rick, what do you mean by that? Why is it good to have no feelings? It feels as though there's an ominous undertone to your words. Old Rick blinked his murky eyes, sighed deeply, and slowly began to speak. Ah, Zhou, you know I have always treated you well, imparting to you all my secret techniques. I have regarded you as my son. Now, as I approach the twilight of my years, I find myself unable to even consume a bowl of rice in a single day. My health is deteriorating rapidly, and I feel that my days are numbered. Before I depart from this world, I have but one wish, to see my last remaining daughter married. I would like to entrust her to you, and it would be ideal if you could quickly bear a child, so that I may witness my third generation. Zhou, upon hearing this, gasped sharply, shook his head vigorously, and firmly rejected the notion. Impossible. This cannot be, Master Rick. Look at your age. You are far past your prime. Pray tell, how old is your daughter? You just celebrated your 120th birthday last month. Even if she were born late, how late could it be? Let us assume she is 40 now. That is already quite advanced. Yet I am merely 28, Master Rick. This is truly inappropriate. Old Rick chuckled awkwardly and hastily clarified. Zhou, she is not that old. She is but 20, a legacy I left 20 years ago while still in my prime. Moreover, she is truly beautiful and virtuous. You must meet her. She is undoubtedly my finest creation. Gazing at the myriad wrinkles that adorned Master Rick's face, Zhou shook his head once more, resolutely declining with pointed words. This is simply unacceptable. Master Rick, I must reiterate, I cannot be with your daughter. Even if you weave the most extravagant tales, the sight of your nearly lifeless visage makes it hard for me to believe in her youth or her beauty. According to scientific data, a man at 100 years of age would have long since lost his procreative abilities. If indeed she is a product of your 100-year-old self, I suspect you were perhaps inebriated and have forgotten. It would be prudent for you to undergo a test. You might be unknowingly raising someone else's daughter for the past 20 years. Chapter 56. Who says hidden treasures can only be one? Upon hearing this, old Rick quickly waved his hand, smilingly explaining, Zhou, as you know, I am a martial artist with a robust physique and exceptional talent. It is no exaggeration to say that I am still capable in that regard, though I currently lack the desire and necessity to engage in such activities. Then, with a light cough, old Rick's face blossomed with a smile, akin to a rose in full bloom, every wrinkle radiating an amiable grin. He blinked his murky eyes and proposed, how about this, Zhou? If you agree to meet my daughter, I shall teach you another exquisite technique that will enhance your evasion abilities, enabling you to effortlessly dodge your opponent's attacks. Do you recall the unique technique I imparted to you previously? It granted you remarkable explosive power, enabling you to effortlessly shatter a thick solid wood board. With diligent practice, by the time you reach my age, breaking through an iron door will be a trivial task. It is important to note that I, old Rick, have never deceived you in the art of combat. Moreover, my daughter is truly exquisite. Meeting her would not be a loss, for this is a skill of my own creation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ran felt a stir of excitement. Yet he sensed that Master Rick undoubtedly possessed more secrets yet to be unveiled. His martial prowess was certainly more intricate than mere Jeet Kune Do. Although old Rick claimed it to be Jeet Kune Do, Zhou Ran had never observed a style capable of demolishing an iron door. While Jeet Kune Do also embodies explosive power, such power is inherently limited. The possibility of penetrating an iron door exists, but shattering it is an entirely different matter. However, Since old Rick referred to it as Jake Zhou, Zhou Ran resolved to consider his practice as such. Nevertheless, should he be prompted to declare his style, he would assert, Wing Chun, Zhou Ran. After all, it would not be particularly flattering to refer to himself as a practitioner of Jake Zhou. Furthermore, that explosive technique truly proved effective. He had shattered a solid wooden podium with a single punch. Thus, he certainly could not hastily acquiesce to old Rick's request, suspecting that the latter held many more extraordinary techniques in reserve. Zhou Ran chuckled lightly, gazing at old Rick, and teasingly remarked, Master Rick, did you not just claim to have taught me all your ultimate techniques? How is it that there is still more? Are you attempting to deceive me? It is difficult to trust the words of a trickster, especially one as seasoned as you. Old Rick, a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose and chuckled awkwardly, responding ahem, who established that ultimate techniques can only be singular. There could be many such techniques. Very well, Zhou. In that case, I shall teach you another method to enhance your stamina. I truly cannot offer much more, lest I exhaust myself completely. Of course, should you become my son-in-law, all that I possess will be yours, including everything here. Zhou Ran smiled and replied, All right then, it is settled, Master Rick. I shall reluctantly accept that your daughter is a beautiful 20-year-old. I will agree to meet her. Let us convene in the office of the Vice President at Stark Industries 2 weeks hence. Ah, indeed, you may either provide her with my number or share hers with me, allowing us to communicate at our convenience. Then, Zhou Ran clenched his fist, fixating on old Rick's murky eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he slowly said, Master Rick, shall we engage in a sparring session now? I cannot quite fathom why, but I suddenly feel an overwhelming surge of energy as though I possess boundless strength. Old Rick nodded, laughing with confidence. Come on then. Let old Rick witness your explosive power in action. To what extent have you trained? Zhou Ran smiled, employing the force application techniques taught to him by old Rick. With a swift stride, he charged toward old Rick, launching a powerful punch aimed at his head. Observing this, old Rick slightly tilted his head, effortlessly evading the formidable blow. He chuckled and remarked, Your strength is commendable, and your speed is quite impressive. Your explosiveness is also decent. However, you exhibit a degree of impatience, losing your composure and precision. Zhou, your mind must always remain as tranquil as water. Only then can you adeptly harness your own strength. Of course, water is merely the first step. You must envision yourself as the ocean, the gentle breeze, the vast sky, and even the thunder and lightning. In doing so, you will effortlessly discern your opponent's weaknesses, strike them down, and you will also be acutely aware of their attacks, enabling you to evade them. Before their strike lands, your body will instinctively anticipate it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ran nodded, taking several steps back to breathe deeply, gradually calming his agitated spirit. After a minute, he smiled and said, Master Rick, I believe I have grasped a hint of that feeling you spoke of, yet it still seems somewhat unclear. After all, your teachings are profoundly intricate and difficult to comprehend. I am uncertain whether my current state is correct. Old Rick replied with a smile, Then attack me again. Let me observe. Zhou Ran nodded, tensing his body, maintaining a heightened state of alertness, while internally reciting a Buddhist scripture to soothe his mind. Observing the bodhisattva of compassion, while practicing deep prajnaparamita, one perceives that all 5 aggregates are empty, transcending all forms of suffering. Form is not separate from emptiness. Emptiness is not separate from form. Form is precisely emptiness. Emptiness is precisely form. This is the nature of all phenomena, neither arising nor ceasing, neither tainted nor pure, neither increasing nor decreasing. A faint smile appeared on Zhou Ran's lips as he felt a remarkable state within him. His body was ablaze with energy, yet his mind was extraordinarily clear and at ease. Everything around him seemed to quiet and slow down. Maintaining this state, Zhou Ran clenched his fists and charged once more at old Rick, aiming for his head. Old Rick's eyes sparkled with realization. Yes, this was indeed the state he sought. This time, he did not evade. Instead, he extended his slender hand to block Zhou Ran's punch. Then he launched his own offensive, feeding Zhou Ran techniques to help him fully internalize this state, while also guiding him on improving his evasiveness, reducing expenditure, and enhancing his stamina. 2 hours later, the sparring session concluded. Zhou ran, drenched in sweat, sat heavily on the ground, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Old Rick also settled on the ground, a light sheen of sweat on his forehead. Although not as disheveled as Zhou Ran, he appeared quite fatigued. Zhou Ran smiled and said, "Thank you, Master Rick. I can now manage a degree of evasion and have learned how to minimize my expenditure." Old Rick nodded, blinking his murky eyes, and inquired with a smile, "Zhou, how did you manage that just now?" Zhou Ran, upon hearing this, chuckled softly and elaborated, "It is science. When a person is in a state of heightened tension, they can sense the impending danger, albeit merely sensing it. The immediate instinct is to evade, to flee. However, if one can maintain clarity of thought in such a tense state, I believe it is possible to confront danger head-on." To my surprise, I actually succeeded. Old Rick nodded approvingly, remarking, "You are indeed clever to have thought of this. By the way, my daughter is quite intelligent as well. You two truly make a perfect match. I would like to recommend a couple of books. Both are written by my good friends. The first, The Super God. I have a mathematical scholar template by Madouz Ojiu, is an exceptional work by a peer I deeply admire. Filled with accolades and boasting over 200,000 words, ample content for any reader. The second, I Am the Fourth Hokage Orochimaru, is equally captivating. The title alone is enough to draw one in, featuring Orochimaru as Hokage. One intriguing concept. This one also provides a generous volume of over 200,000 words. Moreover, I must share a little secret. Both of these remarkable authors have a plethora of unpublished manuscripts at their disposal. They are both my dear friends, and if you enjoy my writing, I encourage you to explore their works as well. Thank you all for your continued companionship. I promise to write diligently, crafting better plots that bring joy to your reading experience. Acknowledging that the gentleman may be feeling a bit annoyed, I have decided to add an extra chapter tonight. Now, I shall retreat to my writing desk. This is the final ripple of my efforts. Chapter 57. The Black Widow has gone mad. She fired at Barton. Zhou ran. With a smile, continued to engage in light conversation with old Rick for a while before gradually rising to bid farewell. He exited the dojo, for he had matters to attend to the following morning, as he was to accompany Tony to an awards ceremony. Old Rick reluctantly saw Zhou Ran off through the dojo's entrance. Watching Zhou Ran's departing figure, he shivered involuntarily and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a faint smile, he murmured, "I never imagined that as a relic of the old era, I would witness the birth of a legend. Zhou, I hope you can master the terrifying powers within you. They're beginning to influence you gradually. Power itself knows no morality. It is the wielder who defines good and evil. And truly, I am not deceiving you. My time is drawing near. My daughter is indeed beautiful, and I believe you are a worthy person to entrust." Meanwhile, concealed in the skies aboard an aircraft carrier, in the office of the director of SHIELD, a cacophony of frenzied laughter erupted, a sound both jarring and maniacal, reminiscent of the Joker's laughter from the videos, yet distinctly different in that it emanated from a woman. Nick Fury felt a jolt of alarm surge within him, his expression turning grave as a flicker of panic crossed his gaze. Damn it, this was dire. His worst fears had materialized. He hastily switched on the lights, desperate to ascertain the current condition of Black Widow, fervently hoping it was not too severe. If the situation proved grave, SHIELD would lose a senior agent and would be compelled to monitor Black Widow around the clock. Moreover, if it came to that, he would have to endure the painful decision of eliminating her. An elite agent transformed into a jester was far more perilous than a true clown. She possessed knowledge of numerous dangerous elements within SHIELD and was privy to many substantial military installations. It was unfathomable to consider the potential ramifications. As the lights illuminated the previously darkened space, Nick Fury, Hawkeye, Hill, and Coulson simultaneously drew in a sharp breath at the sight before them. Hawkeye, visibly anxious, shouted at Black Widow, "Natasha, stop. Please, just stop." He rushed towards her in a panic. Observing this, Coulson swiftly wrapped his arms around Hawkeye's waist. Holding him back with a firm grip, his voice tinged with urgency, "Barton, do not be so impulsive. Your haste could startle Natasha and lead to an emotional breakdown. We must trust her right now." Hawkeye struggled against Coulson's hold, gritting his teeth as he coldly replied, "Coulson, release me at once. But do not blame me for resorting to force. You cannot match me." Coulson vehemently shook his head, refusing to let go, consumed by anger. Hawkeye retaliated with a sharp elbow to Coulson's chest, causing him to pale instantly from the pain. Gritting his teeth to withstand the agony, Coulson clung to Hawkeye's waist, his tone earnest as he implored, "Barton, Natasha is not only your friend, she is mine as well. I cannot stand by and watch you act recklessly. Your actions could genuinely jeopardize her. Trust me, we need to calm her emotions." Hill took a deep breath, placing a reassuring hand on Hawkeye's shoulder. Speaking in a lowered voice, "Barton, ease up a bit. Allow me to approach. Women possess an inherent advantage in communication. Let me give it a try." Upon hearing this, Hawkeye inhaled deeply and nodded. Hill offered a gentle smile, her demeanor warm as she cautiously approached Black Widow, speaking softly, "Natasha, please come down. Let us discuss this calmly. There's no need for this." On the windowsill, Natasha had extended one leg outside, and upon hearing Hill's voice, she abruptly turned her head. Natasha's eyes were bloodshot, her face contorted in a grotesque expression, and a maniacal grin stretched across her lips, reaching her ears. Slowly, she spoke. How tragic it is. In this vast expanse of Earth, people are compelled to feign the very personas they despise to survive. At last, I have grasped the true essence of life. None of you can thwart me. I am on the verge of reclaiming my freedom and embracing a new existence. I am a clown. I am a clown. Hill shook her head and continued. "No, you are not a clown. You are a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. You are Black Widow. You are Natasha. You are Natalia Alienovna Romanoff. You are our dearest friend, Natasha. Do you remember me? I am Hill, the one with dark hair, resembling a boiled egg. Our director is Nick Fury, that jovial, plump man, and the lanky one is Hawkeye, Barton. Natasha, we are all your friends, people of significance to you. You must recall us, Natasha. Think carefully." As Natasha listened to Hill's gentle voice, a fleeting moment of confusion washed over her, and a look of bewilderment flickered in her eyes. Furrowing her brows, she murmured, "Hill, Nick Fury, Coulson, Barton. No, that cannot be. You are all dead, slain by my own hand." Barton was the first to perish. I shoved a gun into his mouth, and with a bang, his head exploded like a watermelon. Then I pushed him from the Empire State Building, reducing him to a mere heap of flesh. Next was that hypocritical beast, Nick Fury. I killed him myself. His eyes were filled with regret and suspicion. Oh, how I even severed his hand to unlock the safe. Hill was lured into the director's office, where I stunned her with a taser and dismembered her with a chainsaw, kicking her severed head like a ball. As for Coulson, that useless fellow, I left him behind. Wasn't he always the optimist? I wonder if he can still muster a smile. After a fit of maniacal laughter, Natasha leaped from the windowsill and, with a sinister grin, said, "Though I cannot fathom why you are still alive, it is simple enough to rectify. I shall kill you all once more. Ha ha ha." Then, she drew a pistol from her coat and aimed it at Barton, saying, "Mr. Barton, let us commence with you." With a bang, Natasha pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot forth like a demon from the depths of hell, claiming lives as a grim reaper would, hurtling toward Hawkeye's head. An exhilarated smile graced her face. Nick Fury thrust Hawkeye aside, taking the bullet in his arm, which instantly gushed forth a torrent of blood. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Fury's expression grew grave as he said, "Natasha, do you remember the Red Room? Do you recall that cold, hellish place? I believe that the one who has escaped from that hell will not be easily defeated. You are, after all, the last surviving remnant, the one and only Black Widow." Chapter 58. The most primitive fear upon hearing Nick Fury's words, a peculiar hue flickered in Natasha's gaze. She furrowed her brow and lowered her head. Her face suddenly split into two halves, one side reflecting sorrow, the other joy. Amidst a cacophony of strange laughter, she murmured, "The Red Room, the Red Room. I'm the Black Widow, the Black Widow. No, I am the Joker. I am the reborn Joker. Who am I? He. I am the Black Widow. I'm not the Joker. I am not the Black Widow. I am the Joker. He. Where is the Red Room? What is the Red Room? He. What am I truly? This bizarre laughter, intertwined with her fragmented whispers, resembled the wails of demons from the depths of hell. Eerily uncanny and painfully discordant. Far from the sounds a human could produce. It was an indescribable chaos and terror, intangible and unspeakable. Suddenly, Natasha raised her head, her eyes ablaze with fury, fixating on the agents in the room with a frenzied gaze. She screamed hysterically, "Who am I? Who am I? Who am I?" Confronted by the turmoil and madness reflected in the Black Widow's eyes, a cold sweat trickled down Nick Fury's back. Yet, he chose not to flee but to meet her gaze directly, akin to an emotionless machine. With a chilling tone, he demanded, "Natalia Alienovna Romanova, you are an agent trained by the Red Room, a merciless weapon. In order to graduate and survive, on that fateful day, you personally killed all your comrades. You personally killed all your friends. That day, you chose to become the Black Widow. But now, you have a chance for a second choice, to kill us and transform from Black Widow into Joker. Or to shed the shadow of the Joker and reclaim your identity as Natasha, a senior agent of S.H.L.D. You already bear an unrepayable blood debt. Must you shoulder another?" As Nick Fury's icy words pierced through the air, he placed his right hand into his pocket, gripping the loaded handgun nestled within. His finger rested on the trigger, aimed directly at the Black Widow. Should she make the slightest move, a bullet would erupt from the barrel, striking her down. Fury would not permit even the hint of danger, especially one that emanated from within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. An absurdity and an intolerable disgrace he could not abide. Listening to Fury's words, sharp as blades, Natasha felt a piercing pain in her heart, as if her head were about to explode, and the blood-stained faces of the past resurfaced in her mind. Some faces bear smiles, while others display sorrow. Some are marked by fear, others by anger. Their faces filled with panic, hatred, and even relief. Each visage is profoundly familiar to her, each one recognized. Natasha gazed vacantly at those faces, an immense sadness engulfing her soul like a tsunami. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to cascade from her eyes. A desperate cry trapped in her throat, silenced by her overwhelming grief. The tears streamed down her cheeks, reaching her lips unnoticed. Her once beautiful makeup was marred by the tears, creating a chaotic canvas, with her lipstick spreading outwards, the vivid crimson resembling blood, gradually creeping towards her ears, resembling a grotesque smile. At last, Natasha emitted a sound, but it was not a cry. Instead, it was a strange, eerie laughter. In utter despair, she whispered, "The kindest ally, the most beautiful Benna, the most graceful Sarah, the sweetest Lilia, the most aloof Eileen, the most easily angered Sana, the most detested Kelly, the most timid Jessie, and the unloved Lonnie." Suddenly, a multitude of whispers flooded her ears. "Natasha, my dearest friend, grant me release. Ally, I bear no grudge against you. To die by your hand would bring me joy, far better than at the hands of another. You must survive, escape this hell. I yearn to see the world outside. Does it share the same chill as here? Are there children outside like us? Live on with my spirit. Help me glimpse those sights. This is the kindest ally," came the voice. "Whoa, Natasha, I implore you, spare me. I pose no threat to you, do I? Please. Jessie truly does not wish to die." "This is the timid Jessie," another voice chimed in. "Natasha, we have competed many times. This time, you shall be the one to perish. I, Sana, shall be the last one standing." "This is the easily angered Sana," she declared. "Natasha, you will endure a life of suffering. Your existence will mirror mine, devoid of love. I, Lonnie, shall await you in hell." "This is the unloved Lonnie," echoed another voice. "Natasha, it is truly frigid here, colder than Eileen's very body. We are good friends, yet I have become a burden to you. We have no food left, and I am injured from the last battle. My body cannot withstand this. Only one may survive on this icy expanse, so, Natasha, Please consume me. You must live on. This is the aloof Eileen, she lamented. Natalia Romanovna, congratulations on returning alive. You have become the finest spy of the Red House, and you shall earn the title of Black Widow. This is the ruthless general. Natasha, overwhelmed by anguish, collapsed to the ground, cradling her head in her hands, and forcefully struck it against the earth, reddening her forehead. In a heart-wrenching wail, she cried out, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Natasha did not mean to. She never intended to harm you. Nick Fury, witnessing this scene, could not help but exhale a long sigh of relief. He had succeeded. Stability had been achieved. The Black Widow, in her current state, was beginning to regain some semblance of normalcy. She would surely recover. She would awaken before the Joker's fireworks erupted. Time was of the essence for S.H.I.E.L.D., with only 52 minutes and 47 seconds remaining. Astutely aware of human frailties, Nick Fury understood the vulnerabilities inherent within Black Widow herself. Her greatest weakness lay in her name, in that Red House. It sheltered her past, serving as the deepest scar upon her heart, an affliction she could never dare confront or tear open. That Red House was both the source of her greatest terror and her utmost reverence. Every successful high-level agent is invariably a patient with a profoundly wounded psyche, grappling with severe psychological ailments and haunted by an unfaceable past, each carrying untold stories. The most effective way to conquer fear is to replace it with a deeper dread. The finest method of idolization is to erect a new deity in her mind. In her self-hypnosis, Black Widow oscillated between fear and admiration for the Joker, gradually dismantling her own rules and losing a sense of self. She had truly lost her mind, unaware of her identity. Yet within her heart lingered the primal fear of that hellish Red House and the name she bore. Nick Fury, the renowned master of espionage, swiftly discerned the optimal course of action. It was the best approach, albeit the most brutal, to confront fear with fear. Awakening Black Widow to the past she had long evaded, igniting her most elemental terror. This primal fear would shatter the darkness and shadows cast by the Joker. This was precisely why Nick Fury had ultimately chosen Black Widow for this hypnosis, because she possessed an inherent potential to embody the Joker, along with sufficient primal fear to escape his grip. Chapter 59. Fireworks blossom at the sight of victory in the S.H.I.E.L.D. office. Observing Black Widow's current condition, Hawkeye, Coulson, and Hill turned in unison towards Nick Fury, their gazes laden with concern and anger. They feared that Black Widow might completely unravel upon hearing those words, and they were incensed by Fury's approach, which seemed cold and excessively harsh, neglecting her safety entirely. Nick Fury lit his pipe, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke that slowly ascended, obscuring his expression. With a disdainful snort, he began to speak. Humph. Do you regard me, Nick Fury, as too indifferent or too ruthless with those angry gazes? Even so, you must concede that my methods are the swiftest and most efficient. Do you truly wish to witness the Joker-esque fireworks tomorrow? I harbor no regrets for my callousness. For such traits vigilantly safeguard the safety of the people on this planet. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. must be ever prepared for sacrifice. We confront the initial wave of peril, and if we do not withstand this danger, shall we allow the ordinary citizens to bear it? All of us, myself included, and every member of S.H.I.E.L.D. must be ready for sacrifice, including Natasha. Your earlier gazes filled me with a chilling sorrow. Please remember the mission you bear. I do not wish for next time. If there is one, I urge you to leave S.H.I.L.D. Without hesitation, Nick Fury paused, sighed deeply, and continued. Moreover, our time is truly limited. We have merely 50 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Upon hearing this, Hill, Hawkeye, and Coulson's expressions fell, their faces turning grave as all traces of worry and anger vanished, leaving only solemnity. The four individuals in the office simultaneously turned their gazes towards Natasha, their last hope. Outside, Skye, clutching a laptop, wore an anxious expression, her heart racing with unease. She had deciphered the Joker's address in 10 minutes, yet could only wait outside, feeling helpless. There was no choice. Natasha had insisted on maintaining darkness, forbidding any light. After approximately 3 hours of waiting with a laptop in her arms, a cacophony of manic laughter erupted from within the office. The lights flickered on, followed by conversation among Hawkeye, Coulson, Deputy Director Hill, Director Nick, and Natasha. Even through the door, Skye could sense the gravity of the atmosphere and Natasha's frenzied, tormented state. 10 minutes later, Natasha finally regained consciousness, breaking free from the Joker's shadow. She gazed at Nick Fury, a faint smile gracing her lips as she spoke in a disjointed manner, uttering bizarre and intricate phrases. The Joker loves freedom. It vows to shatter this order. Fireworks will burst forth at the sight of victory. Dynasties will ultimately crumble, and from the depths of hell, more demons shall emerge. Satan will sow death, chaos, and fear shall soon descend. Only with painted faces can one survive. With that, Natasha collapsed. S-H-I-L-D. Agent Hill rushed to her side, examining her closely before exhaling a sigh of relief, her anxious heart finally at ease. She clenched her fist and smiled, saying, "It's all right." Natasha merely fainted. The pressure on her spirit was too great. The matters ahead are now ours to handle. Let her rest well. Hawkeye nodded emphatically, his gaze fierce and resolute. In a chilling tone, he declared, "I must eradicate this demon known as the Joker." Coulson inhaled deeply, glancing at his wristwatch. His eyes filled with anxiety as he anxiously remarked, "We have only 47 minutes remaining. We need to swiftly decode the information Natasha just conveyed, ideally within 17 minutes, as we must reserve at least half an hour for personnel mobilization." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury took a long draw from his pipe and exclaimed, "Skye, I presume you have located the Joker's address." Deputy Director Hill, you and Skye must promptly head to the tech department and meticulously analyze the footage. We must identify that warehouse depicted in the video. You have 10 minutes, and you may utilize the Eye in the Sky system for observation. I expect precise results in 10 minutes. Hill nodded in agreement and hurriedly exited, casting a glance at Skye, who followed closely behind, clutching her laptop as she analyzed the Joker's potential hiding place. Nick Fury cleared his throat and continued, "Coulson, compile a list of New York's significant landmarks. The more comprehensive, the better." Natasha's words undoubtedly contain critical information regarding the locations the Joker plans to target tomorrow. Coulson nodded, his exceptional memory allowing him to recall New York's landmarks with clarity. He retrieved paper and pen from his pocket and began to jot down notes. Fury then turned his attention to Hawkeye, pausing briefly before stating, "Barton, take Natasha to the medical bay. You will not participate in this mission. Your current state is one of anger, and your mind is in disarray. As an agent, you must always maintain composure." He added, "We require a living Joker. This is an unprecedented danger, and we need to study him. Do not attempt to negotiate with me. This is an order." Hawkeye, furrowing his brow in anger, clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palm, drawing blood. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his head and replied, "Understood, Director." He then lifted the unconscious Black Widow and rushed towards the medical bay. After taking a deep pull from his pipe, Nick Fury sighed heavily. His expression clouded as he seated himself at the table. He produced a vial of reagent from his pocket and forcefully plunged it into his heart, trembling as he slowly injected the blue liquid into his body. Coulson, taken aback, frowned with deep concern, saying, "Director, you are using an unrefined serum from the science department. It's still a prototype and exceedingly perilous." Fury gritted his teeth against the pain, insisting, "Coulson, it's not as dangerous as it seems. I have a foreboding sense that what Black Widow just said was not her own words, but rather a message relayed by the Joker. I am increasingly perplexed. What exactly is the Joker? It embodies a person, a will, or perhaps a totem. If it is indeed the clown relaying the message, then we have truly overestimated ourselves. Such peril is beyond the endurance of an ordinary individual." This book, titled "The Days as a Spiritual Mentor in American Comics," authored by Yimu Xiao, is nothing short of extraordinary. The narrative's intricacies and the eloquence of its prose are remarkable. Each chapter showcases exceptional character development and environmental descriptions that immerse you in the authentic essence of Marvel. The illustrious Yu Mu Xiaosheng, with her exquisite writing and vast reservoir of knowledge, crafts vibrant characters, effectively bridging the realms of Marvel and beyond. Professor Schiller stands as one of the wisest protagonists I have ever encountered. He is richly human, possessing both depth and soul, truly admirable. I aspire to emulate a man like Professor Schiller. Every chapter, every line, every word of this book demands careful attention, as it is utterly captivating, laden with foreshadowing and intriguing subplots. I assert, without exaggeration, that this work is the most illustrious comic book narrative available online. For Marvel enthusiasts, neglecting to read this book would be a lifelong regret. Those who have read it should revisit it with fervor, ensuring that no detail escapes their notice. This book resembles an inexhaustible cup of tea, growing more flavorful with each sip. It is akin to an endless cask of wine, increasingly intoxicating. It truly serves as a superior nourishment for the spirit. Let me reiterate. The title is The Days as a Spiritual Mentor in American Comics by Yu Mu Xiaosheng. Sister Sheng is remarkable. I am utterly enamored with her. I am but a devoted admirer of Sister Sheng. My deepest gratitude to her. Igaraku Mu Xiaosheng. The magnificent true master. Your brilliance shall illuminate the entire Marvel universe and beyond. I also extend my gratitude to the humble emoticons. Chapter 60. Baptism and Resurrection. Upon the injection of that azure serum, Nick Fury experienced an excruciating pain in his heart, akin to being pierced by a sharp blade. Veins bulged upon his face, and this overwhelming agony engulfed Nick Fury's entire being, leaving his garments drenched in an instant. The Azure Elixir is not merely an ordinary concoction. It is a semi-finished product recently developed by the scientific division of SHIELD. Within the confines of SHIELD, a Kree corpse is meticulously preserved for the Tahiti Project. Officially initiated in 2009, the objective of the Tahiti Project was to create a medication capable of saving a grievously injured Avenger, to be employed solely upon the death of the Avenger. Given Nick Fury's belief in Phil Coulson's equal importance, when Coulson was slain by Loki during an assault on the helicarrier, this serum was administered to him. At present, it is 2008. Iron Man has yet to make his debut, and the plans to assemble the Avengers remain concealed within the mind of Nick Fury. The blue elixir he currently employs is indeed a precursor to the Tahiti Project. The primary ingredient of this blue elixir is derived from Kree genetics, a potion crafted by SHIELD's scientific department through the extraction of genetic material from the Kree body. Its principal ability lies in enhancing human regenerative capabilities. Moreover, this elixir not only augments the regenerative power of humanity, it also temporarily awakens latent potentials within the human body, stimulating the brain and inducing a peculiar state in which higher and broader thoughts can flourish. This is precisely why Nick Fury has opted to inject the serum. As for the side effects, Nick Fury is utterly unconcerned, believing that as long as these effects do not result in his immediate demise, they do not qualify as true side effects. With his eyes closed, Nick Fury embarks on a profound contemplation, resolutely determined not to squander a single moment. In this perilous scenario, every fleeting second must be seized. It is a race against death itself. By adopting a broader and higher vantage point, Nick Fury meticulously reinterprets the words of Black Widow. The Joker revels in freedom, vowing to shatter conventions. Fireworks will ignite at the sight of victory. Dynasty shall inevitably crumble. And from the abyss will emerge more demons. Satan will sow death, chaos, and fear shall soon engulf the land, and only those adorned with face paint may survive. The terms freedom and victory evoke the image of the Statue of Liberty amidst fireworks. Yet will these fireworks resemble those depicted in the video? Or do they signify something entirely different? What does the term dynasty imply? Does it refer to the ruling class of America, the capitalists, the aristocrats, and the powerful politicians within the White House? The phrase more demons will emerge from hell likely alludes to Hell's Kitchen, where the Joker's hideout resides. The demons may refer to the Joker's acolytes, Does this imply that more worshippers of the Joker will soon appear in Hell's Kitchen? The notion of Satan sowing death. Does it suggest that the Joker is poised to unleash chaos and carnage in New York? The concepts of chaos and fear are easily comprehensible. Yet the final statement, only those adorned with face paint may survive, leaves one pondering. What does this truly mean? How should this statement be interpreted? Why does the application of face paint grant a chance at survival? What significance does this face paint hold for the Joker? When do people don face paint? For makeup, parties, Halloween, and Christmas. This presents a rare opportunity bestowed upon us by the clown, albeit somewhat ludicrous. Yet S.H.O.D. must seize this chance. What hidden significance lies within the paint? Oh God, Almighty Father, can you unveil the meaning of this face paint? Nick Fury furrowed his brow. At this critical juncture, he found himself at a loss for words, resorting instead to a fervent prayer. He hoped to unravel the answer before uncovering the potential location concealed by the clown. As he pondered, an epiphany struck Nick Fury, his eyes widening in realization as he recalled a phrase from another video. I believe the circus embodies a form of comedy, a spectacle meant to evoke joy. However, the essence of comedy is rooted in tragedy. I remember that within the circus, there exists a clown character, perceived as comedic by the audience, yet the clown himself perceives his role as tragic. Is the clown indeed a tragic figure? Is he destined to create a grand tragedy tonight? The greatest tragedy, perhaps, is the Last Supper. Merciful Lord, betrayed by his disciple Judas and crucified. Furthermore, every Christian undergoes baptism, a sacred rite instituted by Jesus Christ himself. Only through baptism can one be deemed a true Christian. This rite not only signifies the formal entry of a believer into the faith, but also symbolizes the absolution of original sin, serving as evidence of one's acceptance of the Holy Spirit and grace. Baptism in Christianity employs pure water. A faint smile crept across Nick Fury's lips as he exhaled deeply. Thus, everything became clear. Only by adorning oneself with face paint can one survive. Only through the clown's baptism can one endure. Therefore, it is only by painting one's face that life can be preserved, and those who survive the clown's baptism shall be reborn. Black Widow stands as a testament to this rebirth, having undergone transformation. It appears that time has revealed the answer. It is Resurrection Day, the Lord's Resurrection Day. 3 days after his death, the day of resurrection falls on the Sabbath, specifically April 5th. Hence, the timing of the fireworks should be 04:05. 10 minutes later, Hill and Sky pushed open the door to the director's office. Hill nodded and reported to Nick Fury, director, after thorough investigation. Sky and I have identified the warehouse where the clown is located. It is an abandoned chemical plant under the auspices of Osborne Industries. However, there are no materials available for constructing large explosives, only a pool of accumulated chemical waste. Furthermore, based on the timeline, the date at that location shows no signs of falsification, leading us to conclude that the clown must have stockpiled explosives beforehand. It remains uncertain whether they have already been planted or are still in transit. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury nodded and remarked, "It appears that the Joker has indeed set his plans in motion ahead of time. Coulson, in your opinion, what is the most magnificent symbol of New York?" Coulson pondered for a moment before responding. "I believe it is the Statue of Liberty at the harbor. It is the most sacred site in all of New York and stands as a beacon of freedom." Nick Fury smiled at this and slowly replied, "No. There's another place, the St. John's Cathedral. It is the dwelling of the Lord, the abode of the Father." Over a third of the population in New York professes faith in Christ Jesus. As you all know, Christianity has a sacred rite of baptism, typically performed with pure water and cream. Only through this baptism can the merciful Lord absolve one of original sin and bestow the Holy Spirit and grace. The Joker, however, will not choose the date of Christ's crucifixion on April 3rd, but rather the date of his resurrection on April 5th. For his resurrection signifies death, and his death heralds new life. Chapter 61. The terrifying power of S.H.I.L.D. Nick Fury cleared his throat, pausing momentarily before continuing. Ahem. The Joker revels in freedom. The fireworks will burst forth at the sight of victory, referring to the Statue of Liberty at the harbor. Therefore, I firmly assert that the Joker will launch his assault from both locations simultaneously, with the time being that of Resurrection, April 5th. He intends to shatter the symbol of New York and unleash chaos, death, and fear within the cathedral, commencing the first baptism for the demons in Hell's Kitchen who worship him. Upon hearing this, Hill's pupils dilated in shock. She took a deep breath, furrowing her brow as she slowly inquired, "Director, could it truly unfold this way? Will the Joker really act in such a manner? It seems utterly astonishing. How can a madman possess faith or engage in such a mysterious ritual?" I suspect the Joker's targets may also include the City Hall and the Empire State Building. After all, the Dynasty and the Empire share a meaning, and City Hall symbolizes order. Even the New York Police Department could be at risk, Hill added. Nick Fury waved his hand dismissively, a confident smile gracing his face. "Hill, trust my judgment. However, your observations hold merit. The Empire State Building must not fall. I will contact the military to ensure its protection. Following this operation, I need to make a trip to Washington. Someone is undoubtedly shielding the Joker and covertly assisting him. There must be a vast network of interests behind the Joker, for he alone cannot wield such resources. I had previously suspected an individual who possesses considerable power. Regrettably, he is not the Joker, yet there is certainly something amiss with him. I typically do not harbor doubts about individuals without cause. It seems we shall have to wait and probe further in due time. Our immediate priority is to address the crisis the Joker has instigated. Now, we must seek out this Mr. Joker. Mobilize all agents of SHIELD, excluding those from the Science and Technology divisions. This time, let the Joker witness the might of the most formidable force on Earth, SHIELD. The death of the circus is about to commence. With a command from Nick Fury, Coulson, Skye, and Hill swiftly departed, and the entire organization sprang into action. Under the guidance of these exceptional leaders and elite agents, the operatives donned in uniforms began to move with remarkable efficiency, demonstrating their extraordinary qualities as agents: unmatched execution, meticulous organization, and clear division of labor, akin to the industrious ants of a colony. This super fortress, long concealed in the skies, crafted at an exorbitant cost, now revealed its grandeur for the first time. At this moment, this colossal bastion undoubtedly represents the pinnacle of combat strength on Earth, embodying the highest echelons of technological advancement. In an era before the emergence of the enigmatic nation of Wakanda, when Tony Stark had yet to become Iron Man and lacked the arc reactor, before Hank Pym developed Pym particles and assumed the mantle of Ant-Man, prior to the invasion of extraterrestrial technology, when Thanos' Chitauri army had not yet descended upon Earth, in a time when all mystical forces remained hidden and all extraordinary technologies were yet to be unveiled, SHIELD stood as the ultimate bastion of power on Earth, harboring the most advanced technology in an array of enigmatic artifacts designated as 084. The Tesseract, the Obelisk. Naturally, these artifacts would not be employed lightly. They're the crown jewels of SHIELD. Thus, the organization is far from the feeble entity one might perceive. They possess formidable mystical objects, yet they lack individuals capable of wielding such powers. The one destined for this role must embody selfless dedication, uphold the highest moral standards, and serve as a paragon of justice and goodness. Once, there existed such a perfect individual, but he has long since vanished, his fate unknown. His name was Steve Rogers, a true hero. These artifacts of mysterious power are, indeed, the cornerstone of Nick Fury's confidence. He has never feared the existence of mutants, for the very artifacts within SHIELD possess the potential to vanquish them. However, the perilous nature of these objects cannot be overlooked. No one can resist their allure. At times, Nick Fury entertains extreme thoughts, contemplating the use of these mystical items to eradicate all mutants, subsequently destroying the artifacts to forge a world populated solely by ordinary individuals. A world composed entirely of the mundane would be the ideal realm. These enigmatic items wield extraordinary powers, yet they are as uncontrollable as mutants themselves. Nick Fury harbors a deep disdain for anything uncontrollable, for such entities signify danger. Confronted by the Joker, Nick Fury, though seething with anger, maintained a semblance of rationality. This peril, while formidable, was not insurmountable for humanity. Fury clenched his fist tightly, his singular eye ablaze with indomitable spirit. "Come, Joker, let's engage in a fair duel." In the SHIELD Technology Division, Skye had risen to the position of Chief Technology Officer, renowned for her exceptional skills. Her cheerful demeanor often rendered her as a childlike figure in the eyes of her colleagues, devoid of any authoritative airs. However, today Skye was transformed. Her face, already somewhat aloof, bore an even colder countenance, devoid of her usual warmth, resembling an icy block radiating chill. Her tone was unyieldingly serious as she declared, "Today, our department faces a grave mission. Everyone must adopt a serious and tense demeanor. You are undoubtedly curious about the recent activation of the Eye in the Sky system to investigate that warehouse, are you not? Within that warehouse lurks an exceedingly dangerous criminal, codenamed the Joker, our target for this mission." With a gentle press of a remote, Skye projected the Joker's image onto the large screen, rapidly flipping through his dossier while articulating the horrific deeds he had committed. He is an extraordinarily perilous adversary, having stealthily breached the Technology Division's firewall and issued a declaration of war. We may have lost last time. However, this time, we shall reclaim our victory. Skye emphatically shook her fist, her voice cold as she commanded, "Now activate the Eye in the Sky system and connect with the agents on this mission. Countdown begins. 10 seconds. Upon hearing Skye's words, the agents in the Technology Division rose, their expressions grave. This was an opportunity to prove themselves once more, and they began to operate with utmost seriousness. Connection established. "Hello, Director Hill, can you hear me? This is Technology Division 1. Chapter 62. The death of the circus unfolds within SHIELD. Director Hill strode purposefully in a form-fitting black suit that accentuated her curvaceous figure. This should have been a striking sight, yet at that moment, no one dared to cast a lingering glance. Hill's expression was dark, exuding an aura of lethal intent, as if the atmospheric pressure around her had diminished. Following her was a contingent of agents, also clad in black suits, numbering in the hundreds. This was merely a fraction of her forces. SHIELD had mobilized its entire arsenal. Such a battalion, equipped with advanced technology and weaponry, could effortlessly obliterate a small nation. The significance SHIELD placed on the Joker surpassed even that of the cold-blooded organization that incessantly proclaimed the need to sever one head only for two to sprout in its place. The Hydra has long been regarded as a profoundly malevolent entity. However, in Nick Fury's eyes, this evil pales in comparison to that of the Joker. This is primarily because the SHIELD possesses a wealth of intelligence and documentation regarding Hydra, while any information concerning the Joker remains elusive. The only certainty that Fury can ascertain is that the Joker exudes a terrifying contagion, akin to a virus or the proliferation of cancerous cells. Black Widow epitomizes this reality, serving as a vivid and undeniable illustration. Prior to this, SHIELD had apprehended several fervent acolytes of the Joker, individuals who exhibited no fear of death whatsoever. In the face of mortality, they could laugh maniacally, exhibiting a disturbing delight. Despite having been injected with a dosage of pentothal far exceeding human tolerance, they remained capable of laughter, reveling in their torment with unsettling glee. Even more chilling was the examination of these lunatics' brain tissues, which revealed no traces of brainwashing. Their cognitive functions appeared entirely normal. The fact that they embraced the Joker's horrifying contagion is alarmingly perilous. Of course, these clandestine interrogations were conducted solely by Nick Fury, with the experimental outcomes known only to his most devoted ally, Phil Coulson. Hill, adjusting her lens-equipped earpiece, nodded and took a deep breath, her expression grave as she responded. Hello, this is Hill. I can hear you. A bespectacled young man from the technical department, pushing up his glasses, controlled the console before him and cheerfully stated, "Greetings, Director Hill. I am William, the leader of Technical Team 1, and I will be guiding you through this operation. We will do everything in our power to assist you in capturing the Joker." Hill nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent as she gestured forward, leading hundreds of agents who boarded SHIELD's self-developed Quinjet. This aircraft boasts supersonic flight capabilities, stealth functionality, and is equipped with a formidable missile system, along with the ability to execute spatial jumps. With a thunderous roar of engines, several Quinjets ignited blue flames from their exhausts, entering stealth mode and vanishing into the inky darkness of the night. Their destination was the Statue of Liberty at the New York Harbor. "Hello, Director Coulson. Can you hear me? This is Technical Team 2. Coulson, listening to the clear voice in his earpiece, nodded, smiled, and replied warmly, "This is Coulson. I can hear you." Coulson is an eternally optimistic individual, capable of smiling in any circumstance. No matter the peril or dire situation he faces, he maintains his cheerful demeanor, serving as a delightful catalyst for positivity. Indeed, those who laugh often find fortune smiling upon them. In the depths of Black Widow's self-induced hypnosis, she eliminated all agents within SHIELD, leaving only Coulson alive. Furthermore, Coulson, who had been slain by Loki, successfully returned to life. Perhaps this fortunate turn of events was a consequence of his cheerful disposition. After all, few could harbor ill will towards someone perpetually kind-hearted and jovial. In the technical department, the gentle timbre of Coulson's voice brought a smile to Jason, the leader of Team 2. Truly, Director Coulson possessed an extraordinary talent for instilling a sense of security in others, no matter the circumstances. With a smile, he greeted, "Hello, Director Coulson, I am Jason, the leader of Team 2, and I will guide you through this operation. We will do everything in our power to resolve your challenges. We must apprehend the Joker. Please, count on us." Coulson nodded, a confident smile gracing his features as he replied, "Jason, rest assured, we will capture the Joker." With that, he led hundreds of agents in batches aboard the self-developed Quinjet. With a thunderous roar of engines, several Quinjet's tails erupted in blue flames, activating their cloaking mode and vanishing into the inky darkness of the night. Their destination was Hell's Kitchen, specifically the abandoned chemical plant owned by Oscorp. Their mission was to secure the intersection leading from Hell's Kitchen to the neighboring districts, eliminating the demons, fervent followers of the Joker, who emerged from the shadows. In the technical department, Skye inhaled deeply, clearing her throat nervously as she spoke. "Director, I am Skye, and I will be responsible for guiding you through this operation." Upon hearing Skye's anxious voice through his earpiece, Nick Fury frowned, responding coldly, "Skye, adjust your state swiftly. Do not jeopardize this mission." With that, Nick Fury, clad in a black trench coat, led a team of agents aboard the Quinjet. With another explosive roar of engines, the Quinjet's rear emitted blue flames, activating its cloaking mode and disappearing into the dark night. Fury's destination was St. John's Cathedral. After utilizing a serum that enhanced his cognitive abilities, he had an instinctive feeling that the Joker awaited him within the cathedral. Should the Joker materialize elsewhere, it would only be a decoy. The true Joker would surely be at St. John's Cathedral, poised for baptism. A glint of determination flickered in Fury's remaining eye as he clenched his fist, murmuring, "Joker, I will capture you, dissect your brain, and conduct experiments." Chapter 63. Revelry in Hell's Kitchen as the clock struck midnight. Signaling the end of one day and the dawn of another, Hell's Kitchen, specifically 39th Street, stood as the epitome of the inferno, Satan's very head. The Osborne Industrial Complex, having emitted copious amounts of pollution, has grievously ravaged the ecological environment, necessitating the abandonment of its chemical plant. At this moment, a man clad in a crimson suit, with a silver cross adorning his neck, stands atop a lofty platform, his gaze fixated downward. Below him lies a verdant, toxic pool formed from an array of discarded chemical substances. A minute passes and suddenly, he erupts into an unsettling fit of laughter, clutching his belly. His mirth appears disingenuous, the sound piercing and jarring. After a spell of manic laughter, he gradually lifts his head. His hair is a chaotic green mass, and his face is painted in ghastly white, with vibrant lipstick curving into an exaggerated grin that stretches to the edges of his visage. His entire presence is profoundly unsettling, evoking an overwhelming sense of dread, yet simultaneously exuding an indescribable, intoxicating charm. He is the clown. The clown abruptly yanks the silver cross from his neck and, with his eyes closed, kisses it passionately, as if it were beloved. The cross, slick with his saliva, suddenly prompts a grimace from him, and he swallows it whole, the metal disappearing into the depths of his being. A maniacal smile blooms across his face, for the cross once belonged to his former lover, who had betrayed him. She was a nun from St. John's Cathedral, who had promised to be with him, only to forsake him. He harbored no hatred, instead laughing and pleading for her not to leave. Yet she scornfully retorted, "You are but a pathetic, unloved clown. I only pity you. How could I ever love such a monster? You are utterly absurd, a wretched toad. Your laughter truly repulses me. You are a pervert." In a fit of rage, he seized a knife and cruelly ended the life of his beloved, watching her beautiful visage as he laughed maniacally, the blade slicing through flesh. Crimson blood cascaded down her cheeks, yet the holy nun wore a broad smile. With bloodied hands and a frenzy of laughter, he fled from his home. Residing in Hell's Kitchen, a place strewn with refuse, he was destined to be but a piece of trash. How could gold ever emerge from such filth? He was engulfed in sorrow, yearning for anguish, yet emitted an unsettling, maniacal laughter. Deeply despondent, he felt as though the heavens had stripped him of his right to mourn. He was out of sync with the world, a patient and outcast. He guffawed as he grasped a knife, pressing it against his neck, contemplating the severance of his own head as torrents of blood flowed from the gaping wound. Ha ha ha, he. Dear child, although you laugh heartily, I perceive the profound sadness that envelopes you at this moment. You must be wandering in a haze, struggling to discern the essence of existence, feeling as though the entire world has forsaken you. A discordant laughter echoed from behind him, and in the inky darkness of the night, beneath the orange glow of the streetlight, he beheld a clown. No, it was not merely a clown. It was his companion, his master, his father, his deity, his god. Blood gushed from his neck, yet he felt no pain, laughing maniacally as he prostrated himself before the clown. Child, you are neither ill nor insane, nor an aberration. It is this peculiar world that is unwell. Thus laugh freely. Child, you possess a hint of the clown's essence, yet whether you can truly become one, I cannot ascertain, for I do not even understand myself. Follow your instincts and bring forth change to this world. I shall watch over you. As you gradually align with the clown, transforming into one, you shall acquire the clown as strength. Within the Osborne Industrial, in the Forsaken Chemical Factory, the clown ran his fingers through his hair, laughing maniacally as he declared, I merely exist within the authentic darkness, while they bask in the false sunlight. Mocking me as a madman, I find them pitiable. He intended to bestow a grand gift upon those bothersome flies, planning to orchestrate a magnificent fireworks display. You may choose not to respect me, but you must honor my great Lord, my benevolent Father, the illuminating deity who grants me strength. Tonight, let us commence a splendid fireworks display for you pesky flies, and then eliminate that man who dares to shout. The clown retrieved a remote control from his pocket. Chuckling to himself, he gently pressed a button. The surface of the green chemical pool rippled, producing a gurgling sound. A massive iron cage gradually emerged from the depths, surfacing. Inside the cage were a group of naked lunatics, laughing uproariously. He. These madmen were completely unclothed, their eyes ablaze, shrieking with wild abandon as they pounded their fists against the iron bars, ferociously ramming their heads against the cage door. Within mere seconds, they were drenched in blood, yet felt no pain, reveling in their ecstatic state. The Joker, upon witnessing this, was filled with an unparalleled joy. He wiped his fingers across the vibrant paint on his face, raised his arms high above his head, and laughed maniacally, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, my dear children, It is time to bring about a transformation in this world, to inject a bit of merriment into it. We shall make them taste the bitterness of suffering. We will shatter the rules. Soon, some loathsome pests and flies will arrive here, and you must tear them to shreds. Oh, and to the child who survives and reaches St. John's Cathedral by 4:05, I shall bestow upon him a sacred baptism. Only through this baptism can one truly obtain rebirth and earn my favor. I will absolve you of your original sins and grant you the Holy Scriptures. Come now, children, call out my name with fervor. Within the abandoned chemical factory, the sound of wild cheers erupted. Tonight is the night of resurrection, the night of revelry. As for the book recommendations, I present 3 titles, all of notable merit. The first is by Dan Goiya, entitled The Fourth Generation of the Hokage, Orochimaru. My dear companion Xiao He, who is also a peer, will have his work released tomorrow. I hope it achieves great success. This book is genuinely captivating, written with remarkable skill and brimming with intrigue. He has previously graced the charts as a distinguished author. It serves as pure sustenance, albeit with a slightly excessive number of early plot devices, lending it a cheerful tone. Should anyone enjoy his work, do not hesitate to urge him for updates. If he fails to comply, I shall personally visit him to express my discontent. Fans of Naruto should certainly take a look. I swear upon the heavens, I am not deceiving you. He indeed possesses a trove of manuscripts, and just yesterday he flaunted them to me, which truly vexed me. The second recommendation is I Woke Up in the Afternoon by a seasoned author of the Dragon Clan, titled I Am a Deadpool in the Dragon Clan. This gentleman has ranked 4th on the light novel new releases list, and his prowess speaks for itself. Before Xiao Mei became an author, I had read his work. Dragon Clan, it all started with that Maybach. For those who appreciate the Dragon Clan, this is undoubtedly a treat, a testament to the enduring legacy of the genre. With Jiangnan, the old rogue, unable to complete his tales, we must rely on us fanfiction writers to continue the narrative. The third book, Insomnia Murmurs by Iya, offers a chilling experience. Its prose is intricately unsettling, though I may not grasp the intricacies of Cthulhu mythos. His writing transcends the ordinary, teetering on the brink of madness. He is undoubtedly a gifted individual, though I question his mental state. This work is highly potent. I advise the faint-hearted to approach with caution. If you delight in the bizarre and the uncanny, you may wish to explore it, for it possesses a unique flavor. I have been rather frequent in my recommendations of late, and while I feel somewhat embarrassed, I hope my dear readers can understand. We have ascended to the pinnacle of the light novel new releases list, breaking into the overall new book rankings at 11th place. I genuinely aspire to advance further, aiming for the top 10. In the days to come, until our launch, I will refrain from further recommendations unless they are truly exceptional. The books I endorse are those I have personally perused. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my dear readers for their unwavering support. I shall continue to strive diligently to craft even more captivating narratives. Without your encouragement, I could never have reached this point. I am truly thankful to you all. Chapter 64. Beware of those corpses. The clown stood atop the platform, tilting his ear to capture the thunderous, frenzied cheers reverberating throughout the desolate chemical factory. The cacophony escalated with each roar. His face flushed with exhilaration. He became entranced, unable to restrain himself from dancing with wild abandon. The manic grin upon his face grew even more fervent, his laughter swelling in volume. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, longing to once again behold the figure who, under the warm glow of the orange streetlight, had smeared paint across his face, bestowing upon him a rebirth. He yearned to kneel at the feet of his master, to submit in reverence, bowing his proud neck and pressing his face to the ground in a fervent kiss upon his master's feet. It was the great king who had imparted to him the profound meaning of existence. The clown chuckled softly and pressed the button on the remote once more. With a creaking sound, the iron gates of the prison swung open, and blood-soaked lunatics emerged, laughing maniacally as they stepped out, oblivious to their surroundings. They plunged headfirst into a pool contaminated with abandoned chemical materials, reveling in their ecstatic aquatic escapade. observing the deranged individuals swimming joyfully in the tainted waters. Having completely lost their sense of self, the clown let out a long sigh, lamenting, "Ah, yet another batch of failed creations." He shook his head and descended the platform, departing the forsaken factory, vanishing into the inky darkness of the night. On the platform where the clown had just stood, a strange red light flickered ominously, holding a surprise for the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Freedom is the universal value of America, where fervent voices proclaim liberty, declaring, "You may kill me, but you shall not strip away my freedom." Liberty Island in New York harbors something of profound significance, not only for New York, but for the entirety of America and its people. The Statue of Liberty, formerly known as the Statue of Liberty National Monument, is also referred to as Liberty Enlightening the World. The statue, adorned in ancient Greek attire, wears a radiant crown with 7 spikes symbolizing the 7 continents. In her right hand, she holds aloft the torch of freedom, while her left cradles the Declaration of Independence. Beneath her feet lie shattered shackles and chains, symbolizing liberation from tyranny. Hill slowly raised her gaze to the towering figure of the Statue of Liberty, her expression grave and serious. The statue must not be destroyed. The symbol of New York, the emblem of America, must not fall. Hill took a deep breath, gently pressed her headset, and spoke. "Hello, William. I have now arrived outside the Statue of Liberty and am utilizing the Sky Eye system to perform a scan and analysis of the statue." Upon hearing Hill's words, William nodded and instructed his team to commence operations with the Sky Eye system. Instantly, a 3-dimensional projection of the Statue of Liberty appeared on a large screen in the technical department, followed by a plethora of data, thermal imagery of the vicinity within a 500-meter radius, and various structural images captured by internal cameras. A minute later, William, observing the authentic projection of the statue's interior displayed on the screen, furrowed his brow and, filled with anxiety, spoke into the microphone. "Director Hill, I have not detected any human thermal imaging patterns surrounding the Statue of Liberty. However, the interior is now in a state of utter devastation. The personnel responsible for managing the statue's interior are all deceased, their faces frozen in expressions of deranged laughter. Moreover, Director Hill, according to our imaging, the interior is densely populated with red dot distributions, indicating that it is now filled with explosives." Upon hearing this, Hill inhaled deeply and slowly replied, "William, remember to continuously monitor the images for any anomalies, as thermal imaging patterns can be deceived by technology. You must remain vigilant. I will now open the communication channel. Please divide your team into smaller units, with each member responsible for a 20-person special agent squad." William nodded affirmatively. "Understood, Director Hill. I am ready to distribute communications." And the sub-channels have been established. Hill acknowledged his response, opened the communication channel, and instructed the accompanying S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, now organized into teams of 20, with each unit responsible for 1 level. 5 will handle bomb detection and disarmament. 3 will maintain vigilance. 10 will be prepared for combat. The deputy leader will observe the images transmitted from the technical department, and the team leader will maintain communication. The Quinjets circled the Statue of Liberty, flying freely, ready to report any suspicious vehicles immediately. "Commence operations now, understood?" Hill affirmed, then gestured forward, prompting the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to disperse and enter the interior of the statue, beginning their search for the bombs planted by the Joker. As for the specific locations of the Joker's explosives, those would not be easy to ascertain. The Statue of Liberty weighs 450,000 pounds, stands 46 meters tall, and its pedestal adds an additional 45 meters. Most importantly, it is hollow. The internal structure is complex, and who could know where the Joker might have concealed the explosives? The dense array of red dot distributions could not all be bombs. It is clear that there must be deceptive dummy explosives among them. If the statue were filled entirely with explosives, the implications would be catastrophic. It would not merely collapse, but could potentially obliterate the Statue of Liberty into the sky. Furthermore, what materials are these explosives composed of? conventional or nuclear. Who knows what that madman used to construct the bomb? The differing materials necessitate distinct methods for dismantling. Each presents a significant challenge that must be surmounted. Fortunately, the agents of SHIELD are battle-hardened and have undergone specialized training. They have encountered every conceivable type of explosive and possess the skills to neutralize them. Yet, what perplexes Hill the most is the absence of the Joker's deranged henchmen in the vicinity. The prospect of simply disarming a bomb should be an effortless task for the agents of SHIELD. Although there may be numerous devices, some of which are fakes, the agents are equipped with high-tech bomb detection apparatus, rendering the task manageable. Hill furrowed her brow, her gaze gravely fixed upon the Statue of Liberty. An unsettling intuition told her that this situation would not be resolved so simply, and the Joker must have a contingency plan in place. Standing still, deep in thought for approximately 5 minutes, Hill suddenly widened her eyes and hastily warned, "Beware of those corpses." Chapter 65. The resurrected corpses. When Hill's warning echoed through the communication channel, William, monitoring the live feed from the agent's cameras within SHIELD's technical department, felt his pupils constrict in alarm. He exclaimed loudly, "Watch out for those corpses. They are rising from the ground." However, at that moment, even the warning came too late. The grotesque corpses within the Statue of Liberty suddenly bore maniacal grins, each rising swiftly from the ground. Armed with no weapons, they charged at the agents of SHIELD with gleeful laughter. The agent teams, ordered by Hill to commence operations on the first floor of the statue, were now under assault. Among a group of 5 agents stationed on the periphery, a blonde Caucasian youth suddenly erupted with a curse. What in the world is that crawling up from the ground? Are they living people masquerading as corpses? Yet, they certainly did not appear to be such. How could a corpse with a gaping wound in its abdomen, half of its intestines hanging out, possibly be a living person in disguise? With no time for further contemplation, the astonished youth, his face betraying shock, tightened his grip on his automatic rifle and aimed at the grotesque figures rising before him. Bang! 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 Bullets erupted from the muzzle, sparks flying. The youth fired frantically. As a seasoned agent, each shot found its mark in the most vulnerable part of their chests. In an instant, exquisite crimson roses blossomed from the wounds, enlarging the gashes and shattering their innards. Yet, despite suffering such grievous and fatal injuries, those risen corpses seemed poised for death, on the brink of descending into the depths of hell to confront Satan. Their bodies did not falter, nor did their speed diminish, despite the copious blood flowing from them. They felt not a trace of pain. They continued to stride forward, laughing heartily as they charged towards the agents. The young white man, Mick, was momentarily taken aback, only to subsequently lose consciousness. In his final moments, he beheld a face twisted in a frenzied grin, the owner of which, with eyes ablaze, was gnawing at his neck. Such scenes began to unfold repeatedly within every layer of the Statue of Liberty. Hill, listening to the chaotic sounds emanating from her earpiece, furrowed her brow. Those sounds were interspersed with shock, panic, and fear. She swiftly drew her high-tech weapon, a laser pistol provided by SHIELD, and rushed into the statue. The absurdity of the scene before her tightened her expression. The corpses rising from the ground, impervious to the onslaught of bullets, lunged at the SHIELD agents, tearing at their bodies with their fingers and viciously biting at their necks. Their method of attack resembled that of lowly vampires hiding in dark sewers, turning to ash at the mere sight of sunlight. While gripping her laser pistol, Hill accurately fired at the uncertain entities before her, simultaneously commanding over the communication channel, "Stay calm, do not panic. Equip yourselves with the advanced technology at your disposal. No matter how formidable they may be, they can withstand bullets, but not SHIELD's high-tech gear. You still possess laser pistols, freeze guns, and splitting bombs. Counterattack! Counterattack! Quickly retaliate." Upon hearing Hill's words, the SHIELD agents regained their composure. Momentarily stunned by the frenzied assault of the corpses, which had caused them to forget their advanced equipment. With their awareness restored, the agents launched their counteroffensive, trained and coordinated as they were. The perimeter agents employed freeze guns, transforming the attacking foes into solid blocks of ice, while the combat teams executed precise shots with their laser guns. They also skillfully threw small, splitting bombs, reducing their enemies to ash. Others hurled thunder rods, unleashing powerful shockwaves to repel the advancing threats. Observing her agents regaining the upper hand, Hill sighed with relief and gently pressed her earpiece, addressing the communications subchannel. Yes. Just like that, maintain the momentum. We have regained the advantage, and our high-tech weaponry is proving effective against them. Do not lose your composure. Stay vigilant, continue moving forward, and ensure the safety of the bomb disposal team members. When attacking, exercise utmost caution. We must not detonate the bombs. Indeed, remember to collect some blood and protein tissue. We must bring them back for the scientific department to conduct research. Each team report on personnel losses. Hearing Director Hill's voice, the team leaders of the agents directed communications and organized a counterattack while simultaneously reporting casualties. Report to Director Hill. Team 1 has 3 fatalities, 6 severely injured, and 1 lightly injured. Report to Director Hill. Team 2 has 1 fatality, 3 severely injured, and 8 lightly injured. Report to Director Hill. Team 3 has 5 fatalities, 1 severely injured, and 3 lightly injured. Listening to the casualty reports, Hill furrowed her brow, realizing the losses were indeed substantial. On average, each team had lost a quarter of its combat effectiveness, indicating that at least 1/5 of the hundreds of agents she had brought were now deceased. Hill's expression grew somber as she clenched her fists and declared, "We will certainly resolve this crisis. Our team members will not have sacrificed in vain. They're all great heroes, and we will capture the Joker. We must hasten our pace. It is already 1:30, and we have 2 hours and 5 minutes until the fireworks begin. We must disarm all the bombs. The Statue of Liberty must not fall. It is a symbol of America." Upon hearing Hill's words, the agents of SHIELD wore serious expressions, their gazes heavy with resolve as they tightened their grips on their weapons, determined to address the bizarre corpses before them. They had learned from the lesson of blood. As they continued on their path, they denied those corpses any chance of rising, decisively opening fire. The agents unleashed their high-tech weapons upon the bodies, venting their pain and hatred for their fallen comrades. Hill sighed deeply and pressed forward, clicking her earpiece to close the communication subchannel. She contacted William and inquired, "William, what is the situation with Coulson in the real-time feed from Team 2? Have they encountered similar enemies? What are the casualties?" Upon hearing Hill's inquiry, William's expression grew grave. Sorrow etched upon his face. He sighed heavily, gritting his teeth, and said with profound sadness, "Director Hill, Agent Coulson has completely lost contact with the technical department. His current status is unknown." Upon hearing this, Hill gasped in shock, her brow furrowing as she asked in alarm, "William, what exactly happened?" William took a deep breath, paused, and continued. As soon as Agent Coulson and the agents entered the abandoned chemical plant, their communication devices were jammed by a strange signal. There are no cameras inside, and the Sky Eye system is unable to monitor the situation. The last communication from Jason, who was in contact with him, was a cry of immense pain from Agent Coulson. "We suspect he must have sustained severe injuries. To avoid distracting you from the battle, we refrained from informing you earlier. We have reported the information to Director Nick. Fortunately, there is no signal interference within the Statue of Liberty. However, I urge you, Director Hill, to exercise utmost caution." Hill nodded, her expression grave, stating, "Very well, William, I shall maintain constant communication with you, checking in every 5 minutes. You must diligently observe the real-time video feeds and thermal imaging systems. Given that Coulson has lost contact and is likely gravely injured, it is certain that there are contingencies left by the Joker." William nodded in agreement, continuing, "Director Hill, we will keep a vigilant watch on the real-time video footage. Meanwhile, those colleagues in the technical department not participating in the mission are analyzing various dimensional data of the Statue of Liberty, estimating the yield of the bomb and how it might be deployed to detonate the statue. We are also utilizing the Sky Eye system to scrutinize surveillance videos of vehicles and individuals in the vicinity of the statue over the past week in search of any suspicious targets. Such a substantial quantity of explosives is undoubtedly challenging to transport. While reviewing the videos from the past week may not be the most pressing task at hand, we hope to uncover something that could assist you, Director Hill. Hill nodded in response, saying, as long as it does not impede our current operations, conducting an investigation is permissible. After we resolve this mission, we will also need to analyze these videos. Although the files and records pertaining to the Joker will ultimately be sealed, we owe it to the deceased to provide answers and must take precautions against the emergence of another criminal like him. Furthermore, your investigation may prove beneficial to our operations, as some truths are often concealed within the minutest details. With that, Hill pressed forward, gripping her laser gun tightly, her eyes ablaze with fury and determination. She was resolute in resolving the present crisis and capturing the Joker, ensuring that this wretched madman would face justice. An hour prior, Coulson, accompanied by agents, was aboard a Quinjet heading toward Hell's Kitchen. On the aircraft, this jovial man opened his communication channel and earnestly shared his driving experiences with the agents. He solemnly advised the young recruits on the most comfortable postures and positions, elucidating how both parties could experience the utmost joy together, entering a realm of bliss. After indulging in a bit of humor, Coulson smiled and continued regaling the agents with anecdotes from his past missions, including a particular incident when, during a specialized operation, he was unexpectedly seduced by the wife of their target due to his youthful charm. He was caught in the act by his mission target and was promptly taken to the New York Police Department. Had it not been for the intervention of the chief, he, Coulson, would have faced the brutal wrath of the ravenous criminals in the prison. During his undercover phase, his exceptional performance and remarkable combat skills had completely captivated the criminal gang, leading them to elevate him as their next leader. The former leader, present at that time, was swiftly betrayed by his underlings, who then feasted on peanuts instead. Furthermore, he once accompanied the esteemed director Nick Fury to the Mutant Academy for negotiations with Professor Charles. During that encounter, Cyclops, donning dark sunglasses and exuding arrogance, incited Coulson's ire with his blatant disrespect towards SHIELD's power. Infuriated, Coulson stood up, pointing an accusing finger at Cyclops, ready to unleash his fury, but was restrained by the director just in time, preventing his fist from connecting with Cyclops' nose. On the aircraft, Coulson recounted numerous amusing anecdotes with a straight face, his tone earnest. Whether the tales he shared were factual or fictional mattered little. What truly counted was alleviating the tension among his agents. In the battlefield, it is often those who remain perpetually tense that meet their demise first. The interplay of truth and fiction, laced with humor and embellished bravado, epitomizes Coulson's storytelling technique and narrative style. Coulson is an embodiment of optimism, genuinely wishing for his agents to remain unburdened by anxiety and pessimism, their faces adorned with joyful smiles. It is vital to recognize that when an agent is dispatched on a mission, they have effectively entrusted 90% of their life to death, to the devil, to hell, with a mere 10% chance of survival. Even if they manage to return, it does little to enhance their odds. Coulson has always held the belief that relying on vast data to calculate the survival probabilities of agents on their missions, seeking values exceeding 50%, is rather unreliable. In his eyes, these statistics do not adequately reflect the mission's peril. They merely indicate that the fortunate agents who survived were simply blessed by Providence. Indeed, most missions undertaken by agents are fraught with danger, whether it involves infiltration, assassination, or target protection, each harboring the potential for instant death. While this may sound exaggerated, the harsh reality often aligns with such severity. Coulson's ascent from a junior agent to a senior operative has been marked by the profound loss of many colleagues along the way. Perhaps this colleague kindly brought you a hamburger in the morning, but in the afternoon, he ventured out on a mission and never returned. Thus, whenever Coulson undertakes a task, he exhausts every possible means to ensure his colleagues' happiness. Regardless of whether the outcome is survival or demise, he strives to leave a broad smile in the tapestry of life. Chapter 67. The Cunning Coulson, the Outskirts of Hell's Kitchen. due to Nick Fury's prior negotiations with the New York City government. Coulson and his team experienced a remarkably smooth transition upon their arrival at Hell's Kitchen, liaising seamlessly with the New York police officers in charge. Coulson exchanged a warm glance with Police Chief George Stacy, an old acquaintance. After all, it was George who handled the case when Coulson was caught in a compromising situation. Back when Coulson was merely a junior agent and George was still an ordinary officer. George spotted Coulson immediately, nodded, approached him, and patted his shoulder with a grin, saying, "Huh, Coulson, it's been quite a while. Since you're here, we'll leave this in your capable hands. Don't forget to swing by the precinct for a cup of coffee once you complete your mission. By the way, Coulson, I must warn you, a dangerous criminal has recently emerged in Hell's Kitchen, responsible for the deaths of over 300 people. While I'm unsure if you are here to apprehend him, please exercise utmost caution." Coulson nodded in response, smiling as he replied, "George, you needn't worry. I, Coulson, am quite fortunate. Coffee sounds delightful, but do ensure my safety. I absolutely cannot allow myself to be pinned down by a group of burly men again." Upon hearing this, George waved his hand jovially, leading the fully armed personnel from the New York Police Department to gradually withdraw from Hell's Kitchen. Once the New York police had departed, Coulson gazed into the dark expanse of Hell's Kitchen, inhaled deeply, and gently pressed his earpiece, activating the communication channel. With a smile, he commanded, "All right, team, it's time to commence our offensive. Form combat groups of 5 for free engagement. Maintain communication and support among groups at all times. Our target is the Joker-S lair, that abandoned chemical plant. This time, we shall annihilate the Joker's circus in one fell swoop. Jason, I have created a sub-channel for communication. We are all equipped with cameras and sensors. Once we arrive at the chemical plant, utilize the Sky Eye system to connect to our video feeds and transmit the internal layout and thermal imaging scatterplot of the plant. Hell's Kitchen, 39th Street. This is the first street of Hell, the very head of Satan. Here lies a chemical plant owned by Osborne Industries, which had to be abandoned due to its severe pollution and ecological devastation. Typically, this place sees no visitors, not even the homeless who seek shelter. One can only imagine the desolation that pervades this forsaken locale. The pollution here is utterly intolerable, with a pervasive stench of fermenting sewage permeating the air. The dense haze of smoke and dust renders the atmosphere suffocating. Inhaling it induces a distinct sensation of particles entering the lungs, accompanied by an intense, burning feeling. Visibility is severely compromised, shrouded in a thick fog. The homeless, despite the availability of parks, overpasses, and restrooms, would never choose to dwell in such a wretched locale. In their eyes, only a fool would willingly endure the suffering of this cursed place. Although Hell's Kitchen teams daily with unsavory characters engaging in theft and petty crime, the majority of the local populace perceives these rogues as somewhat unscrupulous, yet still bound by their word. In terms of honesty, these miscreants seem endowed with more integrity than the Osborne Industrial Corporation. The latter's conduct is nothing short of inhumane. They had promised that upon the completion of their large chemical plant, they would promptly hire more workers and enhance wages and benefits, thereby improving the lives of the Hell's Kitchen residents. This rationale made the pollution and ecological destruction somewhat tolerable, as a better life awaited. However, the outcome was contrary to expectations. Following the environmental degradation, the chemical plant began its recruitment, but only for highly educated university graduates, citing the current dangers. They assured that once the risks were mitigated and production lines installed, they would expand hiring. Yet, the plant abruptly ceased operations and was abandoned, as if toying with the community. This betrayal incited immense anger and resentment among the residents of Hell's Kitchen, who were tempted to set the place ablaze. Nevertheless, they restrained themselves, recalling the promises made by Osborne Industrial, who claimed they would return and were in negotiations with the government. At this moment, a group of unexpected visitors clad in black bodysuits approached the forsaken chemical plant. Leading them was a middle-aged man, slightly overweight and thinning on top, agile in movement. He crouched atop the factory roof, retrieved a tool, and stealthily pried open a small gap. From within his garment, he produced a button-sized, rotatable camera and affixed it there. This man was none other than Coulson, who, while covertly observing the interior of the factory through the opening, listened intently to the reports coming through his earpiece. Director Coulson, according to the data from the Sky Eye system, there are approximately 500 thermal imaging figures within the factory, with about 50 personnel stationed on the perimeter, the rest concentrated in the chemical pool. I am now sharing the distribution data of our 50 perimeter personnel with you. Upon receiving the data, Coulson nodded, made a few adjustments, and softly pressed his earpiece, lowering his voice. Attention, all team leaders. Please take note of the distribution of perimeter personnel within the chemical plant. I have segmented the data. Each group is responsible for one perimeter guard. Proceed to your assigned positions. As per Agent Coulson's command, the SHIELD operatives clad in sleek black suits swiftly dispersed, their movements lithe and silent. 3 minutes later, Coulson took a deep breath and inquired if all teams had reached their positions. Receiving confirmation, he nodded, his mind clear and resolute, having meticulously devised the strategy for their assault. With utmost seriousness and detail, he articulated, once we eliminate the perimeter guards, we shall swiftly penetrate the heart of the chemical pool, encircling these fanatics without affording them a chance to resist. Intelligence indicates that the Joker possesses formidable regenerative abilities, and it is plausible that his subordinates share this trait. Therefore, when neutralizing the outer members, we shall prioritize the use of fragmentation grenades. Upon reaching the chemical pool, each team will first employ rifles for suppressive fire. Should this prove ineffective, we will immediately transition to our high-tech weaponry. After issuing the orders, Coulson listened intently to the vibrant voices emanating from his earpiece, his previously unwavering smile gradually fading. A twinge of anxiety gripped him as he feared for the lives of these young operatives. Yet he understood that such missions inherently entail sacrifice. It is rare for agents to return unscathed. He could only hope that divine fortune would favor them that night. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he clenched his fists, smiled once more, and declared with conviction, victory shall undoubtedly be ours tonight. We commence our operation now. As Coulson's words resonated, the various teams, already positioned, initiated their assault. At that moment, on the watchtower overlooking the main hall of the chemical plant, 2 individuals donned in Joker masks stood vigil, armed with automatic rifles. Meanwhile, 2 SHIELD operatives descended from the rooftop using ropes, swiftly approaching the masked sentinels from behind. With remarkable proficiency, the agents covered the enemy's mouths and affixed fragmentation grenades to their backs. A gentle push sent the unsuspecting guards plummeting from the watchtower, obliterated into ash mid-fall. Elsewhere, patrolling adversaries in the corridor were suddenly met with a gaping hole blasted through the wall, from which a beam of pale blue light erupted, instantly freezing them in place. The fragmentation grenades were then precisely hurled by the SHIELD operatives, reducing the patrolling foes to mere dust. Such scenes unfolded relentlessly within the abandoned chemical plant. In a mere minute, SHIELD had secured control of the facility's perimeter. Report to Director Coulson. Team 1's assault was successful. They have taken the main entrance and secured control with no casualties. Report to Director Coulson. Team 2's assault was successful. They have secured the corridor with no casualties. Report to Director Coulson. The 3rd team has successfully launched an offensive, capturing the first floor hall and securing control with no casualties. Report to Director Coulson. The 4th team has also successfully breached the back entrance and taken control without any injuries. Upon hearing this joyous news, Coulson trembled with delight, clenching his fists tightly as he exclaimed with excitement, "Well done, team! The initial phase of our operation has been flawlessly executed. On board the airborne aircraft carrier within the SHIELD technical department, Group Leader Jason, witnessing on the screen the SHIELD agent successfully infiltrating the abandoned chemical plant and eliminating the enemy, leapt from his chair in sheer exhilaration, clapping his hands and laughing heartily as he shouted, "Coulson, splendid work. I absolutely adore you." Coulson, hearing this, chuckled and adjusted his earpiece to switch to a private communication channel, praising, "Jason, you are remarkable as well. Without the thermal imaging provided by your technical department, we could not have achieved this initial victory so perfectly. The real challenge lies ahead. We are about to launch a full-scale assault. Jason, you must keep a vigilant eye on the eye in the sky system. Should you detect any anomalies, notify me immediately. The Joker is a formidable foe, not easily vanquished. Jason nodded, firmly striking his chest as he assured, "Rest assured, Director Coulson. I will ensure the smoothness of your offensive." Coulson nodded in return, leading the core team of agents as they crawled stealthily along the high rooftop of the abandoned chemical plant. They moved with remarkable speed yet utmost caution, daring not to breathe too loudly or make a sound. After approximately 5 minutes of crawling, Coulson and his team finally reached the area where the thermal images were most concentrated, which also happened to be the most heavily contaminated zone. A thick fog enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility alarmingly low, barely within a meter. Observing this, Coulson furrowed his brow. Such terrain was undeniably disadvantageous. He took a deep breath to contemplate, but halfway through, he was struck by an intense burning sensation in his lungs. Quickly donning his gas mask, he pressed his earpiece and cautioned over the communication channel. "Remember to wear your gas masks. The closer we get to the center, the worse the air quality becomes. And the Joker may very well have poisoned the area." Upon hearing Coulson's warning, the agents promptly donned their gas masks. Coulson nodded and gestured behind him. The agents following suit retrieved cutting tools and began to slice through the roof of the abandoned chemical plant. A minute later, a large hole was cut into the rooftop, through which Coulson peered and spotted the deranged individuals swimming in the contaminated sewage pool, clearly abnormal beings. A smile crept across his lips. Indeed, these were the enemies he sought. They resembled the fervent followers of the Joker, identical to those apprehended previously. Coulson gripped his laser gun tightly and declared, "Commence the full-scale assault." As he spoke, several ropes were cast down from the large opening in the roof. Coulson, taking the lead, grasped a rope and slid down with remarkable agility, simultaneously firing at the lunatics in the sewage pit below. Observing this, the agents of SHIELD swiftly followed suit, gripping the ropes and descending rapidly while continuing to shoot at the deranged individuals below. Hearing the gunfire, the agents on the periphery, who had just seized the stronghold, brightened with recognition. This was the agreed signal. They tightened their grips on their weapons and charged towards the sewage pit at the center of the chemical plant, determined not to allow a single madman to escape. Each of these lunatics posed an immense threat. As Coulson slid through the air, he was suddenly startled by an eerie laughter. He turned his head towards the source of the sound and saw a naked madman standing on a platform, his eyes gleaming with a mocking glint, as if he were observing an amusing spectacle. Coulson's pupils constricted sharply. This was no ordinary lunatic, but one imbued with cunning intelligence. He must be captured alive, absolutely must be captured alive. The madman, with an exaggerated tilt of his head, gazed at Coulson gliding through the air, a frenzied smile stretching across his lips as he reached for a nearby gate and yanked it down with great force. Chapter 69. The optimistic Coulson sacrifices himself, the madman, clad only in madness and grinning wildly, pulled down the gate. A deafening noise, akin to an electric surge, erupted in Coulson's earpiece, causing his head to throb painfully. In the next instant, numerous long, rusted iron spears, glistening a sickly green, shot forth from behind Coulson, who was still in mid-descent, unaware of the impending attack looming in his blind spot. In that fleeting moment, Coulson's body was enveloped in a chilling sweat, his instincts honed from years of dancing on the edge of life and death warning him of imminent peril. Yet, suspended in the air, he had become a conspicuous target, utterly powerless to evade the deadly gift meticulously prepared for him by the jester. In an instant, a rusted iron spear pierced through Coulson's back, emerging from his abdomen and violently embedding itself in the wall. The sheer force of the impact hurled Coulson several meters away, bringing him face to face with the madman who was laughing maniacally. The overwhelming pain coursing through him elicited a heart-wrenching scream from Coulson. A gaping wound, larger than a bowl, marred Coulson's abdomen, from which copious amounts of fresh blood flowed, revealing the horrific sight of shattered flesh intermingled with white fragments of bone. The sheer force of the impact threatened to tear Coulson's body asunder. At that moment, a segment of his intestine hung grotesquely from a rusted iron spear affixed to the wall. Simultaneously, Coulson's communication with the airborne SHIELD technical division had been irrevocably severed. The disconnection occurred concurrently with his anguished scream, all unfolding in a mere instant. Within the airborne SHIELD technical division, Jason witnessed the harrowing image of Coulson leaping from a great height, followed by the last recorded visage of a maniacal grin captured by the camera on Coulson's chest. Almost immediately, he was met with the agonizing cries of Coulson reverberating through his earpiece, only for the screens displaying live footage to plunge into darkness. Jason was left in a state of utter panic, hastily relaying the grim news to Nick Fury. William, who was in constant communication with Hill, also witnessed the dreadful scene and learned of Coulson's uncertain fate. Suppressing the turmoil within, he simultaneously observed the horrific corpses within the Statue of Liberty rising from the ground. He feared that a similar calamity might unfold within the statue as had occurred at the abandoned chemical plant. Fortunately, communication with Director Hill remained intact, allowing him to view the unfolding situation. As the chaos gradually transformed into a more advantageous position for Hill, leading to a decisive momentum, William exhaled in relief, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. It was then that he dared to inform Director Hill of Coulson's disconnection, his whereabouts unknown, and his life hanging in the balance. He hoped fervently that Coulson's predicament was not dire and that he could extricate himself from danger, re-establishing contact with the technical division. With clenched fists and a serious demeanor, William remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the real-time images transmitted from the Statue of Liberty, along with thermal imaging data. He understood the imperative to maintain a heightened state of alertness, to identify and neutralize any anomalies promptly. Failure to uncover the Joker's hidden traps in a timely manner could lead to unimaginable consequences. Director Hill could very well lose contact and face unforeseen threats, becoming the next victim like Coulson. Meanwhile, Jason from Team 2 was engulfed in self-reproach, his expression fraught with anxiety as he desperately attempted to reach Coulson. The remaining technical personnel were divided into two factions. A contingent of technicians deftly maneuvering their computers, some in real-time surveillance footage of Hell's Kitchen and the vicinity of the Statue of Liberty. With vigilant eyes, they scrutinized the screens, searching for any suspicious individuals and seeking elusive clues. Meanwhile, another group of technicians operated their machines at eightfold speed, rapidly reviewing the surveillance videos from the past week, capturing the streets surrounding Hell's Kitchen and the Statue of Liberty. Within the confines of an abandoned chemical plant, the initial batch of SHIELD agents who had followed Coulson down the rope had suffered catastrophic losses. Only a fortunate few, perhaps truly blessed by the touch of divinity, had survived. The deceased lay strewn about, their bodies grotesquely pierced by long rifles, impaled against the ground or walls. Their demises were horrifying, tragic, and terrifying, each one wide-eyed and drenched in blood, with not a single intact corpse in sight. The survivors, lost and despondent, sat amidst the pools of blood, trembling uncontrollably, their bodies soaked in the sweat of terror, their gazes vacant. Their souls appeared to have perished, rendered selfless by fear, their eyes wide open, as dread and chaos mercilessly assailed their spirits. The stark contrast between life and death was palpable. Rusted green rifles, stained with vivid red blood, conjured a scene of profound terror. Yet, beyond the fear, there lingered a peculiar essence, a strange artistry that evoked an odd beauty. It resembled an abstract oil painting, chaos interwoven with absurdity, creating a perverse aesthetic. This was the art of the clown. Witnessing the demise of their comrades, the SHIELD agents still stationed on the rooftop, filled with unbridled rage, tightened their grips on their advanced equipment and swiftly descended the ropes. In that moment, thoughts of potential traps were cast aside. Only one conviction remained in their hearts: revenge. They sought to avenge Director Coulson, to retaliate for their fallen comrades. Fortunately, no traps emerged, and they successfully reached the ground. While their anger simmered, they maintained a silent understanding among themselves. A faction of agents unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the deranged individuals crawling from the sewers, determined to eliminate every last one. Meanwhile, another group charged towards the platform, fiercely targeting the madman atop, intent on ascending to confront and eliminate the lunatic who had pulled the lever. They were resolute in their quest for vengeance for the fallen Director Coulson and their deceased comrades. On the platform, the deranged figure, bare of clothing and adorned with a manic grin, reveled in the unfolding chaos. Faced with the formidable firepower of SHIELD agents, he chose neither to evade nor to flee. The madman chose to confront death head-on. He slowly spread his arms wide, allowing the fierce barrage to strike his body. He felt not a shred of pain, and his wounds healed almost instantaneously. Coulson, hearing that terrifying laughter, forced his eyes open, letting out a groan of immeasurable agony. He understood he was on the brink of death. His consciousness began to blur. Gasping for breath, he gazed at the naked lunatic before him and trembled as he asked, "Who are you? You're not like the others?" "I do not know who I am either. I believe I might be a jester," the madman replied. "No, not just possibly, but certainly, I am indeed a jester, and a rather special one at that." The bare-bodied madman lowered his head slowly, his blood-red eyes fixated intently on Coulson, his expression grave and his tone serious, responding to Coulson's inquiry with an air of finality that brooked no dissent. Listening to the madman's answer, Coulson, having lost copious amounts of blood and appearing pallid, gritted his teeth against the pain, his voice trembling as he posed his last question. "What exactly are fireworks?" Upon hearing this, the madman wore a peculiar expression, chuckling as he blinked and answered, "He, fireworks are simply fireworks, but alas, you shall not see them." Coulson's heart swelled with a sense of injustice. His gaze began to dissipate, his vision gradually fading. The faces of his wife, children, Nick Fury, Hawkeye, and every agent of SHIELD flashed before his eyes. In the end, these visages shattered like mirrors, dissolving into a thick darkness. With a smile on his face, Coulson breathed his last. His expression was suffused with regret. He yearned to kiss his wife once more, to embrace his children again. Coulson's death stirred a flicker of sensation within the madman. He had expected this man to die in a state of bitter regret, yet surprisingly, he passed away with a smile. This truly was an amusing little spectacle. Let's take this delightful curiosity to the church. The time draws near for something intriguing to unfold. This exceptionally unique and insightful madman surveyed those below, engaged in battle with SHIELD agents, while also observing the agents climbing towards him, firing wildly. The madman could not help but exhale a deep sigh, shaking his head as he murmured to himself, "This farce must come to an end. These brothers devoid of wisdom do not deserve to survive. They are all failures, their appearance is truly grotesque. To coexist with them, to share the same air, fills me with an overwhelming sense of nausea and loathing. What folly that I am the most distinct among these brothers. I shall become the next jester, and in the truest sense of the word. These agents too should perish. My brothers below will surely feel the pangs of loneliness, always in need of playmates. My father, though you inadvertently created me with the jester factor within your being, you remain oblivious to what a true jester is. You have been corrupted by that formidable force. You are gravely ill beyond the point of redemption. I can sense your life waning, nearing its conclusion, destined to end in the midst of a fireworks display. While I too do not comprehend the essence of a jester, I know that a jester should never be idolized. He requires no fervent disciples, nor does he schematically expand his ranks of childlike followers. I perceive the jester as lacking a definitive purpose. Nevertheless, Father, despite your failures, I am grateful to you for bringing me into existence, and I admire your talent. I shall inherit this virus of mad laughter from you. It is indeed a curious trinket. Father, I must now go to the church to receive your baptism personally. You will be quite surprised, for you have never held us dear. In your eyes, I am but a fool, a failure. Alas, father, you are mistaken. Now, let me bring this farce to a complete conclusion. With that, the madman grasped the lifeless body of Coulson and leapt gracefully from the platform to the rooftop. Peering through the large hole the agents had previously made, he observed his brothers engaged in a fierce struggle with the agents below, as well as those scrambling up the ropes in pursuit of him. The madman waved vigorously at them, a wide grin spreading across his face as he laughed. Ha ha ha! Farewell, my enemies and brothers. No sooner had the words left his lips than a strange red light illuminated the platform where he had stood. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, instantly reducing the platform to ashes, crimson flames igniting and engulfing the entire derelict chemical factory. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the madmen spawned by the jester were all consigned to the inferno. Even in death, the agents could not fathom why. Despite the detection devices failing to locate any explosives, a bomb had detonated. As he gazed upon the spreading fire and the slowly collapsing structure of the abandoned factory, a faint smile graced the madman's lips. Alas, I almost forgot. My father not only developed the laughing virus, but also collaborated with Mr. Hansen to create the despair bomb. Moreover, he intends to obliterate us, for he cannot tolerate our inferior existence, which would tarnish the grandeur of the clown. The madman laughed maniacally as he slowly departed from the inferno that raged around him. At that moment, the abandoned chemical factory, which the ordinary citizens of this hellish kitchen had yearned to burn yet dared not, finally ignited. The fierce flames consumed everything in their path, while the green, toxic wastewater began to bubble and steam, emitting a gurgling sound. As the temperature reached a critical point, the chemical-laden pool erupted with a thunderous explosion, releasing a tremendous shockwave. The noxious smoke, which had long enveloped the area, surged skyward like a ferocious beast. In the heavens, the warm air clashed with the cold, and a brilliant white lightning bolt illuminated the pitch-black night, heralding a torrential downpour over the hellish kitchen. Instantly, the world was draped in a shroud of white. Upon closer examination, one might discern that the deluge contained fine green particles. However, amidst the darkness of the night, these minuscule traces went unnoticed, as no one would take the initiative to pay them heed. The inhabitants of the hellish kitchen were no strangers to heavy rain. How could they possibly notice? As for the sudden disappearance of an abandoned factory overnight, such occurrences were commonplace, and the people had long since acclimated to them. After all, this is Hell's Kitchen, a veritable Eden of malevolence, a haven for villains, a grotesque refuse heap. On the streets during the day, skirmishes between rival gangs may erupt at any moment, while in the desolate night, fierce battles could incite catastrophic explosions. Here, the upper echelon of villains remain unfazed by such events, for they are the very architects of destruction. The common folk below are equally indifferent. Their sole desire is to navigate through life unscathed, hoping to escape this refuse heap. Yet, only a fortunate few manage to flee Hell's Kitchen, while the majority become inextricably entwined with it, transforming into the very rogues they once despised. In this realm, the lines of morality are blurred, and righteousness is but a fleeting whisper. Beneath the shroud of night, under the relentless rain, the blood of both madmen and agents was washed away, and the raging inferno gradually subsided. However, judging by the intensity of the flames and the extent of the blaze by dawn, the chemical factory would likely be reduced to ashes, vanishing completely from the stage. It is poignant to reflect that former adversaries, the madman and the agent, ultimately joined hands as they approached death, facing Satan together. One can only wonder if they might find camaraderie in the depths of hell. Chapter 71. The mysterious mechanical voice. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Statue of Liberty, Director Hill was frantically directing S.H.I.E.L.D. agents as they hastily dismantled the bombs, racing against the relentless clock of death. While commanding the agents, she furrowed her brow and attempted to reach William, her eyes betraying a hint of irritation and her tone reflecting a sense of displeasure. William, have there been any new developments on your end? Is the estimated placement of the explosives still uncalculated? William, his hands fervently engaged with the computer, was perspiring profusely, his complexion pale. The intensity of his calculations was exacerbated by his anxious state of mind, heavily burdened by negative emotions. He forced a smile through his discomfort and replied, "Director Hill, please bear with us a moment longer. We are on the verge of deriving the results. As you are aware, many of the bombs you have just dismantled are mere fakes, which significantly complicates our calculations. We are reconstructing the bomb models by the minute and are close to success." Upon hearing this, Hill took a deep breath and spoke with grave seriousness. "Very well, William. I understand the challenges you are facing, but I implore you to expedite the process. Our time is critically limited, with just over an hour remaining. Above all, America cannot afford to lose the Statue of Liberty, just as the West cannot exist without Jerusalem." At this moment, Hill's mood was profoundly troubled and irritable. Thus far, more than half of the bombs dismantled by SHIELD had proven to be fake, with only a small fraction capable of detonation. Moreover, the explosive potential of these devices was minimal, equating to that of a standard hand grenade. Even if all the dismantled bombs were detonated simultaneously, they would not be sufficient to topple the indomitable Statue of Liberty. What was even more perilous was the complexity of disarming these bombs. Without dismantling them, it was impossible to ascertain their power, components, or structure. Who could tell which bomb harbored the true threat? Which one was the architect of the statue's destruction? The situation surrounding Coulson remained shrouded in mystery, leaving Hill utterly perplexed, with no clarity regarding the specific circumstances at hand. In this moment of acute distress, Hill found herself with no other recourse but to persist in dismantling the multitude of bombs before her. Fortunately, the majority had been successfully disarmed, leaving only 5 layers remaining. With ample time to spare, should the bomb intended to detonate the statue be among them, she was determined to thwart the Joker's plans. Hill could only hope that upon disarming all the explosives within the statue, she could avert this crisis. She earnestly wished to avoid hearing any further ill tidings or encountering unexpected developments at such a critical juncture. Within the SHIELD technical department in the sky, William, the leader of a group, was presently engaged with his team of agents, constructing a bomb model capable of destroying the Statue of Liberty while simultaneously inspecting the statue for any anomalous occurrences. Meanwhile, Jason, the head of the second group, was still coordinating with Coulson and the SHIELD agents he had taken with him. At that moment, Jason's complexion was pale, his expression filled with despondency and sorrow. The prolonged absence of contact with Coulson had rendered Jason's mind as clear as glass. He understood all too well that the likelihood of Commander Coulson having met with misfortune was exceedingly high, with chances of survival nearing zero, verging on the certainty of sacrifice. For had Commander Coulson been alive, he would have undoubtedly sought every possible means to reach out to SHIELD, and he would have succeeded. However, the continued silence from Coulson, who had been unreachable for over an hour, indicated that he had surely encountered dire circumstances. Bowing his head, Jason struck his forehead with his hand in frustration, venting his emotions. He was engulfed in profound anguish, overwhelming guilt, and intense vexation. He loathed himself for not discerning even the slightest hint of irregularity. Had he detected any semblance of a problem, Commander Coulson would not be lost to them, nor would he remain unaware of the current situation at the abandoned chemical plant. Jason was utterly baffled. How could an operation that had initially unfolded so smoothly, resulting in a decisive victory, devolve into such a predicament? What on earth had transpired? As Jason wallowed in his regret and fury, a sudden voice crackled through his earpiece, an unfamiliar voice he had never encountered before. It was not the voice of any SHIELD agent, but rather a mechanical, synthesized tone. To all SHIELD agents, following this incident, I implore you to cease any further investigations concerning the Joker. Your actions will only exacerbate the situation. The Joker is not an enemy you can defeat. Delving deeper will only inflict greater harm upon this world. We are not adversaries. We share the same front. Moreover, do not attempt to investigate me. And please convey to that gentleman known as Mr. Blackegg that Carol Danvers is not invincible. The world is far more perilous than he imagines. Now, I urge Director Hill to ascend to the very pinnacle of the Statue of Liberty. There lies an individual whose resolution will extinguish the fireworks unleashed by the Joker. Please refrain from complicating matters further. I shall manage everything. The mechanical voice concluded, leaving Jason gasping in astonishment. A revelation of monumental significance. The news was simply astounding. Jason hardly had time to ponder, quickly rising to his feet and rushing to William's side. He was overwhelmed with excitement as he snatched William's earpiece and exclaimed loudly, "Director Hill, this is Jason. I have made a significant discovery. I just received a mysterious voice message. The message states that the solution to this crisis lies at the pinnacle of the Statue of Liberty, where a person awaits. If we find this individual, we can resolve the crisis." Upon hearing the voice through the earpiece, Hill furrowed his brow and inquired, "Jason, can we truly trust this information? Could this be yet another trick orchestrated by the Joker? We cannot rely on a mere voice message. We do not even know who this person is. What if he is an ally of the Joker?" After listening, Jason frowned, took a deep breath, and replied, "It seems unlikely. The voice claimed to be on our side and appear to possess a deeper understanding of the Joker than we do. He also mentioned that once this matter is resolved, he hopes we will cease our involvement with the Joker's affairs, asserting that the Joker is an adversary beyond our capacity to confront. Our meddling would only exacerbate the situation. He cautioned us against investigating his identity. Moreover, Director Hill, we are running out of time. The upper levels will eventually be infiltrated, and they are densely packed with explosives according to thermal imaging. It is merely a matter of time." Hill inhaled deeply, nodded, and said, "Understood, Jason. I will proceed to the upper levels immediately. You must report this information to the director at once. Additionally, allocate half of our personnel to investigate the source of this voice. An individual who refrains from revealing their name and is evidently fearful of being discovered is uncertain in allegiance. Friend or foe remains to be seen. Furthermore, only our team is privy to the Joker's schemes. We were the first to uncover the information and seal it away, as his words are rife with deceit." Chapter 72. The strange being at the pinnacle of the Statue of Liberty. Very well. I shall relay the intelligence to the director and organize a team to promptly locate the signal source of that audio, confirming the individual's whereabouts. We will undoubtedly track down this enigmatic figure. Listening to Jason's words, Hill nodded and gently pressed his earpiece, switching to the communication subchannel, instructing, "We have received significant news. The technical department has made a major discovery. I am heading to the top of the Statue of Liberty, while you continue to disarm the explosives here. Director Hill, it is far too perilous for you to go alone. The Joker is a cunning, intelligent, and ruthlessly high IQ criminal. We cannot ascertain whether this major discovery is a deliberate ploy by the Joker to exploit vulnerabilities. Indeed, Director Hill, let our 9th Squad accompany you. We sustained no casualties during the previous encounter. Director Hill, allow our 13th Squad to join you. We eliminated the most adversaries during the recent battle." Hearing their urgent concerns, Hill felt a wave of warmth. These young individuals truly were endearing. She smiled and said, "Very well, let Karen's 13th Squad accompany me, while the rest of you continue with the bomb dismantling." With that, Hill tightened her grip on the laser gun and, accompanied by Karen's 13th Squad, navigated through the dense cluster of explosives, making her way to the pinnacle of the Statue of Liberty, where the torch is held aloft. The torch, raised high in the statue's hand, marked the uppermost interior of the monument, a spacious chamber within. From the outside, every night, the torch would radiate a brilliant glow, illuminating the dark waters of New York Harbor and guiding the lost souls of America. In truth, that dazzling light emanated from a colossal beacon situated in that upper chamber. 5 minutes later, Hill and her team arrived at the entrance of that lofty room, with her right hand firmly gripping the laser gun. She gestured with her left hand towards Karen and his team. Karen nodded in response, signaling a portion of the agents to spread out along either side of the door, while assigning one agent to the electrical switch. Finally, Karen personally led the remaining members of the squad, carefully opening the corridor window. and climbed to the exterior of the statue, reaching the torch, which was just outside the window of the upper chamber, standing on a narrow balcony scarcely 10 centimeters wide. With an abyss of darkness beneath him and the howling wind rushing past his ears, the audacious Karen felt no fear. Peering through the window, he discreetly glanced inside without activating the spotlight or night vision goggles. Under the luminous moonlight, he discerned a white silhouette in the pitch-black room. Clenching his laser gun tightly, he took a deep breath, lowered his voice, and slowly spoke. "Director Hill, I have reached the designated position and see but one figure. The room is dark. There is no need to engage the power switch. We may proceed." Hill nodded in acknowledgement, donning her protective mask. "Understood, Karen. Exercise caution. We commence now." With that, Hill forcefully kicked open the door, prompting the agent stationed on either side to swiftly hurl tear gas and high-frequency flashbangs into the room. Following this, Hill led the agents into the fray. Simultaneously, outside the window, two SHILD agents shattered the glass as the flashbangs ignited, flooding the space with blinding light. Karen felt a searing pain in his eyes as everything turned white. Yet, as an exceptional agent, he seized that moment to pinpoint the location of the white figure. With a sudden burst of speed, he leaped through the window, his movements swift and forceful, landing a decisive blow to the back of the white silhouette. The white figure was struck, stumbling before collapsing to the ground with a metallic clang. Unfazed, Karen leapt forward, anticipating the precise spot where the white figure would fall. He mounted its back, feeling a slight discomfort beneath him. With one hand, he forcefully pinned the creature's neck, sensing a delicately smooth texture akin to white jade, reminiscent of a young maiden's soft skin. Yet, Karen showed no mercy. With a resounding thud, he slammed the creature's face into the ground, while his other hand pressed a laser gun against the back of its head. In an instant, having subdued the white figure, Karen shouted emphatically, "Don't move." At that moment, Hill led a team of SHIELD agents to the scene, all raising their weapons in unison, targeting the subdued creature. The synchronization was impeccable, a flawless display of teamwork. Hill gently pressed her earpiece and commanded, "Pull the switch." The agent at the switch nodded and, with a click, activated it. The massive searchlight atop the Statue of Liberty illuminated, and the torch held high in her hand reignited, casting a brilliant glow that banished the darkness from the room. It was then that Karen could finally discern what lay beneath him. It was a grotesque, humanoid figure, its body covered in hard, keratinous skin, save for its neck, which was strikingly pale and delicate. The keratinous surface was riddled with dense clusters of greenish growths, beneath which wriggled insect-like entities. This repugnant, humanoid green creature lacked human arms. Instead, it bore two black, sticky appendages fused grotesquely, resembling bat wings. Fortunately, it was bound by dark iron chains. Karen realized that the earlier clang was the sound of those chains being pulled, and the pain he had felt was from being struck by them. Now, a chill ran down Karen's spine, his neck felt cold, and his clothes were drenched in an instant. He inhaled sharply, suppressing his fear, and continued to aim his gun at the creature's nape. Trembling, he raised his gaze, his face pale, and looked at Hill. She, too, was taken aback by the bizarre creature before her palms slick with cold sweat, nearly losing her grip on her weapon. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she adopted a grave expression and slowly instructed, "Karen, lift the creature's head." Chapter 73. The true identity of the monster. Karen nodded, exerting all his strength to firmly restrain the creature's neck with one hand, while holstering his laser gun at his waist with the other. He then grasped the monster's throat with one hand and seized the iron chains binding it with the other, mounting the creature's waist and forcefully yanking its upper body upward. The motion flowed seamlessly, astonishingly, the monstrous being offered no resistance, as if it had grown accustomed to brutality, exhibiting a remarkable docility. As the creature's upper body was compelled to rise, its visage was unveiled, a peculiar female face, bifurcated into two halves. The upper portion was strikingly beautiful, yet its eyes were void of light, appearing utterly vacant. Conversely, the lower half was grotesque and revolting, adorned with prominent scars that stretched from the corners of its mouth to the earlobes, stitched together with brown yarn akin to the appearance of two centipedes, forming a horrifying grin. Nailed to her lips was a row of rusted steel spikes, reminiscent of an archaic punishment. Beneath her neck, another head emerged, this one belonging to a male. As if sensing the intrusion, the male head slowly lifted, revealing a handsome countenance characterized by deep blue eyes, long eyelashes, a pronounced nose, and a sharp chin, with a singular tear mole at the corner of his eye. He exuded an air of British gentlemanliness. His ears pointed as though he belonged to a realm of folklore. However, at the corners of his mouth were crimson scars, perpetually oozing blood, stitched together with silver thread, presenting a disturbingly peculiar smile, albeit without the rusty nails affixed to his lips. The muscles in the man's face quivered as he labored to part his lips, revealing an empty cavity. His tongue had been removed, and all his teeth were extracted, with a pure silver cross embedded in his lower jaw. Two frail arms hung limply from his chest, sagging toward the ground. Hill, gazing at the male visage before her, felt an unsettling familiarity, as if she had encountered this face before. After a moment of contemplation, her eyes widened in shock, her brow furrowing as she exclaimed, "You are a vampire, heir of the Toridu clan, the next clan leader, and the future leader of the clandestine order, Patrick Toridu." Upon hearing her words, the man nodded vigorously. Hill inhaled deeply. The S-H-I-E-L-D archives contained records of such creatures. This clan of nocturnal beings, subsisting on the blood of the living, shunning sunlight, and lurking in the filth of the sewers, comprised 13 clans divided into 4 factions. The secret alliance, known as the Camarilla, consists of the Bruja, Gangrel, Malkavian, Svu, Toreador, Ravnos, and Simus clans. The Infernal Alliance, referred to as the Sabbat, includes the Lasombra and Tremere clans. The independent clans encompass the Assamites, Setites, Giovanni, and Lasombra, while the extinct clan is represented by the Cappadocians. Among these, the independent and extinct clans have irrevocably faded into oblivion, exiting the annals of history, leaving only the Camarilla and the Sabbat. The Camarilla is closely aligned with humanity, exhibiting a profound appreciation for human culture. They actively seek to integrate themselves into human society, surrendering willingly. From the inception of S-H-I-E-L-D, these Camarilla vampires eagerly pledged their allegiance, divulging every detail of their lineage, including the location of their havens and methods of obtaining blood. They displayed an enthusiastic willingness to betray their fellow vampires of the Sabbat, becoming spies for their own kind. Each Camarilla vampire's dossier is meticulously archived within S-H-I-E-L-D, serving as invaluable assets against the Sabbat. Conversely, the Sabbat is characterized by its brutality and bloodlust, harboring ambitions of conquering humanity and transforming them into their thralls. They once unleashed a tremendous upheaval during the dark medieval period, only to be quelled by knights clad in pure silver armor wielding massive silver swords. Yet, their ambitions persist as a destabilizing force. Fortuitously, the presence of the Camarilla mitigates the threat posed by the Sabbat. Otherwise, the latter's vampires would undoubtedly have amassed countless thralls by now. At the helm of the current Camarilla is the patriarch of the Toreador clan, who is also the father of the wretched young vampire, Patrick. With a furrowed brow, he reached into Patrick's mouth to retrieve the silver cross, subsequently pulling out the silver thread from the corners of his lips. Freed from the oppressive weight of silver, the scars on Patrick's face began to heal, and his severed tongue and shattered teeth gradually regenerated. Noticing this, he sought to inquire about the fireworks and the reason behind Patrick's imprisonment. Suddenly, a shocking transformation occurred. A maniacal laughter erupted from the woman's face, causing her centipede-like scars to stretch and the rusty nails embedded within her skin to burst free. Her gaze sharpened, her eyes radiating an otherworldly crimson glow. The black chains began to thrash wildly, hurling the Karen who was bound to her aside, as the writhing mass beneath her green, scaly skin quickened its movements. Listening to the frenzied laughter, Patrick's eyes brimmed with tears as he hurriedly attempted to soothe the woman's turmoil. He extended his unusually elongated fingers, reminiscent of the woman's, gently caressing her face. He spoke in a remarkably gentle tone. "Teresa, awaken. I am Pat, your beloved. I have always been here." As the name Pat echoed in her ears, the woman emitted a frenzied howl, her head twisting violently. She strained her neck upwards with all her might, as if desperately attempting to detach her head from Pat's body. Yet, despite her relentless efforts, she remained ensnared. Her head had become irrevocably fused with Patrick's neck, the point of their union as solid as if forged in molten iron. The woman's neck and the man's had completely intertwined, forming an inseparable whole. Amidst this turmoil, the woman's emotions spiraled into chaos, her smile growing increasingly maniacal, her laughter escalating to a haunting crescendo. She resembled a fiend. Patrick continued to tenderly caress the woman's cheek, although her head was affixed to his neck, obscuring her visage. The love reflected in her blue eyes was unmistakable. Patrick gradually lowered his head, revealing the beauty of the girl, pouring forth his deep affections as if serenading her with a melodious ballad. "Teresa, you are the most exquisite girl I have ever encountered, possessing unparalleled gentleness and kindness, akin to an angel sent from heaven." He was a monster, a grotesque being who reveled in selfish laughter, ensnared by delusions. He believed you to be his girlfriend, his wife. Yet you were never his wife, never his beloved, nor did you ever harbor love for him, mock him, or insult him. All of this was a figment of his imagination, a fantasy of his own creation. You, in your kindness, merely provided him with a meal during your weekly charity, occasionally gifting him a piece of clothing. Teresa, you have always belonged to St. John's Cathedral, the chaste nun, the benevolent and joyous sister, the angel sent down by God. Teresa, do you remember the place where we first encountered one another? Chapter 74. The birth of a laughing virus. It was an evening when the sun had set and the moon had just risen. As a vampire, I was granted the opportunity to take a stroll. I reclined on a park bench, resembling a homeless drifter, when you approached me with a smile, offering me a piece of bread and draping your saintly robe over my shoulders. With a gentle smile, you reassured me not to feel lost or disoriented, for the benevolent Lord was ever present, guiding the bewildered masses. Teresa, vampires can never gaze directly at the sun. To do so would reduce them to ashes. In the lore of vampires, the sun is never mentioned. I have only encountered descriptions of the sun in human literature, portrayed as an eternal, unquenchable fireball, perpetually ablaze, radiating tender light that nourishes and illuminates all life on earth. On that fateful day, I beheld the sun I had longed to see. Teresa, you are the son of my Patrick. In time, our love blossomed, and one fateful night, we pledged our lives to one another. Upon hearing those words, the woman appeared somewhat dazed, as if fragments of her memory were being rekindled. Tears streamed from her beautiful eyes as she lowered her head, gently burying her face close to Patrick's ear, whispering, "Teresa, Patrick, Teresa, Patrick." It seemed she recalled her identity, her emotional state improving, and the frenzied writhing beneath her green, scaly skin slowed to a crawl. Patrick continued to caress Teresa's face with profound tenderness, each stroke imbued with his deep, abiding love. Hill observed the scene before her, feeling as though she were ensnared in a dream. All of this seemed unbearably surreal. A body with two heads, conversing with one another. This was not the type of conjoined twin typically seen in hospitals, born with an inextricable condition. If her eyes did not deceive her, this was a stitched-together form. The head of the woman, named Teresa, directly sewn onto the neck of the vampire Patrick. The perpetrator of this grotesque act could only be that clown. After all, it was the clown who had guided S.H.L.D. to the Statue of Liberty today. A wave of oppression surged within Hill, suffocating her as she grappled with the sheer brutality of it all. Such cruelty was beyond the capacity of mere mortals. Even the most deranged lunatic would struggle to commit such an atrocity. It could only be the work of demons from the depths of hell. This clown was no longer a madman. He had entirely forsaken his humanity. He was a devil unlike any other, wielding unfathomable cruelty. Turning to Patrick, Hill inquired, "Patrick, did the clown do this? And who exactly is this clown? Furthermore, what the bomb that can detonate the Statue of Liberty? Where's that bomb concealed?" Upon hearing this, Patrick took a deep breath, nodded slowly, and began to speak. "The clown's name is Arthur. He is a patient, a sufferer of pathological laughter. Arthur is a pitiable soul, afflicted with this condition from birth. His father, a drug addict, murdered his mother when Arthur was just 5 years old. Following this tragedy, a prostitute took him in, but she was exceedingly selfish, telling Arthur that he was born merely to please others and that he must win people over with his laughter. Unable to express his emotions, Arthur could only laugh uncontrollably at any given moment, leading those around him to regard him as a monster, subjecting him to relentless bullying. As a child perceived as a freak, the reclusive Arthur encountered a girl named Teresa, who was of similar age. With a smile, Teresa told him that only children chosen by God could laugh joyfully every day. At that moment, I believe Arthur had already fallen in love with Teresa. She became the sun in his life, his only source of light. However, Teresa, who upheld Christian doctrines and fervently preached the salvation of God as children, merely wished to rescue them, fabricating a benevolent lie in the process. Arthur's love for Teresa blossomed, leading to an array of fantasies in his mind. In his own mental realm, he was already wed to Teresa. During this period, Arthur's mental state began to improve. His laughter no longer held the terror it once did, and he gradually learned to manage his emotions. Meanwhile, I had confessed my feelings to Teresa, and we began a secret relationship, intending to reveal our love to Arthur only after he had fully recovered. Yet, our clandestine romance was eventually exposed, driving Arthur to madness. One fateful night, he brutally murdered Teresa, slashing her mouth open to force a smile akin to his own upon her face. After taking Teresa's life, Arthur donned a red suit, painted his face with white makeup, and began to refer to himself as the clown. Dragging Teresa's lifeless body, the clown sought me out. Enraged, I revealed my true vampire form, yearning to avenge Teresa. However, to my astonishment, I found myself unable to overpower him, as Patrick's voice trembled with each word. His eyes filled with terror, his bat-like wings constricted, and though his form was monstrous, he now resembled a shivering chick, utterly pitiable. The clown severed my arm, tore my bat wings apart, shattered my teeth, and extracted my tongue, embedding a pure silver cross within my mouth. For silver is a substance that can suppress a vampire's powers. The clown extracted blood from his own body and injected it into Teresa's lifeless form. Miraculously, Teresa revived, albeit briefly, only to succumb once more to death. The clown laughed maniacally as he slashed my throat with a knife and then brutally severed Teresa's head, affixing it to my neck. He injected his blood into my body, causing it to mutate into a grotesque green creature. Then, gazing at my mangled form, the clown began to dismember Teresa's body, piecing us together. A miracle unfolded as Teresa awoke once more upon my body. The clown imprisoned us within an abandoned chemical plant, subjecting Teresa's mind to relentless torment while I, rendered mute, could only listen to his tales of torment inflicted upon her. He was a devil, incessantly modifying us with a myriad of bizarre substances, subsequently injecting our blood into his fervent followers, transforming them. This was a horror far worse than the blood toxins utilized by vampires to create their progeny, akin to a terrifying virus. The clown even bestowed a name upon it, the laughing virus. Chapter 75. The fireworks are about to bloom. Upon hearing this, Hill's face contorted with shock. She furrowed her brow and anxiously inquired, "The laughing virus? Is the clown already employing it? Has he disseminated this virus?" Patrick shook his head, exhaling deeply. "If you have arrived too late, then the virus must have already spread. Teresa and I are the very source of the laughing virus. Its formidable contagion derives from the vampire's ability to create their progeny. Fortunately, the clown has yet to capture any other vampires. He has solely conducted his experiments upon our bodies." Next came the matter of the bomb. Another substance had been injected into Teresa and me, the nature of which the clown did not disclose in our presence. However, this substance could induce extreme heat within the human body, and we were on the brink of explosion. The writhing mass beneath our skin was that very substance. Should Teresa and I detonate, the Statue of Liberty would collapse, and the laughing virus would seep into the air, infecting all of New York. The clown proclaimed that he would usher in a new transformation for this world, baptizing it and setting it on the right path. He asserted that the current world was rife with disease, and only he could save it, promising humanity a new journey and a grand transformation for this filthy, dark realm. After hearing this, Hill took a deep breath and, with utmost seriousness, asked Patrick, "What should we do now? How can we prevent this explosion? How can we halt the spread of the laughing virus?" Upon hearing this, Patrick smiled faintly and remarked, "The jester's laughing virus is indeed formidable, but alas, he remains oblivious to the nature of Director Hill. Please sever the chains that bind me, and then I kindly ask you to depart from this place. I shall take it upon myself to handle this matter. Director Hill, I, Patrick Torito, am the heir of the Torito clan, one of the 13 vampire families. I am destined to be the next leader of the clandestine society, and my existence has long been intertwined with that of humanity. Trust me, I will resolve this issue. For now, I wish to have a heartfelt conversation with Teresa, to spend some quiet moments together as we embrace our final hours. Furthermore, please convey to my father that I have never regretted my choice, even if the love between vampires and humans is destined to be cursed." Upon hearing this, Hill furrowed his brow, his expression gravely serious as he replied, "Patrick, I understand that the vampires within your society are close to humanity and are indeed trustworthy. Nevertheless, I must report this matter to Director Nick Fury. You know as well as I that the laughing virus is no trivial affair. It concerns the fate of all humanity." Patrick could only manage a bitter smile. Having reached the twilight of his life, his words still failed to fully convince those from S.H.I.L.D. who remained skeptical. Is this what S.H.I.E.L.D. represents? Is this the essence of humanity? He could empathize with them, yet his heart ached profoundly. However, there was little he could do. Humanity often struggles to believe in itself, let alone place its trust in vampires. Yet, it must be said, humanity is undeniably captivating. The world of humans possesses aspects that the realm of vampires can never attain. This is what the clandestine society has long sought after, a concept known as emotion, known as love. The vampires, who sustain themselves by consuming human blood, possess cold blood and are devoid of emotions. In the realm of vampires, a rigid caste system prevails, governed solely by the hierarchy of bloodlines. Patrick nodded and smiled, saying, "Very well, Director Hill, I comprehend your stance." Hill sighed deeply, exuding a sense of resignation, and replied, "Patrick, I empathize with your feelings, but I regret to inform you that we must bear responsibility for humanity. Thus, I sincerely appreciate your understanding." With that, Hill gently pressed his earpiece, switching to Nick Fury's channel, and spoke with a grave expression. "Director Nick, we have discovered the vampire cult at the apex of the Statue of Liberty. Patrick Toretto mentioned that the Joker's true name is Arthur and informed us that the Joker is infatuated with a woman named Teresa, a nun. I believe this elucidates the Joker's motives. He has been influenced by Teresa, having once been a devout Christian. Patrick's body had been grotesquely altered by the Joker, who mercilessly sealed Teresa's head onto Patrick's neck and engineered the laughing virus within their bodies. They had become the very vessels of the virus, injected with a peculiar substance. On the verge of explosion, should it detonate, the entirety of New York would succumb to the laughing virus. However, Patrick insisted we should leave, claiming he possessed a solution to the virus. What the director's opinion might be remained uncertain. Within St. John's Cathedral, Nick Fury sat in contemplation, furrowing his brow. After 3 minutes of deep thought, he inhaled deeply and declared, "The cult cannot be trusted, yet the Toretto family is credible. Patrick's mother was human, and he carries human blood within him. This information is also the reason his father allied with S.H.I.E.L.D. With that, Nick Fury exited the communication channel, slowly raising his gaze to the cathedral's grand clock, which indicated it was 3 in the morning, Yet the Joker had yet to arrive. A sense of unease washed over Nick Fury. He felt a profound anxiety. The events of the past few hours had been overwhelming and intricately convoluted. First, the dead had inexplicably revived to assault Hill and his team. Next, Coulson's group was unaccounted for. Then a mysterious individual had breached DS systems, providing a solution to the fireworks while simultaneously issuing a warning against further investigation into the Joker, mentioning the name Carol Danvers. Subsequently, the individual concealed at the pinnacle of the Statue of Liberty, capable of resolving the fireworks dilemma, turned out to be none other than Patrick Toretto, the future leader of the vampire cult, followed by the emergence of the laughing virus. All these occurrences intertwined, leaving Nick Fury in distress, as they truly surpassed the limits of his understanding. Even consuming the blue elixir he carried with him did not grant him clarity. Nick Fury felt as if his undergarments had been stripped away, laid bare for all to see. The name Carol Danvers was one that only he, within SHIELD, was privy to. Who could that enigmatic voice belong to? A Kree? Or perhaps a Skrull? Chapter 76. Hallelujah within the Statue of Liberty. Hill listened intently to Fury's words, her gaze fixed upon Patrick, now transformed into a monster. With a smile, she remarked, "Patrick, Director Fury has given his consent. We shall depart immediately. Moreover, he has imparted to me some vital news. Patrick, your mother was human, and human blood courses through your veins. You are a most extraordinary vampire." With that, Hill, accompanied by SHIELD agents, severed the black chains binding Patrick and turned to leave the top chamber of the Statue of Liberty. As Patrick watched the departing agents, he unfurled his tattered bat-like wings, tears streaming from his blue eyes. Gently, he caressed Teresa's face, smiling as he spoke. "Teresa, did you hear? I share human blood as well." Teresa pressed her face against Patrick's head, nodding as tears flowed down her cheeks. In a hushed tone, she lamented, "Pat, I'm so sorry. I have brought this upon you. If only I hadn't fallen in love with you, none of this would have come to pass." Patrick shook his head and replied, "Teresa, do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. Rather, I'm the one who has wronged you. This is the curse our vampire lineage bears, this forbidden love. A vampire, once enamored with a human, risks losing their beloved. Furthermore, should a vampire and human bear a child, they stand to lose everything, destined to solitude in old age. Teresa, do you know? As a child, I often inquired of my father about my mother, what kind of vampire she was, what she looked like, her disposition, and the manner of her demise. The mystery of her death haunted me. For a vampire can live for decades, as long as they do not venture into the sunlight or drink human blood. Back then, my father would remain silent, evading my questions, always smiling. Now I finally understand. He too was cursed, ensnared by love, just as I have fallen for a human. However, Teresa, I am far luckier than my father, for I will not face solitude in my twilight years. I shall embrace death alongside my beloved. The sun is about to rise. This will be my first conscious act of welcoming the sun rather than fleeing from it." Teresa smiled, saying, "Pat, this is the first time you've accompanied me to witness the sunrise. I shall forever cherish this moment." Patrick smiled gently, his tone tender as he responded, "Though this is our first sunrise together, it is not my first encounter with the sun. For you, Teresa, are my sun." Tears cascaded down Teresa's cheeks, landing upon Patrick's neck as she whispered, "Pat, if only I had hands, I could embrace you." St. John's Cathedral. Nick Fury sat in a chair, his heart heavy with anxiety and regret. He had come alone this time, without the company of SHIELD agents. Previously, within the confines of SHIELD, Nick had entered a state of heightened contemplation and concluded that the Joker would arrive at St. John's Cathedral unaccompanied. He chose to confront the Joker alone, believing that he possessed the capability to vanquish him single-handedly, bolstered by the confidence instilled in him by the effects of the serum. However, 3 hours had passed since the drug's effects had waned, and those hours had been excruciating for Nick. Yet, upon regaining his clarity, he still refrained from summoning SHIELD agents, for the Joker's chaotic presence was too profoundly disorienting. Only someone with the purest of will, like himself, could face it. The grand clock at the top of the cathedral gently ticked away, with the hour hand resting at 3 and the minute hand at 1, signifying that only 1 hour remained until the baptism. Finally, a voice echoed at the entrance of the church. Hee. I do apologize for waking you in the dead of night and interrupting your slumber, but today is truly a momentous occasion, requiring your choir to perform and elevate that sacred music in praise of the Lord. A figure clad in a red suit, his face painted white like a ghastly mask, slowly entered the cathedral, grasping a rope in his left hand. At the end of the rope, a group of priests and nuns, clutching musical instruments and dressed in their vestments, were bound. The Joker brandished the handgun in his right hand, shepherding the priests and nuns into the church like a herder with his flock. Yet, the devout congregants remained silent, their eyes filled with resentment, fixed intently upon the Joker. Ha! The Joker erupted into laughter, leveling his gun at the crowd. A gunshot rang out, splattering his face with crimson blood. If you wish to live, then begin to sing. I am a reasonable man. Think of your families, who are waiting for you at home. Do not cause them distress. Furthermore, remember, you promised me. Integrity is paramount, for liars are not favored by God. Listening to the Joker's taunts, an elderly priest pointed an accusatory finger at him. Teeth clenched in fury as he vehemently denounced, "You devil, you monster. You threaten us with the lives of our families. Your heart is dark and filthy. You are a beast clad in human skin. We shall not sing your praises. You are destined for hell." The Joker chuckled, aiming his gun at the priest and shaking his head. Sir, how curious that the man who just knelt before me, tears streaming down his face, pleading for the release of his child, turns out to possess such a hard spirit. Perhaps I will descend into hell, but before that, I believe you shall meet your God. With a resounding bang, the vibrant red roses once again blossomed amidst the crowd. The elderly priest collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, departing for the heavenly realm to meet God. The clown let out a deep sigh, relinquishing the rope and gun in his hands, forming a gesture of prayer with both hands. His visage was grotesque, yet he laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Ha! Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen. 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 Amen." After concluding his prayer, the clown gazed at the crowd, chuckling. He, ladies and gentlemen, did you not find my prayer quite devout? These words, not only can you utter them, but so can I. As you can see, I too am a pious Christian indeed. So do sing quickly. The clown waved his handgun, laughing as he pointed at the crowd. Faced with the terror of death, someone finally cracked, and amidst the crowd, the first trembling hallelujah resounded. The hymn erupted in its entirety. With this initial spark, the subsequent tale unfolded seamlessly, reminiscent of Judas's betrayal of Jesus, giving birth to a magnificent masterpiece. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. As the voices praising the Lord rose, accompanied by the divine melody, the clown began to dance gracefully, his expression utterly enraptured. In the midst of this sacred hymn, he danced towards the pulpit in front of the church. Chapter 77. Arthur's hysterical roar in the pews of the church. Nick Fury, having witnessed this spectacle, took a deep breath and turned his gaze toward the dancing clown on the pulpit, instinctively tightening his grip on the gun in his hand. This firearm was unlike any other. It had been crafted by scientists within SHLD's scientific division, utilizing the energy of the Tesseract. Though its power was immensely formidable, it possessed a flaw. The energy was not entirely stable, allowing only a single shot. Currently, there were very few high-tech devices created from the Tesseract's energy, and Nick Fury held a deep mistrust of such unstable weapons. Were it not for his resolute determination, he would never have compromised his principles. Nick Fury inhaled deeply, calming his tumultuous emotions as he focused intently on the clown, his demeanor gravely serious. He had to seize the moment to fire. At the pulpit in front of the church, after performing an utterly frenzied dance to the sacred hymn, the Joker opened his eyes and turned his head to gaze at the sole audience member in the church, Nick Fury. A gentle smile graced his face as he remarked, "Ah, Mr. Fury, you truly astonish me. I never imagined you would find your way here. I assume it must have required considerable effort on your part. Moreover, your remarkable composure allowed me to complete my dance, despite my fear that you might shoot me at any moment. What intrigues me even more is your audacity to come alone. It is quite incredible. I always perceived you as a timid creature, filled with trepidation. So I never expected you to make such a bold decision. Mr. Fury, you genuinely thrill me." In response, Nick Fury chuckled softly and said, "Mr. Joker, I did not come here to apprehend you. Rather, I seek a sincere conversation. I am quite curious about the genesis of your persona. After all, you were once a remarkably ordinary and kind man, Mr. Arthur." Of course, if Nick Fury had not been gripping a gun tightly in his hand at that moment, his words might have seemed more authentic, resembling a genuine dialogue. The Joker, unfazed by Fury's demeanor, let out a playful laugh and winked, saying, "Hee, Arthur? That's a name I haven't heard in quite some time. As for how I became the Joker, Mr. Fury, I believe you're already well aware. You know Arthur's name and should be acquainted with his entire story. Are you merely seeking to expose my scars for your amusement?" Nick Fury shook his head, inhaled deeply, and slowly began to speak. "Mr. Joker, do you not perceive the excessiveness of your actions? Do you truly lack any semblance of compassion? I understand that Arthur's life was filled with misfortune, yet you have inflicted that same misfortune upon others. This is undeniably an erroneous path. You personally killed Teresa, sewing her head on a Patrick's neck, and the situation has only escalated from there. To date, our records indicate, albeit incompletely, that you have taken the lives of at least 723 individuals, the youngest being a mere 6-year-old girl and the oldest an 84-year-old man. Joker, do you believe your actions are justified? Do you find amusement in the deaths of those individuals? Is it truly worthy of laughter?" The Joker shrugged, chuckling lightly, and replied in a remarkably calm tone, "Indeed, isn't it rather amusing? Is it not worthy of uproarious laughter? I have grown weary of pretending this is mundane. Comedy is inherently subjective. Fury, as long as I find it entertaining, it is entertainment. Isn't that what people often say? You all possess an omniscient system, determining right from wrong, just as you dictate what is amusing and what is dull." Nick Fury furrowed his brow and asked, "So, do you intend to subvert this system? Do you aspire to instigate a momentous transformation? Is that the reason you wish to spread the virus of uncontrollable laughter? Do you yearn to become a symbol, a totem, a spirit? Do you desire for everyone to share in your madness? You seek the adulation of the insane, aiming to ascend as the underground monarch of New York. No, you wish to be the true sovereign of New York." The Joker shook his head, chuckling as he replied, "Come now, Nick Fury. Do I appear to be the sort of jester capable of inciting change? I have eliminated those individuals because they are malevolent. Nowadays, everyone embodies wickedness. That is sufficient to drive any soul to madness." Nick Fury clenched his teeth, glaring at the Joker with malice, and said, "I see. Is this your justification for the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents? A 6-year-old girl and an 84-year-old man, and you deem them to be villains. You are nothing but a lunatic." The Joker chuckled softly and replied, "Not at all. If that little girl and the elderly gentleman had merely sung in tune, they would not have met their demise." He paused, exhaling deeply. Gazing at Nick Fury, at the priests and nuns still singing hymns, he exclaimed passionately, "Oh, why do you all feel such sorrow for these individuals? If I were to perish on the roadside, you would simply walk past me. I pass by you daily, and you would remain oblivious to my presence. Yet these individuals, why? Simply because a city councilman expressed regret for them on television." Nick Fury took a deep breath and slowly asked, "Do you not hold an opposing viewpoint?" The Joker nodded and continued, "Has he ever witnessed the world outside, Nick Fury? Has he truly stepped beyond his office? Everyone is shouting and screaming at one another. Civility has vanished. No one considers the plight of others. Do you believe such individuals care for the circumstances of someone like me? Will they empathize, rather than act out of selfishness? They will not. They presume we will sit idly, like obedient children, accepting reality, believing we will not transform into wild beasts. Nick Fury looked at the Joker and said, "Are you finished? I must say, you are wallowing in self-pity, Arthur. You sound as though you are seeking excuses for the deaths of those young people. Not everyone is malevolent. The city councilman you mentioned is a good man. He has always been an idol for the youth across America. He has compelled Stark Industries to abandon significant arms dealings, contributing to global peace. He has curbed pollution and closed down polluting enterprises. Every year, he donates substantial wealth to the impoverished." Upon hearing this, the Joker erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his face as he doubled over, pointing at Nick Fury in frenzy. He shouted, "Yes, he's a good man. But pray tell, why does he not rescue me? A person so radiant, a being akin to the sun, why does he not cast his light upon Hell's Kitchen? Why have his charitable donations not reached Hell's Kitchen? It is indeed ironic that the weapons manufactured by Stark Industries have found their way into Hell's Kitchen. The closure of enterprises due to pollution is a travesty. After all, a major chemical company managed to establish itself in Hell's Kitchen, only to be forcibly shut down because of contamination. We, the wretched, have never truly cared about severe pollution. Yet you refuse to grant us even the slightest chance of survival. He is the epitome of malevolence, the most hypocritical of all. In the eyes of individuals like you, the inhabitants of Hell's Kitchen are unworthy of being called human. They are merely refuse, and no one cares about their existence or demise. Nick Fury, you too are a villain. You too. You grip your gun tightly, pretending to seek a civil conversation with me, while in reality, your thoughts are consumed with the desire to eliminate me. You are perpetually contemplating my demise.